Chapter 1001, Leave Family Out of Grudges. Zhang Kaiwen's face lit up with delight. Meow, he stared at Zhang Kaiwen with anger and envy. He was already suspicious of the relationship between Zhang Kaiwen and Lin Yuan. Meow, he did not believe that Zhang Kaiwen was acquainted with the Moon Empress disciple. If Zhang Kaiwen was not Miao Zhi's son, Meow, he would never have spared Zhang Kaiwen a second look. The main young disciples of top factions were not obliged to interact with the disciples of veteran factions. Zhang Kaiwen was so close to the Moon Empress disciple, but he did not use his connection to ask forgiveness on Miao He's behalf. Rather, he used it to kick Miao He down another notch. What an evil cousin! Miao He had decided that if he could make it over this hurdle, he would put Zhang Kaiwen on his blacklist, even if their grandfather favored Zhang Kaiwen. The two experts with Pinnacle Myth 3 phase were Miao Zhou's Path Protector and Miao He's Path Protector. But now, they had become Zhang Kaiwen's subordinates. Miao He was full of himself by nature. Even if Miao He was afraid of the punishment he would receive, he still hated Zhang Kaiwen with every bone in his body. Miao He felt extremely sorry for himself. He had not said anything, yet he had to sit by and watch as Zhang Kaiwen elevated himself. Nonetheless, Zhang Kaiwen's surname was not Miao. Even with their grandfather's favor, Zhang Kaiwen was still the disciple of a veteran faction. However, Zhang Kaiwen was speaking as though he had also been accepted as the disciple of a member of royalty. Zhang Kaiwen had wanted to talk to Lin Yuan more so that they could become closer, but he did not expect Lin Yuan to invite him to his mansion. This was an unbelievable privilege for Zhang Kaiwen. His grandfather had been looking for a way to apologize to Lin Yuan so as to trade for the golden lotus brocade pearls. If Zhang Kaiwen could visit the mansion, the matter would be all but settled, and he would be able to join the Connected Beast Park's elders. Then, he would be able to freely use the Miao family's resources to promote the Zhang family from a veteran faction to a top faction. The scheming Zhang Kaiwen did not know that Lin Yuan was doing the same thing. The only thing that was in Lin Yuan's mind was that he could use the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight to gain Pinnacle Myth 3 Law Crystals. This would allow him to gain a complete law world. The Zhang family was a veteran faction that was a century old. If Sky City could gain all of the Zhang family's resources, Sky City would be able to expand rapidly. The Zhang family's role involved luxury goods. This coincided with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. As such, gaining control of the Zhang family's resources would help the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce expand its network. Lin Yuan patted Zhang Kaiwen's shoulder as a show of encouragement. The Depending on Plum's room's door was closed, but everyone could hear the cries and howls of agony. They imagined Cai Ching eating the thorny underground grass, and all the hair on their bodies stood up. None of them could imagine the consequence of eating the thorny underground grass. A moment later, the door of the Depending on Plum's room opened. Manager Cai carried out a plate of eel meat. As sweat dripped down his forehead, he said with a trembling voice, "Lord! Lord, Cai Ching has eaten all the thorny underground grass." Manager Cai watched as the dignified young man's lips curled into a cold smile, and he happily replied, "Since Cai Ching has eaten all of the thorny underground grass, you can have the remaining eel meat." Manager Cai felt his knees turn to jelly. The eel meat on the plate was not cooked as it had not absorbed enough fire poison. As a result, the eel meat still contained powerful spiritual poison. Who would be able to escape unscathed after eating it? Lin Yuan frowned when he saw Manager Cai's expression. He felt annoyance rise up within him. Manager Cai and Cai Ching looked relatively alike, so they had to be related by blood in some way. But whether they were related or not, Manager Cai had ordered Tian Ningning to be chased out even though she was the one that had almost lost her life. He had even ordered her fate to be captured. This proved that he was no better than Cai Ching. Manager Cai stood frozen, so Lin Yuan turned his attention to Miao He and said, "I'm an upstanding person. If I made a mistake, I'd shoulder the responsibility myself. Families should be left out of grudges." Miao He and the disciples of the rising and veteran factions let out a sigh of relief. No matter what happened, the consequences would end with him, and his faction would not be dragged into whatever punishment he received. Lin Yuan asked Tian Ningning, "You're the one who's injured. What do you want to do?" Tian Ningning felt that Lin Yuan was the coolest person she had ever met. She did not find Cai Ching's punishment to be cruel at all. If not for Lin Yuan, Tian Ningning could not imagine what state she would have ended up in. It was likely that the crystal horn brave deer would be killed after she was chased out. "Lin Yuan, the only people who hurt me were Cai Ching and Manager Cai. No one else is involved. This person even defended us." My crystal horn brave deer might have already been bitten to death by the blunt-winged untamed wolf if not for him. So, the only people who need to be punished are Cai Ching and manager Cai. Lin Yuan did not reply immediately. However, he looked impressed by Tian Ningning. It was a rare virtue to be able to remain objective in such a circumstance. The flat-nosed young man that Tian Ningning was pointing at said, "Why don't we all leave our contact details with Miss Tian so that she'll be able to contact us when she thinks of an appropriate punishment or needs to contact us for anything. As long as she says the word, we'll do our best to fulfill what she says." Tian Ningning's eyes shone. Chapter 1002, My Master is the Moon Empress. There were about 20 to 30 disciples of rising and veteran factions present, as well as Miao He, who was from a top faction. If they all exchanged contact details with her, her network would expand significantly. This would also help her perform better as Black's exclusive reporter and team reporter. Okay. Give me all of your phone numbers. Since you didn't attack me, none of you owe me anything. I only hope that in the future, you'll share information with me when I ask. Tian Ningning waved her Class 2 Star Web Reporter pass around to show them that she was a Star Web Reporter. All of them looked at her with gratitude and felt that she was their savior. They excitedly exchanged phone numbers with Tian Ningning and decided that they would do their best to repay Tian Ningning's mercy when she called them in the future. Previously, Lin Yuan looked impressed by Tian Ningning. But now, he felt that she was just as good at establishing connections as Listen was. She could turn her enemies or a chance encounter into a resource she could use to further herself on Star Web in the future. After Tian Ningning was done getting everyone's numbers, Lin Yuan noticed that manager Cai had yet to eat the eel meat. Lin Yuan looked at Miao He and said, "Since they're holding this meal for you, you should take responsibility for the conflict." Miao He's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed that he had crossed the obstacle and did not expect the Moon Empress disciple to target him again. Miao He's hatred for Zheng Kaiwen reached a peak. He felt that if Zheng Kaiwen had not added that additional jibe, he would not have been targeted by Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan's status was almost akin to a prince. Hence, Miao He dared not bear any resentment toward Lin Yuan, not even a hint of it. Instead, he directed all his negative emotions at Zheng Kaiwen. Miao He anxiously bowed and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, all I did was receive and respond to an invitation. I never expected such an incident to take place. If you want me to shoulder the responsibility, I shall take on all of it. I can also compensate Miss Tian handsomely." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "You can discuss this with Tian Ningning privately. You can judge the situation yourself and compensate the Spirit Food Pavilion accordingly." Lin Yuan glanced at manager Cai before adding, "I trust that you'll be able to handle the matter properly." Miao He immediately realized what Lin Yuan meant and replied, "Don't worry. I will make sure these people eat what they deserve. They won't let your good intentions or the famous 300 dishes of Kitchen Fragrance Palace go to waste. Leave everything to me." Lin Yuan led Tian Ningning to the counter and settled the bill before leaving the Spirit Food Pavilion. While they headed to the mansion, Tian Ningning stared at Lin Yuan. It seemed that she had many questions to ask him but did not know how to broach the topic. "If you have any questions, just ask them. Don't keep them to yourself. Speak your mind without holding anything back." Tian Ningning immediately let go of her concerns and said, "Can you tell me why so many young disciples of veteran and top factions were attacking Black on your behalf?" Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. He had expected this question from Tian Ningning, and this question was also one that he had prepared an answer for during their meeting. "It's because they found out who my master is at the Guardia banquet." Tian Ningning immediately became curious. Not even Class 5 Star Web reporters had the authority to attend and conduct interviews at the Guardia banquet. Thus, the Guardia banquet was a mystery to Tian Ningning. However, Tian Ningning knew that one had to be at least the main young disciple of a top faction to have the authority to attend the Guardia banquet. Tian Ningning had long guessed that either Black or Lin Yuan had a special status. It was clear from his face because even the most talented person that could comprehend willpower runes would not have a silver/fantasy healing type fey. However, Tian Ningning could not figure out, or rather she did not dare to imagine, what status Lin Yuan's master had to allow him to become the envy of direct descendants of top factions. At that moment, Tian Ningning thought of the person who had spoken up to resolve the situation on Star Web. At the time, Tian Ningning had assumed that Long Tao had used his connection to ask the young Liege of Midnight Palace for help. But now, it seemed that Lin Yuan and the young Liege of Midnight Palace were actually acquainted. Tian Ningning asked half-jokingly, "Haha, your master can't be the Moon Empress, right?" The moment the words left her lips, Tian Ningning heard how ludicrous she sounded. Even if she had no ill intent, how could she talk about the Moon Empress in a joking manner? Before Tian Ningning could cover up for her slip of the tongue, Lin Yuan nodded and smiled brightly. Lin Yuan's smile shot through Tian Ningning's heart, and she suddenly felt that Lin Yuan's face was more powerful than his actual abilities. He nodded and said, "Yes, my master is the Moon Empress." Tian Ningning almost slipped off Blackie. For the rest of the journey, she remained silent and dazed as she absorbed the bombshell Lin Yuan had just dropped on her. She wondered if she was dreaming. How was it possible that she had accidentally become the Moon Empress disciple's exclusive reporter? Her head snapped up as she fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan. After today's interaction, Black became even more real to her. It turned out that the low-profile hero that had used a sea of flowers to save Millstone Town actually had such an incredible status. Chapter 1003, Loyalty is more important than capability. While Tian Ningning was amazed by Lin Yuan's status, she also felt the pressure. She felt that she had many areas to improve on as the Moon Empress disciple's exclusive reporter. When they arrived at the mansion, Lin Yuan told Wen Yu to tend to Tian Ningning and introduce her to everyone in the mansion. Next, Tian Ningning followed Zhang Xiaobai and the rest to the Dome Guild Club so that she could prepare herself to go on Star Web and handle all the negative consequences of Zhang Xiaobai and the rest leaving the Extreme Guild Club for Dome Guild Club. Lin Yuan checked the time and was about to go to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to evolve the Snake-type phase to Bronze/Legend for Wendy when Listen and Hu Chuan walked in. Listen quickly walked toward Lin Yuan and handed him a phase storage box before saying, "Young master, here are the 50 questions beasts that Qin Lun gave me. He said that you needed them." Listen sounded unsure as he spoke. The 100 questions beasts in the phase storage box were not high quality, and all had matted fur. Not even normal people would want to buy them to use as their housekeeping beasts. Why did Lin Yuan want 50 of them? Listen could not think of a way that the 100 questions beasts could be useful. He felt that these 100 questions beasts were very lucky. No matter how pathetic they started out as, their luck would change once they met Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan received the phase storage box and replied, "Listen, keep Qin Lun and Qin Yu with you for some time. Train Qin Lun well. Qin Yu is only around 12 years old and should be going to school. However, he has no foundation at all, and it would be unfeasible to expect him to start immediately. Find a full-time teacher to teach him for a year. Next year, he'll take the exam to join the Royal Capital's low-class Spirit Chi Academy." Lin Yuan had already decided to take Qin Lun and Qin Yu under his wing. Hence, he was going to nurture them properly. Although Qin Lun had a fair amount of life experience from running the Spirit Life Form store, knowing was not the same as experiencing. He had been running the Spirit Life Form store for survival and rarely had any interaction with the outside world. Hence, he had essentially been living under a rock all this time. Lin Yuan wanted Listen to remove the rock. There were times that experience was more important than power. Nonetheless, before Lin Yuan could find the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion for Qin Lun and Qin Yu, there was no way for Qin Lun to increase his power. Qin Yu was still young, and the best thing for him to do now was to go to school. Anything else could wait. Listen nodded and said, "Don't worry, young master. I'll make sure to take care of everything." However, Qin Yu is too old to attend Year 1 at the Royal Capital's low-class Spirit Chi Academy. If he can learn more during the next year, he might be able to go into Year 4 directly. If so, he'll be able to be with people his age and make it easier for him to acclimatize as well. Lin Yuan felt that Listen's suggestion was right. In a place like low-class Spirit Chi Academy, where there were many innocent children, it would be difficult for Qin Yu to find his place amongst children that were too young or too old. For someone like Qin Yu, who had shouldered so many struggles at a young age, he would only suppress any ostracization he received. This could result in his cheerful personality warping into a reserved one. If that happened, it would defeat the purpose of Lin Yuan sending Qin Yu to the Royal Capital's low-class Spirit Chi Academy to study. Thus, Listen's suggestion of having Qin Yu join Year 4 was the best decision. Lin Yuan felt very assured to leave matters in Listen's hands. Hu Chuan chuckled and said, "Lin Yuan, I've picked out the spirit craftsman as per your instructions from a few days ago. After I mentioned the part about being separated from society, only 35 people volunteered. After I said that they would have to be away for a decade, a total of 130 people volunteered. When I finally revealed the rewards, all of them were clamoring the volunteer. Hence, I only chose the spirit craftsmen who had volunteered immediately after I said that they would be separated from society. I assessed all the spirit craftsmen's abilities when they joined our heavenly craft pavilion. Although those who volunteered are rather weak, and some are old, they are full of loyalty. It's worth investing in them. I told them to prepare what they would need yesterday, and they're all gathered in heavenly craft pavilion now. I can bring them here anytime you wish. From this selection of spirit craftsmen, Hu Chuan had realized that loyalty was more important than capability. He had now separated the 500 spirit craftsmen of Heavenly Craft Pavilion into different levels based on their loyalty. Hu Chuan decided that he would first nurture the 35 spirit craftsmen who had volunteered to be separated from society while observing the second group that volunteered. As for those that only volunteered after hearing about the rewards, Hu Chuan decided to give up on them. He would only impart basic skills to them and leave all the miscellaneous tasks in Heavenly Craft Pavilion to them. Despite being a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he could not teach 500 spirit craftsmen even if he wanted to. Hu Chuan decided to focus on nurturing the loyal ones. Heavenly Craft Pavilion paid the spirit craftsmen more than they would earn freelancing. Hence, he would not be taking advantage of the spirit craftsmen that he had no intention of teaching. He was still going to assign them work. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said after a moment's pondering, "Uncle Hu, bring the 35 spirit craftsmen over. Since they're prepared to be separated from society, the earlier they begin working, the earlier they'll be able to finish the construction in the marsh world. Listen, prepare more construction materials for basic facilities like houses, breeding bases, and breeding rooms." Listen hastily spoke. Chapter 1004, The 100 Questions Beast Army. Young Master, I can get the materials easily. Do you have any specifications? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, they don't have to be expensive as long as they're sturdy and durable. All materials have to be metal-type spiritual materials that are resistant to decay. The marsh world is extremely humid. Hence, silver metal spiritual ingredients and below will definitely become warped and rusted soon. Building anything with silver spiritual ingredients and below will essentially be like building with tofu. Listen took note of Lin Yuan's requests and said confidently, "Young Master, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has been continuing to supply luxury goods. However, Fei Yunxiang has maneuvered the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce into using all their luxury resources. Hence, they are no longer generalized but are now specializing in luxury goods. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has seized all the resources that they abandoned. Thus, I'll be able to prepare the materials you need by tonight, and I'll have someone deliver them to you." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had decided to officially take in Listen and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in spite of the Zheng family's intimidation because of Listen's networking ability and the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. Now, he was reaping the benefits of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. Without the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan would need to buy a mountain of resources from Star Web in order to expand into the marsh world secretly. It would have taken him at least half a day to purchase all the resources. But now, all that effort was saved. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of Zheng Kaiwen's cold expression back at the Spirit Food Pavilion. "Listen, use all your financial resources and gather as many people as possible." Listen was slightly shocked by Lin Yuan's sudden instruction. He did not understand what Lin Yuan's intentions were. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was rapidly expanding, and they had hired many more employees. If they hired more people now, they would not have enough work to fill every employee's time. However, Listen knew that Lin Yuan must have his reasons for giving such an instruction. "Okay, young master. I will hire more people once I return to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. I can ensure that all new hires are loyal with Fei Yunxiang's mind-controlling silkworm goo." Lin Yuan had been expanding his faction for some time and knew the importance of loyalty. Using Fei Yunxiang's mind-controlling silkworm goo to control new hires did not sound good. But since these people were not enemies and did not have ill intent, the mind-controlling silkworm would not be activated. Hence, the new hires would not be affected in the slightest. The Zheng family was about to engage in a blood-packed ultimate fight with Sky City, and they had also aimed their guns at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Extreme situations called for extreme measures. Lin Yuan noticed Listen's silent confusion. He smiled and said, "The recruitment is because of the huge order that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce is about to receive. The order will be 100 times larger than the orders received by the Iron Wall Chamber of Commerce. You won't be able to handle it without enough people." After he was done speaking, Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to evolve the 50-100 questions beasts. Genius started to meow and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I'm a bit nervous now that I'm about to become a teacher. When he saw how nervous and excited Genius was, Lin Yuan gently stroked Genius' nose and said, "Genius, don't you have any determination to become a good teacher?" Genius meowed and replied, "Yuan, I will definitely do my best to teach these 50-100 questions beasts and use connected tales to transfer knowledge to them." Lin Yuan released the 50-100 questions beasts from the Fey storage box. The 50-100 questions beasts had been bathed by Qin Lun yesterday. Thus, their fur was very clean. Some of them were pure-colored, while others were a mix of colors. Some had patterns on their bodies, but many of the patterns were cracked. It was clear that they were the rejects of the Fey market. Although they were not in the sorry state that Genius had been in, they were not much better off. As Lin Yuan and Genius scanned the 50-100 questions beasts, the 100 questions beasts were timidly staring back at them. The 100 questions beasts were intelligent and knew from the moment Lin Yuan bought them that this young man was going to be their master. But as anxious as they were, they proceeded to happily consume the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Pure spirit chi was appealing to any Fey, including the 100 questions beasts. What happened next made Genius cover its eyes with its large tails. All the fur on the 50-100 questions beasts suddenly fell, and they started to grow new fur. This cycle continued. Once their fur finally stopped dropping, Lin Yuan realized that the pure spirit chi had allowed the 50-100 questions beasts to become beautiful. Although they had not evolved, their fur had become extremely beautiful. Lin Yuan knew that the pure spirit chi had enabled the 100 questions beasts genetic model to evolve. From this, Lin Yuan was able to see the sensitivity that the 100 questions beast had towards pure spirit chi. The 50-100 questions beasts meowed before bowing with their front halves to the ground. Lin Yuan knew that this position demonstrated their loyalty and affection. "Since I bought you, you're now a part of my big family. I will evolve you while Genius will teach you," said Lin Yuan. Chapter 1005, Ginger Cats Are Fat. "I will build a large cat tower for you to rest on. When you're hungry, you can just eat the soldier ration radishes." The 100 questions beasts could not believe that they would be able to live in such an environment, and they hurriedly said, "Thank you. We will try our best to learn from Teacher Genius. We hope to be of help to you one day. All you have to do is learn from me, and I'll tell Yuan to bring delicious red braised meat for you every day. I'll also concoct spirit fluids to help you evolve," said Genius. Lin Yuan and Genius had already discussed how they would nurture the 50-100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan would first evolve them to Bronze X/Legend before Genius evolved them to Diamond X/Legend so that they would be able to comprehend willpower runes. While they were evolving the 100 questions beasts, Lin Yuan wanted to see their spiritual energy potential. He wanted to see if they would be able to use their spiritual energy to interact with tangible matter to perform creation master tasks like Genius could. He picked a ginger-colored 100 questions beast and decided to evolve it first. Genius had already started to concoct a spirit fluid that would evolve the ginger 100 questions beast from bronze to diamond. Lin Yuan injected spiritual power into the fat ginger 100 questions beast, and it started to glow faintly. Once the fat ginger 100 question beast evolved to bronze grade, Lin Yuan chose the exclusive skill Strong Spirit. Strong Spirit would allow the fat ginger 100 questions beast to sacrifice its vitality to replenish its depleted spiritual energy. If the ginger 100 questions beast could eventually use spiritual energy to concoct spirit fluid, Strong Spirit would be extremely useful. After the fat ginger 100 questions beast evolved to bronze I/normal, Lin Yuan noticed that its spiritual energy had increased several times. Lin Yuan was happily surprised by this. This showed how much spiritual talent the 100 questions beasts that had always been unable to become feys actually had. Lin Yuan decided to continue evolving the fat ginger 100 question beast. It took Lin Yuan 2 hours to evolve a fey to bronze/legend in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan suddenly noticed how much heavier the fat ginger 100 question beast felt in his arms. When Genius was evolving, it continuously shrunk. However, the fat ginger 100 questions beast did not change in size but only became heavier. It was no wonder that people always said that ginger cats were fat. Lin Yuan quickly placed the fat ginger 100 questions beast on the ground. It looked up at Lin Yuan with teary eyes and felt that this human was too amazing. The fat ginger 100 questions beast nudged Lin Yuan's finger with its face affectionately. But soon, its rear end was so heavy that it fell to the ground. Lin Yuan could not help but rest his chin on his hand. It looked like the fat ginger 100 questions beast could no longer. Genius walked over to the fat ginger 100 questions beast and morphed its spiritual energy into 2 hands. It raised the spirit fluid to the fat ginger 100 questions beast and said, "Drink this green spirit fluid, followed by this purple spirit fluid. They will evolve you to Platinum X. I need 3 hours to concoct the spirit fluid that will evolve you to Diamond, so I'll give that to you later. The fat ginger 100 questions beast tried to raise its claws to receive the spirit fluids from Genius. When it saw how much the fat ginger 100 questions beast was struggling, Genius immediately fed the spirit fluid to the fat ginger 100 questions beast so that it would be able to drink it if it just tilted its head up. After the fat ginger 100 questions beast drank the spirit fluids, Genius used connected tails to share knowledge with it. After the fat ginger 100 questions beast evolved to Platinum X/Legend, it remained about the same size, but its fur became much more beautiful. Its fur looked like the last vestiges of sunlight that clung to the sky at sunset. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a shapeless hand gently take his hand. He lowered his head and saw a ginger hand made of spiritual energy. Lin Yuan looked at the fat ginger 100 questions beast in surprise, and he wanted to shout in his heart, "My guess has finally become a reality." From the strength of the hand, Lin Yuan could tell that the Platinum X/Legend fat ginger 100 questions beast had even more spiritual energy than the Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye Genius. This meant that once Genius transferred its knowledge to the fat ginger 100 questions beast, and it trained for a short while, it was likely that its creation master abilities would surpass Genius. The fat ginger 100 questions beasts was just like a general in Lin Yuan's army of 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan had been afraid that it would be too taxing for Genius to concoct spirit fluids for all 50 100 questions beasts. Now that Genius had the help of the fat ginger 100 questions beasts, the third 100 questions beast would be nurtured quickly. This meant that the army of 100 questions beast creation masters would only continue to grow. It would only become easier to nurture the other 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan felt that the 100 questions beasts that had creation master abilities should be kept a secret, just like the existence of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. His experiment had also changed the structure of the entire creation master profession. While Lin Yuan was immersed in his deep thoughts and excitement, his phone started to ring. He picked it up and saw that the call was coming from Long Tao. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, Long Tao asked firmly, "Lin Yuan, are you and Black the same person?" A few days ago, Long Tao had called Lu Ji to ask him to settle the commotion. Lu Ji's post had stated that Black and Lin Yuan had eaten dinner together. This post had stunned Long Tao, and he thought about the familiar feeling he got from Lin Yuan and Black. Long Tao felt that he had been bamboozled. Hence, Long Tao had decided to get straight to the point to ask if Lin Yuan and Black were the same person. Chapter 1006, Is this idea feasible? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched, and he immediately replied, "Big brother Long, what made you ask me this?" Long Tao was suddenly rendered speechless. He knew that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. The Moon Empress disciple carried unimaginable glory. However, it was not convenient for Lin Yuan to move around with the title of the Moon Empress disciple hanging over him. Hence, it was possible for Lin Yuan to use another identity to move about for convenience's sake. This question seemed too ridiculous. If Lin Yuan was Black, his question would reveal one of Lin Yuan's secrets. Over the last few days, the disciples of veteran and top factions had been fighting with Black's fans for Lin Yuan's sake. If Lin Yuan was not Black, Long Tao's mentioning of Black might result in Lin Yuan becoming hostile toward Black. Long Tao was about to change the topic when Lin Yuan said, "Your guess is right. I am Black. I hope you'll forgive me for not revealing myself to you when I interacted with you as Black in the past." Long Tao's face split into a smile. Lin Yuan had provided the answer that Long Tao had been looking for. Now, Long Tao knew why Black had seemed so familiar and why he resembled Lin Yuan. He was also happy that Lin Yuan was not lying to him. This meant that Lin Yuan was not treating him like an outsider. Long Tao went on to say, "Lin Yuan, I'm sure you know about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift that was announced at the Guardia banquet. There are a lot of resources in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, while the resources in the Radiance Federation are limited. The major factions will definitely prioritize the mining of resources from the Abyssal World. Many factions are also planning on establishing their own camps in the Abyssal World. I wanted to ask if you plan on mining resources from the Abyssal World." Lin Yuan immediately furrowed his brow. Naturally, he wanted to mine for resources in the Abyssal World. Both the Marsh World and Abyssal World were dimensional worlds. However, he had already used Klein Hub to expand into the Marsh World. There were 1,000 things for Lin Yuan to do in the Marsh World. He still did not have enough manpower to expand into the Marsh World. Thus, Lin Yuan did not have the energy or manpower to expand into the Abyssal World on top of the Marsh World. Moreover, after the construction of the basement, Lin Yuan needed to journey to the Divine Wood Federation. But since Long Tao had asked, Lin Yuan replied, "Big brother Long, the abyssal world does sound appealing, but I don't have enough manpower." Lin Yuan sounded regretful. Long Tao looked pleased by Lin Yuan's reply. He could tell that Lin Yuan wanted to expand into the abyssal world. However, he was giving up because of his lack of manpower. Long Tao hurriedly replied, "Li Xian and I have an idea. We plan to leave our family titles behind and start a faction ourselves that will expand into the abyssal world. However, our resources will be limited without the support of our families. We can only secure manpower. We still haven't found a solution for the resources and creation master resources needed. Hence, we wanted to ask you if you are interested in starting a faction with us to expand into the abyssal world." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and started to ponder over Long Tao's words carefully. It seemed that he could work with Li Xian and Long Tao to expand into the abyssal world. They would supply the manpower while he would supply the resources and creation master resources. With the spirit lock spatial zone and his own abilities, he could generate much more resources than before. Hence, he was very confident that he would be able to supply Li Xian and Long Tao with creation master resources. An idea suddenly struck Lin Yuan. "Big brother Long, your idea sounds good. But it's inevitable that we'll start fighting if we start a faction together and venture into the abyssal world." Long Tao was immediately stunned. He did not understand what fighting Lin Yuan could be referring to. A faction with Long Tao and Li Xian, who were main members of top factions, would already be much stronger than veteran factions. If they could convince a disciple of a member of royalty to join them, they would even rise higher than some top factions. In the midst of Long Tao's confusion, Lin Yuan said, "Since you want to work together to venture into the abyssal world officially, why don't we ask Gao Feng, Sun Ningxiang and the young liege of the Midnight Palace to join us? We can even ask Zhong Ziyi and Gu Lang. The 8 of us can form a faction meant to venture into the abyssal world." Long Tao was astonished by what Lin Yuan said, and his jaw dropped. He had been shell-shocked into silence. 2 days had passed since he and Li Xian had come up with the idea. He had only thought of asking Lin Yuan after hesitating for 2 days. Long Tao and Lin Yuan had become friends long ago, and they had also worked together. However, he had been afraid that his ridiculous idea would be too much for Lin Yuan. He had been concerned that Lin Yuan would think that he wanted to use Lin Yuan's influence and status to develop the faction. But not only did that train of thought not strike Lin Yuan, but the latter even expanded on the idea. Condense Fairy Orchard might have weakened, but it was still a top faction. Sun Ningxiang had a different status to Long Tao, who was just the young leader of Coiling Dragon's Valley. Sun Ningxiang controlled the entire Condense Fairy Orchard. If they could include Sun Ningxiang, they would be adding a top faction to their group. The rest of them were the disciples of members of royalty. Gao Feng was Cicada Song's disciple, Lu Ji was Chief Guard Yi's disciple, Zhong Ziyi was Chef Supreme's youngest disciple, and Gu Lang was the Bamboo Monarch's youngest disciple. If these people could form a faction, the faction would have unimaginable influence. According to Lin Yuan's suggestion, he would also be a part of the faction. The eccentric Long Tao with a whip of a tongue started to stammer, Is this idea feasible? Chapter 1007, 7-person video call. Lin Yuan said casually, "We all exchanged contact details at the Guardia banquet. Why don't we create a group to discuss the matter?" Long Tao assumed that Lin Yuan had just been shooting from the hip. He did not expect Lin Yuan to put his words into action immediately. Long Tao replied enthusiastically, "Okay, let's talk in the group." Lin Yuan went on to call Lu Ji. Lu Ji had been in the Spirit Guard's land for some time and was using the Insect Queen to control the insect species Carcinoma feys so as to increase the sacred source life forms stars. Since this matter involved Lu Ji, Lin Yuan planned to call Lu Ji to ask his opinion first. The phone rang a few times, but Lu Ji did not pick up. Just as Lin Yuan was about to hang up the call, a cold female voice picked up and said, "Little Yuan, Lu Ji is using the Insect Queen to control the crab-heart dung beetle. It has impressive battle prowess, and the Insect Queen needs at least 2 more hours to make it fully submit. If you need anything, you can let me know. Or I can pass the message for you once the Insect Queen is done controlling the crab-heart dung beetle." Lin Yuan did not immediately respond. However, he knew that he was talking to Night Leaning Moon. Lin Yuan hastily said, "Hello Chief Guard Yat, I don't have any urgent issues. I just plan on starting a faction with a few friends to venture and expand into the abyssal world. I wanted to ask Big Brother Lu if he had any opinions about it." Night Leaning Moon was slightly shocked. She remembered that Lu Ji was Lin Yuan's retainer knight, and Lin Yuan could make such decisions without seeking Lu Ji's opinions. Night Leaning Moon had not felt that anything was off when she first accepted Lu Ji as her disciple. But now that she had been his master for more than 2 months, their relationship had continued to grow deeper. Night Leaning Moon was afraid that Lu Ji was suffering. However, after the call with Lin Yuan, all of Night Leaning Moon's worries dissolved. If Lin Yuan even sought Lu Ji's opinions on such matters, it showed how much he respected Lu Ji. This meant that Lin Yuan did not regard Lu Ji as his retainer knight but as a true friend. Night Leaning Moon thought about how her disciple always placed his hand on the Class 2 Creation Master crest on his chest. If she did not know that Lu Ji was actually touching his faith, Night Leaning Moon might wonder if her disciple had a strange attraction to his own chest. Regardless, she did not think that Lu Ji would object to Lin Yuan's suggestion. Night Leaning Moon was currently using her resources to help Lu Ji increase his power in the hopes that he would become the 5th Radiance Envoy in 3 years. In order to become a Radiance Envoy, one had to have influence on top of power. Thus, Night Leaning Moon really hoped that Lu Ji would be able to join the faction that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Little Yuan, you don't have to call me Chief Guard yet in the future. My name is Night Leaning Moon. You can call me Anti-Moon Knight. I'll tell Lu Ji to call you when he wakes up. Lin Yuan could not believe that Chief Guard Yi's name was actually Night Leaning Moon. Wasn't this the same name as the Leaning Moon Mountain where the Moon Empress lived? Leaning Moon sounded like a meaningful name to Lin Yuan. Since Lu Ji was busy using the Insect Queen to control the crab heart dung beetle, Lin Yuan decided to represent Lu Ji in the meeting. Even if Lu Ji joined the discussion, he would be providing resources and not manpower. Lu Ji was a member of Sky City and Lin Yuan's retainer knight, so all his resources would still come from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan created a group with Gao Feng, Zhong Ziyi, Gu Lang, Sun Ningxiang, Long Tao and Li Xian before sending the first message. Lin Yuan, Long Tao and Li Xian have come up with an idea that I think is pretty good. If you have time, why don't we discuss it together? At everyone. Long Tao and Li Xian quickly started to send their replies. Long Tao, that's right. The Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift can connect to the Abyssal World. Are you interested in expanding into the Marsh World together? Li Xian had not had the time to send his message when someone in the group started up a video call. He hurriedly deleted the message he had typed out and entered the video call. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he saw Zhong Ziyi had started the video call. When Lin Yuan entered the call, he saw that everyone was present. Lin Yuan's screen was split into 8 different boxes, and 7 of them had heads in them. Gao Feng was already asleep. Thus, his hair was messy, and he was rubbing his eyes dazedly. The young leech of the Midnight Palace is busy, so I'll represent us, said Lin Yuan. Long Tao, Li Xian, Sun Ningxiang, Gao Feng, Gu Lang and even Zhong Ziyi were stunned. After becoming Cicada Song's disciple, Gao Feng had been receiving his tutelage. He now understood the abilities and responsibilities that came with being the disciple of a member of royalty. However, he did not expect Lu Ji to have allowed Lin Yuan to represent them. It was clear how close Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were. Lin Yuan allowed Long Tao and Li Xian to explain their proposal. Once they were done, Zhong Ziyi said, "It's not a bad idea. However, I don't have people that can harvest resources from the Abyssal World. But I can provide the faction with 5 Emperor-class experts and 1 Thearch-class expert. Is this contribution enough for me to gain 15% ownership of the faction?" Zhong Ziyi's words made Long Tao, Li Xian and Sun Ningxiang's eyes light up with elation. Chapter 1008, Let me make up for it. The opportunity to form a faction with the disciples of members of royalty was too tempting for Long Tao, Li Xian and Sun Ningxiang. Since Lin Yuan had created the opportunity, the 3 of them were definitely going to grab on. Zhong Ziyi's words were a clear sign that he was on board with starting a faction with them. However, Zhong Ziyi wanted to take 15% of ownership by supplying 5 Emperor-class experts and 1 Thearch-class expert. The 15% had to be Zhong Ziyi's condition for joining and his way of testing them. He had already set an expectation, and it was likely that he would lose interest in this endeavor if the rest of the group did not meet his expectation. But it would be difficult for Long Tao, Li Xian and Sun Ningxiang to provide resources similar to the level of 5 Emperor-class experts and 1 Thearch-class expert. Long Tao, Li Xian and Sun Ningxiang gnashed their teeth and proclaimed their contribution and the amount of ownership they wanted to take. Sun Ningxiang, I can provide all of the resources we'll need on a regular basis in the Abyssal World. However, I can't provide any powerful combat power. Condense Healing has been closed for a few years, but most of them are still working for the Sun family. All 100,000 of them have gold grade and above feys, and I can assign them all into this venture. I would like 10% of ownership. Long Tao, I can send people to handle the management side of the venture as well as provide 3 Emperor class experts and 200 class 3 creation masters to handle the healing of feys. I would like 10% of ownership. Li Xian, I can provide 2 Emperor class experts, 50,000 people and 200 class 2 to class 3 spirit craftsmen. I would like 10% of ownership. Sun Ningxiang, Li Xian and Long Tao had provided the basic human resources and only took up a total of 30% of ownership. Their offerings in exchange for the 30% of ownership also exceeded that of Zhong Ziyi's contribution. This showed Sun Ningxiang, Long Tao and Li Xian's sincerity in starting a faction together. Although their contributions were higher than that of Zhong Ziyi, Lin Yuan knew from venturing into the marsh world how dangerous the dimensional worlds were. Both the abyssal world and marsh world had apostles. Hence, a faction definitely needed the strength of a Thearch class expert to venture into the abyssal world. Otherwise, if an apostle or class 11 dimensional life form appeared, the entire faction might be destroyed. Gao Feng excitedly chimed in. The 4 of you are already taking up 45% of the resources. The 4 of us shall split the remaining 55% between us. Gao Feng had been feeling as though he was in a dream. Thanks to his miraculous connection with Lu Ji, he had become Cicada Song's disciple. His father's attitude toward him had also changed completely. Gao Feng never dreamed that he would ever get to eat food cooked by his father. After becoming Cicada Song's disciple and receiving his teaching, Gao Feng knew that he was never going to become a Radiance Envoy. He had never set his sights on becoming a Radiance Envoy, but Cicada Song had set a new goal for him to become one of the 10 Radiance Knights. This put a lot of pressure on Gao Feng's shoulders. However, he knew how important a faction's expansion was to every expert. He had initially wanted to set up a rising faction with Lin Yuan. But now, an even better opportunity had landed in his lap. However, Gao Feng's background was one step lower than Sun Ningxiang and Long Tao. As such, he did not have as many resources. He decided that he would discuss with his father whether he would be able to take some resources and manpower to contribute to this endeavor. He was sure that his father would not say no to such an opportunity. I can provide 3 Emperor class experts and 50,000 people, but not any spirit craftsmen or creation masters. Can I have 10% of the ownership? Asked Gao Feng. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan said, of course. Gu Lang looked at Zhong Ziyi curiously as he wondered why someone with Zhong Ziyi's temperament would be willing to participate in the establishment of a faction. Zhong Ziyi was a battle fanatic who was never interested in starting a faction. In spite of his curiosity, Gu Lang said, just like Zhong Ziyi, I can provide 5 Emperor class experts and 1 Thearch class expert. I would also like 15% of the ownership. He paused for a moment before adding, the foundation has basically been laid out. 200 class 2 to class 3 spirit craftsmen should be sufficient to build a simple base in the abyssal world. However, we only have 200 class 3 creation masters. Without any high class creation masters, it won't be easy for us to expand into the abyssal world. Gu Lang did not elaborate on how difficult it would be, but he knew that everyone present was well aware. Without high-class creation masters, the feys of King class, Emperor class and Thearch class experts would have no one to heal them. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the various rare fire element spiritual ingredients in the abyssal world were ripe. Hence, they would require some rare fire elemental energy. Some spiritual ingredients might even need heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. The people who ventured into the abyssal world also needed high-quality bronze feys to support them in the event of the death of their main fey or if they wanted to comprehend willpower runes. Gu Lang felt that they would also need at least 45 class 3 creation masters on top of these rare resources in order to sustain the faction. While the group was silent, Lin Yuan said, high-class creation master resources aren't a problem for me. Since only 30% of ownership is left, the young liege of the Midnight Palace and I will take it. We shall contribute high-class creation master resources for it. Chapter 1009, Zhong Ziyi's friendliness. Gu Lang's words had made Zhong Ziyi, Long Tao, Sun Ningxiang and Li Xian fall silent. The entire idea had come from Li Xian and Long Tao. They did not expect the matter to grow to such a scale. They had asked Lin Yuan to join them because they lacked creation master resources. Long Tao and Li Xian had wanted to start a faction on their own without their family's influence. Thus, they could only occasionally draw resources from their families. Gu Lang and Zhong Ziyi were disciples of Class 5 Creation Masters and had access to high-class Creation Master resources. However, they would not have enough to sustain a faction with 2 Thearch-class experts and tens of Emperor-class experts. Even if they did have access, they would have to draw from the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme's resources. However, they wanted to start a faction on their own and could not use their master's resources. After Sun Ningxiang's grandmother killed the 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters, Condense Fairy Orchard's Creation Master resources had started to fall precipitously. They did not even have that many Class 3 Creation Masters. Condense Fairy Orchard had to rely on working with Lin Yuan to make up for the lack of Creation Master resources. Although Gao Feng had become Cicada Song's disciple, the Gao family was stretched to the extreme. The Gao family had been expanding into deep sea resources and did not have much Creation Master resources to spare. Since he became the disciple of a member of royalty, he felt that he could discuss matters with his father. It was likely that Gao Pei would give him a significant amount of Creation Master resources. But it would also cause the Gao family's lack of Creation Master resources to become more severe. Gao Feng wanted to start a faction with his friends, but he did not want to be a burden to his family. Hence, the issue that Gulang brought up was one that everyone in the group was struggling with. While everyone had been thinking hard to find a solution to the problem, Lin Yuan swooped in and fixed it immediately. He would provide all the high-class Creation Master resources the faction required in exchange for 30% of ownership. Zhong Ziyi spoke first and said, "Lin Yuan, will it be too hard for you to provide so many high-class Creation Master resources? If so, I can provide 30 Class 3 Creation Masters to make up for the lack of high-class Creation Master resources." Gulang was already curious about Zhong Ziyi's strange acceptance to join a faction and his initiative to start a video call. But after he heard what Zhong Ziyi said, Gulang also started to wonder if Zhong Ziyi was lying or being controlled by someone. Although Zhong Ziyi had shown no interest in starting a faction, he had started a Creation Master Society. His offering would probably take up most of the Creation Master resources in his Creation Master Society. This was too much. Lin Yuan hastily said, "Zhong Ziyi, I don't need your help. It's not difficult for me. All the high-class Creation Master resources will be ready once the faction is officially started and we expand into the Abyssal World. However, my Creation Masters cannot enter the Abyssal World. I will send a specialized group of people to send batches of spirit fluids into the Abyssal World every day. I will also send people to deliver Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Great Elemental Pearls, Bronze/Epic Feys, and other such resources." Lin Yuan started to do some mental calculations. He now had 50 questions beasts in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone that were being taught by Genius. It would take 2 weeks for Genius to finish teaching them. They could only use spiritual energy and not their soul to concoct spirit fluids. Hence, they were all stuck at the Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master level. It was only when they gained the ability to use their soul that they would be able to reach Class 4 Creation Master. Not even Genius could use its soul, and this was an issue that Lin Yuan and Genius needed to research together. However, Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters could concoct spirit fluids to evolve a Fey to Pinnacle Diamond/Legend. With these 100 questions beasts, Lin Yuan would have no lack of Creation Master resources. Zhong Ziyi did not pursue the matter. He stared at Lin Yuan for a moment before saying, "Just let me know if you have any problems with supplying high-class Creation Master resources." Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head in response. Once Genius finished teaching the first batch of 100 questions beasts, it could move on to the next batch. It would also be much easier for Genius to nurture the next batch of 100 questions beasts with the first batch to help it. Thus, there was no way that Lin Yuan would lack Creation Master resources. After some more discussion, the matter was settled. Lin Yuan is contributing more than us, but he's only taking 30% of ownership. I think he should get the first pick of the resources we gain from the Abyssal World. He can take 30% of the resources we gain while the rest of us will split the remaining 70% evenly. No one objected to what Zhong Ziyi said. Long Tao, Li Xian, Sun Ningxiang, and Gao Feng were already grateful to Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, they would never have had the chance to participate in such a collaboration. Gulang was staring suspiciously at Lin Yuan and Zhong Ziyi. In the decades that Gulang knew Zhong Ziyi, he had never heard Zhong Ziyi fight for someone else's benefits. But since they had formed a faction together, they had changed from friends to partners. "Zhong Ziyi, when are you returning to Kitchen Fragrance Palace?" asked Gulang. "Master and I will leave the Purple Bamboo Forest in 2 days. After we leave, Master will take me to the Class 5 Abyss Dimensional Rift to collect some Class 5 Strange Flames. It'll be 10 days later before we return to Kitchen Fragrance Palace." Gulang started to guffaw. Chapter 1010, green-eyed gold scales snake. You still owe me 300 dishes from our bet. Although Lin Yuan is representing the young liege of the Midnight Palace today as well, the 8 of us have officially started a faction. Why don't we find a place to gather? You can cook the 300 dishes for the 7 of us once you're back. Zhong Ziyi frowned and was about to object when he saw Lin Yuan's eyes instinctively. He immediately fought down his objections. Okay, why don't we go to the 4 Harmonious Mansion? Gulang beamed and replied, I shall bring several bottles of purple bamboo wine. We can have a feast of great food and great wine. Everyone quickly became acquainted with each other, and they chatted for more than half an hour. Lin Yuan ended the call. One of his worries had finally been settled. Now, Lin Yuan could obtain resources from the abyssal world while he expanded into the marsh world. He checked the time and realized that there was still some time before he was supposed to meet Listen and Hu Chuan. Lin Yuan chose the green gold snake amongst the snake-type feys he bought because it seemed to be the most sensitive to spirit qi. He used his palm to inject pure spiritual power into the green gold snake. Soon, the green gold snake started to transform. Its scales became finer and smoother, and Lin Yuan quickly became unable to see the scales at all. These new scales were much stronger than its original scales, and they also allowed the green gold snake to be much more agile. Since these snake-type feys were meant for Wendy, Lin Yuan made a point to choose exclusive skills that could increase the potency of venom. The other exclusive skills were weak and would not be able to aid Wendy in any significant way. After Lin Yuan evolved the green gold snake to bronze grade, its scales turned completely gold, and all the green on its body gathered in its eyes. This made the green gold snake appear even more beautiful and dignified. Using true data, Lin Yuan noticed that the green gold snake was now called the green-eyed gold scales snake. Lin Yuan moved on to test the green-eyed gold scales snake's venom. He saw that it could now curse both the mind and soul. This curse would be able to drain calcified items and cause them to crack. Lin Yuan saw this as an ability that could break through armor. This would be very useful against the dimensional life forms that fought with their bodies in the marsh world. Suppose Wendy could make the green-eyed gold scales snake one of its snake hair and harness its venom. In that case, it could combine the curse venom with its petrification ability to change the armor's cracked armor into stone, resulting in double the damage. This ability would also be able to help Rising Lizard fight against other dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan happily stored the green-eyed gold scales snake and left the spirit lock spatial zone. There were 35 spirit craftsmen looking at Hu Chuan in excitement standing outside the mansion. Hu Chuan said sternly to the 35 spirit craftsmen, the 35 of you sure are lucky to be chosen by the city lord. I will focus on teaching the 35 of you in the future. You'll need to work your hardest to help the city lord. I won't forgive anyone who tries to be lazy. Lin Yuan walked out of the mansion at that moment, and Hu Chuan hurriedly said, Young master, none of them are class 4 spirit craftsmen, but 5 of them are pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsmen. If they're lucky, they'll be able to break through in a week or two. If they're unlucky, they won't be able to become a class 4 creation master within this year. Would you like to select a manager from these 5 pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsmen? They'll be able to lead all of them and handle matters. Lin Yuan looked at the 5 pinnacle class 3 spirit craftsmen. He did not know much about spirit craftsmen, so he could not tell which of them was the most outstanding. Hence, he asked them, does any one of you think that you can lead the 35 spirit craftsmen and want to nominate yourself? Take a step forward. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a spirit craftsman took a step forward and said, City Lord, I'm confident that I'll be able to lead the team well. Lin Yuan walked forward and suddenly found this person to be familiar. He remembered that this was the spirit craftsman that had greeted him when he rode Blackie to check on the construction of the basement. All the other spirit craftsmen turned their heads away. All they wanted to do was work quietly. It was clear that the spirit craftsman that had recommended himself was better at communicating than the other spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan remembered that this spirit craftsman had told Lin Yuan his name right before he left. At that moment, he could tell how much ambition that spirit craftsman had. He did not mind if his subordinates were ambitious, as ambitious people worked the hardest. Lin Yuan was always willing to hand out chances to change someone's life. I remember you. Your name is Lu Tong. Since you're that confident, you can lead this group of 35 spirit craftsmen. Hu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Lu Tong's constant hard work had left a deep impression on Hu Chuan. Moreover, Lu Tong always sought out opportunities to speak to Hu Chuan. As such, Lu Tong's name was mentioned the most by Hu Chuan out of all the spirit craftsmen in Heavenly Craft Pavilion. Hu Chuan said to Lu Tong, you must seize the opportunity that the city lord is giving you and do a good job. If you do a good job, I'll consider taking you in as my disciple. Chapter 1011, Lord Azure Envoy, do you want to watch? When Lu Tong heard Lin Yuan call his name, he became so overwhelmed that he started to tremble. He had only mentioned his name to Lin Yuan once, and he could not believe that Lin Yuan still remembered it. Before Lu Tong could thank Lin Yuan, he heard the part about Hu Chuan accepting him as a disciple. With two blessings landing in his lap at the same time, Lu Tong suddenly felt slightly dizzy. Regardless, Lu Tong did not lose his composition and bowed to Lin Yuan and Hu Chuan as he said, City Lord, Master, I will work even harder from now on. Hu Quan's mouth fell open. All he had said was that he intended on accepting Lu Tong as his disciple, yet Lu Tong was already calling him master. However, Hu Chuan did not rebuke Lu Tong as he silently accepted this title. At that moment, Listen hurriedly walked in and handed 5 diamond fey storage boxes to Lin Yuan and said, Young master, the materials I prepared are inside the 5 diamond fey storage boxes. They should be enough for the 35 spirit craftsmen to use for the construction of a base for some time. I will continue to gather more materials for the construction of the base. Lin Yuan nodded and received the 5 fey storage boxes from Listen. He used the jeweled cave golden toad to send the 35 spirit craftsmen into the marsh world in batches. Once the 35 spirit craftsmen saw the marsh world, they were immediately dumbfounded. Lin Yuan said to the 35 spirit craftsmen, You're no longer in the main world. This is the marsh world. You have to be separated from society because you'll be constructing Sky City's base in the marsh world. Once the construction is done, I'll give each of you a bronze/legend fey that's suitable for spirit craftsman work as a reward. The 35 spirit craftsmen were all frozen. Class 3 spirit craftsmen rarely even got to interact with bronze/epic feys, much less bronze/legend feys. The 35 spirit craftsmen clenched their fists and declared, Don't worry, young master. We will definitely finish the construction of the base as soon as possible. Lin Yuan smiled at these 35 determined spirit craftsmen. He was not going to forget their loyalty toward Sky City and planned on nurturing them. Since he was going to nurture them, he would not skimp on the investment of resources into them. He could obtain bronze/legend feys easily now. However, he would not waste his resources. Thus, Lin Yuan promised them a bronze/legend fey that would be suitable for spirit craftsman work. He would not allow them to choose a bronze/legend fey that could be used for combat. Lin Yuan handed the 35 spirit craftsmen over to the kill food sky butterfly and marsh ground sphagna for protection. A small green snake slithered up Lin Yuan's leg and changed into the Medusa snake demon in his arms. Wendy whispered, Lin Yuan, I missed you. It's been a day since I last saw you. Wendy clearly sounded hurt, and tears started to brim in its eyes. Lin Yuan was surprised by how clingy Wendy was and realized that it was possible that Wendy was this way because of how it had clung to Scale Concubine all its life. However, Scale Concubine was now extremely respectful and distant toward Wendy. Lin Yuan decided that he would spend more time with Wendy from now on. Wendy's green hair was continuously absorbing the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart, and it had become a class 2-dimensional life form after just one day. Soon, Wendy would finish absorbing all the poison in the drugged snake eagle's heart, and its class would exceed that of rising lizard. Lin Yuan took out the 6 snake-type feys and gave them to Wendy. Wendy, use Snake Frontier Playground to make these 6 snake-type feys into your snake hair. It'll help you become stronger faster. The 6 snake-type feys were very affectionate toward Wendy, and the latter really liked these snake-type feys that could not be found in the marsh world. Wendy gently shook its head, and the 6 snake-type feys became its snake hair. They made Wendy look beautiful in a wild way. Lin Yuan noticed how well Wendy could control the 6 snake-type feys using Snake Frontier Playground. Wendy could switch them out between snake hair form and snake-type fey form at will. The 6 snake-type feys were just like new toys for Wendy. By the time Lin Yuan finished setting up the marsh world, he had left the marsh world and immediately hit the sack. Tomorrow was the 4th Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. In a garden full of bluebells, a young girl was holding a white strip of cloth as she looked up at the starry sky. She saw the light from Andromeda, and her lips stretched into a small but beautiful smile as her eyes filled with hopefulness. It was as though she was waiting for the light from Andromeda to descend on her. At that moment, a lion and leopard roared. An intimidating white lion walked up to the girl and was about to nudge her with its head when the clouds in the sky gathered together, and an elegant azure leopard shot through the clouds. The 4-meter azure leopard shrank until it was a 20-centimeter cat and landed in the young girl's arms. It meowed innocently and rolled its eyes at the white lion before saying, "Look, I can make myself smaller. Mistress has been holding me all week." The spirit white lion lowered its head sadly. The young girl flicked the azure cat's head and said, "Blue gift, you're the azure cloud leopard, so naturally, you're more elite than the spirit white lion. White word is going to evolve to suzerain soon. Blue gift, the two of you will be mates in the future. You should be nicer to your husband instead of always bullying him." An elderly man walked into the bluebell garden. He got down on one knee before the young girl and said respectfully, "Lourdes Radiance Envoy, the Radiance 100 sequence selection will take place in a month. The Radiance 100 sequence selection is a grand event in the Radiance Federation. The Azure Federation has been on good terms with the Radiance Federation. You've just become a Radiance Envoy and haven't visited other federations. Lord Sun wants to know if you are interested in going to spectate the Radiance 100 sequence." Chapter 1012, Not Time to Name It. The young girl hurriedly put the azure cloud leopard down and ran over to the elderly man, her skirt glancing past the bluebell petals. Just as she was about to help the elderly man up, the elderly man lowered his head and said, "Lourdes Azure Envoy, you must not. Your status is too high to bow just to help up an old servant like me." The young girl looked vexed as she said, "Grandpa Butler, you never used to kneel to me. I might be an Azure Envoy now, but you're still my Grandpa Butler." The elderly man lowered himself even more and felt an unspeakable foreignness from this young girl that he had watched grow up. In the short time since she had regained her sight, she also awakened the Azure Cloud Leopard and Spirit White Lion Beast patterns and became the first Spirit Chi professional in the Azure Federation in a century that had unlocked 2 beast patterns. Other people in the Azure Federation had awakened 2 beast patterns, but none of them were beast patterns that were so representative of the Azure Federation. Hence, this young girl was chosen to become the 4th Azure Envoy. The elderly man always saw the young girl as innocent and cheerful. She did not know anything about the world and was just like a pure deer. But a week ago, she had insisted on choosing an island from the cluster of islands in the Azure Federation to start a private faction. Suddenly, 3 Class 3 families and 2 Class 4 families had joined in the fight for the island that the young girl wanted. One of the Class 4 families had had a wicked idea and decided to use underhanded means to obtain the island before the auction. The young girl had flown into a rage when she found out. She had issued an Azure Edict and taken care of the members of the Class 4 family that had unfairly snatched away the island. The 4th Azure Envoy's Azure Edict stirred all the major families in the Azure Federation. The elderly man was not alone as even the young girl's parents understood what she was thinking. "Lourdes Azure Envoy, Lord Sun suggests that you visit the Radiance Federation. He will be leading 10 new members of the Azure 100 sequence to the Radiance Federation so that they can spar with the new members of the Radiance 100 sequence. The 3rd Azure Envoy will also participate. He will manage the event with Lord Sun, so you won't have to worry about anything if you go," said the elderly man. The young girl fell silent as she started to ponder over the elderly man's words. "Grandpa Butler, tell Teacher Sun that I'll think about going. I already bought the island. Send 10 Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen and 50 Class 4 Spirit Craftsmen to begin construction on the island." While Yinlin spoke, she massaged her temples. She had been swamped recently, and this was the first chance that she had to admire Andromeda in the garden. When she saw Andromeda, she felt as though she could almost see that gentle person. Although she only knew that he was wrapped in thousands of willpowers and did not know what that person looked like, he was her ray of hope. She had been living in darkness ever since she was young, but she had touched books countless times. Her fingers were her eyes that helped her experience the world. She had read at least 30 books about notable figures in the Azure Federation. Hence, she was well aware of the Iron Fist of Power. Since she had the power, she was going to use it to finish what was important to her, just like how she had unhesitantly issued the Azure Edict to take care of the Class 4 family that had cheated. Yinlin was not a bad-tempered person, and she only boiled over because the Class 4 family had crossed her line. Their actions had prevented her from finishing the task given to her by her ray of hope. The elderly man anxiously replied, "Don't worry, Lourdes Azure Envoy. I will see to it immediately. Can I ask what kind of business direction your private faction will follow?" Yinlin revealed the words in her heart and said, "The Class 6 dimensional rift that opened in the Azure Federation is a water dimensional rift that connects to the water world. There is a large amount of water-type spiritual ingredients and heavy water inside. I can use that as part of the faction's business. The area I chose is above a large coral reef, and there are many coral species feys in the coral reef. I intend on protecting and nurturing the coral reef and use rare corals as the faction's role. The elderly man made a mental note of what Yin Lin said and replied, "Don't worry, Lotus Azure Envoy. I will make sure to do as you say." A thought struck him, and he abruptly asked, "Lotus Azure Envoy, your private faction will be set up soon. Do you have any plans for its name?" Yin Lin looked up at the starry sky and was silent for a moment before she said, "It's not time to name it yet. Grandpa Butler, you can leave now. I want to admire the stars in the garden peacefully." The elderly man bowed and left the bluebell garden. Yin Lin turned and picked up the azure cloud leopard. She thought about how she could see her ray of hope tomorrow, and a genuine smile blossomed on her face. In contrast to Yin Lin, the heavily injured Bei Su was lying against a stone wall. Blood oozed out of his body and stained the floor. The sharp shadow bat was next to Bei Su, eating the almost lifeless Class 5 cave lizard frog. The cave lizard frog was one of the stronger Class 5 dimensional life forms, and its skin was covered with poisonous glands. Chapter 1013, How am I supposed to shower in the future? The poison glands could secrete sticky fluids that the cave lizard frog would coat its tongue in to use as a weapon during battle. The cave lizard frog's strong back legs and 2-ton body made it into a battering ram. When the cave lizard frog collided against a target, the poison would cause double the damage on top of the physical damage. Bei Su was in the bloodied, mangled state he was in because he had encountered a pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. The cave lizard frog had started off as a pinnacle Class 4 dimensional life form but evolved to Class 5 after consuming some Class 4 dimensional life forms. Hence, Bei Su was caught completely off guard and was attacked by the sharp shadow bat. Thankfully, the sharp shadow bat had defended Bei Su and kept him from dying. Bei Su was lucky that he had encountered a pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift. Otherwise, he would have been attacked by more than just the Class 5 cave lizard frog. When the cave lizard frog collided against the sharp shadow bat and Bei Su, the sharp shadow bat used bat colony sucking. Most of the dimensional life forms from the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift were like moving blood bags that the sharp shadow bat could use to heal Bei Su's injuries. This kept Bei Su from losing his life and allowed the sharp shadow bat to continue fighting. During the last Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan knew that Bei Su was basically a simpleton. He did not know how to use diamond fey storage boxes or the spirit fluids that genius had concocted. Instead, he had carried the diamond fey storage boxes and spirit fluids around like they were his treasures. Lin Yuan had used law power to use Star Spirit Seat to provide Bei Su with many books about spirit chi professional knowledge. The method of using the diamond fey storage boxes and spirit fluids was included in the books. Using instructions from the books, Bei Su fed the spirit fluids to the Bronze X/Fantasy I Sharp Shadow Bat. After a day, the Sharp Shadow Bat evolved to Platinum X/Fantasy I. The increase in the Sharp Shadow Bat's power also gave Bei Su the courage to explore the underground world. He had decided to tackle the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift because of the 2 source-type items inside. Bei Su's plan had been solid, but it was almost ruined because of the cave lizard frog. The Class 3 cave lizard frog was about as strong as a diamond fey. The Platinum X/Fantasy I Sharp Shadow Bat had about the same amount of power as a Diamond X/Legend Fey. Hence, it was not difficult for the Platinum X/Fantasy I Sharp Shadow Bat to defeat the cave lizard frog. The Sharp Shadow Bat made short work of the wave of dimensional life forms. It spared the Class 5 cave lizard frog to use bat colony sucking to heal Bei Su's injuries. As the Sharp Shadow Bat drained the vitality from the cave lizard frog, the vitality in Bei Su increased. He slowly rose to his feet but soon shifted his injured organs. Before he could even take another breath, he collapsed back to the ground. It was only after half an hour that Bei Su was fully healed. Once he was recovered, he instructed the Sharp Shadow Bat to absorb the blood from the subterranean dimensional life forms to replenish its spirit chi. When the Sharp Shadow Bat's spiritual power reached its peak again, Bei Su led the Sharp Shadow Bat into the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift. The wounded Bei Su stumbled out of the dimensional rift with the Sharp Shadow Bat a few hours later. As he looked at the source-type items in his hand, a radiant smile stretched across his face. He sighed to himself. I finally have things of my own. Although he could not form contracts with the 2 source-type items, he was not dispirited. After the Sharp Shadow Bat cleansed his body of the curse, he was now a free agent that did not have to be commanded by anyone. Moreover, he now had a Platinum X/Fantasy I Sharp Shadow Bat, which was considered to be powerful for where he lived. Now that he had 2 source-type items, Bei Su would be able to find suitable spirit chi professionals and use the Sharp Shadow Bat's Fangs blood seed to control the spirit chi professionals. He would instruct the spirit chi professionals to form contracts with the source-type items to increase their power. This would allow Bei Su to gain subordinates and begin his establishment of a faction. Owning resources in the Grotto continent was just like an impoverished person owning a diamond. He had to use the resources to reap the benefits. Bei Su led the sharp shadow bat to an underground river. He jumped in and happily washed off all the grime on his body. Once he was clean, he shook his hand and took out something wrapped in cloth. The item looks like the stomach lining of an insect species fey. Inside the stomach lining were dimly glowing rocks that Bei Su had obtained from the bodies of other insect species feys to create a simple lamp. Under this lamp light, Bei Su started to wash his tattered clothes. Suddenly, Bei Su sensed a pressure, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Bei Su hurriedly picked up his lamp and ran over without even storing his clothes. Bei Su saw a red scaly tail disappear under the river. He stood rooted to the ground, his heart pounding in his chest. Despite having lived in the underground world for so long, this was the first time he discovered that there was life in the river. Bei Su did not have any intention of fighting back against the pressure. He stood on the shore and murmured, "Wow, how am I supposed to shower from now on?" Chapter 1014, The Bloodline That the Mother of Bloodbath Had Never Seen Before. The naked Bei Su looked at his body and suddenly felt bashful. He led the sharp shadow bat into a cave and instructed it to kill several armored rock insects for dinner. Bei Su rubbed stones together and started a bonfire before he used insect wings to sew himself new clothes. When he put on his new clothes, Bei Su nodded in satisfaction and pulled the unwilling sharp shadow bat over. He took a book out of a diamond fey storage box and started to read aloud so that the sharp shadow bat could learn alongside him, regardless if the sharp shadow bat could understand him. Bei Su only closed the book when dim light penetrated the underground world once again. He told the sharp shadow bat to guard the entrance and fell asleep. Bei Su had burned the midnight oil so that he would be able to be guided by Perseus to the astronomical parliament successfully. He had been working day and night so that he would be able to tell Lin Yuan about his achievements the next time he saw him. The next day, Lin Yuan instinctively touched Chimey and Genius when he woke up. He immediately sat up wide awake. He remembered Genius saying that it wanted to teach the 100 questions beasts in the Spirit Lock spatial zone when he pulled them to bed. Meanwhile, Chimey had been live streaming all night on StarWeb to gather more funds for the Warm Sun Fund. Both of them were busy while only Lin Yuan seemed to be free. Since Genius and Chimey were full of passion in their individual endeavors, Lin Yuan did not stop them. When they were tired during the day, they could rest in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan walked downstairs and saw that Lu Ji was making pancakes with maple syrup, apple pie, and other sweet treats. Wen Yu was flipping through a document at the table and looked like she was going to laugh at any moment. Lin Yuan looked at her warily. He assumed that she was reading jokes and had printed them out for fun. The mother of Bloodbath was seated at the water rhinoceros leather sofa and sucking blood energy from a mist blood baby rose. It hurriedly opened its eyes when it saw Lin Yuan approaching. When Lin Yuan saw the mist blood baby rose in the mother of Bloodbath's hand, he knew that it had already absorbed all the blood brew grapes and old vines of the blood brew grapevine. The mother of Bloodbath was anxious to increase its power and had started searching for spiritual ingredients with blood energy. Lin Yuan handed the mother of Bloodbath a silver fey storage box and said, "The blood brew grapevine has given a new batch of blood brew grapes. There is much more blood energy in blood brew grapes, and it's also purer. There are also a fair number of old vines inside. This should be able to last you for some time. When you reach Pinnacle Myth 2, use the power inside law crystals to consume the entire blood brew grapevine and use the pure blood energy inside it to temper your bloodline. This might help improve your bloodline." After absorbing a large amount of essence blood for a long time, the blood brew grapevine has reached Diamond X/Legend. Even if it can't improve your bloodline, it'll be able to evolve your 3 red water blood snakes. There's even a possibility that the hornless dragon bloodline in the red water blood snakes will be unlocked and transform them into the red blood hornless dragons. The mother of Bloodbath's eyes lit up. If what Lin Yuan said was true, it was very likely that its bloodline would become pure after it absorbed the pure blood energy in the blood brew grapevine. No fey could resist the allure of evolution, and the mother of Bloodbath was no exception. However, the blood brew grapevine was a treasure that could produce blood energy. It was just as precious as the elemental shellfish as both feys produced resources. Lin Yuan was giving this treasure to the mother of Bloodbath so that it would be able to improve its bloodline. Regardless of how many times the mother of Bloodbath had been touched by Lin Yuan, it was once again deeply touched. The mother of Bloodbath was immediately shocked when it saw the 8 strings of blood brew grapes in the fey storage box and asked in disbelief, "Lin Yuan, Don't tell me that you don't prune the blood brew grapevine at all. Do you allow it to grow freely? Lin Yuan nodded and replied, you're right. I decided to cultivate it this way to increase the number and quality of blood brew grapes produced. I never controlled the way it grew, nor have I cut off any branches. Every string of blood brew grapes is produced in conjunction with the main vine and 2 supporting vines. The mother of Bloodbath was astonished by how much essence blood Lin Yuan had poured on the blood brew grapevine, and it started to tremble in excitement when it thought of its bloodline. Lin Yuan, if your Diamond X/Legend blood brew grapevine grows freely, even its supporting vines must contain pure blood energy. All that blood energy might be able to unlock the hidden bloodline in my genetic model. The mother of Bloodbath sighed faintly and said, however, the hidden bloodline won't be able to be evolved with just pure blood energy. Pure spirit chi is also needed. The pure spirit chi must be very concentrated, and not even the spirit fluids concocted by Class 5 Creation Master are sufficient. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised but looked pleased as well. From the way the mother of Bloodbath's external blood bone allowed it to fight 4 enemies at once, Lin Yuan knew that its bloodline was special. However, he never expected there to be a hidden bloodline in its genetic model. If the mother of Bloodbath's bloodline could be fully unlocked, its bloodline would reach an unimaginable level. Chapter 1015, Sky Sundial Jade Spider. Lin Yuan could not imagine what the mother of Bloodbath's bloodline would become. It was no wonder that the Moon Empress had chosen the mother of Bloodbath to be his path protector. When he saw how hopeful and worried the mother of Bloodbath was, Lin Yuan said, Mother of Bloodbath, all you need to do is focus on your power and absorb these blood brew grapes and old vines. I'll prepare the concentrated spirit chi, and I promise that it'll meet the requirements. The mother of Bloodbath was sure that no one in the world would treat it better than Lin Yuan, including its own parents. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had become Lin Yuan's path protector, it felt like it had not carried out its duties well. Instead, Lin Yuan had been silently helping it ever since he bought the deep-sea blood mosquito for it at the auction. When he was helping it evolve to Myth 2, Lin Yuan remained as solid as a mountain in spite of the dangers. The mother of Bloodbath had not forgotten the determination and worry in Lin Yuan's eyes. It did not know where Lin Yuan planned on obtaining such a large amount of pure spirit chi from, but it knew that he would definitely make good on his words. The touched mother of Bloodbath's expression became solemn, and it suddenly wanted to spill the secret that it had never told anyone before. The mother of Bloodbath looked at Wen Yu and Lu Ji and thought about all the warmth it had experienced in the return from faraway mansion before saying, Lin Yuan, do you know why I need pure spirit chi on top of pure blood energy when I'm improving my bloodline? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Feys always needed pure spirit chi to evolve their bloodlines. For example, the green gold snake that Lin Yuan had evolved last night was very sensitive to pure spirit chi. The green gold snake's bloodline had evolved in the midst of pure spirit chi and transformed into the green-eyed gold scales snake. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say that the mother of Bloodbath was also sensitive to spirit chi and needed pure spirit chi to evolve its bloodline, he was immediately frozen. The mother of Bloodbath used to always be by his side. Although he had noticed that he rarely needed to circulate his spiritual power when the mother of Bloodbath was with him, spiritual power always became purer when it passed through him. Lin Yuan could hide this occurrence from others but not the mother of Bloodbath. If the mother of Bloodbath was truly sensitive to spirit chi, its bloodline should have evolved long ago when it was by Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the mother of Bloodbath had a secret, and he made a bold guess and said, can it be that you need pure spirit chi to break through the confines of your own bloodline, or is there a hidden secret inside you like endless summer? The mother of Bloodbath shook its head before nodding. It's not for me to break through the confines of my bloodline. I was originally the blood-red bird-catching spider and was lucky enough to have tempered a large amount of blood energy. The blood energy allowed my bloodline to evolve to the top of the blood-type spider species Fey bloodlines. However, this road is short, and I won't have far to go. I won't be able to have triple tree cores and transform into the endless mystical dream summer like Sister Summer. However, the thing in my body is even more incredible than Sister Summer's triple tree cores. Lin Yuan's eyes flew open in shock. When he used True Data to check on the mother of Bloodbath, he had not seen anything special about the mother of Bloodbath. This meant that the thing inside the mother of Bloodbath did not spawn from a miracle like it had in Endless Summer because True Data would have revealed it. Apparently, something was suppressing the mother of Bloodbath's gift in its body. This thing could only come from its genetic model. This was similar to the sky-clouded crane that was evolving in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. When the sky-clouded crane's genetic model had been lacking, Lin Yuan could not tell what it was. Mother of Bloodbath, is there something special about your genetic model? The mother of Bloodbath was shocked that Lin Yuan was able to guess its situation from what it just said. When Lu Ji saw that the mother of Bloodbath was about to tell Lin Yuan a secret, he wanted to go to the kitchen to avoid them. The mother of Bloodbath said to Lu Ji and Wen Yu, who were about to leave, if you two want to listen, come over. I'm going to tell my secret, but I don't need to hide anything from you two. Lu Ji and Wen Yu smiled warmly. As a Fey, the mother of Bloodbath was distrusting of Feys, and it was always cold and closed off. But after spending so much time together, the mother of Bloodbath now regarded Wen Yu and Lu Ji as its family. Wen Yu and Lu Ji sat on the water rhinoceros leather sofa and looked at the mother of Bloodbath seriously as they waited for it to tell its secret. The mother of Bloodbath looked at Lu Ji, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu and asked, have you heard of the sky sundial jade spider? Lin Yuan, Lu Ji and Wen Yu started to think. Lin Yuan's spiritual energy was connected to Genius, and Genius had learned almost all the information that was available on Star Web. However, Lin Yuan was sure that there was no information about the sky sundial jade spider in Genius Bank of Knowledge. Lu Ji looked equally clueless. He was not a creation master or Fey observer. Hence, he did not know much about spider species Feys. Thus, there was no way he knew about the sky sundial jade spider. Wen Yu looked like she was thinking when she exclaimed, I think I've heard of the sky sundial jade spider, but I can't remember it clearly. Fly! Elemental paper, hear heaven's secrets, cried Wen Yu. Wen Yu changed into a large tome, and the pages started to flip rapidly. Each page was imbued with faintly glowing spiritual energy, and it looked like a controlled paper storm. Chapter 1016, Are there multiple mates? A piece of paper flew out of the center paper storm. Wen Yu changed back into human form with the paper clutched in her hand and said in amazement, so the legend is true. I always thought that the secrets written in the books in the Hidden Moon Pavilion about the time before the Spirit Chi awakening were all myths. But if the sundial sky jade spider is real, is it connected to the lava zone in the South Pole? In the legend, the sky sundial jade spider will consume. Suddenly, Wen Yu stopped and looked at the mother of Bloodbath awkwardly. The mother of Bloodbath picked up from where Wen Yu stopped and said, I don't know if the legend you're talking about is real, but if a pinnacle creation 8 or recently turned immortal sky sundial jade spider dies, it's possible to create a volcanic zone in the South Pole. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were completely bewildered. They did not know why Wen Yu had suddenly stopped talking or what legend the mother of Bloodbath and Wen Yu were referring to. Neither of them could believe that the volcanoes in the South Pole of the Radiance Federation were linked to a Fey. You don't have to be awkward. The sky sundial jade spider will eat its mate when it's pregnant. In fact, it'll eat more than one. The sky sundial jade spider will absorb energy by eating its mates before choosing one of the mate's bloodline to fuse with its egg. My mother is the sky sundial jade spider. Numerous questions popped into Lin Yuan's head. What did it mean by eating more than one mate? Could the sky sundial jade spider have more than one mate? Wen Yu handed the confused Lin Yuan the piece of paper in her hand. The moment he read the contents of the paper, Lin Yuan felt as though his world had turned upside down. If the sky sundial jade spider was truly like how the information on the paper described it to be, it had to be the strangest Fey that Lin Yuan had ever encountered. The sky sundial jade spider was both male and female and could carry one egg at its peak period. It was at its strongest when it was pregnant and would release powerful pheromones. The sky sundial jade spider's pheromones were deathly seductive to any male spider species Fey that the sky sundial jade spider deemed acceptable. The male spider species Fey would do its best to be near the pregnant sky sundial jade spider and regard the sky sundial jade spider as its mate. However, the spider species Fey would have no idea that there was already an egg in the sky sundial jade spider's body and that it would only end up as the sky sundial jade spider's energy source. According to legend, the appearance of one sky sundial jade spider would result in the population of spider species Feys in the main world dropping by at least 10%. Nonetheless, the male spider species Feys would not die in vain, and the sky sundial jade spider would choose one lucky spider species Fey to have its bloodline injected into its egg. This strange gestation process allowed the sky sundial jade spider to be one of the rare Feys that could comprehend two Lorunes using its two bloodlines. Moreover, the laws comprehended by the sky sundial jade spider were set. Once the sky sundial jade spider bloodline was awakened, it would comprehend a law from the sun that it could use to manipulate the power of the sun. Lin Yuan stared at the mother of Bloodbath dazedly for a while. It seemed that the lucky male spider species Fey that the mother of Bloodbath's mother had chosen was the blood-red bird-catching spider. It also seemed that the mother of Bloodbath had been suppressing its sky sundial jade spider bloodline while displaying its blood red bird catching spider bloodline. Lin Yuan needed to absorb this information. But he had also discovered just how much potential the mother of Bloodbath possessed. He had once heard the Moon Empress say that there was a fey in the main world called the Heavenly Family Fey that had the potential to gain unimaginable power. The sky sundial jade spider was probably a Heavenly Family Fey. The mother of Bloodbath noticed that Wen Yu, Lu Ji and Lin Yuan all looked confused, and a smile stretched across its cold face. Just ask all your questions. Since I'm going to tell you my secret, I'm ready to answer all questions. Lin Yuan softly asked, Mother of Bloodbath, why haven't you chosen to awaken your sky sundial jade spider bloodline? Is it because you need pure spirit chi? The mother of Bloodbath assumed that Lin Yuan would be extremely curious after it told its secret, but it did not expect Lin Yuan to want to know what it needed. Just how thoughtful was Lin Yuan? The mother of Bloodbath coughed and said, I only found out when I reached suzerain that I have the sky sundial jade spider bloodline inside me. Ever since then, I've wanted to unlock it. However, I didn't expect that awakening the sky sundial jade spider's bloodline would result in the power of the sun descending and changing my body. It was because I was damaged by the sun's power that I almost died during my world cleansing to become myth breed. At that time, I used my blood red bird catching spider bloodline to suppress the sky sundial jade spider bloodline. I thought that I would have to suppress the sky sundial jade spider bloodline forever. But if I have the pure blood energy from the Diamond X/Legend Blood Brew grapevine that was allowed to grow freely, I can use it to activate the sky sundial jade spider bloodline. This'll allow my body to be able to sustain the sun's power and the transformation that comes with it. Spirit chi is the basic building block of all feys. With the aid of pure spirit chi, my body will be able to absorb the sun's power quicker. This is the only way I'll have the courage to challenge taking on the sun's power to see if I'll be able to transform into the sky sundial jade spider to comprehend another law or if I'll be reduced into a pile of ash. Lin Yuan no longer had any more questions. He looked into the mother of Bloodbath's eyes seriously and said, Don't worry about the pure spirit chi. Leave it to me. I just hope that you'll be fully ready to unlock the sky sundial jade spider bloodline. The mother of Bloodbath could see how sincere Lin Yuan was about his promise. It nodded and replied, Don't worry. I won't unlock the sky sundial jade spider bloodline unless I'm completely prepared. It thought to itself, I would much rather be with you and everyone in the return from faraway mansion than become stronger. While they ate breakfast, Lin Yuan thought about what else he would need to prepare to help the mother of Bloodbath successfully unlock its sky sundial jade spider bloodline. However, he could not come up with anything. Chapter 1017, The Astronomical Parliament's New Member. This was connected to the mother of Bloodbath's survival and future success. Lin Yuan planned on consulting the Moon Empress when she returned. After breakfast, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, thinking. Wen Yu walked over to him and shook the paper in her hand as she said with muffled laughter, Young master, this is too hilarious. The Sea Bliss clan truly lives up to its name. It's like they're living in a dream. Lin Yuan took the paper from Wen Yu and almost spat out the 3 treasures tea he had just taken a sip of. By now, even normal people knew that the Aurora pollen was no longer available on the market. However, the Sea Bliss clan, which depended on Aurora pollen, only found out that there was no longer any Aurora pollen to buy when it was too late. Previously, Lin Yuan thought that the Sea Bliss clan had not been paying attention to the change in the price of the Aurora pollen because they were too focused on developing their offshore fish farms. Lin Yuan had thought this assumption to be rather silly because a veteran faction should not be so stupid. However, he did not expect his guess to be accurate. Once the Sea Bliss clan found out about the unavailability of Aurora pollen, they started to panic and somehow placed the blame on Connected Beast Park. The Sea Bliss clan was desperate now and was trying to come up with a way to take their revenge on Connected Beast Park. If the leader of the Sea Bliss clan had a shred of intelligence, he would realize that Connected Beast Park did not have the ability to control the supply of plant-type feys in the market. Only Condense Fairy Orchard had that ability. Instead of collaborating with Connected Beast Park to come up with a way to take down Condense Fairy Orchard together, they decided to attack Connected Beast Park under the illusion that they were exacting revenge. Connected Beast Park had been humiliated at the Guardia banquet and had been trying their best to remain out of the spotlight. But the Sea Bliss clan's desperate clamoring had pushed Connected Beast Park to the brink. There was already existing enmity between Connected Beast Park and the Sea Bliss clan. Now, they hated the Sea Bliss clan even more. However, Connected Beast Park was still not out of the woods and could not fight back against the Sea Bliss clan. Lin Yuan planned on sitting back to enjoy the show as he awaited for the Sea Bliss clan to bleed out. The Sea Bliss clan was so established that there was no way they were going to sit and wait for their doom. As misguided as they were definitely going to find a way to get themselves out of this sticky situation. As long as Sun Ningxiang remained uninvolved, the Sea Bliss clan would eventually have to turn to Lin Yuan. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to swallow the Sea Bliss clan whole. Moreover, Lin Yuan had placed a trap in the bronze/epic angelfish of bliss that he had evolved for the Sea Bliss clan. This would serve as an aftershock of the effects of his Aurora Pollen scheme. Currently, Lin Yuan was waiting for Zhang Kaiwan to challenge Sky City to a blood pact ultimate fight. Then, Sky City would not only be able to show off their power but also obtain the Zhang family's resources. Once the Sea Bliss clan weakened to a certain extent, they would be at Sky City's mercy. Lin Yuan returned the paper to Wen Yu and said, "Keep a close eye on the Sea Bliss clan." He paused for a moment before adding, "Pay attention to the Zhang family's movements too." Lin Yuan turned and said to Lu Ji, who was combing the insect queen's hair, "Big brother Lu, according to regulation, any gathering of factions experts needs the approval of the spirit guards. When the Zhang family seeks approval from the spirit guards, inform me immediately. We'll have to start making preparations then." A cold glint streaked across Lu Ji's gaze. During last night's dinner, Lin Yuan had already said that Zhang Kaiwan was going to issue Sky City a blood pact ultimate fight challenge on behalf of the Zhang family. Lu Ji found it hard to believe that Zhang Kaiwan would lie to Lin Yuan after discovering that he was the Moon Empress disciple. Hence, Zhang Kaiwan had to be telling the truth. Lu Ji knew that Endless Summer had evolved to creation breed. If the Zhang family had gained a Thearch class expert, the news would have spread throughout Indigo Azure City. Thus, Zhang Kaiwan would only be able to send out Emperor-class experts during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. The only variable would be Connected Beast Park. It was likely that Connected Beast Park would provide the Zhang family with a Thearch-class expert because they thought Zhang Kaiwan and Lin Yuan were close. Lu Ji felt that it was time for him to step into action. He needed to ensure that Connected Beast Park would not participate, no matter how badly they wanted to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Lu Ji started to grin. He felt that he should place the blame for the commotion during the Guardia banquet on the Miao family. "Lin Yuan, I'll inform you immediately if the Zhang family approaches the spirit guards. You mentioned that you wanted to wait for Connected Beast Park to offer up resources. Why don't you play good cop while I play bad cop so that Connected Beast Park will dig out all the sincerity they can muster before coming to us?" Lin Yuan immediately smiled when he heard what Lu Ji said. He had always assumed Lu Ji to be uncreative when it came to a faction's expansion, unlike Wen Yu and Listen. But now, it seemed that he was able to come up with more ideas. At that moment, the insect queen flapped its wings and kissed Lu Ji's cheek before flying off to the submerged flood dragon lake. No creature in the mansion loved submerged flood dragon lake more than the insect queen. Recently, it had taken to making Lu Ji accompany it as it quietly reclined on one of the Sunlight King lotus leaves. After bidding goodbye to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu, Lu Ji followed the insect queen to submerged flood dragon lake. Just as Lin Yuan was about to start discussing with Wen Yu how they would address the Zhang family problem, Wen Yu said, "Young master, I've been eating at least 20 angelfish of bliss fish coats every day. Thankfully it's not fattening. Otherwise, I would be a ball by now." Wen Yu stopped to wink before going on to say, "But, I didn't eat all those fish coats for nothing because I now have enough spiritual power to accept 2 new members in the Astronomical Parliament." Chapter 1018, Tale. It was currently early morning in the Radiance Federation but not in other areas of the main world. Different federations had different geographic locations and different time zones. The startling Lines continent, which was right next to the Radiance Federation, was 7 hours ahead. When Lin Yuan and Wen Yu finished breakfast, it was only 7:30 am, but it was still pitch dark in the starting Lines continent. The darkness swirled and coagulated, obscuring any wisp of light. "Big brother, everyone is staying home. I can't bring myself to be a coward." The person who spoke was a young boy with a buzz cut that looked around 14 years old. Tears were flowing freely down his cheeks, and his fists were clenched tightly. He looked just like a panicked and forlorn animal. A determined-looking young man in leather spirit chi clothes stood in front of the young boy. The young man's roughly tailored leather and fur spirit chi clothes made him look rustic and wild. However, the determined young man's eyes were also brimming with tears that he was trying his hardest to hold back. He lovingly caressed the young boy and said, "Little Lei, you're the hope of our entire clan. You're the only one who has creation master talent. If you let your emotions win out and stay here, our clan will lose all hope. The young boy started to sob uncontrollably. Big brother, it's fine that our parents and grandparents care only about our clan. I can't believe you're the same as them. What's the point in me becoming a creation master if my family is gone? The young boy was so emotional that his shrill voice started to crack. The young man sighed and gently stroked the young boy's forehead as he said, "Little Lei, you're going to be 15 years old tomorrow. You're not a child anymore. By the time I was 15, I was already venturing into the subterranean dimensional rift with our family's team. You should try to grow up as quickly as you can." He ignored the young boy's emotional state and said sternly, "Little Lei, the Horseshoe Tribe and Cuprite Tribe have both discovered a mining vein with high-grade energy ores and another mine with gold frost silver. Although we discovered it at the same time, the reason we don't have the right to make use of it alongside the Cuprite Tribe and are now on the brink of our clan's annihilation is that the Cuprite clan has a Class 2 Creation Master. Any Creation Master in the tribes of the Iron Hammer Federation will become part of the Imperial Quartz Tribe. The Creation Master's class in the Imperial Tribe is also ranked from 1 to 5. The Class 2 Creation Master in the Cuprite Tribe has been part of the Imperial Quartz Class 2 Tribe for some time. It's more than easy for the Class 2 Tribe to wipe out a tribe like us that doesn't have a Creation Master. Little Lei, if you could become a Class 1 Creation Master, they wouldn't dare to attack us even if they fear that we'll reveal the discovery about the mines. Little Lei, this is the law of survival. As long as you're around, the Horseshoe Tribe will be able to survive. Even if the Horseshoe Tribe is gone, you'll be able to carry on its glorious legacy." Tale had never heard his brother speak in such a stern tone. He also never imagined that the day would come when he would have to sit by and watch helplessly as his tribe was vanquished. At that moment, Tale finally saw the truth of life, and he stepped out of his childish ignorance. He calmly composed himself and pushed all his roiling emotions down. Tale forced his voice to remain steady as he asked, "Brother, when do you plan on sending me away?" The young man reached out his calloused hand and wiped Tale's tears away as he replied, "Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and I will make preparations for you tonight. Get some rest, and grandfather will soon use his silver tunneling mole to dig hidden tunnels underground. The tunneling mole will destroy the tunnels once you've passed through them. I can't tell you what to do once you get to the other side. All you have to do is continue living as the Horseshoe Tribe's only hope." After the young man walked away, Tale tried to suppress his despair and fear as he lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Since he had decided to escape, he would have to conserve his strength and spiritual power. The best thing to do now was sleep. Hence, Tale tried to hypnotize himself to temporarily forget about reality and started to count sheep just like his mother had taught him. As he counted sheep, Tale felt as though he had entered a state of introspection, and he seemed to comprehend something. However, he ignored everything and focused on willing himself to sleep. Right before he fell asleep, he thought to himself, "If there's a way to keep my family alive, I'm willing to sacrifice everything." The night was still raining, and stars dotted the sky. A short-haired woman staggered along a street. Despite it being night, there were still people on the street. Boxes of various fruits lined the street. A seller manned every street store in strange garb who would hum softly and sway their body in an almost eerie manner. It was clear that the locals liked song and dance to the point that it was a fabric of their lives. The short-haired woman's face was covered in dirt, and she walked with a hunch. Every once in a while, she would receive looks of disdain from the sellers. She met their gazes directly with steadfast resolve. It was as though she was an elite, and these people were the peasants that did not have the right to be at the same table as her. Suddenly, the short-haired woman fell to the floor and cradled her head as she started to tremble. Chapter 1019, Su Yiren. Su Yiren bit her lip forcefully. Ever since she had arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, her absolute love Poppy's injury had resulted in her soul becoming grievously wounded as well. This also caused all her other feys to become unusable. Previously, its soul injury used to flare up 5 times daily. But now, it was once every hour. Although Su Yiren used to be one of the 7 states of darkness dark envoys, she could not help but yearn for death during each of the flare ups. But when she thought about all the people that had risked their lives for hers and how she was the hope of the Dark Federation, she gnashed her teeth and pushed on. Unless she was left with no choice besides death, she would continue living as she tried to come up with a way to restore the Dark Federation and retrieve it from the clutches of the damned 7th Page War. Suddenly, helplessness overwhelmed her. She was living like a beggar in the Divine Wood Federation as her soul injury prevented her from taking on any job. All she could do was wait until all the night market stores closed so that she could scrounge for fruit scraps. At that moment, Su Yiren suddenly heard the clattering noises of an approaching fey carriage. Plant type and insect species feys were abundant in the Divine Wood Federation, while beast type feys were rare. As such, the elite of the Divine Wood Federation all sought after spirit chi clothes made of animal skin. This was the exact opposite situation from the Iron Hammer Federation. The Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation had been tangled in a war and were always clashing against each other. Both federations continued to assassinate the other's creation masters. After all the bloodshed, there was almost no import and export of resources between the two federations. Su Yiren knew that it was probably a member of the Divine Wood Federation's elite that was passing. However, she was in too much pain to move out of the way. Given her previous status, she would have regarded these low-level elites as mere insects. Previously, even Thearch class experts only had the right to become her guards. Unfortunately, she was a completely different person now and felt as though she had just received 2 serious blows. Su Yiren did not know if the driver of the fey carriage had whipped her or if she had been kicked by the feys pulling the fey carriage. The excruciating pain from her soul made all other kinds of pain pale in comparison. It was only when blood started to rise out of her throat that she realized that her body was injured. Regardless, she did not know if her organs were damaged or crushed. In her dizzied state of agony, she saw a young version of herself that could conquer the world using just her looks. Su Yiren felt her consciousness dim, and a smile of bitter indignance spread across her face. With both her physical and soul injuries, Su Yiren was sure that she would not be able to live past that night. It was likely that her cold corpse would be cleaned up by some disdainful person the next morning. The ever-confident Su Yiren seemed to hear death calling her, and she thought to herself, if I can take back the Dark Continent. No, if I can survive, I'll give anything in return. Lin Yuan beamed when he heard Wen Yu say that she could take 2 more members in the Astronomical Parliament. He was happy that her spiritual energy had increased and because the Astronomical Parliament's reach would extend further. The Astronomical Parliament allowed Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, or any other person seated on one of the 12 zodiac constellation seats to be able to become a system. Meanwhile, those seated on the North-South constellation seats were the MCS in the system. The Astronomical Parliament would be able to form contracts of loyalty with the people seated on the North-South constellation seats. The people seated on the 12 zodiac constellation seats needed to have the ability to fulfill the one wish of those that were willing to give up everything. Yinlin and Bei Su had established branches of Sky City in the Azure Federation and Grotto Continent because Lin Yuan had instructed them to do so. Hence, Lin Yuan was looking forward to the 2 new members of the Astronomical Parliament. Young Master, I didn't have any experience the first time I used the Astronomical Parliament to choose members. Actually, many people in the world were willing to give up everything for their one wish. All of them are eligible to be called to the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. Thus, this time, if you deem anyone unsuitable, we can kick them out immediately and swap someone else in. Lin Yuan blinked. Somehow, the Astronomical Parliament's member selection sounded like an interview. However, Lin Yuan felt that the Astronomical Parliament's ability was amazing. Otherwise, they might end up stuck with people with shallow wishes that Lin Yuan did not want to fulfill even if he could. Wen Yu returned to her room to eat angelfish of bliss fish coats and make some preparations for the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan was bored and walked to the mountain at the back to check on the construction of the basement. Under Hu Quan's leadership, the 400 Class 3 and 4 Spirit Craftsmen were almost done with the general construction of the basement, and they were moving on to the detailed portions. If Hu Quan wanted to make the basement into an underground palace, all the drawings on the carvings had to undergo bluing. This would take at least 6 months to complete. Nonetheless, the basement was already usable in its current state. When Lin Yuan walked out of the basement after checking on its construction, he happened to spot Hu Quan. Chapter 1020, Life Not Rock Crystal. Uncle Hu, work on the back of the basement first. I'll need that area in a few days, and I'll seal it off once I'm done. Hu Quan patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Lin Yuan. The end of the basement is its strongest portion. As per your instructions, I asked Listen to bring diamond radium that I used to fortify the walls of the inner area of the basement. I don't plan on carving anything into the walls of that area as it'll just be asking for trouble. Instead, I'm going to layer suet jade pieces over the radium. The reflection of the sunlight King Lotus light will make the basement as bright as if it was on the surface. Lin Yuan could tell how much effort Hu Quan put into the basement, and he hurriedly said, Uncle Hu, you've worked hard. Hu Chuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's not hard work at all. I enjoyed it. You're not a spirit craftsman, so you can't understand the satisfaction that comes from completing a satisfactory project. The basement and submerged flood dragon lake are basically done. All that's left is the wall carvings and the pavilions on the submerged flood dragon lake, which the other spirit craftsmen can handle. Frankly, the over-the-rail coral and heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls you gave me have been calling to me the past 2 days. Now, I can finally go off by myself in peace and think about how I should string the 107 over-the-rail coral and 1 heavenly maiden Sileate heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls together for you." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "No one in the mansion will dispute your skills. You'll definitely be able to bring out the most radiant side of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls." Hu Chuan suddenly felt as though he had been living in a dream for the past 6 months. 6 months ago, he had been just a common Class 4 spirit craftsman. But now, he was the rising star of the Class 5 spirit craftsman and had been given access to spiritual materials that he had never dared to dream of. All of these blessings came from this young man standing before him. Hu Chuan raised his fist and said resolutely, "Young master, my horizons broadened after I became a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Although there aren't any higher classes, my ambition to become better will endure forever." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he did not know why Hu Chuan was suddenly declaring his resolution. "Uncle Hu, have you heard of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift that opened in the Radiance Federation? The veteran and top factions are all readying themselves to venture in. The world is expanding, and nothing is impossible. All of us are pioneers. There might even be a Class 6 spirit craftsman in the future. Creation masters and other lifestyle class spirit chi professionals all have the same class rankings. Uncle Hu, let's forge forward together." Hu Chuan suddenly felt youthful vigor surging up within him. After talking to Hu Chuan, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of Yin Lin and Bei Su. Yin Lin was now an Azure Envoy and was living a better life than Lin Yuan. There was no need for Lin Yuan to look out or help her anymore. However, Bei Su was different. Lin Yuan was afraid that an accident would befall Bei Su in the Grotto continent and prevent him from attending the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan felt that it was time to equip Bei Su. Bei Su had just comprehended a willpower rune. If he gave Bei Su a fey that was not suitable with his willpower rune, it still would not be of any help to Bei Su. Lin Yuan took out all the source-type items he had accumulated to see if there was one that Bei Su could contract without using too much of his spiritual power. He now had over 500 source-type items even though he had not intended on collecting so many. After searching through the source-type items for some time, Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Although some of them had strict conditions and had unorthodox powers, they would become very strong in the hands of the right person. Lin Yuan sorted these source-type items out and stored them separately. There were 2 source-type items amongst the 500 that Bei Su could contract. However, their contraction method was opposing. One of them was the possessed dark vine. Its contraction conditions stipulated that it needed to be implanted within a spirit chi professional's flesh just like the gold ring spine goo. However, the gold ring spine goo was implanted in the spirit chi professional's spine and would harm its spirit chi professional. Meanwhile, the possessed dark vine would not do this as it just needed to absorb the energy inside a spirit chi professional. If the possessed dark vine could absorb enough of the spirit chi professional's energy, the spirit chi professional's body would not be affected. However, the possessed dark vine could only be used in an environment without light. In a bright environment, the possessed dark vine's leaves would curl up, and it would enter a state of hibernation. It was suitable for Bei Su to contract the possessed dark vine as it was mostly dark in the underground world, even at noon. However, this would also limit Bei Su's power when he reached the surface. The other source-type item was the Life Knot Rock Crystal. It was extremely similar to the Insect Queen in that the Spirit Chi professional would not be able to contract any other source-type item or fey with his physical body once the Life Knot Rock Crystal was contracted. This meant that Bei Su would not be able to use a blood contract or his body to contract any other source-type item and fey in the future. Nonetheless, Bei Su would still be able to contract feys with his spiritual power. In this aspect, the Life Knot Rock Crystal's contraction condition was more relaxed than that of the Insect Queen. After Bei Su contracted the Life Knot Rock Crystal, it would grow a layer of crystal skin that would increase Bei Su's defensive abilities and provide him with more protection in the Grotto continent. The Life Knot Rock Crystal was also very easy to maintain as it did not require pure spirit chi to evolve. Instead, it evolved through continuous consumption. But while Red Thorn consumed flesh, the Life Knot Rock Crystal consumed soil. It needed to consume rocks and metal-type spiritual ingredients to grow continuously. The life-not rock crystal also did not need Bei-Su to comprehend any willpower runes. Just like the acid corrosion queen bee, the legend could comprehend a willpower rune on its own once it reached Diamond X/Legend. Lin Yuan felt that the life-not rock crystal was more suitable for Bei-Su as the grotto continent was full of rocks and metal-type spiritual ingredients that would be able to help the life-not rock crystal evolve. Now that he had chosen a source-type item for Bei-Su, Lin Yuan entered the training room to see Wen Yu. He sat down on a chair and entered the astronomical parliament alongside her. Chapter 1021, the Fourth Astronomical Parliament Parliamentary Meeting. Two golden zodiac constellation thrones suddenly lit up in the expansive starry sky, and an enormous lion and set of scales appeared above the Leo and Libra thrones, respectively. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu appeared on the Leo and Libra thrones. Wen Yu turned to ask Lin Yuan softly, "Young master, do you think we should start by choosing the two new members or summoning Bei-Su and Yin Lin? Should we discuss matters with Yin Lin and Bei-Su first and leave a pocket of time at the end to choose the two new members of the Astronomical Parliament?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He could choose the two new members first without Yin Lin and Bei-Su knowing, so that the members of the Astronomical Parliament would have no clue how they were chosen. This could add a layer of mystery but also reduce the interaction between old members and new members. Moreover, Yin Lin and Bei-Su had already formed contracts with the Andromeda and Perseus seats. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that the interaction between the members was more important than the element of mystery. Wen Yu had said that the members of the Astronomical Parliament could be chosen. This meant that Lin Yuan would have a level of control over the members. Although the Astronomical Parliament could unleash starfire, it was not easy for it to turn into a raging flame. It was likely that the starfire would be extinguished even before it became raging flames. If it was possible, Lin Yuan wanted to pick a member that came from the grotto continent so that Bei-Su and the new member would be able to look after each other. After looking through Bei-Su's past life experiences, Lin Yuan's heart went out to Bei-Su. If Bei-Su died, all of Lin Yuan's investment would go down the drain. The tunnel connecting the return from faraway mansion to the basement would be completed in 2 days, and Lin Yuan would be able to use it to access the space tunnel to reach the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, if the Astronomical Parliament's new members came from the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, or Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan would be able to obtain help from a local in the Startling Lines continent. Start the Fourth Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting first. We'll select the new members 15 minutes into the meeting, said Lin Yuan. A cat's eye stone appeared on Wen Yu's forehead. The appearance of the cat's eye stone was very out of place in a place like the Astronomical Parliament, where even Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's bodies were made up of willpowers and laws. The light from the cat's eye stone caused the sky to change as though it was the heart of the Astronomical Parliament. Suddenly, the cat's eye stone opened its eyes, and the Andromeda and Perseus constellations lit up. The moment the Andromeda and Perseus constellations lit up, Yin Lin and Bei-Su's willpowers were pulled into the Astronomical Parliament. Both of them had been looking forward to the Fourth Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting ever since the third parliamentary meeting ended. When they saw Wen Yu and Lin Yuan, both of them looked delighted and affectionate. Lin Yuan tapped a finger on the armrest of the Leo throne and said, "Long time no see. This parliamentary meeting will last for half an hour as usual. However, our discussion will only last for 15 minutes. The remainder of the time will be used to call 2 new members." Yin Lin and Bei-Su were taken aback by what Lin Yuan said. They had assumed that more people could be joining when they saw all the seats around them, and both of them had been prepared for this eventuality. But once Lin Yuan mentioned it, Yin Lin and Bei-Su felt fear creep up on them. Lin Yuan had given sight and saved Bei-Su's life on top of giving him a fey. He had essentially given Bei-Su a path to survival in the grotto continent. Yin Lin was slightly less scared as she still had her family and her title as an Azure Envoy. On the other hand, the closest person in Bei-Su's life was Lin Yuan. Both of them were afraid that the new members would make them seem less important in Lin Yuan's eyes. But amidst the fear, there was also a small twinge of hope in their hearts. The Astronomical Parliament was like a family, and they looked forward to expanding their family with new members. Yin Lin had something to tell Lin Yuan, but she fell deep in thought before the words left her lips. Due to her awakening of the 2 beast patterns, Yin Lin had become the 4th Azure Envoy. She was well read enough to know the significance and responsibility that came with being an Azure Envoy. Under normal circumstances, Yin Lin should not reveal herself as an Azure Envoy to Lin Yuan. But after pondering over it, Yin Lin said, "Leo, I'm an Azure Envoy in the Azure Federation now. I received the notice during the last parliamentary meeting. But I didn't tell you because the matter hadn't been settled. Lin Yuan had no wish to dictate Yin Lin and Bei Su's lives as he was not a controlling person. As long as they were loyal to the astronomical parliament, he did not mind if they came up with ideas on their own. He had found out from a conversation between two members of royalty that Yin Lin had become an Azure envoy, but he did not expect Yin Lin to confirm it herself during the parliamentary meeting. Yin Lin's candor surprised and touched Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said softly, "You can have your own secrets. I'm sure you know about the seriousness of being an Azure envoy. You don't have to tell me about Azure envoy affairs." Warmth flooded Yin Lin's heart. Although she had just exposed herself to him, she had felt uncomfortable about telling him that she was an Azure envoy. Chapter 1022, Bei Su is hurt. After what Lin Yuan said, Yin Lin did not have to be conflicted any longer. She felt that she was always relaxed when she was in Lin Yuan's presence. Yin Lin remembered that she had bought a faction territory and said, "Leo, I've started the faction, but it's not built yet. Thus, we'll have to play the long game." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Yin Lin lived up to her title of Azure envoy. She had obtained a faction territory so quickly. This also meant that Yin Lin was putting a lot of effort into the task he had given. It was not appropriate for Lin Yuan to know about Azure envoy affairs, but he was very interested in Yin Lin's private faction. "Since you already have a faction territory, you should start to shape it according to your faction role." "What plans do you have for your faction's role?" asked Lin Yuan. Yin Lin replied confidently, "I have two plans. Firstly, I'm going to use my martial power to venture into the water world. Secondly, I'm going to use my faction territory's geographic features to protect and nurture the hundreds and rare coral reefs nearby. I will eventually combine both plans so that I can gain resources from the water world to increase my creation master resources." Lin Yuan nodded, feeling that Yin Lin had a well-thought-out plan for the expansion of her faction. By basing the faction's role on the geographical features and using Yin Lin's own resources and title, Lin Yuan guessed that Yin Lin's faction would quickly become strong within the Azure Federation. She would even have an easier time than he had trying to expand Sky City in the Radiance Federation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, Yin Lin went on to say, "Leo, have you heard of the Radiance Azure Waterway? I was able to gain a mature island whale after I became an Azure envoy. As rare as coral reefs are in the Azure Federation, there are still some feys that market on it. I plan on using the island whale to travel the Radiance Azure Waterway and trade resources. Through this, the price of the corals will skyrocket." Lin Yuan and Wen Yu glanced at each other. Yin Lin did not know that they came from the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan also had the ability to travel between the federations. In fact, he had 3 channels. The first was through the Astronomical Parliament's Star Spirit seat. However, this method had a high cost and could not be used on a large scale. The second channel was the floating island whale. After the Spirit Lock spatial zone evolved, the incubation time we shortened significantly. Nonetheless, the floating island whale still needed 3 more months to hatch. The third channel was the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel. Although the space tunnel was stable, it could only be used to access one federation. Due to the distance, Lin Yuan could not use it for trading. Suddenly, an idea popped into Lin Yuan's head. "Do you have any difficulties in utilizing the rare coral resources?" A bitter smile spread across Yin Lin's face. Despite being an Azure envoy that could use the powerful martial forces of both sides of her family, she did not have a lot of creation master resources. Rare coral species feys were so delicate that they needed many creation masters to watch over them constantly. The resources that were needed in the greatest amount were pure heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Yin Lin could not depend too much on her family for creation master resources. "Why don't we establish a partnership then? When you send someone on the island whale to the Radiance Federation for trading, you can go see Listen of the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Just tell him how many and what type of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls you need. The next day, you can send someone to collect the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls from Listen." Yin Lin was stunned. Since Yin Lin had been chosen as an Azure envoy, she was naturally a smart person. She now guessed that Lin Yuan was from the Radiance Federation. Even if he was not from the Radiance Federation, he had to be connected to it in some way. Yin Lin also knew that Lin Yuan possessed an unimaginable amount of creation master resources and that heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls were peanuts to him. Lin Yuan had effectively solved her faction's problem. Yin Lin did not think that it was a partnership but rather a selfless contribution. Lin Yuan had already given her sight, and it was a debt that she would never be able to repay. Yin Lin did not want to accept Lin Yuan's help without offering anything in return in such a situation. She hoped that she would be able to be of some use to him. I shall give a respective amount of heavy water to the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that I'll take to listen. Lin Yuan nodded. Heavy water was worth twice of strange flames in the Radiance Federation. The opening of the Class 6 abyssal dimensional rift in the Radiance Federation would result in many factions venturing into the abyssal world. Eventually, the price of heavy water in the Radiance Federation would rise to 3 times that of strange flames. Heavy water had the same effect that strange flames had on fire-type feys, and many water-type feys required heavy water to evolve their bloodline. Lin Yuan did not possess any fey that required heavy water, but it was still a resource that he should stock up on. Bei Su, who was initially excited to tell Lin Yuan about his achievements, slowly fell silent. Compared to Yin Lin, he had basically done nothing. The more he thought about it, the more hurt he felt. He had tried his hardest and almost died 4 times in the past week. However, he neither had a clue on how he was going to build a faction nor had he accepted any subordinates. Chapter 1023, Need to solve the problem immediately. Lin Yuan turned his attention to Bei Su. When he saw Bei Su's despondent expression, Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu to signal at her to use Star Spirit Seat. He sacrificed some of the less useful law on the sacred sword-wielding queens. Skirt and transferred over the life knot rock crystal that he had picked out for Bei Su. Here's another gift for you. Take it slow and don't be sad. Hard work is always rewarded. Lin Yuan's words were like a pillar of light that landed on Bei Su. Yin Lin had also noticed Bei Su's disappointment in himself and hastily said, I was only able to start a faction because I had help. It would take me more than a year to do it myself. Bei Su pouted shyly. Besides his mother, no other female creature had comforted him before. He could not help but blush. As bashful as he was, Yin Lin's words comforted him. Bei Su was a cheerful person, and his sadness dissolved as quickly as it arose. He immediately launched into a retelling of his experiences in the past week. Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Yin Lin all felt shivers go up their spines when they heard about Bei Su's brushes with death. Luckily, the sharp shadow bat had gained bat colony sucking. Otherwise, there was no way that Bei Su would have survived until now. Lin Yuan thought about the life knot rock crystal that he had just sent to Bei Su through Star Spirit Seat. Bei Su would have an easier time walking on the tightrope between life and death with the life knot rock crystal. Once they reached the 15-minute mark, Wen Yu coughed and said, Leo, let's move on to choose the 2 new members of the Astronomical Parliament. Lin Yuan nodded. He was also excited to meet the 2 new members. Wen Yu activated the cat's eye stone on her forehead, and the other constellation seats beside Andromeda and Perseus lit up. Soon, a female figure draped in cold willpowers appeared in the Astronomical Parliament. The woman was dumbfounded and could not understand why she had appeared in such a place. Once she appeared, both Bei Su and Yin Lin held their breaths. She was going to be their companion from now on. In contrast, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had excited expressions. Both of them could see the woman's past experiences. Lin Yuan felt that the girl's life was just like the story of Cinderella, but she was playing the evil stepmother. She was not only evil but also dumb, in Lin Yuan's opinion. The wish that had brought her to the Astronomical Parliament was, if my sister can lose this baby, I'll give up everything in exchange. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he shook his head at Wen Yu. If they let this woman stay, he would become a fetus murderer. Wen Yu immediately pushed the woman out of the Astronomical Parliament. Soon, another figure comprised of willpowers took her place. Yin Lin and Bei Su were stunned by the recent development. They had been under the impression that fate had brought them to the Astronomical Parliament, but now, it seemed that those 2 on the Golden Thrones had intentionally plucked them out to save them. This made the gratitude that Bei Su and Yin Lin were nursing become heavier. The second person was just like Bei Su as he also came from a continent that Lin Yuan had never heard of. He had been invited by a prestigious family to become their son-in-law and had appeared here because he had enough of his wife's family's mistreatment. His daughter had been bored and pulled out the fur of her grandmother's dog species Fey. As punishment, her grandmother had forced her to stay in the dog species Fey's cage to reflect. This enraged the man, and his wish was, if the war god descends, I'm willing to give up everything I have. Lin Yuan did not understand what the man meant, so he asked, why do you want the war god to descend? The man clearly did not understand what was going on as he was studying the starry sky curiously. He replied to Lin Yuan absent-mindedly, when the war god descends, 10,000 warriors will accompany him, and they. Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Yuan had already instructed Wen Yu to kick him out of the astronomical parliament. For a person to descend from the sky, he had to be a king-class expert at the very least. The lazy man had no right to call out to 10,000 king-class experts. Wen Yu immediately clenched her jaw when she heard what the man said. Luckily, the daughter of that prestigious family had invited 88 sons-in-law. And the man did not stand out. Otherwise, the family would have kicked him out long ago. However, Wen Yu wondered if the daughter of the prestigious family was able to handle so many husbands. At this point, Wen Yu furrowed her brow. Why should I care if she can handle it? She shook her head to clear her mind of all thoughts and called the third candidate to the astronomical parliament. This person's body made of willpowers was small and weak, and it was clear that he had only recently comprehended a willpower rune. When Lin Yuan checked on the third person's life experience, he raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, this person came from the Iron Hammer Federation in the Startling Lines continent. Although this person did not come from the Divine Wood Federation, he was still from the Startling Lines continent. The third candidate was a young man that looked around the same age as Chu and came from a humble background. Nonetheless, he was in better shape than Bei Su because he had the love of his family at least. His grandfather was the leader of a tribe, and this young man had creation master talent. All the members of the tribe respected this young man greatly. By checking through the young man's life experience, it not only gave Lin Yuan an understanding of the young man's life but about the culture in the Iron Hammer Federation as well. Lin Yuan noticed Wen Yu's questioning look and nodded. This young man was willing to give up everything he had in exchange for the survival of his family, and Lin Yuan saw no reason to grant such a wish. However, this young man was in a different situation to Yin Lin and Bei Su. Yin Lin and Bei Su's situations had not been emergencies, and Lin Yuan had been able to give them a week to think it over before asking them if they were sure about joining the astronomical parliament. This was not the case for this young man because his tribe was going to be attacked by the Kerpit clan in a few hours. Lin Yuan could tell from the young man's willpower that the strongest Fey in the Horseshoe tribe was his grandfather's Rock Smash Mole. Meanwhile, the Cuprite tribe had a Class 2 Creation Master as well as several Gold Feys. It was clear that the Horseshoe tribe loss was guaranteed. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to become clear on the young man's issue immediately. Chapter 1024, Address the root of the issue. It only took Lin Yuan a moment to come up with two solutions to the young man's situation. However, he would have to think carefully and weigh both options before deciding which to go with. The first solution would be for Lin Yuan to send one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to Ta Lei through the astronomical parliament. Next, he would enter the Divine Wood Federation through the space tunnel and open a space tunnel from the Divine Wood Federation to the Iron Hammer Federation. This way, he would easily wipe out the Cuprite tribe and ensure the Horseshoe tribe's survival. However, there were two disadvantages to this plan. Firstly, opening the space tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation now would ruin the pace of Lin Yuan's original plan, as opening the space tunnel would require Lin Yuan to set it up. Moreover, he wanted to set up his base at the Divine Wood Federation end of the space tunnel and nurture Silver Corona there. He would make the base into a prohibited area that none in the Startling Lines continent would dare to enter. This plan would also require him to use one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles. Each of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles took a year to grow out, and lots of spatial spiritual ingredients were also required. It would take half of the spatial mother shellfish's shell to use the space tunnel to reach the Divine Wood Federation from the Radiance Federation. Although a continent did not separate the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, they were not close together either. Lin Yuan did not have so many spatial spiritual ingredients on hand. From Ta Lei's life, he could tell that creation masters were highly revered in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Imperial Court gave every creation master in the Iron Hammer Federation an Iron Hammer soldier. The Iron Hammer soldiers were all king class, at least so as to protect the creation masters. Normally, Lin Yuan was unafraid of king class experts. However, the Imperial Court would definitely be displeased if one of the Iron Hammer Federation's Class 2 creation master and Iron Hammer soldier fought. There was no way that the other tribes did not know about the fight between the Cuprite tribe and Horseshoe tribe. It was likely that the Imperial Court would target the Horseshoe tribe afterward. If Lin Yuan went through with the first plan, he would only change the Horseshoe clan's fate from a quick death to a slow one. The root of the issue must be addressed. Thus, Lin Yuan abandoned the first plan. The second plan was much simpler. With how much the Iron Hammer Federation placed importance on creation masters, he just needed to help Ta Lei become a Class 1 creation master that was recognized by the Imperial Court as soon as possible. Then, all their problems would fade away. It was much simpler to become a Class 1 Creation Master in the Iron Hammer Federation than the Radiance Federation. In the Radiance Federation, Spirit Chi professionals had to choose from one of the 3 lifestyle class occupations in order to take the Creation Master exam. It was only after the Spirit Chi professional completed the Class 1 exam of the chosen lifestyle class occupation before he could take the exam to become a Class 1 Creation Master. The Class 1 Creation Master exam in the Radiance Federation usually involved evolving a phase grade. Lin Yuan had taken the Class 1 and 2 Creation Master exams in Redbud City. Hence, he was well aware of the requirements of the exam. From Ta Lei's understanding, the Creation Master exam in the Iron Hammer Federation was very simple. As long as a Spirit Chi professional had sufficient scholar, spiritual ingredient analyst, and Fey observer knowledge, they would be able to apply to the Imperial Court to become a Class 1 Creation Master. The Imperial Court would send someone to assess the knowledge. Once the Spirit Chi professional passed, they would become an official Class 1 Creation Master. There was no need to concoct a spirit fluid or evolve phase. After all, the basis of spirit fluid concoction was having a wealth of knowledge. It was only during the Class 2 Creation Master test that the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court would test the concoction of spirit fluid. Lin Yuan guessed that the Iron Hammer Federation was so lax about Class 1 Creation Masters because of the scarcity of Creation Masters in the Iron Hammer Federation. Thus, Lin Yuan needed Wen Yu to use Star Spirit Seed to help Ta Lei. Next, he would instruct Genius to use Connected Tales to teach Ta Lei about Class 1 Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer knowledge. Once Ta Lei obtained sufficient knowledge, he would be able to become a Class 1 Creation Master in the Iron Hammer Federation even if he could not spirit fluids. The Horseshoe Tribe would be able to become approved by the Imperial Court as having a Class 1 Creation Master, and the Imperial Court would also appoint an Iron Hammer soldier to protect Ta Lei. The Iron Hammer Federation disallowed fights between tribes with Creation Masters. But to protect the rights of high-class tribes, they could chase low-class tribes out. Due to the war with the Divine Wood Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation had a small population. The high-class tribes could chase low-class tribes out of their territory. However, it was out of Lin Yuan's hands whether or not the Cuprite tribe would allow the Horseshoe tribe to find another territory or if the Horseshoe tribe was even willing to move. But personally, Lin Yuan preferred if the Horseshoe tribe was nearer to the Divine Wood Federation. The place that Mystic Moon had found was at the boundary between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. If the Horseshoe tribe were nearer to the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan would be able to help the Horseshoe tribe. This way, Lin Yuan would be able to expand into the Iron Hammer Federation while he helped the Horseshoe tribe. Ta Lei had been having a sad dream due to his impending separation from his family. But the moment he sunk into despair and misery, he appeared in the middle of the starry sky. As he looked around at the beautiful starlit sky, all his troubles seemed to melt away, and he lost himself in the stunning beauty of the environment. He felt as though he was dreaming. But soon, he realized that it was too vivid for him to be dreaming. Chapter 1025, The North-South Constellations Leo Minor. Naturally, Ta Lei had vivid dreams before, like ones that resulted in him wetting the bed. However, he had never had a dream of a place that was beyond his imagination. While Ta Lei was busy wondering if this was reality or if he was dreaming, a godlike figure seated on one of the golden thrones proclaimed, "Ta Lei, welcome to the Astronomical Parliament. You wished that you could sacrifice everything if it meant that your family could survive, right?" Ta Lei's mouth fell open. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, Ta Lei anxiously shouted, Are you a god? How do you know my name and what I wished for? But yes. I'll do anything so long as my family lives." Lin Yuan shook his head at the desperately hopeful young man and said, "I'm not a god. You can call me Leo." Ta Lei's hope vaporized. It was as though he was in a desert and had dove head first into a mirage. But what Lin Yuan said next almost made Ta Lei jump up in excitement. "TM not a god, but I can save your family. If you truly decide to give up everything to save them, place your hand on the back of the seat you're on and form a contract with it." Ta Lei did not hesitate to place his hand on the back of his chair. The constellation of a small lion lit up above him. Lin Yuan could not help but be surprised. Wen Yu noticed his surprise and said softly, "Leo." Ta Lei was called to the Astronomical Parliament by the Leo Minor constellation. Wen Yu looked at the constellation above Lin Yuan before she looked back at the one above Ta Lei. One of them was Leo, while the other was Leo Minor. It could be said that they were connected by fate. While Ta Lei was forming a contract with the Leo Minor North-South constellation seat, Lin Yuan exchanged some of the incomplete willpowers on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt for genius to transfer all the Class 1 scholar, Fey observer, and spiritual ingredient analyst to Ta Lei. While the knowledge was being transferred, Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched wildly. He had used the jasmine lily's heal and severed limbs growth to transfer vitality to Yin Lin, and it had not cost him much willpower. However, it cost 3 times the amount of willpower to transfer the knowledge to Ta Lei. The moment that Ta Lei finished forming a contract with the Leo minor seat, he also obtained all the Class 1 scholar, spiritual ingredient analyst, and Fey observer information. Since the vitality had been injected into Yin Lin's body, she only felt the effects of Lin Yuan's actions when she returned to reality. However, genius used its soul and mind to transfer the knowledge to Ta Lei. Ta Lei had noticed all the new information in his brain, and he started to tremble excitedly. Even without Lin Yuan's explanation, Ta Lei knew how to use this knowledge to save his family. He was overwhelmed with emotion as he burst out, "Leo, thank you." Lin Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "You don't need to thank me. But even if you become a Class 1 creation master, it's unlikely that the Cuprite tribe will allow the Horseshoe tribe to stay in your original territory. If your tribe really has to move, head toward the boundary between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation." Lin Yuan did not explain further, and Ta Lei did not ask either because he knew that it was unlikely that this person who had saved him would harm him later on. He was just from a small tribe, and the only special part about him was his talent as a creation master. Meanwhile, this person had used an unknown method to make Ta Lei into a Class 1 creation master. Ta Lei was saved from his humble beginnings and now had hope for the future. Ta Lei's heart was filled with gratitude. Now that Ta Lei was officially the 3rd member of the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu started to call others. However, the selection for the 4th member of the Astronomical Parliament did not go well. All 6 of them were chased out by Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. One of the 6 even came from the Radiance Federation, but he had the pipe dream of becoming one of the 14 members of royalty. Lin Yuan asked him if he had anything worthy of giving up in exchange for becoming one of the Radiance Federation's members of royalty. After attending the Guardia banquet, Lin Yuan had gained a newfound understanding of the members of royalty. They were given this title not just because of the power they possessed but also because they had the responsibility of protecting the entire Radiance Federation. This was why all the citizens adored them in the Radiance Federation. That man's pipe dream was blasphemy. Yin Lin and Bei Su were now used to Lin Yuan and Wen Yu continuously calling and kicking out prospective members. Ta Lei was not paying attention as he was still engrossed in his joy of being able to save his family. But since this was his first time in the Astronomical Parliament, he was also filled with nervousness. Bei Su and Yin Lin decided to start up a conversation with Ta Lei, and the 3 of them soon became close. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's brows furrowed even deeper as time ticked on. Chapter 1026, Dishonest Dark Envoy. Soon, color drained from Wen Yu's face, and Lin Yuan knew that she could only sustain the Astronomical Parliament for a few more minutes. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, "Call one last person. If it still doesn't work out, we'll just pick the 4th member during the next parliamentary meeting." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a figure draped in 4 willpowers appeared in the Astronomical Parliament, and Lin Yuan sensed the familiar aura of a sacred source life form. However, this person's sacred source life form's aura was strange. It was extremely weak, as though it was going to disappear at any moment. Wen Yu blinked her eyes in astonishment and said, "Leo, this person has a sacred source life form. I can't use the Astronomical Parliament to sense the abilities of the sacred source life form. This means that this sacred source life form has more stars than the Astronomical Parliament." Lin Yuan knitted his brow because he had already started checking on this woman's past life experience. His eyelids twitched, and he felt that he and Wen Yu had won the lottery. Currently, there were 4 people besides him and Wen Yu in the Astronomical Parliament, and one of the 4 was an Azure Envoy while the other was a Dark Envoy. When did the Radiance Envoys become so worthless? Lin Yuan had a deep impression of this woman's continent. The Dark Federation was the first federation that Lin Yuan had come into contact with outside of the Radiance Federation. Although he had never been to the Dark Federation, he had a fair amount of spatial equipment from the Dark Federation. He did not expect the Dark Federation to have turned into a dictatorship that 7th Page War ruled. The Dark Federation was not a small federation, and it held considerable power amongst all the major federations in the main world. There were 7 federations in the Dark Continent. At first, all 7 continents had been at war, just like the Startling Lines Continent, Iron Hammer Federation, Divine Wood Federation, and Great Lush Federation were. Later, the 7 federations realized that no one was benefiting from the war, and they decided to unite. The 7 unassuming small federations soon became a force to be reckoned with when they united. Although it could not be compared to the Radiance Federation, it was much stronger than the Divine Wood Federation. The Divine Wood Federation would only become comparable to the Dark Federation's power if it united with the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation. Yet, 7th Page War had brought such a powerful federation to its knees. Due to Su Yiren's memories, Lin Yuan finally witnessed 7th Page War and knew what she looked like. The grey-haired and grey-eyed man that had almost killed Lu Ji and the Insect Queen in the evolving Water World Dimensional Rift was 7th Page War's subordinate. Lin Yuan had only found out about Tower Cannon and 7th Page War from that man. Su Yiren's impression of 7th Page War left Lin Yuan shocked as her power surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. All life forms that heard 7th Page War's war knell would lose their lives, and their bone marrow would absorb the nutrients in their blood. The bone marrow would rapidly grow out of the body and tum into the war knell's puppets. 7th Page War sat quietly on the sacred source life form Radiance War Chariot while its puppets fought a merciless battle on the ground. From Su Yiren's memory of 7th Page War's aura, Lin Yuan felt that it was comparable with that of Endless Summer's creation breed aura. Lin Yuan realized that Su Yiren used to be in a similar situation to Zhongzi, in that both were sitting on thrones of their own. Yu Yiren had been walking a rose-petaled road from the moment she was born. She had comprehended 4 willpower runes when she was about 20 years old and had contracted a sacred source life form. Su Yiren had to be powerful to have been able to become a dark envoy. But as he checked on Su Yiren's memories, Lin Yuan found something shocking. 7th Page War was not human but a plant-type fey. But ever since she had landed in the Divine Wood Federation, Su Yiren had been living like a beggar and often had to suffer humiliation. She also had to bear with the agony of a soul injury. Yu Yiren looked at Lin Yuan and Wen Yu and said, "The aura of a sacred source life form, it looks like I'm in a sacred source life form." Bei Su and Tale did not think much of this as they never had the chance to learn about sacred source life forms. However, Yin Lin was stunned. She had not contracted a sacred source life form yet, but her grandfather had already prepared one for her. Yin Lin had not gone through with forming a marrow contract with the sacred source life form because she did not want to miss the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting, hence, she was still unable to sense what the Astronomical Parliament was. She smiled and looked forward to contracting a sacred source life form of her own. Lin Yuan did not deny Su Yiren's claim. He nodded and said, "You're right. You wish to give up everything in exchange for your survival. I can save you. Are you willing to keep your promise?" Yu Yiren fell silent as she started to mull over Lin Yuan's words. "When you asked Su Yiren, my name is Libra." "He's Leo. What's your name?" Yu Yiren paused for a moment before replying, "My name is Su Qing." Evidently, Su Yiren had no idea that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu already knew everything about her. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu smiled at each other when they heard Su Yiren's reply. Apparently, this dark envoy Su Yiren was dishonest. However, Lin Yuan did not expect a dark envoy to immediately succumb and form a contract with her seat just because she knew that a sacred source life form had called her. "Can I change my condition? My body is made of 4 willpowers, and I can sense that you have a sacred source life form. This means that I also have a sacred source life form." While Su Yiren was speaking, Lin Yuan's voice blasted in her ear. "Su Yiren, you can't change your condition." Chapter 1027, There is always hope. Lin Yuan did not expect Su Yiren's mind to be so clear right after entering the Astronomical Parliament. She had immediately realized her circumstance and wanted to leverage on her worth to obtain the best deal for herself. But even without Su Yiren's confirmation, Lin Yuan knew what condition she wanted instead. Lin Yuan would not partake in it, whether it was snatching back the Dark Continent from 7th Page War or returning the Dark Federation to its former glory. If she had made those wishes from the start, Lin Yuan would not have hesitated to ask Wen Yu to kick Su Yiren despite her powers and her title as a Dark Envoy. Lin Yuan and 7th Page War were enemies, but Lin Yuan did not have any business with the Dark Federation at all. Moreover, Lin Yuan and 7th Page War's enmity started because 7th Page War had caused trouble in the Radiance Federation. It was not a matter of whether Lin Yuan had the ability to snatch the Dark Continent back from 7th Page War. Even if he could, he would not give the Dark Continent to Su Yiren so that she could reinstate the Dark Federation. If the entire Dark Continent landed in Lin Yuan's hands, he might as well keep it for himself. Once Su Yiren realized that she had appeared in the starry sky because of a sacred source life form, she immediately started to hatch a plan. Even the name she had given was fake. It was clear that she was dishonest. What Lin Yuan wanted to do was to make Su Yiren admit to her reality of being someone that was about to die and was currently living like a beggar in the Divine Wood Federation. She was not a highly respected Dark Envoy anymore. Su Yiren's face paled when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She did not expect this person wrapped in 1,000 willpowers and lost to call out her real name and expose her lie. However, she was not guilty. Instead, she looked up at Lin Yuan, and the gears in her head started to turn. She tried to puzzle out if this person knew her name because he had sensed her sacred source life form aura. As a Dark Envoy, Su Yiren always thought of things in a grand manner. She felt that it was possible for someone to recognize her by her sacred source life form and willpowers. Since this person knew her name, he also had to know that she was a Dark Envoy. Su Yiren sat up straight and said, "Hehe, given that you know my name, you must know my identity. I think we can work together." Before Lin Yuan could speak, he felt aura explode from Wen Yu as she sneered. The Dark Federation was an impressive federation, but it still couldn't stand against 7th Page War and was conquered by Tower Cannon. Shouldn't a Dark Envoy like yourself be reflecting on what happened? Seemingly. Wooden plank splintered from the inside and was turned into wood chips by 7th Page War. Do you even have anything to offer us? Wen Yu's words were like a knife that sliced apart Su Yiren's pride and left a gaping bloody hole. Despair clouded Su Yiren's heart, and she felt horrified. She did not understand how this woman knew about the Dark Federation's matters so well. The Dark Federation never traded with other federations. The only time they interacted with other federations was during the major federation meeting that took place once every 5 years. Su Yiren gnashed her teeth and spat, "Are you from the Dark Federation?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied calmly, "You guessed wrong. Not only do we know that the Dark Federation was ruined and that the Dark Continent has a new master, but we even know of your current situation. Think carefully about why you made that wish that called you into this place in the first place. The Astronomical parliamentary meeting will end in a minute, and you'll lose your chance to choose. There's no guarantee that you'll appear here again. You better think this through carefully. The matter of the Dark Federation lies in your own hands. Isn't there always hope as long as you're alive?" Su Yiren lowered her head slowly, and she seemed to be thinking. But Lin Yuan had also thought things through a considerable amount. He thought highly of her status as a Dark Envoy and her power, but he would not accept a collaboration with her. She also did not have any grounds to work together with him. Lin Yuan still had the snow chill resin, which could completely heal Su Yiren's soul injury. If he paid such a high price to heal Su Yiren but only managed to score a partnership with her, it would be too much of a loss for him. Moreover, Lin Yuan had his reason for making Su Yiren submit. After Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's space tunnel to arrive at the Divine Wood Federation, he would not spend all his time at the Divine Wood Federation. Just like how there was the kill food sky butterfly in the marsh world, he needed someone to tend to the base in the Divine Wood Federation as well. Yu Yiren was clearly the right person for the job. Lin Yuan felt that there was no intelligent reason for Su Yiren to turn down this opportunity. He turned to Wen Yu and saw that her face was already pale. The cat's eye stone on her forehead had also lost its bright light. Lin Yuan could see Wen Yu's anguished expression as time ticked on. He frowned and was about to call for the Astronomical parliamentary meeting to end when Su Yiren raised her head and looked at him resolutely as she said, "I'm willing." Su Yiren saw a green light shoot toward her and a clear male voice say, "Go to sleep at this time in a week, and you'll return to this place." The radiant sky lost its color at that moment, and the 4th Astronomical parliamentary meeting ended. When Su Yiren's willpower and soul returned to reality, she felt someone touching her. Her eyes flew open, and a high-pitched voice screamed, "Ah! A ghost!" Chapter 1028, Teacher teaches me once a week. The ear-splitting scream made Su Yiren frown. Before Su Yiren could stand up, the person who screamed kicked and spat at her as he said, "Don't scare me. You homeless drifter, don't sleep on the streets. If I see you here again, I'll break your legs. Get lost. Get lost now. You're getting in the way of me cleaning up." Yu Yiren hurriedly jumped to her feet and slunk off into an alley under the watchful gaze of the man holding the broom. This was not the first time that a cleaner had berated Su Yiren for sleeping on the streets of the Divine Wood Federation. There was a caste system in the Divine Wood Federation, and the stoning of a drifter like her would only be seen as a form of entertainment. However, she could only silently endure it. Yu Yiren felt that all her injuries had been healed, including her hidden injuries. Besides her soul, her body was now as healthy as it could be. Su Yiren lowered her head and mulled over the decision she had made a minute ago. She did not regret that decision at all because that man wrapped in 1,000 willpowers had said that there was always hope as long as one was alive. Although she had nothing, she planned on taking a gamble. She wanted to see if joining the Astronomical Parliament could give her and the Dark Federation a future. Su Yiren remembered what that person said right before her soul returned to her body, "Go to sleep at this time in a week, and you'll be able to return here." Just like Su Yiren, Talei's soul had just returned to his body when he felt something hot splashed on his body. Talei shivered and opened his eyes to see his mother looking at him with tears brimming in her eyes. His father, grandfather, grandmother, and brother were also sitting by his bedside with watery eyes. When he saw how angry his father was becoming, Talei saw the silver X tunneling mole climb up his grandfather's shoulder. The tunneling mole's fur had turned dark brown, and elemental energy was swirling around it. This meant that the elemental energy stored in the tunneling mole had reached its peak. The tunneling mole should have been able to evolve to gold grade, but it had been prevented from doing so by Ta Lei's grandfather's illness. From the knowledge in Ta Lei's mind, he immediately came up with a possible reason. He hurriedly said to his grandfather, "Grandfather, your tunneling mole hasn't been able to evolve to gold because you've only been supplying it with Earth-type elemental energy. You haven't improved its body at all. Its body can't combine all the Earth-type elemental energy, and a lot of the Earth-type elemental energy has seeped out. Grandfather, I remember that you found an Earth pincushion flower when you led a hunting group up the mountain. If you feed the Earth pincushion flower to the tunneling mole, it will probably evolve to gold grade." Everyone in the house was bewildered. Given their understanding of Ta Lei, he should not possess such knowledge. Ta Lei's father looked at him in confusion as he contemplated the true meaning behind Ta Lei's words. Ta Lei's grandfather's gaze was stern as he said, "Little Lei, tell me the truth. Are you lying to me so that you won't have to leave? The Earth pincushion flower is Tian Horseshoe Tribe's most precious spiritual ingredient. We've wrapped it up along with your other belongings. There's no need to prove your words. Just tell me if you're telling the truth. I'll tell your father to apply for the exam on your behalf if you are." But before his grandfather could finish speaking, Ta Lei nodded seriously and said, "Grandfather, Big Brother told me everything. I wouldn't make this request unless I was certain. Trust me, I'll really be able to become a Class 1 creation master. I've grown up. I'm a man now, and true men only speak the truth." All of Ta Lei's family members looked incredulous but hopeful at the same time. Ta Lei looked up at the constellations in the sky until he found Leo Minor. He licked his cracked lips and smiled brightly. Chapter 1029, Sky City's First Family Secret. In a garden full of plum blossom species feys, a man with 3 scars on his face carefully pushed a wheelchair. A skinny young man with a rug over his legs sat in the wheelchair. The young man coughed violently for 3 full minutes. His face was red and blotchy, and a blood aura emanated from his body. The man anxiously said, "Third young master, it's so windy today. Why are you admiring the plum blossoms now? Why don't I push you back into rest? I'll ask Auntie Zhong to cook a bowl of soup for you tonight, and your cold will be able to recover partially." The skinny young man did not respond and continued to stare at the trees, which were being stripped of petals by the wind. A moment later, the skinny boy said, "The family is going to engage in a blood pact ultimate fight under orders of second brother. What do you think about this?" The man lowered his head and did not dare to speak as he did not know if the third young master was talking to himself, and he was afraid that he might say something that displeased the third young master. Moreover, this matter concerned the higher UPS of the Zhang family, and he was just the third young master's servant who had no right to comment. The skinny young man's gaze flashed with hesitation and hatred. He closed his eyes and said, "Take me back in and make sure no one disturbs me. I'm not having dinner either." The man looked slightly worried as he did not understand the third young master's actions. Could it have something to do with the blood pact ultimate fight? The man acknowledged the young man's instruction and pushed him into the room. The man noticed that the young man seemed to have fallen asleep and gently shut the door of the room. A moment later, Zhang Qian opened his eyes. His gaze was calm as he snapped his fingers, and a bird landed on his fingertips. Zhang Qian maneuvered himself to the desk and was about to write when his hand froze, and he looked at his 6-fingered hand. He set the ink aside, sliced open his palm instead, and let his blood drip onto a new ink slab. His body was weak to start with, and his face had grown pale after spending time in the windy outdoors. Wen Yu knew that Lin Yuan planned on using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train as he had told her about this. She had been collecting information on the Divine Wood Federation recently as she planned on going with Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to start on the construction of the base there. Wen Yu planned on managing the base from afar once she set up basic management there, and she knew that Su Yiren's ability had caught Lin Yuan's eye. She decided that she would help Lin Yuan keep a close eye on Su Yiren at the Divine Wood Federation to ensure that Su Yiren did not cross any lines. Wen Yu thought about Su Yiren's past experiences and used the elemental papers Hear Heaven's Secrets to organize all the information about Su Yiren, the Dark Federation, and Seventh Page War. The papers flew around for a full half an hour. A pile of paper was stacked high before Lin Yuan. Wen Yu had used more spiritual energy when she used Hear Heaven's Secrets. Her face was even paler than before, and she looked much weaker as well. She tried to muster her energy as she said, "Young master, I'm afraid that my memories of Su Yiren's life will fade after time, so I recorded all of them now. I'll leave this information in Sky City's research room. This is Sky City's first family secret." Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu's ghostly pale face and said, "You've worked hard. Go and rest before you do any more work. I'm going to make a copy of this information and take it to the Radiant Moon Palace." Lin Yuan had already spoken on the phone with the Moon Empress, and the latter was returning from the Purple Bamboo Forest tomorrow. The information about the Dark Federation's ruin and Seventh Page War was too important, and Lin Yuan felt that the Moon Empress needed to know about it as soon as possible. After Wen Yu returned to her room to rest, Lin Yuan flashed into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He did not immediately enter the marsh world through Klein Hub. Instead, he looked at the 12 sky fragrance beauty butterflies he had not had time to pay attention to yet in the 12 water-type elemental phase that had come from the moving source water. Chapter 1030, Cage of Brahma Insects Secret Meeting. The sun was setting in the west, and plumes of fiery red clouds covered the burnt orange sky. The beautiful red cloud seemed to be staining the light red, and it made the entire sky appear even more vast. Somehow, even the setting of the sun even appeared slower. Under the quiet sky, in an enormous ancient house, a silver-haired woman was slamming the table in the meeting room furiously. The other people seated around the table looked angry at first. But after the silver-haired woman slammed the table, the rest of them lowered their heads. Even the imposing old man seated at the head of the table dared not meet the silver-haired woman's gaze. "Fan Ling Long. I let you prattle on for almost 2 hours. I didn't speak at first because I'm the source of the problem. But you didn't have to chide me for 2 whole hours. The kill food worm escaped on its own. How did it become my fault just because I was the first to notice and chase after it? None of you idiots even knew that the kill food worm had escaped, so what gives you the right to blame me?" The elderly man seated at the head of the table pursed his lips and muttered, "Elder sister. I was attending the Guardia banquet. I would never dare to scold you for 2 hours. I just mentioned the matter and did a collation of the resources we had used to nurture the kill food worm. But you're right. They're all idiots. How could they not have noticed immediately when the kill food worm escaped?" The silver-haired woman slapped the table and stood up to shriek, "Fan Ling Long, you finally said your true feelings. I also didn't notice immediately. You're trying to call me an idiot." Cage of Brahma Insects leader cleared his throat before replying, "Elder sister, sit down, leave me some of my pride in front of all these juniors. Even if you did lose the kill food worm, we can sustain the loss of a mere pinnacle myth to kill food worm. The crux of the matter is the Moon Empress. Disciple. Elder sister." Fan Ling Long paused for a moment before continuing. "The kill food worm attacked the Moon Empress disciple in the presence of Mystic Moon." The silver-haired woman scoffed before sitting back down. The rest of the people around the table raised their heads and continued the meeting. The middle-aged people present did not look perturbed as though such situations were common. Fan Ling Long was still observing the silver-haired woman's expression. He could tell that his elder sister was truly enraged, and her expression was just as sour when she sat down. Fan Ling Long was very uncomfortable. He knew that she had given the kill food worm to the Moon Empress disciple to save her own life and to form a connection with Lin Yuan. The Cage of Brahma Insects appeared impressive as they had remained as one of the top 3 factions for the last 30 years. However, all of the Cage of Brahma Insects' achievements came from the elder sister's efforts. The Cage of Brahma Insects had been able to climb up the ranks because they had continuously eliminated other factions during Blood Pact Ultimate fights. In one Blood Pact Ultimate fight, the Cage of Brahma Insects had conquered the top faction that had a similar role to the Cage of Brahma Insects. After the cage of Brahma insects had taken over the other factions' resources, their progress skyrocketed, and they started to dominate the insect species fey market. But it was also because of the blood pact ultimate fights that almost all of the cage of Brahma insects' top experts were dead or injured. At that time, Fan Linglong had still been unable to succeed cage of Brahma insects. As such, elder sister had taken the reins. She might not be powerful and had just reached Thearch class, but her ability to develop a faction was strong. In 20 years, elder sister had secured cage of Brahma insects' position and laid the foundation for it to remain as one of the top 3 factions. When Fan Linglong grew up, elder sister handed the faction over to him. Thus, all of the main members of the cage of Brahma insects respected elder sister as much as they respected him. Moreover, Fan Linglong was still under elder sister's thumb. Regardless, Fan Linglong was still the leader of cage of Brahma insects, and he would not disregard the main topic on account of elder sister's emotions. Just as Fan Linglong was about to speak again, Fan Jianyi said, "I know this meeting is also meant to discuss the golden lotus brocade pearls." Fan Linglong hurriedly said, "Chenzi, tell us about the information that you gathered on the golden lotus brocade pearls over the last few days." Fan Chenzi stood up and announced, "I heard that the Moon Empress disciple is close with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine and that all their high-class creation masters now have a golden lotus brocade pearl. Coiling Dragon's Valley has always used their relationship with Lord Bamboo Monarch and has never been connected to the Moon Empress. Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine doesn't have the right to be linked to the Moon Empress, Lord Chef Supreme, or Lord Bamboo Monarch. This means that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine probably obtained the golden lotus brocade pearls through Long Tao and Li Xian. I personally asked the first elder of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Although he didn't tell me the source of the golden lotus brocade pearls, he said that Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine has decided to make Li Xian the young leader." Fan Chenzi glanced at Fan Jianyi and sat back down when he did not notice anything strange about Fan Jianyi's expression. Cage of Brahma insects had always depended on their relationship with the Moon Empress, and many of the elders' disciples' feys were evolved by the Moon Empress. It should be easy for cage of Brahma insects to obtain the golden lotus brocade pearls from the Moon Empress. Chapter 1031, Sudden Transformation of the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. But now that this happened, cage of Brahma insects could not bring themselves to visit Radiance Moon Mountain to ask the Moon Empress for the golden lotus brocade pearls. Because of this fear, cage of Brahma insects knew how small they were in the presence of the Moon Empress despite being one of the top 3 factions for 30 years. A guilty expression came over Fan Jianyi's face as she said, "Leave this matter to me. We won't be able to depend on our connection with the Moon Empress as Mystic Moon was ready to kill me at that moment. If the Moon Empress disciple hadn't forgiven me, I would have sustained injuries that I wouldn't ever be able to recover from fully." Mystic Moon definitely told the Moon Empress about this matter. Fan Linglong nodded and could not help but be curious about Lin Yuan. He had seen how the Moon Empress treated Lin Yuan at the Guardia banquet and how she had made a moonbeam coronation costume without coronation patterns for him. However, he was afraid that the Moon Empress would be even angrier that cage of Brahma insects had attacked Lin Yuan. During the incident, I gave the Moon Empress disciple the sky-covering weeping willows tree core and the kill food worm and asked for his contact details. He did not say no. I will try to come up with a way to apologize to him personally and discuss the golden lotus brocade pearls. Fan Jianyi stood up and bowed to everyone before saying, "I made a huge mistake, and I'll do my best to make up for it so that my mistake won't affect the cage of Brahma insects." Fan Jianyi gently pushed open the meeting room door, and she thought about how the young man dressed in the moonbeam coronation costume in the remote area had said that all who came to visit were guests. As Lin Yuan held the Diamond Fey storage box with the 12 Diamond X/Legend Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies, he felt slightly embarrassed. The Moon Empress had given him the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies to pull his Fey carriage. Since he had been at the Guardia banquet, he had not been able to find the Emperor Armored Martial God insects. As such, he had not attended to the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies and had kept them in the Diamond Fey storage box. Luckily, the Moon Empress had filled the Fey storage box with a lot of food for the Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Just as Lin Yuan was about to summon the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies from the Fey storage box, Purple Afterglow returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone through Klein Hub. When Purple Afterglow saw Lin Yuan, it immediately started to fly around him happily as it reported the situation in the marsh world. Lin Yuan nodded when he heard Purple Afterglow's report. Wendy had stolen the faith power in the drugged Snake Eagle's totem and accepted the marsh ground Sphagna as its favored believer. Hence, Wendy did not have to use any of its own faith power and even had some of drugged Snake Eagle's faith power to add to its own faith power. Thus, Wendy did not need to continually accept believers like Rising Lizard did to increase its power. According to Purple Afterglow's report, Wendy had accepted another believer and had changed that believer into a favored believer. Purple Afterglow could not say how strong Wendy's new favored believer was, and all it knew was that the favored believer was a carnivorous plant-type Fey. Lin Yuan did not have any opinions on Wendy accepting a new favored believer, as it also increased Lin Yuan's power in the marsh world. This would also increase Wendy's gathering of faith power. Lin Yuan planned on going to the marsh world soon to use true data to check on the carnivorous plant-type Fey. Lin Yuan shook his hand, and 12 palm-sized pink butterflies appeared before him. The Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies were considered on the smaller side, and their golden scale powder glittered under sunlight. This made the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies appear elegant, and a charming scent accompanied their scale powder. While Lin Yuan was engrossed in the fragrance, he suddenly realized that there was something odd about the 12 Diamond X/Legend Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies. They were flying around Purple Afterglow as though they were trying to win its favor. They looked like servants greeting their king. Although many Feys required multiple Feys, they were able to suppress their urges when they reached a high grade. Many powerful Feys stuck by their one mate. Lin Yuan thought, "My son. Your wife is helping me to guard the marsh world. The only thing that separates you two is Klein Hub. Is it really appropriate for you to fly around with the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies behind your wife's back? The Kill Food Sky Butterfly is so strong. If it discovers this, will it beat up its husband?" Soon, Lin Yuan realized that he was worried for nothing, because Purple Afterglow did not seem to care about the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies at all. It was as though it could not see the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies at all. However, the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies did not seem discouraged at all. They spun around and displayed their wings. Purple Afterglow seemed annoyed by the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies that were flying around it and trying their best to earn his affection. After bidding goodbye to Lin Yuan, Purple Afterglow flew back to the marsh world. Once Purple Afterglow left, the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies returned to normal. Shortly after, they found a new target and started to fly around Lin Yuan. Chapter 1032, Opportunity from Infatuation. Lin Yuan did not know what the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies were trying to do. He wondered if they were under the Moon Empress orders or if they knew that Purple Afterglow had formed a contract with him. Were they trying to become closer with him to get to Purple Afterglow? Lin Yuan used Morbius to check on the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies and realized that besides their ability to control insect species Fey, all their other abilities were meant to increase spiritual energy so as to increase their attraction to insect species Feys. It could be said that their only means of combat was to rely on the insect species Feys they had contracted. The insect species Feys would become mere playthings of the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies. Just as Lin Yuan was about to let the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone so that they could fly freely in the return from faraway mansion, he felt the power of a willpower. One of the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterflies lit up with a pink glow, and a purple willpower rune in the shape of a butterfly appeared on the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly. Lin Yuan's eyes grew wide. The purple willpower rune was in the shape of Purple Afterglow. This Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly sure was a genius. It had managed to gain such an opportunity through its infatuation. Lin Yuan was unexpectedly delighted by this Diamond X/Fantasy I Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly. The Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly that had comprehended a willpower rune was a wild Fey, and it would soon be able to use self-comprehension to evolve to Diamond X/Fantasy V. At that point, it would be able to experience the world cleansing and evolve to Myth Breed. The Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly was the Fey that would have the easiest world cleansing, as its ridiculously strong spiritual power allowed it to keep an insect species Fey with a higher grade by its side to protect it. As the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly's power continued to increase, the weakening of the insect species Feys under its control would not be cause for concern. The insect species Feys could just be discarded once they were no longer of any use. The Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly would continuously discard old insect species Feys and control new ones. The Diamond X Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly could control Class 8 alien insects, which meant that it could control the Suzerain/Myth 2 Emperor Armored Martial God insect. Now that the Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly had evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy I, it could control Fantasy 3 insect species Feys or Class 9 alien insects. This greatly increased Sky City's combat power. This Sky Fragrance Beauty butterfly that had comprehended a willpower rune also gave Lin Yuan more ideas for his Fey carriage. From the Fey Observer information that Master Lan Qin had given him, Lin Yuan knew that the Class 8 Emperor Armored Martial God insect was a mutant that could reach Class 9 or even higher. The Emperor Armored Martial God insect could also transform to the Thearch Armored Martial God insect when it reached Class 10. However, it was not easy to find the Thearch Armored Martial God insect as the Emperor Armored Martial God insect was controlled by the Class 4 dimensional rift and was not seen often. A Khan's encounter was required. Lin Yuan could not place all hope on the Coiling Dragon's Valley, and he needed to source for more opportunities. If he depended solely on Coiling Dragon's Valley, it would take forever before his Fey carriage was completed. After setting the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies free in the Return from Faraway Mansion, Lin Yuan took out another Diamond Fey storage box and checked the 12 balls of water element energy. When he took out the 12 balls of water, the sacred sword-wielding queen's hungry voice sounded in his head. "Master, I don't want to eat the Law Source crystals anymore. I want to eat these 12 balls of water. Once I eat them, I'll reach the adolescent stage and gain a second ability." Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Aren't you absorbing Law Source crystals now? Why don't you want them anymore?" Lin Yuan had felt the sacred sword-wielding queen's craving for the 12 balls of water in the Radiant Moon Palace, and he knew that they would be able to evolve it. However, he would not allow the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the 12 balls of water as they were more useful than helping it to increase its stars and because they were an important gift from the Moon Empress. The sacred sword-wielding queen replied without hesitation, "Master, if you allow me to eat the 12 balls of water, I'll be fine even if I don't eat the World Source Crystal." Lin Yuan was shocked. He did not expect the balls of water to be even more appealing to the sacred sword-wielding queen than the World Source Crystal. In spite of the sacred sword-wielding queen's yearning, Lin Yuan immediately replied, "There are an unlimited number of Law Source crystals for you to eat to increase your stars. I have another use for the 12 balls of water. There'll be more World Source crystals in the future. You won't go hungry." The sacred sword-wielding queen nodded sadly and returned to the depths of Lin Yuan's soul to absorb the Law Source crystals. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched at the way the sacred sword-wielding queen was concentrated on absorbing the Law Source crystals. Was it so focused because it did not want to think about its craving for the 12 balls of water? When the sacred sword-wielding queen paused for a moment, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the 12 balls of water. He clearly remembered the Moon Empress saying that the 12 balls of water had come from the laws and abilities of the dead 9 stars moving source water. It was clear how precious these 12 balls of water were. Lin Yuan was already having a hard enough time evolving his young sacred source life form from 1 star to 3 stars, and he could not imagine how difficult it would be to evolve his sacred source life form once it reached 4 stars. Chapter 1033, Flowing. Moreover, the moving source water was already in its mature stage and had reached pinnacle 9 stars. It was right on the precipice of reaching its complete stage. Lin Yuan had to treasure this item that came from a 9 stars sacred source life form. He had already used true data to check on the 12 balls of water in the Radiant Moon Palace and had been surprised to learn that the 12 balls of water were greatly beneficial to the floating island whale. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 12 balls of water again. Fey name, moving source water. Comment. EE species, source genus/sacred source species. Fey grade, normal, 1/10. Fey type, water. Fey quality, normal. Abilities. Flowing, the water will rush rapidly, and the energy from the water can allow the water to flow in any location. Lin Yuan had decided to nurture the moving source water because of the flowing ability. After the floating island whale reached the skies, it could only use its body to defend itself. In the sea, the island whale was beloved by all sea feys. However, avian-type feys that encountered the floating island whale in the sky would definitely attack it. Lin Yuan had also heard the Moon Empress say that there were feys that lived in the atmosphere. They flew much higher than avian-type feys and could spend their entire lives in the atmosphere. Those were the true children of the sky. The moving source water's ability did not seem strong because it was just 12 balls of water. If they were thrown at someone, they would be regarded as a mere prank that only made them wet. 1. It was simple to evolve the moving source water as only a large amount of water elemental energy was needed. Lin Yuan had an abundance of water elemental energy from the aquamarine elemental shellfish and could evolve the moving source water endlessly. When the 12 balls of water evolved into 12 streams, the force of the water would even be able to damage a gold fey seriously. But what would happen when it became 12 great rivers or even seas, too? Nonetheless, Lin Yuan would be happy if the moving source water could evolve into rivers. At that time, flowing would have disastrous effects. The moving source water could consume heavy water's water elemental energy and characteristics. After the moving source water absorbed heavy water, it would have even greater power than 12 great rivers. The water element characteristics included the undercurrents of rivers and aquatic plants that were ready to drown a person at any moment. Flowing would be able to create energy from the rate of water flow in the moving source water. This would allow the moving source water to fly to the sky. When the moving source water evolved to rivers, it would be able to surround the floating island whale in the sky and form an endlessly moving net of water to protect the floating island whale. The air currents caused by the flowing water would also be able to increase the rate at which the floating island whale moved. The moving source water and the floating island whale were perfectly compatible because of the flowing ability. Along with Gray's presence, the 12 rivers in the sky would also be shrouded in fog. This would make it difficult to spot the floating island whale. As Lin Yuan looked at the moving source water, he said to the sacred source-wielding queen, "Circulate your soul power with me so that we can form a contract with the moving source water." The sacred source-wielding queen pouted, and its hair stood on end. It looked like the little match girl looking at the table full of food. But as much as the sacred sword-wielding queen wanted to eat the moving source water, it still obediently followed Lin Yuan's instruction to circulate its soul power. Soon, Lin Yuan's soul engulfed the moving source water, and he imprinted his soul onto the moving source water. At that moment, he became the moving source water's owner. He realized that it was still intelligent despite being a ball of water elemental energy. The normal I/normal moving source water was already more intelligent than the gold X/fantasy 2 source sand. Lin Yuan guessed that this was due to the moving source water previously being a sacred source life form. After Lin Yuan became the moving source water's owner, he ordered it to use the full power of flowing. He sensed the 12 balls of water start to pulse violently. Lin Yuan reached out to touch one of the balls of water and immediately sensed overwhelming resistance coming from below the water's surface. The rapidly moving water was like a shield that kept everything out. But no matter how quickly the water moved, it could not keep Lin Yuan's hand out. When Lin Yuan pushed his hand into the water, he felt the flowing waver tread around his fingers as though there was a vortex in the middle of the ball of water that was trying to suck his hand in. Lin Yuan gained a basic understanding of the moving source water's defensive and attacking powers. He crushed one water element heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl and split the powdered elemental pearl into 12 portions that he fed to the 12 balls of water. After the 12 balls of water absorbed the water elements in the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl powder, they soon made the water elements as part of their own, and the moving source water evolved to elite/epic. The balls of water also grew from the size of a fist to being able to contain a grown adult. Luckily, the spirit lock spatial zone had expanded after it evolved. Otherwise, the 12 large balls of water would cause the spirit lock spatial zone to become cramped. Chapter 1034, Ancestor of Water. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the moving source water's evolution as it did not need spirit chi to evolve but only water elemental energy. Elite grade phase would only reach epic quality at most. If the moving source water could reach bronze grade, absorbing one heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl would allow it to evolve to legend quality. Although using water elemental energy to evolve the moving source water seemed simple, it was also a form of abuse because the purity of the water elemental energy in the moving source water had to be maintained in order to guarantee its quality. If the purity of the water elemental energy fell, the quality of the moving source water would also drop. Clearly, the moving source water required a large mountain of resources. However, Lin Yuan felt that the moving source water was the easiest fey for him to cultivate. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, which were extremely precious to others, were nothing but resources that were produced by the pile every minute. Lin Yuan also saw the moving source water's new ability. Halted flow. It can separate from the main body and turn all the water elemental energy in the body into raging energy that shoots toward the target. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Halted flow was extremely rough and did not have multiple uses like flowing did. All it did was attack a target with water. This made Lin Yuan think of a crashing waterfall. For example, the Chi Dragon Cliff waterfall in the Radiance Federation was 3,000 meters tall. Water was extremely soft, but the 10,000 tons of water that fell from such a high point would be enough to cause a large hole tens of meters deep. Once the moving source water became rivers and used halted flow, Lin Yuan would be able to send rivers crashing down from the sky. As he looked at the moving source water, Lin Yuan planned on testing the power of its abilities. However, he would not use himself as part of the test. He shook his sleeve, and the amber button-shaped source sand immediately turned into a pile of sand. Lin Yuan used close guard sand to wrap around his right hand and created a layer of ferromanganese. He ordered the moving source water to use flowing and reached his hand wrapped in source sand into the moving source water. After Lin Yuan broke through the powerful resistance, he immediately felt the pull from the center of the moving source water. It was as though it wanted to suck his entire body into the water. Lin Yuan hurriedly instructed Source Sand to grab onto his leg to steady his body. The elite moving source water could probably pull a weight of 100 kilograms. Since Lin Yuan's hand was covered in the layer of ferromanganese, he did not feel any difference while inside the moving source water. However, Lin Yuan could tell that many small and sharp currents were cutting into the ferromanganese. Apparently, the body of water not only grew larger but also had a new attacking feature. After this test, Lin Yuan was very clear about the halted flow's power. Soon, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to form a large area of quicksand before ordering the moving source water to use halted flow and direct the water into the quicksand. The water exploded upon contact with source sand and formed a pillar of water. Lin Yuan noticed that the pillar of water was much larger than the moving source water's body. This meant that the moving source water was a body of highly compressed water. As he sensed the attacking power of the quicksand, Lin Yuan could tell that the elite/epic moving source water had an attacking power equivalent to 400 kilograms of force. Lin Yuan glanced at the spirit lock spatial zone before taking the moving source water and a handful of water elemental pearls with him out of the spirit lock spatial zone. He planned to quickly evolve the moving source water's grade and choose from one of 3 exclusive skills when it reached bronze. Lin Yuan immediately left the mansion and headed to the submerged flood dragon lake. The moving source water followed him. But, it no longer looked like balls of water. Instead, it looked like 12 moving snakes. It only turned back into balls of water when Lin Yuan stopped. He tossed the handful of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls into the moving source water. The spirit craftsmen building the pavilions on the Sunlight King lotus leaves saw the suspended balls of water around Lin Yuan grow larger and started to spin until they turned into 12 transparent blue water dragons. As the moving source water grew larger, its grade evolved. When the moving source water reached bronze, Lin Yuan noticed 3 exclusive skills. Scorching water. The hottest thing in the world is not necessarily fire. It can also be water. When subjected to high pressure, the temperature of the water can expand and start to bubble. The water can become even hotter than lava. Lin Yuan shook his head wordlessly. He felt that this exclusive skill was rather humorous. It was not surprising that water could be hotter than fire. Many types of heavy water were hot. For example, the flame sea melting water's temperature could compare to or even be higher than that of strange flames. If Lin Yuan wanted to use this high temperature attack, he could just order the moving source water to absorb heavy water with fire characteristics. This would save one of the moving source water's exclusive skills. Now that he had cast the first exclusive skill aside, Lin Yuan moved on to check on the second exclusive skill. Chapter 1035, The Shrine in Lin Yuan's Soul. Ancestor of Water. Every time a water elemental feature is added, there will be increased control over water type phase. Once the water elements reach a certain extent, it will be able to use various water elemental characteristics to manipulate an area of water. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The Ancestor of Water would be able to take out any water type fey. If the moving source water chose Ancestor of Water, Lin Yuan would be able to have an advantage over all water type feys he encountered in the future. It would be difficult for most people to increase the water elements in the moving source water. However, this was easy for Lin Yuan. All he needed was heavy water, as every type of heavy water contained a unique water elemental characteristic. Although water world dimensional rifts were the rarest amongst all dimensional rifts, they occasionally appeared in cities that were close to the sea, like Indigo Azure City. Obtaining heavy water would be no issue as long as he had resources and the proper channels. Moreover, Yin Lin also planned to use heavy water to trade for heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls with him. Yin Lin wanted to use the Radiance Azure waterway. Given the island whale's speed, it would be able to make 4 or 5 trips in a year. Hence, she would probably trade for a large amount of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls each time, allowing Lin Yuan to gain a large amount of heavy water as well. However, the absorption of the heavy water's characteristics was not due to Ancestor of Water but rather the moving source water's innate ability. Ancestor of Water could only target water type phase. Although it held absolute power over water type phase and could control other areas of water using water elements, it was still very limited. Lin Yuan decided to see the third exclusive skill before making a decision. If the third exclusive skill was just as useless as the first one, he would pick Ancestor of Water. However, when he saw the moving source water's third exclusive skill, he was stunned. Power Water Soul. Choose a power and condense it into the soul of the moving source water. Any power can be chosen, but the choice cannot be undone. The power will affect the moving source water's future abilities and exclusive skills. When the moving source water receives a certain level of feedback from the power, the moving source water can comprehend any willpower rune according to the water elemental characteristics in its body. At that moment, Morbius' voice sounded in Lin Yuan's head. Yuan, the moving source water is interesting, the power water soul will allow you to gain a new type of strength. Lin Yuan was surprised to hear Morbius' voice. He had evolved phase in front of Morbius before. However, Morbius had never commented on another phase abilities or exclusive skills. In the depths of Lin Yuan's soul, the sacred sword-wielding queen pursed its lips when it heard what Morbius said. The sacred sword-wielding queen remembered that when it was combined with the sacred sword, it had scorned Morbius that could not even understand it. Yet, Morbius was now complimenting the moving source water. Lin Yuan wondered what the part about choosing a power and condensing it into the moving source water's soul meant. Lin Yuan had experienced 3 types of powers: spiritual, source type, and faith power. It was easiest for Lin Yuan to obtain spiritual power, and it was also the power that was the most prominent in the main world. Most of Lin Yuan's phase depended on spiritual power to evolve. Source-type power was the sacred source-wielding queen's specialty, as it could extract source-type power from law source crystals and world source crystals to evolve the completed laws in its skirt. It could also transfer its source-type power to dimensional life forms and make them into apostles. Lin Yuan had already gained perfect control over source-type power and spiritual power. This meant that the only power left to control was faith power. Morbius, are you referring to faith power? Morbius nodded and said happily, Yuan, faith power comes from the heart. When someone adores and admires you, they're giving you faith power. Faith power won't just vanish. Instead, it's stored in your body. You just can't feel or use it. If you choose the power water soul and make faith power the moving source water's soul, the faith power will no longer be locked within you. Instead, it'll turn into a type of power that you can use. Lin Yuan looked at his hands. He did not expect there to be faith power locked within him that he was unaware of. Faith power was the type of power used by apostles in the dimensional world. If he could utilize faith power, he would become a makeshift apostle as well. Besides the benefit of obtaining a new power, power water soul also added a limitation to the moving source water. Normally, the moving source water could absorb the characteristics of heavy water without limitation. However, power water soul would cause the moving source water only to be able to absorb one kind of water elemental characteristic. This would weaken the moving source water in a way and make its abilities more distinct. Lin Yuan's biggest dilemma was that the moving source water could use power water soul to comprehend a willpower rune. Although this meant that Lin Yuan did not need to provide the moving source water with a willpower rune, all 12 balls of water needed to comprehend willpower runes for it to evolve to myth breed. Lin Yuan felt that this was too difficult. But eventually, Lin Yuan decided to choose power water soul as the moving source water's exclusive skill. As complicated as it was undeniably much stronger than ancestor of water. After Lin Yuan chose power water soul, 12 transparent blue streaks of water shot out and surrounded Lin Yuan as though they were trying to awaken his soul. Lin Yuan needed to inject faith power into the moving source water to choose faith power as the moving source water's soul. He felt lucky that he had contracted Wendy and Rising Lizard. Otherwise, he would not have any faith power to use. Lin Yuan summoned Wendy and injected its totem's faith power into the moving source water. The moment that the moving source water felt the faith power, Lin Yuan felt a power awaken within him. Then, a shining golden shrine appeared in his soul. Chapter 1036, Mermaid. The shrine did not have any effect on Lin Yuan's soul, but his soul used to be the soul territory of the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen could not help but want to touch the shrine that suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan sensed that a power different from spiritual power and source-type power had awakened in his body. He was surprised by this hidden power as it was much more intense than the spiritual power in his body. Just as Lin Yuan was about to utilize the power, the doors of the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul opened, and 10,000 amber spots of light shot out. This made the sacred sword-wielding queen jump in fright. The amber spots of light continued to pour forth from the shrine, and an amber gossamer vest appeared on Lin Yuan's actual body. The amber vest was formed from concentrated faith power. This sight stunned all the spirit craftsmen working on the Sunlight King Lotus. All of them stopped working and turned their attention to Lin Yuan. They all regretted not immediately taking up Hu Quan's offer of working in isolation. Freedom was nothing compared to bronze/epic phase. Moreover, they would only have to be away for a decade at the most and would receive twice their normal pay. The more daring spirit craftsmen were wondering if they should try their luck and ask Lin Yuan if they were still able to join. However, the materialization of the amber vest on Lin Yuan stopped the spirit craftsman. Lin Yuan looked like a prince as he stood at the edge of the submerged flood dragon lake. He looked extremely natural and amicable. The moment the amber vest appeared, Lin Yuan's aura completely changed. He no longer looked like a human. Rather, a celestial being that had just descended. This aura made Lin Yuan feel as though he would be able to stain the sky red with a wave of his hand and dip a brush into right on the submerged flood dragon lake. The change to Lin Yuan dumbfounded all the spirit craftsmen in the submerged flood dragon lake. Wendy clung to Lin Yuan and sniffed the faith power emanating from him. The faith power soothed it and made the totem on its body light up. Lin Yuan did not notice any of this because he was mesmerized by the faith power coming from his soul. He knew that every spot of light that flew out of the shrine represented a person that had faith in him. Lin Yuan did not expect that in his humble and subdued life, so many people had faith in him. He immersed himself in the faith power and felt as though he could see every individual life that had faith in him. Some larger spots of light were in the center of all the spots of light. Lin Yuan realized that they came from Chu Ci, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, Listen, and the rest. He could not help but smile when he felt their faith. The only part that Lin Yuan had a problem with was that he did not know how to use the faith power. He injected his faith power into Wendy and realized that Wendy could not absorb it. But after Wendy sensed his faith power, it would be able to stimulate its own faith power. Lin Yuan placed his hand on Wendy's totem and circulated his faith power to engage the faith power stored in Wendy's totem. The faith power in Wendy's totem was naturally pulled toward Lin Yuan, and it would flow into his body at any moment. Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped moving. Faith power was the root power of apostles, and any tampering would result in serious damage. Wendy was Lin Yuan's fey, so he did not want to harm it. Lin Yuan sensed that the moving source water was yearning for something. It was as though it needed more faith power to complete its weak soul. Lin Yuan had used his soul to contract the moving source water, and it was a part of Lin Yuan's power. He did not reject the moving source water and injected his faith power into the moving source water to improve its new soul. Lin Yuan wanted to see how much the moving source water would be able to benefit from the faith power in his body. When he injected his faith power into the moving source water, all 12 balls of water started to glow amber. The 12 balls of water started to glow brighter, and even the blue water below the 12 balls of water turned tea-colored. At that moment, the 12 balls of water joined together and became a 3-meter-long, 100-meter-tall tea-colored waterspout. The amber light was centered in the eye of the waterspout as though something was going to be birthed from the waterspout. Lin Yuan increased the rate at which he injected faith power into the moving source water. Just as the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul was about to be emptied, a blue girl appeared from the center of the tea-colored waterspout. The girl crossed her arms around her body, and the water around her transformed into her skirt and hair. The swaying of the skirt revealed a fishtail. As the fishtail moved about, the young girl's body elongated. At that moment, she opened her eyes and waved her hands. The enormous waterspout turned into 12 twirling hoses. The 12 hoses wrapped around Lin Yuan, and the girl flapped her tail as she said, "Master, thank you for waking me up. Please give me a name." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he gazed at the mermaid. The process by which he created this mermaid seemed similar to the transformation of source-type feys when they evolved to Myth 2. However, it was fundamentally different. Chapter 1037, Faith Application. The mermaid seemed like a newly born sacred source life form. Lin Yuan remembered the sacred sword-wielding queen asking him for a name at the beginning as well. However, the mermaid would not live in Lin Yuan's soul like other sacred source life forms. The mermaid casually swished its hair and looked slightly hurt. It was like a little girl trying to get closer to its parent but was received coldly. Lin Yuan hastily said, "Let's call you Dark Blue." The mermaid murmured the name to herself and smiled innocently. The cool water splashed across Lin Yuan's face. The hoses around Dark Blue were clearly smaller than the pillar of water, so he asked, "Dark Blue, can you control the size of the hoses?" Dark Blue nodded and replied gently, "Master, I can control the size of the hoses by adjusting the concentration of water elements." Its blue hair lifted as it flapped its tail. The 12 hoses changed into 12 blue strands that wrapped around Dark Blue's tail. Dark Blue flapped its tail, and the 12 strands started to expand rapidly until they were enormous pillars that were 50 meters long and half a meter wide each. Now that Lin Yuan knew that Dark Blue could easily control the size of the hoses, he said, "Dark Blue, wrap the 12 hoses around your tail." I'll give you more water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to increase your power. Dark Blue nodded happily. Nothing made a Fey happier than when it could increase its power. Just as he was about to take Dark Blue back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan looked at the Spirit Craftsman and noticed that there were several faint spots of amber light on the Spirit Craftsman's heads. There were about 20 Spirit Craftsmen that did not have amber spots of light on their heads. Lin Yuan blinked in amazement. After awakening his faith power, he did not expect himself to see the world differently. Now, he could decide how close he was with another person by seeing their faith in him. He looked at Wendy and asked, "Wendy, do you know where your faith power is coming from?" Wendy shook its head in confusion. Morbius explained, "Faith power comes from feelings. Different feelings result in different faith power. The blessings of elders, the firmness of friendships, and the admiration and respect of experts all result in faith power. However, love is not included. Yuan, you can tell if others are providing you with faith power and how much faith power they're providing you with to see if they have other intentions against you." Lin Yuan immediately understood what Morbius meant. If a person seemed friendly but did not provide him with any faith power, they would not be sincere. There was also the possibility that they loved him. Everyone desired this power because it gave one the ability to see into another person's heart. Lin Yuan noted the spirit craftsmen who did not have faith in him. He would not provide them with any resources besides their original wage. Once he brought Dark Blue back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he took out all the water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls and fed them to Dark Blue. Given the concentration of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, there was no need to stock up on water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. The rate at which the aquamarine elemental shellfish produced Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls was sufficient for the floating island whale. Even after consuming a whole trunkload of Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, Dark Blue's grade did not rise as quickly as Lin Yuan expected. Lin Yuan immediately realized the crux of the matter. The important part of the Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls was their purity and not their quantity. All that Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls were only enough to evolve Dark Blue to Gold 2/Legend. Lin Yuan checked on Dark Blue's true data. Fey name, moving source water, stream. EE species, source genus/sacred source species. Fey grade, gold, 2/10. EE type, water. Fey quality, legend. Abilities. Flowing, the water will rush rapidly, and the energy from the water can allow the water to flow in any location. Halted flow, it can separate from the main body and turn all the water clement energy in the body into raging energy that shoots toward the target. Faith water, change faith power into a warm stream of water that can nurture other life forms that use faith power. Faith water can increase the rate at which faith power heals and replenishes the life form and slows down the faith power in larger bodies. Faith water can also be used to draw back faith power that was given out, along with any additional faith power that was gained by the target. Faith application, the owner can be combined with the moving source water and use all the power in the moving source water. The owner can also inject faith power into the moving source water to increase the strength of the moving source water's abilities. Exclusive skill. Power water soul, choose a power and condense it into the soul of the moving source water. Any power can be chosen, but the choice cannot be undone. The power will affect the moving source water's future abilities and exclusive skills. When the moving source water receives a certain level of feedback from the power, the moving source water can comprehend any willpower rune according to the water elemental characteristics in its body. Lin Yuan was elated when he saw the Dark Blue's two new abilities. He was most excited about Faith Water as it would allow the faith power in Wendy and Rising Lizard's totem to increase rapidly. Chapter 1038, Grey is a Heavenly Family Fey. When Lin Yuan evolved Wendy and Rising Lizard, he would also be able to receive faith power. Although he was still in the experimental phase of using his faith power, it would still increase the amount of faith power storage of the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. According to the description of the abilities, Faith Water would be able to change Dark Blue's body into an item. If Lin Yuan gave Faith Water to the rest of the apostles in the Marsh world, would he be able to gain the friendship of the other apostles? If this were possible, the apostles in the Marsh world would all become his tools, and he would be able to use them to gather faith power. Lin Yuan planned on testing this possibility. Faith application would allow Lin Yuan to use his faith power to strengthen Dark Blue's abilities. Faith application seemed similar to Xin Ying's Gold Cat species phase fusion. As he looked at Dark Blue, Lin Yuan wondered if he would become a Mereman as well when he fused with Dark Blue. However, Lin Yuan had never heard of a Mereman. 4. He stopped thinking about the matter as faith application was not an absolutely necessary ability to him. When he faced strong opponents, he had other methods to combat them. Lin Yuan took dark blue out of the spirit lock spatial zone and appeared next to the submerged flood dragon lake again. Dark blue was now much larger than when it was bronze, and there were many accessories made of water elements on its body. There were even seals embossed on dark blue's scales. Lin Yuan said, "Dark blue, release water elemental energy so that I can see what your water has become." True data had stated that dark blue's water had reached the level of streams. Dark blue waved its tail, and the 12 threads around its tail became 12 50-meter long and 10-meter wide streams. Lin Yuan could tell how turbulent they were from the thrashing light within the streams. In order to protect the mansion's decorations and environment, dark blue directed the 12 twirling streams toward the sky. Lin Yuan felt that the moment the water stopped, a giant waterfall would crash down from the sky. All the spirit craftsmen working on the Sunlight King Lotus watched this unfold in astonishment. He did not know how the spirit craftsmen were feeling, but the spots of light that represented their faith had become larger. A few of the spirit craftsmen who had not had lights on their head earlier now had them as well. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not change his mind about these spirit craftsmen who had just started to have faith in him. It was not worth it for him to spend resources to nurture these spirit craftsmen. At that moment, Morbius, Genius, and Chime's voices echoed in his head. "Yuan, come back to the spirit lock spatial zone. Something's wrong with Grey." "No, something is wrong with the spirit lock spatial zone." Lin Yuan immediately brought dark blue back with him to the spirit lock spatial zone. Once he entered the spirit lock spatial zone, he felt his hair stand on end. It looked as though the spirit lock spatial zone had been the scene of a robbery. Lin Yuan saw that all the spirit chi and elemental pearls were flying toward the egg that Grey was in. A mist had appeared around the shell, and it seemed like a hungry child. Lin Yuan needed to make a decision. He did not know how long Grey had been absorbing spirit chi at this rate. If it had been going on for some time, the floating island whale and elemental shellfish would have been affected. The spirit pool was like floodgates that had been opened, and it revealed the energy ores in the golden discs. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out the golden discs and noticed that over 80 of them no longer had any energy ores. He realized that he had not checked on the depletion of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone for a month. He hurriedly took energy ores out of his storage and poured them into the golden discs. After some contemplation, Lin Yuan decided not to stop what was happening to Grey. Grey was consuming the pure elemental energy from the elemental pearls alongside the spirit chi. A hypothesis was formed in Lin Yuan's mind. He remembered the Moon Empress mentioning to him during a question-and-answer session that earth-shattering changes accompanied the birth of Heavenly Family Feys. However, the birth of Heavenly Family Feys had such serious repercussions that it always drew the attention of many Feys. The newly hatched Heavenly Family Feys were extremely nutritious to other Feys. Hence, without the protection of strong Feys, it was difficult for the Heavenly Family Feys to continue surviving. Since the Spirit Lock spatial zone was 160 square meters wide, it was difficult to tell the changes that were taking place. If they were outside the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Grey's absorption of spirit chi and elemental energy would empty out all the spirit chi and elemental energy from around the royal capital. This would result in earth-shattering repercussions. Every Heavenly Family Fey required a large number of resources to hatch. If the resources were insufficient, the Heavenly Family Fey would hide its bloodline within itself and degrade a portion of its genetic model to preserve its life. The degraded portion of the genetic model was as good as lost, and it was almost impossible for it to surface again. Lin Yuan had been slightly curious when Grey evolved to a Heaven and Earth Fey. Now, it seemed that a large portion of Grey that he had discovered in the Endless Forest when it had just hatched and still had an incomplete genetic model was a Heavenly Family Fey whose genetic model had been degraded to preserve its life. But now, Grey had the chance to regain the lost genetic model due to the spirit chi and elemental energy available in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After it regained its genetic model, Grey would become the Heavenly Family Fey that it rightfully was. This was the chance that Grey had fought for itself, and Lin Yuan did not plan on becoming a burden to it. Grey seemed to have absorbed enough spiritual power in less than 2 minutes and stopped itself. The spirit chi that poured forth from the spirit pool quickly enabled the concentration of spirit chi to reach its peak. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon inhaled that breath back in sharply. Chapter 1039, Lin Yuan has zero resources. Although Grey had stopped absorbing spirit chi, it was still absorbing the elemental energy from the elemental pearls. One by one, the elemental pearls with outer layers flew toward Grey's egg. The various elemental pearls shattered upon contact with Grey's egg, and Gray relaxedly absorbed the pure energy. Lin Yuan felt himself go slightly numb as he watched the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls being used up. The Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls used to be able to form a small mountain in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. But the 7 different Bronze/Legend Elemental Shellfish produced Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls at a high rate, and Lin Yuan had been rather busy the last month. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope had separated the elemental pearls by type and did not pick out those with outer layers. Hence, Lin Yuan still had not had the chance to store these Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. There were fewer Earth-type and Water-type Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls because he had fed them to the kill food Sky Butterfly and Dark Blue. Meanwhile, there were close to 2,000 Fire-type and Wind-type Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. However, before Lin Yuan could feel any reluctance about these depleted Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls, he felt Gray's desperate craving for elemental energy. Naturally, he could not take Gray out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone so that it could absorb the elemental energy from the natural surroundings. The repercussions caused by a hatching Heavenly Family Fey would be so serious that not even he, the Moon Empress disciple, would be able to handle it. The changes that would take place would be visible not just in the Radiance Federation but also in the other federations of the main world. Given how precious Heavenly Family Feys were, their hatching would definitely be the start of ill intent from other federations. The Radiance Federation was powerful enough that the other federations would not dare to start direct confrontations. However, any federation with the island whale would be able to cross the seas to secretly start trouble in the Radiance Federation as well as search for the Heavenly Family Fey. This would definitely cause trouble for the Radiance Federation. Moreover, there were other powerful beings in the world besides humans. There were also some powerful Feys that had started their own private factions, albeit there were none in the Radiance Federation. Even if there were, they would have been disbanded by the Spirit Guards. However, there were numerous private factions started by Feys in other federations. Heavenly Family Feys were much more attractive to powerful Feys than they were to Spirit Chi professionals. Lin Yuan dared not imagine the consequences of numerous strong Feys changing into human form and infiltrating into the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was slightly concerned over what would happen when the Mother of Bloodbath broke through Myth 3. If the Mother of Bloodbath really managed to awaken its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, it would definitely transform just like Gray. However, the Mother of Bloodbath and Gray's situations were different. The Mother of Bloodbath needed to overcome 3 world cleansings, and Lin Yuan could not take it back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The earth-shattering repercussions that accompanied the Mother of Bloodbath's transformation were bound to happen. He let out a sigh. This sure is a headache. A thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. When the Mother of Bloodbath transformed into a Heavenly Family Fey, he could take it to the Divine Wood Federation. Whatever happened in the Divine Wood Federation would not be any of his concern. He might even be able to gain benefits during the chaos in the Divine Wood Federation. Since Gray craved elemental energy, he could not take it out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone as elemental energy was not as abundant in the outside world. Thus, Lin Yuan had to take out the elemental pearls in the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box that he had organized a month before. There were 1,000 elemental pearls of each type. Lin Yuan regarded the 4,000 Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls as his stored goods meant for emergencies. He did not even use them to recover the kill food Sky Butterfly's bloodline or evolve Dark Blue. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that he had good foresight. If he had not saved these 4,000 Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls, Gray's evolution to Heavenly Family Fey would have failed. However, Lin Yuan could not guarantee that the 4,000 Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls would be enough for Gray. Nonetheless, he no longer had any more Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls. Even if it was insufficient, he had tried his best and would only not be able to do anything else. Regardless of how many Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls Gray needed, Lin Yuan opened the box and placed it in front of Gray so that it could take as much as it needed. Within 5 minutes, Gray reached the bottom of the box, and its craving for elemental energy had eased. After Lin Yuan offered up the Heavenly Maiden Grade elemental pearls that the 7 Bronze/Legend elemental shellfish just produced, Gray's egg cracked, and translucent clouds flowed out from the cracks. A crane emerged before Lin Yuan, and an adorable and hurt voice said, "Dad, I used too many precious resources. I didn't do it on purpose. I just couldn't control my need for elemental energy." Lin Yuan was shocked. He regarded all his Feys as his children. However, this was the first time that one of them called him Dad. This gave Lin Yuan an odd feeling. Gray was truly a Heavenly Family Fey as it could speak from the moment it hatched. From Gray's words, it seemed that it remained conscious while in its shell. Since Lin Yuan had given the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls to Gray, he would not blame it. Eyes okay, Gray. As long as I have any left, you can use as many Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls as you need. Chapter 1040, Cloudy Weather. Luckily, you don't need any more Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough for you. Previously, if all the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone were used up, Lin Yuan would still have some in storage. But now, he did not have a single Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearl besides those that the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish were currently producing. Gray proclaimed in a clingy tone, "Dad, I love you." The crane silhouette wrapped in light mist moved toward Lin Yuan, and he soon felt a weight land in his arms. He felt a pair of wings wrap around him, but he could only see a cloud when he looked down. It was only when he took a closer look that he could make out the silhouette of a crane. Lin Yuan was shocked by Gray's ability to obscure itself. He was so close to Gray but could not see it unless he focused. If Gray were flying in the sky and hidden amongst the plumes of clouds, not even feys that were skilled at surveillance would be able to spot Gray easily. Lin Yuan decided to check on Gray's true data to see if it had truly transformed into a heavenly family fey after absorbing so much pure spirit chi and elemental energy. Fey name, Sky Clouded Crane. EE species, Crane species/Red Crane species. Fey grade, Normal, 1/10. EE type, Natural. Fey quality, Normal. Abilities. Cloudy weather, the body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as his face stretched into a smile. According to Wen Yu's information, Lin Yuan knew that he could use a phase type to Dizem if it was a heavenly family fey. Amongst all the feys, only heavenly family feys were natural type. Now, Lin Yuan was certain that Gray was genuinely a heavenly family fey. Lin Yuan also finally knew that Gray looked like a shapeless cloud because of the ability Cloudy Weather. Cloudy Weather could combine active and passive abilities. Gray's current form was Cloudy Weather's passive ability, and it amazed Lin Yuan. Heavenly family feys needed more than just spirit chi to evolve. They also needed energy from the natural world. This was why heavenly family feys were natural type. For example, once the mother of Bloodbath evolved to the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, it would need to absorb energy from the sun. Unlike the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, Gray needed to absorb the energy from various weather conditions. The weather conditions could include clear weather, cloudy weather, rainy weather, snowy weather, and so on. Gray would then need to absorb the weather into its cloud and produce a new ability. This would allow Gray to create multiple new abilities. There were also limitations to the abilities that could be created. There would not be any new abilities when Gray evolved. From true data, Lin Yuan also knew that the created abilities could be strengthened continuously. If Gray absorbed the same type of weather more than once, the ability that came from that type of weather would be strengthened. While Lin Yuan was looking at Gray's true data, he felt a strange spiritual fluctuation. Soon, Lin Yuan noticed that a tight link had been formed between him and Gray. The link was Gray's method of contraction. Before Gray hatched, Lin Yuan had sliced open his palm multiple times to allow his blood to drip onto Gray's shell. This was so that Gray would form an attachment to his bloodline and want to form a contract with him when it hatched. Gray was the first heavenly family fey with which Lin Yuan had formed a contract. As a heavenly family fey, Gray needed to comprehend a willpower rune from the environment itself. Hence, Lin Yuan would not need to prepare a willpower rune for it. Neither of the willpower runes available in Lin Yuan's mind were suitable for Gray. "Dad, I want to eat the fish you gave me last time." Gray looked rather bashful as it made its request, as though it felt embarrassed to be asking for food from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out the fish from the amber button-shaped fey storage box that he had prepared for Gray. Lin Yuan had put in a lot of effort in order to help Gray put some meat on its bones. He had fed the fish feys with medicinal properties so that Gray would be nourished by the fish when it consumed them. Since Gray had suddenly turned into a shell, Lin Yuan had stored the fish that Gray had not finished eating. Ever since Gray started evolving, it had not eaten. Lin Yuan laid out the 10 fish on the ground and said, "Gray, dig in. If they are not enough, there are still 20 more in the diamond fey storage box. Now that you are done transforming, your body has fully recovered, and you will be able to eat even tastier food. I'll prepare new food for you over the next 2 days." Gray replied obediently, "Thank you, Dad. I'm going to start eating." Lin Yuan felt the weight in his hands lift as Gray flew away. The cloud flew around the fish, and one of the fish soon disappeared. The moment one of the fish disappeared, Lin Yuan caught sight of the silhouette of a crane moving. The 10 fish were soon gobbled up by Gray. Lin Yuan could tell that Gray was not full but was too embarrassed to say so. As such, he poured the rest of the fish into the basin. Chapter 1041, Radiance of a Clear Day and Darkness of a Cloudy Day. Now that Gray had eaten 14 fish, a question popped into Lin Yuan's head. After eating so much, how was Gray going to void all that food? Would a pile of feces suddenly fall from the sky? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Gray had stopped eating and said, "Dad, I'm so full. I'm going to fly for a while." Lin Yuan brought Gray out of the spirit lock spatial zone. The spirit craftsman working on the submerged flood dragon lake saw Lin Yuan. Now, there was a young mermaid in a cloud next to him. "Dad, it's clear skies now. I want to eat the clear weather," said Gray. Lin Yuan grinned. There was no way that he would be against Gray wanting to increase its power. He wanted to see what changes would happen after Gray absorbed weather phenomena. Gray squawked, and a ray of light emerged from the clear skies. Contained within the ray of light was all the loveliness of the clear skies, and Lin Yuan felt as though he was gazing at an unending stretch of clear skies. Gray's cloud was originally around 5 square meters. But now, it looked more like a cloud that had descended from the sky and had expanded to 100 square meters. As Gray absorbed the light, Lin Yuan could see the beauty of clear skies staining Gray's cloud. However, Gray did not seem satisfied after absorbing the ray blinding light, and it continued to absorb as much light as it could. The loveliness of clear skies within Gray seemed to grow heavier. Lin Yuan knitted his brows, but he did not check to see what ability Gray had obtained. No matter what ability Gray had gained or how strong it was, Lin Yuan would not be overly happy as Gray's cloud would gain the aura of that type of weather. Hence, Gray would lose its ability to obscure itself. If it had been a rainy day, Gray's cloud would stand out from the rest of the surroundings and draw everyone's attention. Moreover, if Gray had absorbed rainy and snowy weather, it would become even more prominent. However, Lin Yuan could not prevent Gray from absorbing weather as it would cause Gray to be unable to evolve. After absorbing so much clear weather, Gray had evolved from normal/normal to normal 4/elite. Lin Yuan wondered if he had mistaken or if the skies had become darker. Gray was clearly delighted by the change in weather. As the skies darkened, a dark gray ray of light descended. Gray immediately absorbed the translucent gray ray of light. Now, there was cloudy darkness within Gray's cloud as well. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. No one could say that Gray was picky. Even after absorbing the clear skies, Gray could still blend in the sky. But after absorbing the cloudy skies as well, Gray would stand out in the sky. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the abilities that Gray had gained from absorbing the 2 types of weather. Radiance of a clear day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all the life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms' light type abilities will be able to generate more damage while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. 2. Darkness of a cloudy day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that or a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark type abilities will be able to generate more damage while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Lin Yuan was elated when he saw the 2 abilities as they all benefited him while weakening his enemies. 2. Everything under clouds would be his territory, and the abilities could be used on top of one another. 1. With the clear weather imprint, he would not need to be afraid that the abilities would counter each other. The radiance of a clear day was very compatible with Chimey as bathed in light would be able to quickly heal other life forms, as well as increase the damage dealt by Chimey's light type abilities. If radiance of a clear day could become stronger, Chimey would not die as long as it had enough spirit chi and used its blood locking and bathed in light abilities. Darkness of a cloudy day was even more useful to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan did not have any dark type phase, many of the sacred sword-wielding Queen Skirtlaws were dark type, and the Dark Death World was also dark type. Lin Yuan would be able to deal more damage when he used Nightcrow Wither attack with the darkness of a cloudy day. He also really liked the confusion and fear that accompanied the use of darkness of a cloudy day. Confusion would reduce the opponent's sense of direction, while fear would lower their fighting spirit. Although these 2 effects would not produce significant effects during a group battle, they might be able to turn the tables during a battle between experts. As happy as Lin Yuan was with these 2 abilities, he was still slightly melancholic about Gray losing its obscuring ability. Lin Yuan saw that the dark clouds had gathered together, and it seemed as though snow was going to fall at any moment. Chapter 1042, Spend the whole night in the snow with you. The clear weather changed to cloudy weather, then snowy weather in the span of tens of minutes. Such weather changes usually took an hour to occur. Thus, this quick development had to be connected to Grey. However, Lin Yuan did hope that it would snow so that Grey would be able to gain a third ability. Lin Yuan ignored the stunned expressions of the spirit craftsman and instructed his source San to create a chair. He sat down on the chair and looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with thick dark clouds, and Lin Yuan wondered if the snow would last the entire night. Lin Yuan planned on staying here with Grey for the entire night as it absorbed the snowy weather. He wanted to see if the normal 9/flawless Grey would be able to gain another ability as it evolved toward bronze grade. Soon, feather-like snow drifted down and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulders before tumbling to the ground. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called the mother of Bloodbath. After attending the Guardia banquet, his address had been revealed to all the top factions. Long Tu's loud and unabashed visit had drawn the attention of many veteran and top factions. Now, there were definitely veteran and top factions that were snooping around. The sky had darkened, but it was not night yet. Hence, Grey's cloud still did not stand out as much. But once it turned to nighttime, anyone who looked up would immediately be able to tell that Grey's cloud was different from other clouds. Lin Yuan planned on instructing the Mother of Bloodbath to use its blood law to shade the sky. If those snooping veteran and top factions were curious about why the Mother of Bloodbath was shading this area, they would not dare to break through the Mother of Bloodbath's blood law for fear of offending the Moon Empress disciple. After the call, there was a red flash, and the Mother of Bloodbath appeared beside Lin Yuan. Mother of Bloodbath, put up a shade above the return from faraway mansion, don't let anyone see what's going on inside, said Lin Yuan. The Mother of Bloodbath immediately leaped into the sky, and its suzerain/mythi aura burst forth from it. The blood law formed a barrier that enveloped the return from faraway mansion. Lin Yuan rarely bothered the Mother of Bloodbath. Hence, the Mother of Bloodbath knew that Lin Yuan must have a good reason. It had already sensed the strange aura when Grey transformed. At first, the Mother of Bloodbath did not think much of it. But when the Mother of Bloodbath realized that the strange cloud was absorbing the energy from the snowy weather, its eyes grew wide. Since it had the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline within it, it knew more about Heavenly Family Feys than others. Thus, it soon ascertained that a Heavenly Family Fey formed this strange cloud. Judging from its aura, the Mother of Bloodbath knew that this Heavenly Family Fey was rather weak. Evidently, Lin Yuan wanted to put up a barrier around the return from faraway mansion so that no one else would realize that there was a Heavenly Family Fey present. Could this Heavenly Family Fey be Lin Yuan's Fey? All of the Mother of Bloodbath's hair stood on end. Lin Yuan's growth could only be described as astronomical if this were true. It had sensed the aura of a Heavenly Family Fey from the Moon Empress, indicating that the Moon Empress had a Heavenly Family Fey. But even so, there was no need for the Moon Empress to give Lin Yuan a Heavenly Family Fey as well. Since this matter concerned Lin Yuan's Heavenly Family Fey, the Mother of Bloodbath could only tread carefully. It put all its effort into activating its blood law and releasing intimidation to ward off all experts around the return from faraway mansion. Shortly after, the Mother of Bloodbath received word from those experts. The experts were fearful of Lin Yuan's identity and hastily left the return from faraway mansion's vicinity when they received the Mother of Bloodbath's warning. Lin Yuan quietly gazed at Grey as it absorbed the snowy weather. As the snowflakes cascaded down, Lin Yuan could not remember when was the last time he sat down and properly admired a natural wonder. Back when he was at Redbud City, he would often sit by the window and watch the night scenery when he had time. The ever-flourishing return from faraway mansion was also covered in a layer of snow. The snowfall seemed to be heavy, but it was spring, as such, the fallen snow quickly melted. It was only when the snow that previously fell lowered the temperature of the ground that the snow that fell afterward would be able to remain. After this heavy snow, the royal capital was sure to become colder, and the spring would also be delayed by about a week. Lin Yuan suddenly thought about the plum blossom branch sellers. This snow would definitely delight them, and they would receive business for at least 2 more weeks. Lin Yuan felt extremely content as he stared at the snow, and he could not help but start to sing softly. Although Lin Yuan was not skilled at singing, he could still stay on tune. Otherwise, he would not have been able to teach Chimey how to sing. Chimey did not know how to compose songs, and it only learned the songs that Lin Yuan had sung before. It had been some time since he last sang, and his voice was rather raspy. Nonetheless, his voice was steeped in the exuberance of youth. The mother of Bloodbath was surprised to hear Lin Yuan singing. Love, separation, and steadfastness percolated Lin Yuan's song. The mother of Bloodbath could not think of a single person that Lin Yuan had been interested in. It had also found out that Chimey was Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess and often listened to Chimey's live streams. The mother of Bloodbath had also asked Chimey where its songs came from, and the reply was always that Lin Yuan had taught the songs. The mother of Bloodbath suddenly realized that most of the songs Chimey sang were also about love. Could Lin Yuan be a perverted hopeless romantic? 3. The mother of Bloodbath quickly shook its head. This was impossible for the lone wolf Lin Yuan. Chapter 1043, Jade Contract. Lin Yuan did not know what the mother of Bloodbath was thinking. If he did, he would feel extremely wronged. How was he a perverted hopeless romantic? If he were, he would not still be single. Lin Yuan sat in the snow for the entire night. He noticed that Grey absorbed both the snowy weather and cloudy weather together. There was no conflict between the two kinds of weather. Now, Grey had evolved to Elite 9/Epic. It only needed one more step up to evolve to Bronze grade. The night was almost over, and the sky was slowly becoming brighter. There was less cloudy weather for Grey to absorb. Instead, there was now more clear weather for it to absorb. The sky was almost completely bright, and the snowfall had slowly decreased. Grey was now Elite X/Epic, and its cloud abruptly expanded. It now had 3 exclusive skills as well for Lin Yuan to choose from. With this, Lin Yuan knew that Grey had evolved to Bronze grade. Lin Yuan straightened his posture and solemnly looked at the first exclusive skill. Endless clouds. When the cloud becomes thinner, it can fuse with and control natural clouds to increase the area covered by its cloud. Lin Yuan massaged his temple vexedly. Previously, Endless Cloud would have struck all the right chords with Lin Yuan. He had wanted Genius to use connected tails to connect Wen Yu and Grey so that Wen Yu would be able to hide in Grey's clouds and use Hear Heaven's secrets to go out and collect information. Endless Clouds would be able to execute this idea perfectly. But now, with 3 kinds of weather within it, Grey was just like a blinking traffic light. If its cloud expanded, it would only stand out more. Hence, Lin Yuan abandoned the first exclusive skill. As Grey increased its power, its cloud would also become bigger. Lin Yuan moved on to the second exclusive skill. Flowing Clouds Nirvana. The cloud will never fade, and its life will never end. If the body is killed, but a wisp of cloud remains, the cloud will turn into an egg that will eventually hatch and revive. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at the second exclusive skill as it suited his needs well. It was now extremely easy to spot Grey. If it were attacked before it became stronger, it would likely lose its life. However, Flowing Clouds Nirvana would increase Grey's chances of survival. Lin Yuan decided that if the third exclusive skill was just as useless as the first exclusive skill or if it was unusable, he would choose Flowing Clouds Nirvana. When Lin Yuan saw the third exclusive skill, he immediately started to guffaw. You add contract, condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into a jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. When the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. The third exclusive skill solved the issue that Lin Yuan had been grappling with ever since Grey started absorbing weather phenomena. With Jade Contract, Grey would be able to blend in with the other clouds and shield the floating island whale and dark blue as well. Moreover, Jade Contract also gave Grey a new fighting technique. Grey would be just like a spirit chi professional while the weather types would become its feys. It would be able to absorb different weather to evolve its jade beasts. Now, Grey would be able to fight head-on as well by strengthening itself while weakening its enemies. Naturally, Jade Contract also had its weaknesses. Jade Contract would result in jade accessories appearing on Grey. The more weather types Grey absorbed, the more accessories it would gain. This would make Grey stand out even more. Luckily, Grey could also obscure itself in its cloud. As such, it would be difficult to spot it even with all the accessories on its body. The jade accessories on Grey's body would also make it easier for Lin Yuan to follow Grey's movements. After Lin Yuan chose Jade Contract as Grey's exclusive skill, the cloud in the sky dispersed. As it stretched further, it eventually covered an area of 1,000 square meters. The silhouette of a crane with a sun-shaped yellow jade accessory, a moon-shaped purple crystal, and a snowflake-shaped blue crystal on it emerged from the cloud. Lin Yuan knew that Grey was flying toward him, and he stretched his arms out to catch it. He soon realized that it did not become any heavier despite having evolved. After absorbing the snowy weather, Grey gained a new ability. Frozen Snowy Day. in an area covered by clouds or after the weather has been changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will be able to produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen, numbed, and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Lin Yuan did not know if it was because Gray had absorbed more snowy weather than clear weather and cloudy weather, but the effects of frozen snowy day were more elaborate than radiance of a sunny day and darkness of a cloudy day. Lin Yuan immediately thought of dark blue. If frozen snowy day could turn water-type abilities into ice-type, when dark blue used halted flow, the waterfall that descended would become a mountain of ice instead. Chapter 1044, The person with the elemental shellfish is here. The pillars of water would disperse upon impact and lose much of their force. However, the pillars of ice would focus all their impact on one spot and cause maximum damage. Dark blue could even manipulate the end so that it was pointed and sharp, turning the pillar of ice into an enormous arrow. Lin Yuan was looking forward to seeing Gray and Dark Blue work together. As Gray wiggled about in Lin Yuan's arms, he said, "Gray, use Jade Contract and summon all the Jade Beasts." Gray immediately flew out of Lin Yuan's arms, and the 3 jade decorations on its body lit up. Soon, an avian-type fey with flames for a tail emerged from the sun-shaped yellow jade. A deer-shaped fey with black patterns and purple stripes emerged from the moon-shaped purple jade. A turtle species fey with ice crystals all over its body emerged from the snowflake-shaped blue jade. Lin Yuan noticed that the flaming bird was strongly geared toward combat while the deer-shaped fey had strong controlling abilities, and the turtle species fey could use the ice crystals for defense. Although Gray had only obtained 3 types of weather, it was already prepped for offense and defense. But since Gray's grade was not high and had not absorbed much weather, the jade beasts were not very strong. Nonetheless, Gray's powers already far exceeded that of other silver fays. No wonder Gray was a heavenly family fey, it was so strong. Lin Yuan carefully looked through Gray's true data. Fey name, Sky-Clouded Crane. Bay species, Crane species/Red Crane species. Spirit life form grade, Bronze, 1/10. Fey type, Natural. Fey quality, Normal. Abilities. Cloudy weather, the body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that of clear skies, all the life forms in the area will be stamped with a clear weather imprint. Friendly life forms' light-type abilities will be able to generate more damage while enemies will sustain sunstroke, burning, and other negative effects. Darkness of a cloudy day, in an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to that or a cloudy day, all life forms in the area will be stamped with a cloudy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' dark-type abilities will be able to generate more damage while enemies will suffer confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy day, in an area covered by clouds or after the weather has been changed to become snowy, all life forms will be branded with the snowy weather imprint. Friendly life forms will be able to produce more powerful ice-type attacks, and water-type abilities can also become ice-type. Enemies will be frozen, numbed, and experience other negative effects. Fire-type effects will also become less effective. Exclusive skill. Jade Contract, condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into a jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. When the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. According to true data, Gray was still only normal quality. However, Lin Yuan was not worried as its quality would increase once it absorbed more weather. Now that Gray had Jade Contract, it would not stand out as much when it was a cloud. Lin Yuan instructed Gray to stay above the return from faraway mansion to continue absorbing the clear weather. After Gray flew to the sky, the Mother of Bloodbath was also free to leave. The Mother of Bloodbath returned to the training room to absorb the blood energy in the blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan sat back on the seat and could not help but face reality. He cupped his chin with his hand as he started to brood. When he had more than enough heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls at his disposal, he could always proceed with confidence. He had promised to supply the faction he was starting with Zhongzi, Gulang, Long Tao and the rest with all the high-class creation master resources and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls they needed. Lin Yuan had always told Yin Lin that she could order as many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as she needed when she came over to trade. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role was luxury goods, and they would also need a significant number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. When Lu Pinru and Wen Yu were establishing Pinru's home, Lin Yuan had also suggested to Wen Yu to provide custom services and add heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls as accessories on the spirit chi clothes to increase their value. Lin Yuan had also allowed Listen to manage the purchase with no loss store, and he needed to provide heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls every day as the group welfare. Moreover, the floating island whale, dark blue, and kill food sky butterfly needed large numbers of elemental pearls each. Currently, Lin Yuan needed to supply a mountain of elemental pearls. Now that Grey had transformed into a heavenly family fey, Lin Yuan had no more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Although the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish were continuously producing elemental pearls, their production rate was clearly lacking. The Spirit Lock spatial zone had recently evolved, and the concentration of spirit chi had increased to the point that it was far more than what the Spirit Lock spatial zone required. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to obtain a few more infant elemental shellfish. But in a previous phone call, Gao Feng had said that the wave of spirit chi that had flowed out of the water world dimensional rift had evolved all the infant elemental shellfish to explosive pearl shellfish. As such, it was extremely difficult to obtain infant elemental shellfish now. This was the reason the price of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls had inflated recently. He let out a sigh. No matter how difficult it is to obtain elemental shellfish, I have to get my hands on some. If he could obtain another 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he would be able to double the production of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Even if he ran out of elemental pearls again in the future, he should be able to recoup his stock quickly. While Lin Yuan was trying to find a way to obtain the infant elemental shellfish, his phone rang. When he saw who was calling, Lin Yuan immediately grinned. It was the person who would give him the infant elemental shellfish. Chapter 1045, Heavenly Family Cottage. Just as Lin Yuan was about to pick up the call, Gray's continuous absorption of the weather resulted in all the members of royalty in the Imperial Court and the veteran Thearch class experts frowning as they looked up at the sky. At the Spirit Guard's land, a woman wearing a long black skirt with a veil over her face watched as the weather turned from snowfall at night to clear skies in the morning and said, "All the good weather has gathered above the royal capital. Is it possible that a heavenly family fey has appeared and is attracting all this good weather?" Night Leaning Moon quickly shook this thought out of her head. If a heavenly family fey was really causing the weather changes, the results would have been stronger. This indicated that the heavenly family fey had to be silver grade and below. Suddenly, Night Leaning Moon inhaled sharply. She had witnessed heavenly family feys call out to the stars and turn them into bullets that it shot out using its palms. When a mature heavenly family fey was absorbing energy from the natural world, the effects would definitely be tangible. This meant that the heavenly family fey that was manipulating the weather above the royal capital had to have just hatched. Night Leaning Moon smiled helplessly. If there really was a newly hatched heavenly family fey in the royal capital, the calmness that the royal capital was still enjoying meant that something incredible had taken place. All the federations in the main world would turn their attention to the Radiance Federation. Soon, the Azure Envoys would come to the Radiance Federation, and events were sure to occur. In all the chaos, it was likely that someone would use the opportunity to carry out their scheme. The appearance of a newly hatched heavenly family fey in the royal capital was not necessarily good for the Radiance Federation. In fact, it could be the start of a catastrophe. However, the matter of the heavenly family fey was serious, and the Radiance Federation would definitely do all it could to keep the fey here. But, there was no way that the heavenly family cottage would allow a newly hatched heavenly family fey to roam free in the wild. All the members of royalty and veteran Thearch class experts who had sensed the weather changes as well were sharing Night Leaning Moon's sentiments. Moreover, some experts were investigating the royal capital. Iron Prison and some other Thearch class experts circulated their laws, but all of them avoided the return from faraway mansion. Ever since Lin Yuan had become the champion of the martial arts stage at the Guardia banquet, his capability and status were known to all top factions, veteran factions, and members of royalty. Iron Prison did not want to start any bad blood with the Moon Empress because of Lin Yuan. None of the Thearch class experts from top factions dared look into the mansion where the Moon Empress disciple lived, as it would be no better than trespassing. Hence, Gray avoided being spotted by the experts who noticed the weather changes. However, Lin Yuan was completely oblivious to the fact that the experts had noticed the weather changes. Currently, all was quiet in the royal capital. But a few hours ago, as night had been coming to an end and Gray had just been starting to absorb the clear weather, a strange expression came over a short old man in a cave of purple crystals. He had a kind countenance, and with a wave of his hand, the purple crystals around the cave joined together to form a crystal ball. Many purple rays of light appeared on the southeast side of the crystal ball. The short and fat elderly man shouted in the direction of the cave's entrance, "Come here for a meeting. Something is messing up the natural power in the southwest direction. A new little one has appeared." The short and fat elderly man trembled, and 12 slender yet flexible purple tails extended from him. He immediately turned into a tall middle-aged woman wearing fox fur with charming features and a stern expression. Her 12 tails had an immortal quality to them and seemed to be able to disintegrate the earth with one lash. As the 12 tails swished, stars began falling from the sky. The falling stars landed on the purple crystal ball, and the area where the natural power had been messed up lit up with the image of the sun, dark clouds, and snowflakes. The middle-aged woman looked surprised and murmured, "This little one sure is interesting, it actually absorbed 3 types of natural power." While the middle-aged woman was receiving information from the crystal ball, the lotus leaves on the lotus pond outside the crystal cave started to move as the water underneath rippled. A blooming blue lotus flower stopped absorbing natural power from the water. The lotus flower spun and transformed into a beautiful girl with waist-length blue hair. She plucked a few persimmons from the growing tree next to the pond and washed them in the pond before stuffing them into her mouth. As she ate, she walked into the crystal cave. She managed to eat 6 or 7 persimmons before she reached the cave, savoring the taste of each bite. On a snow pine, a black silky that had just absorbed the power of the night lazily tuned and transformed into a tall and sturdy man wearing a netted vest. He glanced down at his black fingernails and swept his black shoulder-length hair behind him as he smiled impishly, giving him an air of unspeakable charm. He leaped into the air, and his netted vest billowed behind him like wings, carrying him toward the crystal cave. A large red and gold spider was resting on a giant scarlet rock. The spider was as large as a small mountain, and small specks of light dotted its red and gold body. Chapter 1046, I want to raise little spiders with you. The specks of light became brighter on the body of the enormous spider that had been absorbing the sun's energy, and it soon turned into a tall and handsome middle-aged man. His short hair was as red as rubies, and one eye was red while the other was gold. His body glistened under the sunlight as though he had just stepped out of a painting. However, there seemed to be a deep-set sadness in his eyes that even bled into the sunlight that fell on him. The various life forms that had been absorbing energy from ice, lava, the underground, plants, and storm clouds transformed into human form and headed for the crystal cave. 17 different beings appeared on the island. They looked like a slipshod crew that did not belong together. However, all of them could absorb natural energy. 16 of them gathered together at the entrance of the crystal cave before they walked in together. The moment the 16 heavenly family feys stepped in, the middle-aged woman wearing purple fox fur waved her hand and the crystal ball appeared before the people that had just walked in. The blue-haired woman hurriedly gobbled down the last persimmon and burped before saying, "Sister Purple Love, the only places that are southeast of us are the Startling Lines Continent and Radiance Federation." A thought seemed to strike the blue-haired girl, and she said, "Any of the 3 federations in the Startling Lines Continent is fine. The Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation would never dare to stop us. However, things will become more difficult if it's the Radiance Federation." The man wearing a black netted vest tugged his feather earrings and said with a raspy voice, "Sister Purple Love, is it possible that you're wrong? Last night, I also sensed changes in the weather when I was absorbing the night power. However, it was extremely weak. If it was caused by a heavenly family fey, it's probably newly hatched. The birth of a heavenly family fey will definitely result in severe changes to the environment that we would have sensed long ago." A persimmon flew toward the man wearing the black netted vest. "White Phoenix, Sister Purple Love's star prediction is never wrong. Although the temporary circumstance of messed up natural power doesn't necessarily have to have been caused by a heavenly family fey, it has dragged on for so long that it's clear that it's caused by a heavenly family fey absorbing natural power to increase its power." White Phoenix was about to speak when a cold voice snapped. "It's enough that you named yourself White Phoenix despite being a silky, but can you not cluck the entire night while you're absorbing night power? Don't you know that there are people sleeping?" White Phoenix looked at his companion's dark eye circles before replying, "Okay. I won't cluck at night anymore." However, it was clear that he was not being sincere. His joke angered everyone present. Just as a fight was about to break out, Purple Love could not help but place her hand on her forehead. After checking the time, Purple Love sat down. If a fight really broke out, it would last for at least an hour. The bickering was giving her a headache, so Purple Love used 2 of her purple fluffy tails to cover her ears. An hour later, she removed her tails and said, "Now that you're done fighting, let's begin the meeting." The red-haired man who had been quiet until now immediately said, "I haven't been sent out on a mission for some time. Let me be the one to bring the new heavenly family Fey back. Since the destinations are the Radiance Federation and Startling Lines continent, I'll be able to visit Jade Sundial as well." The red-haired man's sorrowful feelings intensified. Purple Love looked nostalgic and reluctant. "Blood New Moon, you might not have started out as a heavenly family Fey, but ever since you fused with Sister Jade Sundial's bloodline, you became just like one of us. I should have no problems with you going, but you just underwent a bloodline transformation and your power hasn't recovered. Why don't you wait until your power has recovered before you head to the lava zone in the Radiance Federation to see Sister Jade Sundial?" Blood New Moon lowered his head, and the pain in his eyes turned misty. He was originally the blood red bird catching spider, but due to his great talent, his bloodline was activated to its peak when he evolved to myth breed. He was a bona fide genius amongst the blood red bird catching spiders. Although the blood red bird catching spider was one of the stronger spider species Feys, there was still a gap between it and the most elite spider species Feys, not to mention the sky sundial jade spider. The myth breed Blood New Moon could not help but be attracted to Jade Sundial's aura, and he had charged toward Jade Sundial like other male spider species Feys. The moment he had seen Jade Sundial, he fell in love at first sight. Blood New Moon had been the nearest and the first to reach Jade Sundial. However, Jade Sundial did not immediately eat Blood New Moon. He did not know which part of him had attracted Jade Sundial, as the latter allowed him to live instead of eating him to obtain his energy. All of Jade Sundial's energy came from the other creation breed and myth breed spider species Feys that came after Blood New Moon. Jade Sundial did not end up choosing a bloodline from one of the spider species Feys it had eaten. Instead, it had asked Blood New Moon to inject his bloodline into the eggs. Blood New Moon could still remember that Jade Sundial had said to him, "You're very good looking. I want to have little spiders with you." 1. That was the most romantic thing that Blood New Moon had ever heard. The most perfect way that high-grade Feys expressed their love was to have offspring together and allow their shared bloodlines to carry on. Chapter 1047, Fan Jianyi's Good Impression. However, during Jade Sundial's gestation period, she had met Tower Cannon's 5th page truth. Jade Sundial had already been weak during her gestation period. But even if she had been at her optimal condition, she would not be a match for 5th page truth. Eventually, the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye had worked together to prevent 5th page truth from dealing the final blow and stealing Jade Sundial and Blood New Moon's child. Unfortunately, Jade Sundial's egg was still lost. Before Jade Sundial died, she injected its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline into Blood New Moon and used her last vestiges of strength to suppress the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline. Due to the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline in his body, Blood New Moon had been brought back to the Heavenly Family Cottage. After transforming his bloodline 9 times, Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial's bloodlines were finally perfectly combined. Each of the bloodline transformations was a brush with death, and it was a miracle that Blood New Moon was able to survive every one of them. The ever-cavalier White Phoenix immediately turned serious. He grimaced in sadness as well as though he was also familiar with the feeling of having to separate from one's mate. "Sister Purple Love, don't stand in Blood New Moon's way. He probably wants to see if he can find their child. Let me and Blue Lotus accompany him to the Startling Lines continent and Radiance Federation." Blue Lotus was about to rebuke White Phoenix as she did not understand why her name had been mentioned as well. However, she swallowed her protests. Jade Sundial had watched over Blue Lotus as she grew up, and Jade Sundial had also been the one to construct Blue Lotus Lotus Pond that was linked to the 4 seas. When Jade Sundial had been gestating and left the Heavenly Family Cottage, Blue Lotus had made a fuss about being the child's godmother. The fact that Blood New Moon had survived was proof of his relationship with Jade Sundial. Naturally, Blue Lotus was not going to oppose his desire to search for his lost offspring. Even if White Phoenix had not mentioned her, she would have voiced her opinion. However, Blue Lotus was slightly upset that White Phoenix had spoken on her behalf. But now was not the time to fight with White Phoenix. I'll absorb water power from the natural world while this little one absorbs various weather phenomena. Snow turns to water after it falls. I'll be able to sense the little one much better than White Phoenix. Sister Purple Love, you don't have to worry. I'll go with Blood New Moon to carry out the mission. White Phoenix rolled his eyes. As if Sister Purple Love will have to worry if I go with Blood New Moon. Stupid woman! How dare you step all over me? Purple Love was silent for a moment before she said, of course, I have no problems with three of you going together. Blood New Moon, if you're so resolute, the three of you should just go together. A stern look crossed Purple Love's gaze. Heavenly Family Cottage has no grievances with the world. All we ask is for a place to exist in peace. However, if you encounter a problem, don't be afraid of causing trouble. If you see anyone from Tower Cannon, kill them without hesitation. 1. All 16 Heavenly Family Feys exploded with an intense immortally murderous aura. Hello, I'm Fan Jianyi from Cage of Brahma Insects. Do you still remember me? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. The call from Cage of Brahma Insects was just what he needed, and he had heard Fan Jianyi's name before. After establishing Sky City, Lin Yuan had read up on information regarding the various veteran factions, top factions, and even rising factions. Naturally, he knew the significance of Fan Jianyi when it came to Cage of Brahma Insects. However, he had not been able to place a face to information he had read. But now, he was certain from the voice on the other end of the call that this was the silver-haired old woman who had the creation dominate Sky Snake Dove he had encountered at the outskirts of the royal capital. Fan Jianyi had hesitated for an entire night before she decided to make the call. Her hands were trembling uncontrollably and beads of sweat had arisen on her forehead. This call would determine the attitude that Lin Yuan had toward Cage of Brahma Insects. If Zhongzi or Gulang had been the ones that Fan Jianyi had offended, she would not have been so worried about making an apology. Since Cage of Brahma Insects had been depending on the Moon Empress, even if she affronted the Bamboo Monarch or Chef Supreme, the repercussions would not be serious as long as they did not specifically target Cage of Brahma Insects. However, offending Lin Yuan would not only enrage the Moon Empress but also make them come across as ungrateful. Once they lost the Moon Empress support, it would be a challenge for Cage of Brahma Insects to increase their combat power. Additionally, Fan Jianyi had called with a task in hand, which was to try and obtain the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls from Lin Yuan. The Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl was a necessity for all veteran and top factions as it could change the style of the Creation Master profession. Cage of Brahma Insects was already a step behind other factions, which resulted in great losses. Cage of Brahma Insects, which had been a top 3 faction for over 30 years, could not withstand or wanted to withstand such a loss. No one wanted to return to Earth after becoming accustomed to being amongst the clouds. Fan Jianyi said in a quivering voice, "Young lord, you called me first and said that all visitors were guests." Lin Yuan replied with a chuckle, "You're right, all visitors are guests. Thank you for giving Endless Summer the sky-covering Weeping Willow's tree core. It gave Endless Summer the chance to transform. Both Endless Summer and I want to thank you." Lin Yuan did not mention the Kill Food Sky Butterfly as he did not want to let Cage of Brahma Insects know that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had evolved to creation breed. Thearch class combat power was an extremely serious matter to top factions. If Fan Jianyi found out that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly had evolved to creation breed, she would definitely resent Lin Yuan. Her gains would definitely be unable to make up for her losses. When she heard what Lin Yuan said, Fan Jianyi's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. She could not help but have a good impression of Lin Yuan. Chapter 1048, No Time Like the Present. Fan Jianyi hurriedly said, "No, not at all. Cage of Brahma Insects was the one that lost the kill food worm and caused you trouble. Do you have any time for me to visit you to express my apologies?" Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Fan Jianyi sure was smart. She pushed all the responsibility onto the kill food worm and off herself. Lin Yuan now had a faint idea of why Fan Jianyi wanted to visit his mansion. If she just wanted to express her apologies, she could just say so over the phone. But since she wanted to visit him personally, it meant that she wanted to show her sincerity as well as discuss business. The only things Lin Yuan had that Fan Jianyi needed were the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls and Pure Law Crystals. There was no way that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine would reveal that he had Pure Law Crystals. Hence, it could only be the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls that Fan Jianyi wanted. Lin Yuan needed elemental shellfish badly and was waiting for someone to trade with him. All visitors are guests. If you're willing to visit, I'll welcome you with open arms. Fan Jianyi replied enthusiastically, "Young lord, do you have any time today or tomorrow? Just call me Lin Yuan. There's no time like the present. It's clear skies all around today, so there's no better time to entertain guests," replied Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan would not have wanted Fan Jianyi to come tomorrow. In just a day's time, a fair number of elemental pearls would be produced in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan, who no longer had any elemental pearls after Grey transformed into a heavenly family fey, did not want to waste a single elemental pearl. His friendliness made Fan Jianyi excited. Cage of Brahma insects had already prepared the gift they were going to give to Lin Yuan as an apology, and all she needed to do was deliver it. Lin Yuan stretched out on the sofa as he calculated how many golden flower brocade pearls were worth one infant elemental shellfish. Although there was no guarantee that the Cage of Brahma insects would have infant elemental shellfish, it would be easy for them to use their position and power to obtain infant elemental shellfish from other factions. Thus, by trading with Cage of Brahma insects, Lin Yuan would essentially be trading with all the top and veteran factions in the Radiance Federation. At first, Lin Yuan only wanted 7 or 8 infant elemental shellfish. But since Cage of Brahma insects was taking the initiative to visit him, he would not waste this opportunity. Lin Yuan planned on trading for as many elemental shellfish as he could. After the Spirit Lock spatial zone evolved, he tried his best to make full use of the space by filling it with shelves full of wood and coral jades. For the wood to become jade textured and the coral jade to become spotted, a large amount of spirit GI was required. Although the Spirit Lock spatial zone was packed to the brim, it did not use the full amount of spirit Chi that the spirit pool was releasing. Grey, who used to require a large amount of spirit Chi, no longer needed as much anymore. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on obtaining as many elemental shellfish as possible to use up the excess spirit Chi. Otherwise, the high concentration of spirit Chi would be wasted. Since the high concentration of spirit Chi did not exist anywhere else, Lin Yuan was not going to waste any of it. The high concentration of spirit GI was Lin Yuan's ticket to obtaining resources. Both Qin Lun and Qin Yu needed the polar night blue sky scorpion, and Lin Yuan planned on asking Cage of Brahma insects if they had any. He had not used the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth to activate the polar night blue sky scorpion bloodline inside Qin Yu to awaken his beast pattern. Qin Yu was young and in no rush. However, Qin Lun had awakened his beast pattern and had reached 16 years old. Without the polar night blue sky scorpion, Qin Lun would be wasting his talent. Lin Yuan had accepted Qin Lun into Sky City. Hence, he did not want to see Qin Lun's talent go to waste. While Lin Yuan and Fan Jianyi were talking, the snow that had fallen in the return from faraway mansion had mostly melted. As he padded through the snow and gazed at the strips of green that were already poking through, Lin Yuan felt energized despite having been up all night. When you had used the cinnabar sweet osmanthus flower buds, the bronze/legend golden curtain peonies leaves, and the sunlight king lotus sunlight dipped dew drops to create cinnabar peony tea. Although the cinnabar peony tea was not as refreshing as the Three Treasures tea, it had the fragrance of osmanthus and peony. One sip of the tea and one would feel as though they were bathing in flowers. The osmanthus peony tea could be served to Fan Jianyi. Lin Yuan thought about the way Fan Jianyi had spoken to him, and he shrugged. He was afraid that Fan Jianyi would beat around the bush and be too embarrassed to bring up the golden lotus brocade pearls. Lin Yuan placed one golden lotus brocade pearl on the jade-textured coffee table as an obvious prompt. Fan Jianyi would definitely ask him about the golden lotus brocade pearls when she saw it. Lin Yuan had placed only one golden lotus brocade pearl on the coffee table and not multiple because he knew that the rarest items were the most valuable. With only one golden lotus brocade pearl, Fan Jianyi would be able to gauge the price of the golden lotus brocade pearl for herself to see how many elemental shellfish were worth one golden lotus brocade pearl. No matter how many golden lotus brocade pearls were decided as the price, it would not be a problem for Lin Yuan. Brocade Zither was the hardest worker in the Spirit Lock spatial zone as it nurtured golden lotus brocade pearls endlessly. Now, Lin Yuan had close to 100 golden lotus brocade pearls, and he had more than enough to trade with Cage of Brahma insects. Lin Yuan returned to the mansion and made a pot of cinnabar peony tea before bringing Grey back to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. If he left Grey outside when Fan Jianyi, a Thearch class expert, came to visit, Grey's identity as a heavenly family fey would be exposed. Lin Yuan had heard from Mystic Moon that Cage of Brahma insects depended on the Moon Empress's support. Nonetheless, he did not feel comfortable with letting Cage of Brahma insects know about Grey. Chapter 1049, Hans Hung and the Smelly Golden Turtle. After Fan Jianyi ended the call with Lin Yuan, she went straight to Fan Linglong and told him that she was going to visit the Moon Empress disciple. Fan Linglong finally felt assured. Since his sister was going to the return from faraway mansion to apologize to the Moon Empress disciple, the matter would finally blow over. As long as Cage of Brahma insects could keep the Moon Empress support, all would be well. When she saw Fan Linglong's expression, Fan Jianyi relaxed. Her brother had been full of worry over the incident she had caused. Ling Long, I plan on bringing Hans Hung with you to the return from faraway mansion. He's the top young member acknowledged by the elders of Cage of Brahma Insects, and he's being brought up to become the next leader. It'll be a good opportunity for him to meet the Moon Empress disciple. Fan Linglong started to ponder Fan Jianyi's words. Fan Linglong was extremely pleased with Fan Hans Hung. Although he was only 23 years old, Fan Hans Hung stood out amongst the young members, and he was filled with a sense of righteousness that elderly people could not comprehend. If Fan Jianyi brought Fan Hans Hung to see the Moon Empress disciple and accidentally displeased the Moon Empress disciple, this opportunity would not only be wasted but the situation would even worsen. However, Fan Linglong eventually nodded. Cage of Brahma Insects needed the Moon Empress support, and they never had to worry about such matters when they were unaware that she had accepted a disciple. Now that she had a disciple, they could pull their relationship even closer through Fan Hans Hung and Lin Yuan's acquaintanceship. After Lin Yuan drank 2 cups of tea, strange insect noises could be heard from outside the return from faraway mansion. He immediately knew that it was Fan Jianyi. Wen Yu came downstairs when she heard the insect noises and said, "Young master, the guest is here. I'll go and greet them." Lin Yuan nodded. He had told Wen Yu that Fan Jianyi was visiting the return from faraway mansion when he was making the cinnabar peony tea. It would be best if Wen Yu went to greet a Thearch class expert from a top faction like Fan Jianyi. The moment Wen Yu walked out of the mansion, she saw 9 insect species feys with golden bells growing out of their abdomens in the sky. These were Cage of Brahma insects representative feys that they had specially nurtured Sanskrit insects. All the major factions in the Radiance Federation knew that the appearance of the Sanskrit insects meant that Cage of Brahma insects was out on business. Cage of Brahma insects Sanskrit insect fey carriages were divided into 10 ranks. The fey carriage with 10 Sanskrit insects was only used when they went to the Leaning Moon Mountain to visit the Moon Empress. By using 9 Sanskrit insects to pull the fey carriage, this meant that Cage of Brahma insects was trying to express their greatest sincerity. Fan Jianyi instructed Fan Hans Hung the entire journey and he listened intently. Fan Hans Hung had to possess capabilities that the other young members of Cage of Brahma insects did not possess to be chosen to be the next leader of Cage of Brahma insects. He had also attended the Guardia banquet with Fan Linglong. Fan Hans Hung had already gained a deep impression of Lin Yuan from the beginning, especially when he won the martial arts stage. Although he had not stolen the spotlight at the Guardia banquet, he had participated in the martial arts stage. He was still regretting participating in such a strange martial arts stage. He felt that if he had participated in the martial stage, he would have been able to win a prize. Although Fan Hans Hung was already a Class 3 Creation Master, he felt that his Creation Master ability was far weaker than the Combat Class Spirit Chi professionals. He had struggled considerably during the art stage portion of the martial arts stage. Fan Hans Hung had picked the topic he least wanted, which was to heal feys with wounded roots. Unfortunately, one of the wounded feys had been a smelly golden turtle. Its shell had been cracked, and its wings were tangled up. Due to its pain and stress, it released its stench to protect itself. After breathing the stench for close to 20 minutes, Fan Hans Hung had been seeing stars and still could not enjoy the fragrance of food. Just as he had been about to move on to heal the smelly golden turtle, the art stage portion of the martial arts stage ended. At that moment, Fan Hans Hung had wondered if the top 3 were actually not humans as they had finished their topic in the time he took to finish less than half of his. It was only after walking out that he learned that the first place was an 18-year-old young man called Lin Yuan. From that moment, Lin Yuan's name was immediately carved into Fan Hanshen's mind, not to mention that he was dazzled by the fight between Lin Yuan and Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan's final attack had left Fan Hans Hung utterly amazed. After discovering that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, he could not help but regret not joining the group and becoming acquainted with Lin Yuan. But now, he finally had a chance to get to know Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, he was well aware of why he had come to the return from faraway mansion. Fan Hans Hung started to think about what would be the best way to talk to Lin Yuan in order to leave the best impression. The moment Fan Jianyi and Fan Hans Hung climbed out of the fey carriage, they saw Wen Yu at the entrance of the mansion. Fan Jianyi could immediately feel the air of elegance and dignity radiating from Wen Yu. Fan Jianyi was very familiar with this aura as every spirit attendant in the Radiant Moon Palace had it. This girl had to have been a spirit attendant at one point. If a spirit attendant was at the return from faraway mansion, it meant that she had to be affiliated with Lin Yuan in some way. Fan Jianyi dragged Fan Hans Hung to Wen Yu and warmly greeted her. Wen Yu greeted them in response and ushered them in as she said, "Young master personally made tea and is waiting for both of you. Now, Fan Jianyi was finally certain. Since Lin Yuan had personally made tea, it meant that he truly did not blame her. Chapter 1050, Aren't you Fan Hansheng? I know you. Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng followed Wen Yu without daring to look around at the return from faraway mansion's interior design for fear of coming across as disrespectful. At the entrance of the mansion, Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng noticed a young man with a prominent aura standing there. The young man beamed when he saw them like they were his old friends. You're here. Come in. It snowed last night and the temperature has dropped. Have a cup of warm tea to warm yourselves. The young man kept a smile on his face as he spoke. He walked over to the water rhinoceros leather sofa and poured out 2 cups of steaming fragrant tea. Lin Yuan's friendliness immediately set Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng at ease. Inside the mansion, a jade-textured golden furnace that glinted under the light was puffing out rings of smoke. 1. Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng immediately knew that agar wood was burning in the furnace. Moreover, it was not just regular agar wood. It was so fragrant that it had to have been jade-textured, or even completely jade-textured. Although Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng dared not allow their gazes to wander, unimaginable opulence permeated all the decorations in the mansion. Cage of Brahma insects also had bronze/legend feys, but they had only appeared after Cage of Brahma insects pinnacle class 4 creation masters evolved feys for decades. The golden curtain peony was a decorative fey, yet there was a creation master that had been willing to evolve it. The abundance of creation master resources that was seeping through the cracks of the entire mansion was shocking enough. The 5 fortune ranches in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank were expensive, but they were common goods to top factions. However, the 3 carp inside had 8 different pure colors on their bodies, and each color represented the roots of all beings. Pure yellow, pure red, pure indigo, pure green, pure blue, pure purple, pure orange, and pure black. The universe's 8 colors contained limitless energy. All life was set by the 8 colors. The 8 colors produced 6 blessings. Blessed patterns of the mountains and rivers were all prominent on the carp. The 8 pure colors and the 6 blessed patterns drifted all over the 3 carp. Fan Jianyi felt as though she was a child that had just emerged from under a rock. However, she came from a top faction. So how did she not know about this? This young man's wealth was beyond even her imagination. Fan Jianyi drank some tea to soothe her nerves. But the moment the tea touched her lips, she swore that hundreds of thousands of roses and osmanthus were blooming before her. After one more sip, Fan Jianyi almost started to cough as it finally hit her that the tea had been brewed from the golden curtain peony that was placed not far off from her. She could not help but suspect that the golden curtain peonies was meant for eating instead of admiring. Fan Jianyi suppressed her shock and glanced at Fan Hansheng, who was staring unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. Fan Hansheng hurriedly cleared his throat, and his hand shook before he handed Lin Yuan a brocade box. Just as Lin Yuan was reaching out his hand to receive the brocade box, Fan Hansheng said, "My elders prepared this apology gift for you. I hope you'll accept it." Instead of opening the brocade box, Lin Yuan placed it on the table and said, "Senior, you already gave Endless Summer a creation breed phase tree core and a pinnacle myth 3 kill food worm. I really can't accept anything else." This made Fan Jianyi slightly anxious. The reason she had come to see Lin Yuan was to gain his forgiveness to ease her guilt. His rejection of the apology gift made Fan Jianyi panic. Lin Yuan noticed how determined Fan Jianyi was, and he immediately picked up the golden lotus brocade pearl on the table. He gave it to the standing Fan Hansheng and said, "Then, I shall treat this as your gift for coming to visit. This golden lotus brocade pearl is my gift to you." Ever since Fan Jianyi tore her gaze away from the mountain river eternal life carp, her eyes had been lingering on the golden lotus brocade pearl. Her fiery gaze made Lin Yuan all the more certain. But since Fan Jianyi remained silent, Lin Yuan decided to help Fan Jianyi out. Lin Yuan's actions proved to Fan Jianyi that he had many golden lotus brocade pearls, as he could give away one as a gift without hesitation. Normally, Lin Yuan could accept the brocade box without any worries. But while Cage of Brahma insects was trying to curry favor with him, he also wanted to establish a relationship with them. Fan Hansheng looked at the golden lotus brocade pearl in his hands and gently pinched its leaves. As a Class 3 creation master, he could immediately tell that none of the rumors that had been spreading about the golden lotus brocade pearls were exaggerations. The golden lotus brocade pearl could truly change the creation master occupation. When he saw that Fan Jianyi was still silent and had not brought up the matter of the golden lotus brocade pearl trades, Fan Hansheng said softly, "Lord Lin Yuan, do you happen to have any golden lotus brocade pearls to spare?" Cage of Brahma insects would like to trade for some with you. Fan Jianyi immediately frowned. We only just reached. Isn't it a bit too obvious to bring up the golden lotus brocade pearl trade so quickly? Just as Fan Jianyi was about to provide a segue, Lin Yuan said, Aren't you Fan Hansheng? I know you. Chapter 1051 The Star Dragonfly's Bloodline. Fan Hansheng immediately looked at Lin Yuan in shock as he did not know how Lin Yuan knew him. As young leaders of top factions, neither Fan Hansheng nor Sheng Yin participated in the selection for the Radiance 100 sequence. However, both of them had an order of radiant light each, making them eligible to participate in the selection to become a Radiance Knight or Radiance Envoy. Fan Hansheng kept a much lower profile than Sheng Yin, but he was in the spotlight much more often than his siblings in Cage of Brahma insects. He could not figure out how Lin Yuan came to know of him. I saw you fight at the Celestial Stairway on Star Web once. I happen to have some golden lotus brocade pearls to spare. I have no problems with trading with Cage of Brahma insects. However, I require infant elemental shellfish badly. Do you have any left? Lin Yuan did not lie. Whenever he was free, he would go to Star Web's video library to watch fights so as to understand the power of the young generation. Every member of the Radiance 100 sequence hid their power so that they would be able to unleash their full capabilities when they gained the opportunity to try out to become a Radiance Envoy. There was no way that they would reveal their true powers at the Celestial Stairway. After discovering this, Lin Yuan did not watch the Radiance 100 sequences fights anymore. Instead, he read reviews on Star Web and found Star Web fights to watch. Fan Hanshen's fight had left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. Fan Hansheng had been facing a 50-year-old Pinnacle King class expert and had been able to steadily maintain the upper hand over the Pinnacle King class expert's 2 Diamond X/Fantasy V phase throughout the fight. If Lu Ji did not have any secret weapons, he would likely have lost against Fan Hansheng during the martial stage. But now that Lu Ji had the important insect species Carcinoma Fei, it was even more impossible that Fan Hansheng would stand a chance. The fight between the Pinnacle King class expert and Fan Hansheng had left an impression on Lin Yuan and allowed him to gain insight into how strong the young generation was. It could be said that Fan Hanshen's fight had motivated Lin Yuan to work even harder. Besides Fan Hanshen's power, his main Fei had also left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. Fan Hanshen's main Fei was the Star Dragonfly. The Star Dragonfly got its name because it could contain a large amount of wind and fire elemental energy in its body just like stars could. Dragonfly species phase dominated the insect species phase in the previous century and were also the first life forms that took to the sky. They were also exceptionally sensitive to spirit qi. If the flame-veined dragonfly that Lin Yuan had nurtured was specially nurtured, it could transform into the Star Dragonfly. The Diamond X/Fantasy V Star Dragonfly that Fan Hansheng had used during the fight at the Celestial Stairway had not awakened the huge veined dragonfly bloodline. It was probably because Fan Hansheng and Cage of Brahma insects could not obtain the pure spirit qi that was needed to awaken the huge veined dragonfly bloodline. However, pure spirit qi was nothing to Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, he was not a philanthropist who would reach out to help others whose phase needed to evolve their bloodlines. Hence, Lin Yuan did not lead the conversation toward the Star Dragonfly. Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng were immediately shocked to hear what Lin Yuan had said. Of course, we have some. Now that the goods for trade were settled, Fan Hansheng did not say much more. With Fan Jianyi here, he could not represent Cage of Brahma insects to discuss the trade with Lin Yuan. Although infant elemental shellfish were valuable, Cage of Brahma insects always kept some in stock. The infant elemental shellfish were a precious resource, but they required high-class creation masters to nurture them. Without high-class creation masters, the elemental shellfish would be nothing more than garbage. Hence, Fan Jianyi did not think that the infant elemental shellfish could be compared to the golden lotus brocade pearls. When do you plan on bringing the infant elemental shellfish to trade for the golden lotus brocade pearls with me? Asked Lin Yuan. Fan Jianyi asked tentatively, Lord Lin Yuan, do you think it's acceptable for me to use 3 infant elemental shellfish to trade for 2 golden lotus brocade pearls? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. The price that Fan Jianyi set was much higher than Lin Yuan's expectations. This meant that he would be able to use 6 golden lotus brocade pearls to exchange for 9 elemental shellfish. Other people might need time to think this over, but it was a more than worthy deal to Lin Yuan. However, Fan Jianyi did not know what was in Lin Yuan's mind. When she saw his eyebrows twitch, her heart skipped a beat, and she wondered if she had been too greedy. She felt that she should have offered 2 infant elemental shellfish for 1 golden lotus brocade pearl. Fan Jianyi had offered 3 infant elemental shellfish for 2 golden lotus brocade pearls because Cage of Brahma insects only had 6 infant elemental shellfish at the moment, and she felt that she needed 4 golden lotus brocade pearls at least. As one of the top 3 factions that dominated 70% of the insect species fey market in the Radiance Federation, they depended heavily on creation masters. There were 4 pinnacle class 4 creation masters in Cage of Brahma insects, and each of them needed a golden lotus brocade pearl. Since Fan Hansheng was the young leader of Cage of Brahma insects, Fan Jianyi wanted to provide him with one too. Just as she was about to offer a different price bashfully, Lin Yuan said, "This price is fine. I can offer 10 golden lotus brocade pearls." Lin Yuan's words made Fan Jianyi relax. But in spite of her happiness, she was also embarrassed as she did not have enough infant elemental shellfish to trade for 10 golden lotus brocade pearls. Chapter 1052, just 10 golden lotus brocade pearls were enough? However, Fan Jianyi was determined to obtain 9 infant elemental shellfish from other factions no matter how much resources it took. 11 golden lotus brocade pearls in total would be more than enough for Cage of Brahma insects class 4 creation masters and pinnacle class 4 creation masters. The golden lotus brocade pearls would be able to increase Cage of Brahma insects high class creation master resources by 20%. Fan Jianyi decided to leave the worrying about trading for infant elemental shellfish with other factions to her younger brother. Given Cage of Brahma insects' power and position, it would not be difficult for them to obtain infant elemental shellfish no matter how rare they were. Fan Jianyi hurriedly said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Fan Hansheng will go back now to prepare 6 infant elemental shellfish for you. I'll send him over to deliver the remaining 9 over the next 2 days." Lin Yuan was delighted that the trade was settled. He had offered 10 golden lotus brocade pearls after careful calculation. He expected that 15 bronze/legend elemental shellfish would be just enough to use up the spirit chi produced by the spirit pond. "Okay. No problem. Hansheng, sorry to inconvenience you to deliver the infant elemental shellfish." Fan Hansheng froze as he felt the kindness from Lin Yuan's words. He now knew that there was a chance for him and Lin Yuan to become friends. Fan Hansheng decided to proceed with their budding friendship properly. After Fan Hansheng left, Fan Jianyi continued to chat idly with Lin Yuan but did not mention the golden lotus brocade pearls. Lin Yuan could not help but be frustrated. How could Fan Jianyi have so little ambition? Just 10 golden lotus brocade pearls were enough? But Lin Yuan did not know that 10 golden lotus brocade pearls were more than enough to delight Fan Jianyi. Lin Yuan had this train of thought because he had the spirit lock spatial zone and was able to evolve phase to bronze/legend on his own. Hence, his eyes had been opened to the value of golden lotus brocade pearls and high-class creation master resources. Fan Jianyi was satisfied, but Lin Yuan was not. Lin Yuan even wanted to obtain law source crystals and the polar night blue sky scorpions from Fan Jianyi. When he was sure that Fan Jianyi was not going to mention the golden lotus brocade pearls again, Lin Yuan coughed and said, "Senior, since you require golden lotus brocade pearls and there are about 20 to 30 class 4 creation masters in Cage of Brahma insects, do you plan on trading for more golden lotus brocade pearls?" Fan Jianyi, who was already elated that she had been forgiven and was able to gain 10 golden lotus brocade pearls, was astonished. She looked at Lin Yuan in shock as she did not understand his intentions. Did he mean that all the class 4 creation masters could have a golden lotus brocade pearl each? An unspeakable sense of happiness surged within her. She felt like she had become rich in the blink of an eye. However, it would be a struggle for even Cage of Brahma insects to obtain more than 9 infant elemental shellfish from other factions given their current scarcity. Such trades were based on goodwill, and Cage of Brahma insects could not use favors so casually. Fan Jianyi asked carefully, 15 infant elemental shellfish are Cage of Brahma insects' limit. Is there anything else you need? When he saw how desperate Fan Jianyi was for more golden lotus brocade pearls, Lin Yuan's lips curled. Cage of Brahma insects had probably already come up with a plan to venture into the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Fan Jianyi guessed Lin Yuan's intentions and asked, "Lord Lin Yuan, are you after part ownership of the faction that Cage of Brahma insects will start in the abyssal world?" While she spoke, Fan Jianyi started to balance the gains and losses. Eventually, she felt that anything was worth it as long as they could obtain more golden lotus brocade pearls. However, it would also depend on how much ownership of the faction that Cage of Brahma insects was going to give up. Cage of Brahma insects elders had already decided that they would solely focus on dominating the insect species fey market in the Radiance Federation and expanding into the abyssal world. This meant that even 1% ownership of the faction in the abyssal world represented a large number of resources. Thus, Fan Jianyi decided to explain the structure of investment to Lin Yuan first so that he would have a clearer understanding before making his decision. If anyone else wanted to use Golden Lotus brocade pearls to trade for part ownership of the faction in the abyssal world, Fan Jianyi would not have agreed so readily. But since Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace, Fan Jianyi was more than willing, as it would form a link between him and Cage of Brahma insects. When Cage of Brahma insects encountered any problems in the future, they could mention their working relationship with Lin Yuan even if they did not approach him directly. This would solve a lot of obstacles for them. Previously, Lin Yuan might have considered accepting part ownership of Cage of Brahma insects faction in the abyssal world, but he had already started a faction with Gulang, Zhongzi, Longtao and the rest in the abyssal world. With his faction from which he could obtain resources, there was no need for Lin Yuan to yearn for Cage of Brahma insects resources. Chapter 1053, 800 Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls. Just as Fan Jianyi's imagination was running wild, Lin Yuan said, if Cage of Brahma insects plans on expanding into the abyssal world, you'll probably gain more and more law source crystals. Cage of Brahma insects might not have any use for law source crystals, but I'm interested in them. Lin Yuan's hand trembled as he took out the string of law source crystals that Hu Chuan had made using completely jade-textured thread and started to play with it. 1. Fan Jianyi's eyebrow twitched when she saw what Lin Yuan was doing, and she suddenly felt that Lin Yuan was not the champion of the martial arts stage but just a dandy disciple who fancied luxury items. The string of law source crystals represented his desire for law source crystals and showed that the law source crystals were just toys to him. Fan Jianyi thought of the mountain of law source crystals in Cage of Brahma insects storage room and said, Lord Lin Yuan, do you think 100 law source crystals is worth one golden lotus brocade pearl? Lin Yuan coughed lightly as he was utterly taken aback. Fan Jianyi was offering more than 3 times the price that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine offered. However, he had also stipulated that Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine could only use the Golden Lotus brocade pearls themselves and not trade any away. Lin Yuan did not want to state any conditions now, but if Cage of Brahma insects traded the Golden Lotus brocade pearls with other factions, the other factions would affect Lin Yuan's plan to use the Golden Lotus brocade pearls to profit off the major factions. 100 law source crystals are too many. I only need 50 to trade for one Golden Lotus brocade pearl. However, I have one condition. You can only use the Golden Lotus brocade pearls yourselves and not trade or lend any of them to the other factions. This includes the 11 Golden Lotus brocade pearls that we already settled on. Fan Jianyi agreed without hesitation. No problem. Cage of Brahma insects will never trade or lend the Golden Lotus brocade pearls to other factions. How many more Golden Lotus brocade pearls does Cage of Brahma insects require? Asked Lin Yuan. From the way that Lin Yuan did not seem to place much value on the Golden Lotus brocade pearls, Fan Jianyi asked tentatively, Lord Lin Yuan, can we trade for 50 Golden Lotus brocade pearls with you? Lin Yuan was once again frustrated with Fan Jianyi. I let you set the number, but you only want 50? How small is your ambition? Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine traded for 600 Golden Lotus brocade pearls. Lin Yuan and Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had decided that they would each deliver the goods in a month's time. Since Lin Yuan had decided to work with Cage of Brahma insects, there was no harm in letting them know that he was working with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Fan Jianyi might have already heard the news herself. However, there was no way she knew how many Golden Lotus brocade pearls he had traded with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Otherwise, she would not have only asked for 50. 50 Golden Lotus brocade pearls isn't a lot. I also traded for Golden Lotus brocade pearls with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Since there has to be a proper system and you aren't asking for many Golden Lotus brocade pearls, you'll have to wait till I'm done trading with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Fan Jianyi immediately looked surprised. She had mustered up all her courage to ask for 50 Golden Lotus brocade pearls. Lord Lin Yuan, can I ask how many Golden Lotus brocade pearls you traded for with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine? Lin Yuan gently rapped the table 6 times and replied, Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine were not shy. They're taking 600 Golden Lotus brocade pearls. They might come back to trade with me soon. Fan Jianyi's jaw dropped. What were Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine trying to do? Were they trying to provide one Golden Lotus brocade pearl for each of their Class 3 creation masters? Dark Cloud's bird shrine could not hold a candle to cage of Brahma insects. But given the rate at which Coiling Dragon's Valley had been developing in recent years, they might even be able to surpass cage of Brahma insects eventually. Fan Jianyi said resolutely, Lord Lin Yuan, can I get 800 golden lotus brocade pearls? She immediately scanned Lin Yuan's face anxiously in anticipation of his reply. But she felt that since he could give Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's bird shrine 600 golden lotus brocade pearls, he should be able to produce 800 golden lotus brocade pearls too. Lin Yuan promptly stuck out his hand and said, I look forward to working together. I will deliver the golden lotus brocade pearls to cage of Brahma insects in batches in a month's time. Fan Jianyi gently placed her hand in Lin Yuan's. She was slightly shell-shocked as she did not expect to gain 800 golden lotus brocade pearls in a moment. Fan Jianyi never would have imagined being able to settle such a trade. Fan Jianyi felt that cage of Brahma insects would be able to become the #1 top faction in less than 3 years with the 800 golden lotus brocade pearls. This was Fan Jianyi's lifelong dream. Chapter 1054, Win-Win Choice. Lin Yuan had done his own careful calculations before he decided to trade 800 golden lotus brocade pearls with Fan Jianyi. After trading with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's bird shrine, Lin Yuan did not need as many law source crystals. The sacred sword-wielding queen still needed some time before it finished absorbing the 20,000 law source crystals. Lin Yuan wanted to trade such a large number of law source crystals with cage of Brahma insects because Mystic Moon had told him that cage of Brahma insects had the Moon Empress's support. This meant that his trade with cage of Brahma insects would also benefit his master and increase her power. Additionally, Lin Yuan did not plan on allowing any more golden lotus brocade pearls to fall into the hands of other factions for the time being. The golden lotus brocade pearls' influence had to be cultivated to be effective. Cage of Brahma insects represented the peak tier of top factions while Coiling Dragon's Valley represented the middle upper tier top factions, and Dark Cloud's bird shrine represented the lower tier of top factions. The three of them together represented all the top factions in the Radiance Federation. After obtaining the golden lotus brocade pearls, they would be able to progress rapidly, and the other factions would only be able to clearly witness the value of the golden lotus brocade pearls. This would enable the golden lotus brocade pearls to become more valuable, and Lin Yuan would be able to better profit off the other factions. In total, Lin Yuan had traded 1,400 golden lotus brocade pearls. As hard as brocade zither worked, it would take at least 2 months to produce 1,400 golden lotus brocade pearls. While the effects of the existing trade were being cultivated, Lin Yuan wanted to stock up on golden lotus brocade pearls. Lin Yuan wanted to focus on providing Coiling Dragon's Valley, Dark Cloud's bird shrine, and cage of Brahma insects with golden lotus brocade pearls during the next 2 months, as he would not be able to produce more golden lotus brocade pearls even if he wanted to. After he produced the first batch of golden lotus brocade pearls, he would not need to expend effort into them and could leave the market to generate the intended effect. Lin Yuan had many more things to attend to afterward. The 800 golden lotus brocade pearls he traded with cage of Brahma insects would allow him to gain 40,000 law source crystals. He would not have to worry about the sacred sword-wielding queen going hungry for the next 3 months, and it would also allow Lin Yuan to gain 4 more law worlds. Now that they were done discussing the golden lotus brocade pearls, Lin Yuan had other matters to discuss with Fan Jianyi. Senior, cage of Brahma insects possesses a large number of insect species feys. I happen to be in need of 2 special insect species feys. Fan Jianyi's expression immediately turned solemn. Lin Yuan did not lack wealth and could buy any insect species fey he needed from Star Web. Since he resorted to asking her, it meant that the insect species feys were so precious that they were not available on the market. Hence, Fan Jianyi asked carefully, Lord Lin Yuan, what insect species feys do you need? If cage of Brahma insects has them, I'll definitely hand them over to you. Fan Jianyi thought, Jay even gave you something as valuable as the kill food worm. Is there anything more valuable? As long as you want it and cage of Brahma insects has it, I won't hesitate to give it to you. Senior, have you heard of the polar night blue sky scorpion? Fan Jianyi immediately looked at Lin Yuan strangely and wondered if he knew more than he was letting on. The polar night blue sky scorpion was one of Fan Linglong's main feys. Cage of Brahma insects had even held a special banquet to celebrate the birth of Fan Linglong's polar night blue sky scorpion's 2 children not long ago. However, only the main members of Cage of Brahma insects knew about this, and it was impossible that the news had been leaked. Frankly, the polar night blue sky scorpion's bloodline could not be compared to the kill food sky butterfly, and the polar night blue sky scorpion could change into human form once it reached myth breed. Fan Linglong's polar night blue sky scorpion had reached creation breed. Since this concerned the offspring of a creation breed fey, the opinion of Fan Linglong and his polar night blue sky scorpion had to be sought. Even if it was for the Moon Empress disciple, Fan Jianyi could not promise away the children of others. Although she could not make the decision herself, she was honest with Lin Yuan about the circumstances. Lin Yuan paused to think for a moment before saying, "Senior, I need the 2 polar night blue sky scorpions because 2 young men under me have unlocked the polar night blue sky scorpion totems. It'll be too much of a waste of their talent if they don't contract the polar night blue sky scorpions. The polar night blue sky scorpions will not only be able to evolve their bloodlines but will be able to evolve quickly as well. Personally, I think this is a win-win choice. I hope that you will be able to think this over carefully when you return. If there are any worries, the mother can come to visit the 2 young men and the polar night blue sky scorpions." Fan Jianyi hurriedly replied, "Lord Lin Yuan, I will immediately call for a meeting about this matter when I return and give you a reply within 3 days." Lin Yuan nodded. The golden lotus brocade pearls came to mind, and he said, "The golden lotus brocade pearls effects are not set. In the future, I will nurture even stronger golden lotus brocade pearls. Since I'm asking for your help with regards to the polar night blue sky scorpions, I promise you that you will be able to receive the first batch of stronger golden lotus brocade pearls after this matter is settled." Chapter 1055, Lin Yuan's character. Fan Jianyi looked both determined and ecstatic. She was going to negotiate with Fan Linglong and his polar night blue sky scorpion to the best of her ability. Fan Jianyi felt that there was no intelligent reason for the polar night blue sky scorpion to prevent its children from forming a contract with 2 young men who also had the polar night blue sky scorpion bloodlines. Moreover, the 2 young men were the Moon Empress disciples' people, and Lin Yuan had made a promise that would ensure a bright future for the entire cage of Brahma insects. As one of the people with authority in cage of Brahma insects, Fan Jianyi was determined to seize the opportunity. "You're promising me something way too valuable. If you need cage of Brahma insects help in any way in the future, we'll definitely do our best." Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned as he did need to ask for cage of Brahma insects for help regarding Chinese Warm Sun Fund. If he could establish a collaboration between cage of Brahma insects and the Warm Sun Fund, the spirit chi professionals that the Warm Sun Fund helped would not have to worry about obtaining insect species feys. Hence, Lin Yuan summarized the Warm Sun Fund's plan and goals for Fan Jianyi. After he was done with his explanation, Fan Jianyi was looking at him completely differently. She no longer just saw his status and power, but his kind character as well. Fan Jianyi immediately replied, "I will personally see to this matter myself. Cage of Brahma insects will definitely help the Warm Sun Fund in any way we can." Lin Yuan smiled brightly, and his line of pearly teeth momentarily blinded Fan Jianyi. "Senior, thank you for your help." At that moment, Fan Hansheng walked in. When he was outside the mansion, he heard Lin Yuan and Fan Jianyi discussing the Warm Sun Fund. He felt unbelievably moved by the burning passion in Lin Yuan's words. Fan Hansheng had wanted to participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection because he wanted to help others and do good deeds. Unfortunately, Fan Hansheng had no choice but to keep a low profile due to his position as the young leader of Cage of Brahma insects. He could never be a member of the Radiance 100 sequence. Fan Hansheng felt that fervent passion being reignited by Lin Yuan's words and felt the utmost respect for Lin Yuan. He did not even admire Lin Yuan to this extent after discovering Lin Yuan's creation master and spirit chi professional prowess. Lin Yuan was doing something unprecedented in the Radiance Federation, which was to help every person with combat class spirit chi professional potential in the Radiance Federation to obtain a suitable fey and to heal all feys with wounded roots so that they would be able to become part of a spirit chi professionals team. This way, he would help both sides of the coin. This was too monumental of an endeavor. When Condense Fairy Orchard had started Condense Healing, they had done all they could to help the people and combat class spirit chi professionals that did not have the ability to heal themselves. However, Condense Healing's resources were stretched too thinly across the entire Radiance Federation. There were thousands of large cities and numerous smaller towns as well. They continued to deplete resources but did not earn any profits. From what Cage of Brahma insects had heard, Condense Fairy Orchard's 3 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters constantly criticized Condense Healing. This was why there had been such major changes after Condense Fairy Orchard's previous leader died. But just because Condense Fairy Orchard had failed did not mean that Lin Yuan would fail as well. Given Lin Yuan's status and influence, it was likely that the Warm Sun Fund would be able to spread warmth to every nook and cranny of the Radiance Federation and bring light to the lives of every being that had been beaten down by life. Fan Hansheng felt that Lin Yuan's Warm Sun Fund was a smarter idea than Condense Healing, as Destiny Healing prioritized normal people and would only be able to provide them with temporary aid, whereas Lin Yuan targeted normal people who had spirit chi professional potential. This was the group of people that would be able to go on to help others once they themselves were helped to their feet. Ollie's bubbling passion made Fan Hansheng rather impulsive. "Auntie, let me be in charge of the Warm Sun Fund matters. I will do my best to help Lord Lin Yuan." Fan Jianyi pursed her lips ruefully. She did not expect Fan Hansheng to be so emotional. Nonetheless, letting Fan Hansheng be in charge of this matter would also allow him to interact with Lin Yuan even more. A happy gleam crossed Lin Yuan's eyes when he heard what Fan Hansheng said. Fan Hanshen's impulsivity and passion were evidence of his character. Lin Yuan commended Fan Hansheng. "Big brother Hansheng, I shall come to you with all matters regarding the Warm Sun Fund's insect species Fey needs in the future. Don't worry about payment, as the Warm Sun Fund will handle it. However, the Warm Sun Fund hasn't established a stable offline presence. I hope you'll be able to help with that." Both Fan Jianyi and Fan Hansheng were shocked to hear Lin Yuan address Fan Hansheng as Big Brother Hansheng. Fan Jianyi looked at the golden lotus brocade pearl in her hand as she thought back to Lin Yuan's promise. But none of it mattered as much as the words Big Brother Hansheng, as they cemented Lin Yuan and Fan Hanshen's relationship. Cage of Brahma insects would be able to use Lin Yuan and Fan Hanshen's relationship to become even closer to the Moon Empress. Fan Hansheng was overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's words, and he immediately called Lin Yuan little brother Lin Yuan. Fan Jianyi's eyebrow twitched, and she wondered if this had crossed a line. But soon, Lin Yuan and Fan Hansheng dove into a lively conversation about the Warm Sun Fund. Chapter 1056, The Elemental Shellfishes Organization and Ji Feng. Fan Jianyi only relaxed when she noticed that Lin Yuan did not mind Fan Hansheng addressing him like that. After seeing Fan Hansheng and Fan Jianyi off, Lin Yuan opened the Fey storage box that Fan Hansheng had given him. Since Fan Hansheng had left to fetch the items, he did not know that Fan Jianyi had traded 50 Law Source crystals for 1 golden lotus brocade pearl with Lin Yuan. Hence, there were only 6 fresh infant elemental shellfish in the Diamond Fey storage box. Lin Yuan immediately brought the 6 infant elemental shellfish to the Spirit Lock spatial zone to evolve them. Lin Yuan currently had 1 scorching elemental shellfish, 2 celestine elemental shellfish, 2 aquamarine elemental shellfish, and 2 thick earth elemental shellfish. There were only 4 types of elemental shellfish, and Lin Yuan had all 4 of them. The elemental shellfish could not produce light type, dark type, thunder type, gold type, and other types of elemental pearls. These other types of elemental pearls could only be found with special phase or heaven and earth phase. It was similar to how the blood brew grapevine could produce blood brew grapes with pure blood energy. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to make a choice between the 4 elements for the 6 new infant elemental shellfish. Lin Yuan would be receiving 9 more elemental shellfish in the future and did not overly concern himself with the organization of these 6 infant elemental shellfish. He decided that 1 of them would be the celestine elemental shellfish, 2 would be the scorching elemental shellfish, and the remaining 3 would be the aquamarine elemental shellfish. Lin Yuan had made this decision intentionally. He currently needed earth-type elemental pearls the least, as the kill food sky butterfly had used many elemental pearls to recover its bloodline, but source sand did not need many. As such, 2 thick earth elemental shellfish were enough. The majority type of spiritual ingredients in the abyssal world that required elemental energy to temper them would be fire-type spiritual ingredients. Thus, fire-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were a necessity. However, Lin Yuan currently only had 1 scorching elemental shellfish. Hence, he decided to add 2 more scorching elemental shellfish to increase production. Lin Yuan did not have much need for the celestine elemental shellfish, as only the wind-speed rapid antelope and the floating island whale required wind-type elemental pearls. 2. As such, 2 celestine elemental shellfish were more than enough. Although water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were the cheapest, Lin Yuan needed them the most. The floating island whale, dark blue, and Yin Lin all needed water-type elemental pearls. The Azure Federation was an enormous federation formed from countless islands, and various resources were produced in the sea. Hence, they used the highest number of water-type elemental pearls. Moreover, a Class 6 water world dimensional rift had opened in the Azure Federation, and the precious spiritual ingredients found in the water world all needed pure water element elemental energy to temper them. Lin Yuan also wanted to increase Dark Blue's power as soon as possible. Thus, Lin Yuan decided on such an organization. He quickly nurtured the various elemental shellfish and all 6 of them were evolved to bronze/legend in a few hours. He had sat on a chair for the entirety of the previous night and just finished discussing traits with Cage of Brahma insects, as well as spent 8 hours evolving feys. Lin Yuan was beyond exhausted, and he was even slightly dizzy. But when he saw his 3 scorching elemental shellfish, 3 celestine elemental shellfish, 5 aquamarine elemental shellfish, and 2 thick earth elemental shellfish, he felt satisfied. Fan Han's Hung would even deliver 9 more infant elemental shellfish in 3 days. Even without the 9 infant elemental shellfish, the 13 bronze/legend elemental shellfish he had were already enough to supply Lin Yuan's heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl needs. Just as he was about to leave the spirit lock spatial zone to rest, his phone started to ring. When he picked it up, he heard a strange raspy and hoarse voice on the other end. Lin Yuan could tell that the voice was also strained. Hello, my name is Ji Feng, you told me to call you when I arrive at the royal capital. Lin Yuan was stunned by the name as this was the first that he had heard it. However, he managed to guess who Ji Feng was. At that moment, Ji Feng said with sincere hopefulness, by the way, my name on Star Web is Floating World Complains of Calamity, but my real name is Ji Feng. When will you be free? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as his guess was confirmed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Ji Feng grunt followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground and Ji Feng's strained noises of agony. Lin Yuan immediately furrowed his brow. It seemed that Floating World Complains of Calamity had many secrets. A while later, Lin Yuan heard the sound of someone slowly getting to his feet and Floating World Complains of Calamity spoke again. But this time, his voice was even more croaky than before. It was clear that Floating World Complains of Calamity was just coming out of a painful episode as his voice was even trembling. Floating World Complains of Calamity's voice was so guttural because he was forcefully silent during his painful episodes, and his vocal cords had been permanently damaged due to exertion. Is your soul injured? Floating World Complains of Calamity looked at his scar-covered body and laughed bitterly as he replied, it's not just a soul injury. Frankly, it's a long story. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and instantly replied, okay, then head to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association and wait for me there. Chapter 1057, Lin Yuan's Hope. Lin Yuan had wanted to go to sleep before visiting the Radiant Moon Palace to see his master, who had just returned from the Purple Bamboo Forest. But since Floating World Complains of Calamity had called, Lin Yuan decided to give up his sleep. By helping Floating World Complains of Calamity's feys overcome their world cleansings, Lin Yuan would gain a large amount of spirit chi crystals that would be able to evolve his feys to a great extent. Lin Yuan had been extremely looking forward to this. He was most excited for Genius to evolve its grade. The 50-100 questions beasts proved that Genius could indeed use connected tails to transfer knowledge to other 100 questions beasts. After the other beasts absorbed pure spirit chi, they would evolve just like Genius. Thanks to Genius, Lin Yuan now had an army of 100 questions beast creation masters. However, the army of 100 questions beasts had their drawback, which was that all of them could only use their spiritual energy to concoct spirit fluids and not their souls. Hence, they were all stuck at Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. Nonetheless, this was enough for Lin Yuan's needs as they could already make up for where Lin Yuan lacked by evolving fey grades. Moreover, they were also able to concoct most spirit fluids. Once a Creation Master reached Class 4, they would be able to evolve feys to epic quality, use their souls to concoct pure spirit chi that would be able to evolve fey bloodlines, and gain precious resources such as Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls and spotted coral jades. All these resources were easily accessible to Lin Yuan in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. However, he still hoped that Genius or the other 100 questions beasts would be able to use their soul to concoct spirit fluids as it would allow Lin Yuan to gain greater power for when he went to the Divine Wood Federation. In fact, his true hope was that the army of 100 questions beasts would be able to reach Class 5. It was impossible for Lin Yuan to become a traditional Class 5 Creation Master, and he could only pin all his hopes on Genius. At Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye, Genius had already gained a well of spiritual energy. When Genius reached Diamond X, its spiritual energy would be multiplied, and it would gain 3 new abilities. This could be the key to enabling Genius to use its soul power. Even if the other 100 questions beasts could not use their soul power, it would be enough if Genius could. When Genius became a Class 5 Creation Master, it was even possible that it would be able to turn the corpses of sacred source life forms into a precious instrument. 1. It was because of this that Lin Yuan chose to meet with Ji Feng instead of resting. Lin Yuan could not help Ji Feng's phase evolve from Pinnacle Myth 2 to Myth 3 himself. Moreover, Ji Feng's 2 Pinnacle Myth IL phase were special in that they could not suffer any damage during the world cleansing. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to seek someone's help. Either the Kill Food Sky Butterfly or Endless Summer seemed like good choices, as both could easily protect Ji Feng's phase during the world cleansings. However, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was protecting Lin Yuan's base in the marsh world. If another enemy like the drugged snake eagle appeared and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was not there, Lin Yuan's new base would be destroyed. As such, Endless Summer was the only choice. Since the Zhang family was going to issue a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight Challenge to Sky City, this meant that they were going to leave the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce alone. It would also be stupid to send out experts to attack part of the royal capital in broad daylight, as the consequence would likely be punishment by the sin-cleansing Weeping Willow's whipping. Since Duan He had not left, Purple Demon could also participate in the fight. If there really was a Thearch class expert, Duan He would also be able to hold his ground. Hence, Lin Yuan called Endless Summer and told it about the situation. He also arranged to meet Endless Summer at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. He left the room and saw that it was already 3 p.m. Lu Ji was making dinner and currently shredding bamboo to make bamboo soup. When he saw Lin Yuan walking down, Lu Ji said, "Lin Yuan, do you think sausage or matsu take will taste better in the bamboo soup?" Lin Yuan decided on sausage without hesitation. He naturally preferred meat and did not like fungi. Lu Ji said with a chuckle, "I used lean drought land spirit pig meat to make sausages last autumn. They've been drying for 4 to 5 months. I'll add them to the soup." Lin Yuan immediately felt his saliva start to pool. Wen Yu, who had been organizing information on the Dark Federation, saw that Lin Yuan was going out. She stretched and said, "Young master, are you going to the Radiant Moon Palace? I made a copy of the Dark Federation information." Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I'll go to the Radiant Moon Palace tomorrow." He proceeded to tell Wen Yu about where he was going and why. Wen Yu's eyes lit up, and she replied, "Young master, why don't I go with you? I'm the only one in the entire Sky City who hasn't gone out on a mission yet." Chapter 1058 Wind Crystal Precious Bottle. Wen Yu shook her hand and took out the special mask that represented Sky City. From Wen Yu's excitement, it seemed that she had become tired from organizing information for the past few days. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not reject her. Lin Yuan also put on his mask with the majestic Sky City patterns. He had intended on using the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to transport him directly to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. But since Wen Yu wanted to come along, he used his phone to call a Platinum Divine Travel Black Sparrow and rode off with Wen Yu toward the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Frankly, it had been long since Lin Yuan last sat on a Divine Travel Black Swallow, and he missed the feeling. As she breathed in the fresh air, Wen Yu stretched contentedly. Just as Lin Yuan was about to tell Wen Yu that she would not have to be bored anymore when they went to the Divine Wood Federation through the space tunnel tomorrow, he sensed that Wen Yu had entered a special state. He hastily swallowed his words. He was familiar with this state because he had entered it himself countless times. After 3 minutes, Wen Yu finally came out of her state of comprehension. She said to Lin Yuan excitedly, "Young master, I comprehended a willpower rune from the chaotic air in the sky." She was extremely excited and enthusiastic. Now, she finally had a second willpower rune and could contract a second fantasy breed. Lin Yuan sensed the willpower rune that Wen Yu summoned into her palm and said, "Wen Yu, you're affiliated with avian type support type phase. Many of these phase are suitable for your willpower rune. However, I don't think that avian type support type phase are suitable for the current direction you're progressing in. I suggest that you use this willpower rune on a suitable source type life form again." Wen Yu nodded in agreement. She was currently going in the direction of a pure support type spirit Qi professional, which was different from Gao Feng's. Gao Feng provided support during combat while Wen Yu provided support in management areas. Hence, source-type life forms which had many abilities were more suitable for her. She was smart enough to have self-assessed long ago. Hence, she immediately knew what kind of source-type life form she needed to increase and accentuate her power. "Young master, I think that I need to increase my spiritual energy as it'll allow me to wield the astronomical parliament better, as well as learn more when I use Hear Heaven's secrets. The willpower rune I comprehended is suitable for almost all wind-related phase and source-type life forms." Lin Yuan could tell that Wen Yu already had a source-type life form in mind. Frankly, he felt that she could even contract the 100 questions beast. But, her willpower rune would not suit the 100 Questions Beast. Lin Yuan had observed that besides their normal abilities, all the other 100 Questions Beasts' abilities differed vastly. All 50 of the 100 Questions Beasts had evolved to Platinum and none of their abilities were the same as Genius. Thus, it was a big risk for Wen Yu to contract a 100 Questions Beast. Moreover, 100 Questions Beasts could not increase the spiritual energy of their contractor. What source-type life form do you have in mind? Asked Lin Yuan. Wen Yu paused to think for a moment and said, Young Master, the whale ocean commerce has the most island whales in the entire Radiance Federation. They often trade with the federations around the Radiance Federation. The whale ocean commerce's second role is source-type items. Their 10,000 source hall has collected a mountain of source-type items. Anyone who visits them can obtain a source-type item suitable to their willpower rune. There's a list of the top 10 source-type items in 10,000 source hall. Every source-type item on the list is not for sale. I'm interested in the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle that's both Wind type and Spiritual type on the list. The Wind Crystal Precious Bottle is an instrument type source type life form that's even rarer than elemental type source type life forms. It can turn wind element in the air into energy that's extremely nourishing for spiritual energy. This energy can not only increase spiritual energy but also increase the potential of spiritual energy. Hence, I'll be able to use spiritual energy and wind element. One of the conditions for contracting the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle is to have an unused wind-type willpower rune. I fulfill this condition perfectly. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. He knew of the whale ocean commerce and 10,000 source hall but did not have any ties with them. Just like how Cage of Brahma insects had the support of the Moon Empress, Rhine life form, and the whale ocean commerce had Class 5 creation masters supporting them. Rhine life form was supported by the Bamboo Monarch while the whale ocean commerce was supported by Chef Supreme. The Wind Crystal Precious Bottle was part of the 10,000 Source Hall's list of top 10 source-type life forms because it could strengthen a person's spiritual energy and allow its contractor to contract an army of feys if they pleased. Lin Yuan knew that as cool as this sounded, it was not feasible as nurturing the current number of feys he had was already a full-time job. Chapter 1059 Enemies were bound to meet. In order for a fey to evolve to the greatest extent, a fey needed to make sure that each step along the way was the best. In order to become the best, the resources required were unimaginable. This was why even experts with the most spiritual power only nurtured a few signature feys instead of contracting a sea of feys. Nonetheless, the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle's value was difficult to define. Moreover, the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle's condition for contracting it was extremely easy as Wind-type willpower runes was also the most suitable for it. Since the condition for contracting the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle was that the contractor had to have comprehended a Wind-type willpower rune, this condition might as well not exist. There were many source-type items in the world. It was for these reasons that the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle had a place on the list of the top 10 source-type items in the 10,000 Source Hall. Although the items on the list were not for sale, nothing was truly not for sale when a high enough price was offered. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not take advantage of his position to force the whale ocean commerce. He planned on asking Zhong Ziyi to help him when they met up with Gulang, Gao Feng, Long Tao and the rest tomorrow. He would obtain the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle by trading with the whale ocean commerce. Suddenly, Lin Yuan realized that his master's Cold Moon Lone Disc was also an instrument-type source-type item. When you leave the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle to me. After we get it, you can use my Wind-type Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls to help the Wind Crystal Precious Bottle increase your spiritual energy even more. Wen Yu smiled as she knew that Lin Yuan would also help her. She always felt at ease when she was with Lin Yuan. Although she was Lin Yuan's attendant, she was also Mystic Moon's disciple. If she displayed her status as Mystic Moon's disciple, her position would be above that of other young disciples of top factions. But even if she was only a spirit attendant, other disciples of top factions would have to greet her respectfully. By this time, the Divine Travel Black Swallow had brought Lin Yuan and Wen Yu to the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan noticed that the usually quiet Creation Master Association was abuzz with commotion. He looked down and immediately frowned. Enemies truly were bound to meet. He could not believe that he would run into Zhang Kaiwen here. In the span of a week, he had come across Zhang Kaiwen 3 times. And each time was accompanied by a racket. During the previous 2 times, Lin Yuan had used his identity as the Moon Empress disciple. But now, he was going to face Zhang Kaiwen as the City Lord of Sky City. At that moment, Zhang Kaiwen turned to face Lin Yuan with fury written all over his face. Zhang Kaiwen seemed to have a subordinate with him, but the subordinate was dressed in expensive clothes. Transparent peridots adorned the man's light green clothes. The peridots had to be worth at least 500,000 radiance dollars when they were auctioned off on Star Web's Rare Life Form Pavilion. Lin Yuan could tell that there was something special about this subordinate. So why did he look like he was trying to curry favor with Zhang Kaiwen? Zhang Kaiwen was just a disciple of a veteran faction in Indigo Azure City and handled miscellaneous tasks in the faction. Something must have happened for him to have attracted someone so elite. Lin Yuan did not think that it was due to the Miao family, as he had intended for the Miao family to take notice of Zhang Kaiwen. He had purposely left his number with Zhang Kaiwen at the Guardia banquet so that Zhang Kaiwen would be able to leverage it to the rest of the Miao family. Now, people who wanted to gain favor with the Miao family could support Miao He instead of turning to Zhang Kaiwen. Lin Yuan felt that Zhang Kaiwen must have gone around waving his relationship with Lin Yuan around to have attracted such a subordinate. The man in green clothes was helping Zhang Kaiwen to kick a large man that was spasming and groaning in pain on the ground. The man was wearing an enormous black robe that could fit 3 people. Although the entrance of the Creation Master Association was cleaned often, there would always be dust there. He was a sorry sight as he thrashed about on the ground with at least 20 footprints covering his black robe. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu climbed down from the divine travel Black Swallow. Endless Summer was standing in the middle of the crowd and watching the scene when it noticed Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. When it saw the masks on their faces, Endless Summer was stunned. It did not expect Lin Yuan to wear Sky City's mask when he helped others phase to overcome world cleansings. Thus, Endless Summer had not put on Sky City's mask. Besides, Zhang Kaiwen had already seen its face, and there would be no point in putting on a mask now. Endless Summer confidently walked toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not want to clash with Zhang Kaiwen at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association because the Zhang family would crumble after the Blood Pact ultimate fight. That would be the best time to deal with Zhang Kaiwen. Just as Lin Yuan was about to call Floating World complaints of calamity, Zhang Kaiwen stomped on the black-robed man's face. The black-robed man cried out in pain. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Floating World complaints of calamity. He rushed up and pushed both the green-robed man away before slamming into Zhang Kaiwen's side. Chapter 1060, You Owe Me an Explanation. Ji Feng was in the same state as when he was on the phone with Lin Yuan. Less than half an hour had passed since the phone call with Lin Yuan. An episode every half an hour seemed too short. Lin Yuan ignored the dust on Ji Feng's clothes and helped him up. The moment he gripped Ji Feng's arm, Lin Yuan froze. He felt as though there were thorns in the arm he was holding and that the thorns even seemed to be moving. Zhang Kaiwen's expression darkened when he saw Lin Yuan helping Ji Feng up, and he looked at Lin Yuan with ruthless ferocity. He had come to the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association because his mother was going to arrive at the Royal Capital. Zhang Kaiwen wanted to find a Creation Master to trade with for gems to give to Miaoji. However, he happened across a black-robed man in the middle of an episode at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. The black-robed man had even fallen on Zhang Kaiwen and almost knocked Zhang Kaiwen over. Luckily, Zhang Kaiwen had been supported by his acquaintance in the nick of time. Just as he was about to teach the black-robed man a good lesson, he was stopped. After being knocked all over, Zhang Kaiwen felt half of his body go numb with pain. When he turned to see who had butted in, he saw that the man was wearing a majestic Sky City mask. Zhang Kaiwen was all too familiar with this mask, and a wave of rage rose within him. If this was not the royal capital, Zhang Kaiwen would have attacked Lin Yuan without hesitation. The green-robed man beside Lin Yuan also had a sour expression, but he did not blow up immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Zhang Kaiwen to see how he wanted to handle the situation so that he could do things the way Zhang Kaiwen wanted. He soon noticed with surprise that Zhang Kaiwen did not immediately blow his top. The green-robed man studied Zhang Kaiwen's expression carefully and realized that Zhang Kaiwen knew this masked young man. Zhang Kaiwen gnashed his teeth and growled, "I didn't expect the city lord of Sky City to assault someone in the royal capital. What are you trying to do? You owe me an explanation." His grandfather had not arrived at the royal capital yet. Although the Zhang family had already held a meeting and agreed to the Blood Pact ultimate fight, his grandfather was still the leader of the Zhang family and they could not apply for the Blood Pact ultimate fight without him. Since they were going to engage in a Blood Pact ultimate fight, they should wait to settle all their scores on the battleground. But after being slammed into, Zhang Kaiwen could not just let the matter go. "You were hitting one of my people. You're the one that owes me an explanation," replied Lin Yuan. Ji Feng trembled as though Lin Yuan's words had touched him. Zhang Kaiwen laughed in anger. Just as he was about to launch into a tirade, the green-robed man said, your person bumped into young Master Zheng first and almost caused young Master Zheng to fall over. Take my suggestion and leave this matter be. Let me apologize for kicking him on young Master Zheng's behalf. I'm willing to offer appropriate compensation. Sky City had become a hot topic of discussion on Star Web. The green-robed man had heard of Sky City, and his family had sent someone to buy Sky City's fate letters in the hopes of obtaining a bronze/legend fey suitable to their willpower rune. The green-robed man was called Song Fei, and his family's faction was called Molten Farm. Molten Farm nurtured a large amount of fire-type spiritual ingredients and fire-type feys. It was also one of the lowest-ranked top factions and had been neck and neck with the Gao family. However, the Gao family had been reaping huge harvests from expanding into deep-sea resources while Gao Feng had been accepted to become Cicada Song's disciple at the Guardia banquet. As such, the entire Gao family was basking in glory. The abyss-dimensional rift had opened, and there were an endless amount of fire-type spiritual ingredients in the abyssal world. The increase in the availability of fire-type spiritual ingredients would be a serious blow to Molten Farm as the price of fire-type spiritual ingredients would fall precipitously. This would result in Molten Farm's profits falling as well. Currently, Molten Farm was in a state of crisis. Hence, as a main member of Molten Farm, Song Fei went to curry favor with Zhang Kaiwen in the hopes of being able to speak with the Moon Empress disciple. After interacting for a few days, Song Fei found Zhang Kaiwen exceedingly detestable. Rather than praying for the faintest of opportunities of being put in touch with the Moon Empress disciple through Zhang Kaiwen, Sky City's mountain of creation master resources seemed more reliable. After thinking the situation through carefully, Song Fei had decided to speak on behalf of Sky City despite being Zhang Kaiwen's acquaintance. Song Fei had spoken so humbly in the hopes of alleviating the situation. He felt that all conflicts could be settled privately and that it was not a good idea to fight openly at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan glanced at Song Fei. Zhang Kaiwen sneered before Lin Yuan could speak. Leave this matter be? How? Sky City is so bull-headed. Aren't they afraid that they'll attract calamity? Song Fei's expression immediately became stormy. He did not expect Zhang Kaiwen to completely ignore what he had said. Since Zhang Kaiwen was hell-bent on starting trouble regardless of the consequences, Song Fei decided to help Zhang Kaiwen add fuel to the flame. He wanted to see how far Zhang Kaiwen was willing to take it, as well as test Sky City's powers. Yes, young Master Zhang knows the Moon Empress disciple. I heard that he even had a meal with Lord Lin Yuan at the Spirit Food Pavilion not long ago. 1. Chapter 1061, The Power in Lin Yuan's Words. After Wen Yu and Endless Summer heard what Song Fei said, they looked at Zhang Kaiwen like he was a moron. Not only did Zhang Kaiwen not correct Song Fei, but he even raised his head higher in arrogance. Lin Yuan's gaze was cold as he asked Zhang Kaiwen in bemusement, "Oh? You had a meal with the Moon Empress disciple? How interesting. But was Lin Yuan aware that he was eating with you?" Zhang Kaiwen's expression changed, and a hint of guilt crossed his face. But soon, he raised his head again pompously. No one would dare to personally ask the Moon Empress disciple to confirm the matter. It was true that he had stood next to Lin Yuan that day at the Spirit Food Pavilion and that Lin Yuan had willingly spoken to him. In fact, they had spoken a fair bit. Moreover, it was Song Fei who had made the proclamation. Even if others asked, Zhang Kaiwen could just change the topic. While Zhang Kaiwen was thinking, Lin Yuan said, "The part about Sky City being in trouble is even more interesting. Are you the reason behind the trouble? Sky City isn't bull-headed, but we won't back down either." When Song Fei heard what Lin Yuan said, he felt that there was power lurking within this masked young man. Each word he uttered was like a mountain that stood out prominently from the earth, and he clearly did not have any qualms about Zhang Kaiwen. Song Fei also had a strange feeling that this masked young man was even more familiar with Lin Yuan than Zhang Kaiwen was. Zhang Kaiwen could no longer hold back and started to rain insults down on Lin Yuan. But soon, Lin Yuan's fist connected heavily with Zhang Kaiwen's mouth. Due to the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar's cleansing, Lin Yuan's body was in its absolute peak condition. Moreover, Lin Yuan had eaten the muscle hyperthymesia grass and learned almost all the fighting styles and combat techniques recorded in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Hence, his punch had been nothing short of powerful. Zhang Kaiwen fell to the ground and immediately cupped his mouth in shock. It was as though that one punch had knocked all the air out of him. Zhang Kaiwen took a moment to recover before he fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan, his gaze filled with exploding bitterness and hate. His mouth was numb, but he could feel with his tongue that more than half his teeth had been broken. Zhang Kaiwen had not brought any experts along with him, and he did not dare to start a fight with Lin Yuan when he had Wen Yu and Endless Summer to back him up. All he could do was wait for the Blood Pact ultimate fight against Sky City. Even if he had to beg his grandfather, Zhang Kaiwen was determined on obtaining a Thearch class expert for the Blood Pact ultimate fight to ensure that all of Sky City's experts would be utterly destroyed. After punching Zhang Kaiwen, Lin Yuan healed Ji Feng and led Endless Summer and Wen Yu into the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. He was going to use a breeding room to check on Ji Feng's condition and understand why Fei Feng's two feys were so delicate that they could not sustain any damage from the world cleansing. Zhang Kaiwen slowly climbed to his feet and turned to see that Song Fei had disappeared. After Zhang Kaiwen did not return Lin Yuan's attack, Song Fei abandoned his idea of forming a relationship with Zhang Kaiwen as he could not sense any manly dignity from Zhang Kaiwen. Song Fei did not believe that the Moon Empress disciple would think highly of someone that even he was now looking down on. He felt that although the City Lord of Sky City did not seem to place any blame on him, it was still not a good time to properly make the City Lord's acquaintance. Hence, Song Fei left and decided to find a few girls and friends to continue living the hedonistic lifestyle he was used to. Zhang Kaiwen spat out his broken teeth into his palm and summoned his avian-type Fei. When he climbed aboard the avian-type Fei, Zhang Kaiwen glanced back at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Pure hatred and loathing filled his eyes. He snapped his head back and rode away to Connected Beast Park without the precious gems he had come for. After entering the Creation Master Association, Lin Yuan used his Class 2 Creation Master crest to book and enter a Class 2 Creation Master breeding room. At that moment, Ji Feng was finally able to stand up straight. He thanked Lin Yuan in his raspy voice and grasped the handrail in the corridor. Lin Yuan let go of Ji Feng. Instead, he started walking at a slower pace to accommodate Ji Feng. Wen Yu and Endless Summer immediately read Lin Yuan's intentions. Lin Yuan was always about to stand in the shoes of others and naturally display his gentler side. This side of Lin Yuan was wonderfully charming. Wen Yu and Endless Summer also started to walk at a slower pace. Ji Feng looked up at Lin Yuan and gratitude filled his pallid face. He could not remember the last time that someone had treated him with respect. Ji Feng was an emperor-class expert that used to turn heads whenever he went in the past. If someone like Zhang Kaiwen dared to kick him, Ji Feng would have killed him instantly. The strongest expert in the Zhang family was only Pinnacle Emperor class. Even if Ji Feng could not defeat the Pinnacle Emperor class experts Suzerain/Myth 3 Fei, his two special Feys would be able to afford him with an impressive level of defense. However, such matters had long passed. Now, Ji Feng would never summon his two Feys unless it was a matter of life or death, as circulating his spiritual energy would cause the things in his body to start moving. Once the things started moving, Ji Feng's body, spirit, and soul would be plunged into anguish. Chapter 1062, Problems Have to be Solved. Ji Feng had approached Lin Yuan in Star Web because he had grown tired of his insufferably hopeless life. He wanted to gamble on the chance that his two Feys would be able to suppress that terrifying thing in his body once they evolved to Myth 3. If he could not even rely on his two Myth 3 Feys, he would have to do the unthinkable. His Feys should have been able to change into human form and protect him when they reached Myth 2. Unfortunately, his two Feys were plant-type Feys and would only be able to change into human form when they reached Myth 3. After being buried in agony for so long, Ji Feng had long forgotten how it felt to receive warmth. When Lin Yuan identified him as one of his people, Ji Feng finally felt a ray of warmth shining on his heart. The way that this masked young man was slowing down his pace was the gentlest form of respect. When the four of them walked into the breeding room, Lin Yuan poured out 4 cups of tea from the complimentary pot that had been placed in the room. He handed a cup each to Endless Summer, Wen Yu, and Ji Feng before taking a sip from his cup. Lin Yuan had grown used to drinking the 3 treasures tea and cinnabar peony tea in the mansion, so he found it slightly difficult to swallow this tea. Frankly, the tea in the rooms was not cheap either, and many people yearned to be able to taste this tea. However, Lin Yuan could immediately point out at least 7 faults of this tea, as he had unknowingly gained the palate of a tea connoisseur. Meanwhile, it had been a long time since Ji Feng last tasted this tea. The moment the tea's fragrance entered his nose, he remembered how he used to despise this smell. Instead of drinking the tea, Ji Feng said, "Lord, thank you." His voice sounded slightly hurt when he thanked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't know of your condition. If I knew, I wouldn't have asked to meet you at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. There isn't anyone else around now. You can take off the heavy robe." Ji Feng's grip on his cup tightened as he replied, "Lord, my skin is rather unsightly." It might scare you. Both Wen Yu and Endless Summer looked at Ji Feng curiously as they wondered what was so scary about Ji Feng's skin. Spirit Chi professionals often saw blood during fights and when they were killing dimensional life forms. Hence, they had seen all manner of disgusting sights, and it was difficult to faze them. Ji Feng had to be aware of this. Lin Yuan could tell that there was shame in Ji Feng's tone. As such, Lin Yuan realized that Ji Feng's condition was a sensitive spot for him. Lin Yuan thought back to when he was holding Ji Feng and that Tomni feeling. You mentioned that your 2 suzerain/myth 2 phase can't sustain any damage during the world cleansings. Hence, I even asked a sovereign/creation expert to come here to help. Problems have to be solved, and you have to at least try to fix the situation. If it's unfixable, you can find a way to mitigate the situation. Ji Feng's raised his head abruptly, and his entire body started shivering as though he was a starving man who had just laid eyes on a morsel of food. Although he had made a deal with Lin Yuan on Star Web, Ji Feng had not allowed himself to truly believe that there was hope. He knew that his situation was practically hopeless. If he dared to have hope, he would not be able to go on when his hope was dashed. But now, Lin Yuan's words gave Ji Feng tangible hope. This feeling made tears well up in Ji Feng's eyes. He could not solve his situation on his own. But with a Thearch class expert, he felt that not only his phase would be able to evolve to Myth 3 successfully but that there was even hope of him making a full recovery. Ji Feng poked his hand out of his robe. Lin Yuan, Endless Summer, and Wen Yu inhaled sharply when they saw Ji Feng's hand. There were lines of scars on his hand that looked as though they were deep enough to reach his bones. Every movement of his hand would cause the scars to ripple. When the skin stretched over the scars, it looked as though thorns were growing out of the bones. As Ji Feng continued to remove his robe, they realized that his entire body was also in the same state. There were many more scars on his neck than on his body. In contrast to his neck, there were no scars on his face. Ji Feng looked to be about 30 years old. His large eyes and high nose bridge afforded him a handsomeness that surpassed many others who were his age. However, the scars on his body made him look extremely odd and sinister, as though he was a corpse being puppeteered by a parasite. Chapter 1063, The Strange Plants Inside Ji Feng. Before Ji Feng could speak, Endless Summer stood up with a stony expression on its face. It sensed Ji Feng's aura and said with a frown, "Why is there a plant aura coming from your body? It's very strange. I have to circulate law worlds to be able to feel it. The plant aura is eroding your body as though it's trying to control your mind." When Endless Summer had first seen Ji Feng at the entrance of the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association, it did not sense anything strange about Ji Feng's body. If it had not been so shocked by Ji Feng's revelation of his body that it decided to activate its enlightenment world to check on Ji Feng's body, it would not have picked up anything strange about Ji Feng. This meant the plant aura in Ji Feng's body was even more powerful than its own. This discovery immediately put Endless Summer on edge. Why was there such a strong aura hidden within and torturing an Emperor-class expert? Moreover, this thing could only be discovered when a Thearch-class expert purposely investigated it. Regardless, this was an exceptionally dangerous and terrifying thing. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu immediately shared Endless Summer's concerns, and they shared a knowing look. Lin Yuan felt he had stumbled upon a great secret through meeting Ji Feng. Ji Feng looked at his scar-covered hands and said, "You're right. I might know what's inside me, but I know it's definitely alive. Spirit Chi professionals like us all utilize Spirit Chi. I once tried combating this thing with S-rank Spirit Chi, but it was no use at all. This thing still took root in my body." Lin Yuan immediately started to mull over Ji Feng's words. All life forms needed their roots to remain strong. Feys could not be without spiritual power, dimensional life forms could not be without source-type power, and apostles could not be without faith power. Life forms also needed to use their roots to absorb power to evolve themselves and their bloodlines. This meant that the thing inside Ji Feng had to be dependent on something other than spiritual power. Just as Lin Yuan was about to suggest checking on the strange life form within Ji Feng, the latter suddenly collapsed and started writhing about. Lin Yuan watched as the Thomi scars on Ji Feng started to move around inside his body. It was obvious it brought Ji Feng excruciating pain. Lin Yuan took a step forward and grabbed Ji Feng's wrist as he circulated his spiritual power to inject it into Ji Feng's body. He realized that when he used his spiritual power to touch the strange plant inside Ji Feng, the plant did not react in the slightest. Lin Yuan summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen in his soul and said, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, try to inject source-type power into Ji Feng and see if the thing inside him reacts." The sacred sword-wielding queen started circulating the source-type power in its skirt. However, the faint source-type power did not elicit any obvious changes. Nonetheless, the strange plant clearly reacted more to source-type power than it did to spiritual power. Lin Yuan guessed the strange plant actually depended on source-type power. He instructed the sacred sword-wielding queen to increase the strength of source-type power being injected into Ji Feng. Suddenly, the strange plant inside Ji Feng started to move violently as though it had been agitated by something. It raced toward the point at which the sacred sword-wielding queen was injecting the source-type power. Shortly after, Lin Yuan saw the point where the sacred sword-wielding queen was injecting source-type power had become covered in 3 times the number of scars and that the source-type power was being rapidly absorbed by the strange plant. Lin Yuan finally had confirmation that the strange plant did not come from the main world. It was likely it came from a dimensional world. This was the only explanation why it only absorbed source-type power but was unreceptive to spiritual power. Lin Yuan thought about faith power which was used by apostles in the dimensional worlds. He opened the shrine in his soul by a crack to carefully allow some of the lights of faith to flow into Ji Feng's body. Almost immediately, he could tell the strange plant was terrified of faith power. Lin Yuan had injected faith power into Ji Feng's hand and soon, all scars disappeared from his hand. Just as he was about to inject more faith power into Ji Feng, he noticed that Ji Feng's vitality was growing weaker. He hurriedly stopped injecting faith power into Ji Feng. In his focused attempt to investigate the strange plant in Ji Feng's body, he had forgotten that any reckless changes to Ji Feng's body could result in extreme pain for him. Lin Yuan did not dare to inject vitality into Ji Feng as he was uncertain if the vitality would be absorbed by the strange plant instead. Plants were always affiliated with vitality, and Lin Yuan did not want to create an adverse result. He decided to wait until after Ji Feng recovered to have a proper discussion with him. The scars on Ji Feng's body finally stopped moving after 15 minutes, and he returned to normal. He felt as though he had been blessed by the gods as he heard Lin Yuan say, "I might be able to fix your problem." Chapter 1064, News that was kept from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan's words essentially saved Ji Feng. Ji Feng was lost for words, but Lin Yuan went on to say, "In order to solve your problem, your body needs to become stronger, and you need to ensure that your soul remains alert for some time. This is the only way to chase it out of your body while still ensuring your survival. I'll need to use a lot of my resources and an important kind of power to heal you. Hence, before I start treating you, I'll need to be sure of your loyalty and know what your secret is." Lin Yuan spoke loudly and sternly. He took out a bottle of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was the best thing to raise the quality of Ji Feng's body to its peak. Lin Yuan also needed to use a large amount of cold snow pine resin to nourish Ji Feng's soul and keep it from collapsing due to pain. Endless Summer also needed to use its enlightenment world to wake up Ji Feng's mind and spirit. It was necessary for all 3 factors to be present, and each factor also represented a mountain of wealth. None of these factors were easily accessible. Additionally, Lin Yuan needed to use a large amount of faith power. He was not unwilling to do good deeds and save others. In fact, he often helped people out of sticky situations. However, previously, he had not needed to put in much effort to help those people. He was not an altruist. If he could not obtain Ji Feng's loyalty and learn his secrets, all of Lin Yuan's efforts and resources would go down the drain. Lin Yuan had intended to wait for Ji Feng to think it over before giving an answer. However, the moment Ji Feng heard what Lin Yuan said, he did not hesitate to summon his willpower rune and swear to become Lin Yuan's servant. Ji Feng was well aware of his situation. He was a pauper and could not offer anything other than his loyalty. He used to put his freedom above all else but had been willing to swear 3 years of labor to Lin Yuan because he did not expect that Lin Yuan could cure him. However, if Lin Yuan could truly cure him, he was even willing to be Lin Yuan's servant for life. After his short interaction with Lin Yuan, Ji Feng felt that Lin Yuan would stop him from doing that. There was even a chance that Lin Yuan would help him as well. Ji Feng was going to say that he needed to get his revenge and explain how he had landed in such a state. Now that he had sworn on his willpower rune, Ji Feng naturally addressed Lin Yuan as Young Master. "Young Master, have you heard of the Whale Ocean Commerce?" Lin Yuan immediately knitted his brow. When Yu had mentioned Whale Ocean Commerce and 10,000 Source Hall to him when they were on their way to the Creation Master Association. This was a serious matter as it concerned one of the top 3 factions in the Radiance Federation. Could the strange plant in Ji Feng's body be connected to the Whale Ocean Commerce? Lin Yuan waited for Ji Feng to continue explaining instead of expressing his own opinion. Of course, I've heard of the whale ocean commerce. Go on explaining. Ji Feng's expression darkened as he said, then do you know how they became one of the top 3 factions? Lin Yuan shook his head. He was swamped with tasks every day. Although he had knowledge of the various top factions, he did not know anything about whale ocean commerce's specific history. Lin Yuan turned to look at Wen Yu questioningly, and she immediately said, 18 years ago, 3 mid-tier top factions decided to work together. The 3 factions were 10,000 Flags Trading, Sea Sky Nurture, and the Source Item Chamber of Commerce. The 3 united to form the Whale Ocean Commerce. 10,000 Flags Trading controlled the sea trading routes and had island whales. Sea Sky Nurture's role was creation masters. After they joined the Whale Ocean Commerce, they used all their creation master resources to nurture the island whales. 10,000 Flags Trading and Sea Sky Nurture were close. Hence, there was a wall between them and the Source Item Chamber of Commerce. Apparently, the 10,000 Source Hall was started by the Source Item Chamber of Commerce a decade ago. Ever since the Whale Ocean Commerce was formed, they have been represented by 10,000 Flags Trading. It's also said that Sea Sky Nurture often leaves for business and hasn't made a public appearance in close to a decade. As low profile as the Whale Ocean Commerce was, they were still able to edge out Cage of Brahma insects and Rhine life form. Even the people from 10,000 Flags Trading, who represented the Whale Ocean Commerce, only kept to themselves and focused on managing their wealth. Other than when they created the 10,000 Source Hall a decade ago, there had been no more news regarding the Whale Ocean Commerce. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. After hearing Wen Yu's explanation, Ji Feng's hatred and sorrow intensified. He was silent for a moment before saying, everyone in Sea Sky Nurture is dead. I only survived accidentally. Ji Feng's words were like a bomb that exploded around Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Endless Summer. Wen Yu furrowed her brow as this matter was not stated in the Hidden Moon Pavilion at all. The Hidden Moon Pavilion always actively gathered information and invested in a large workforce to ensure that the information collected was comprehensive. The Radiant Moon Palace also had staff members dedicated to collecting information. The information about the various factions was reported by themselves on a yearly basis. Thus, the Whale Ocean Commerce had neglected to report this internal conflict for a decade. A thought struck Wen Yu, and she asked Ji Feng, your surname is Ji. I remember that Sea Sky Nurture's direct descendants also have the surname Ji. Ji Feng nodded sadly. Yes. If Sea Sky Nurture was still around, I would be their young leader now. Chapter 1065, Cure. Go. Now. Besides revealing his own secret, Ji Feng had also genuinely introduced himself to Lin Yuan and informed him of who his enemy was. Lin Yuan did not expect Ji Feng to have such a messy background. When he saw Lin Yuan frown, Ji Feng said truthfully, young master, this matter is between me and 10,000 Flags Trading. You don't have to be involved. I might have become your servant, but I won't bring you the slightest of trouble. I only hope that after 3 years, you'll allow me to seek revenge against 10,000 Flags Trading. Wen Yu sighed. Ji Feng had spoken candidly. But given Wen Yu's understanding of Lin Yuan, there was no way he would allow Ji Feng to run to his death in 3 years. As one of the Radiance Federation's top 3 factions, the Whale Ocean Commerce had to have numerous Thearch class experts. Even if Ji Feng reached Thearch class, it would be impossible for him to win against 10,000 Flags Trading. Moreover, Wen Yu could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. If it had been a normal fight, there would be no need for 10,000 Flags Trading to hide the news of Sea Sky Nurture's destruction from the Hidden Moon Pavilion, as the Moon Empress would not interfere in such matters of internal conflict. However, 10,000 Flags Trading had chosen to hide the matter. This meant that there had to be a horrible secret within the incident. Wen Yu could not figure out what horrible secret could there be. Lin Yuan silently pondered over Ji Feng's words but eventually still decided to take in Ji Feng. Lin Yuan did not comment further on the part about revenge. Instead, he asked, how did you, as Sea Sky Nurture's young leader, escape from 10,000 Flags Trading? There's no way they would let their greatest threat go. He spoke straightforwardly, but it was a matter that he had to know about. Ji Feng thought back to a decade ago and anger swelled within him. At first, everything was going smoothly. But suddenly, 10,000 Flags Trading called us to have a meal together. They were extremely enthusiastic and kept saying that they hoped we would all attend. In the middle of the banquet, my grandfather, who was the only pinnacle Thearch class expert in Sea Sky Nurture, felt his spiritual power being locked and his spiritual energy numbed. As a result, he couldn't summon any feys. At that moment, 10,000 flags trading showed their true colors and locked up everyone from Sea Sky Nurture. They proceeded to implant a seed that had the stench of a rotting corpse into all of us. I happen to be the last and have two special feys that helped me survive for the past decade. Albeit in agony. Otherwise, I would have died long ago along with the rest of the members of Sea Sky Nurture. Lin Yuan did not comfort Ji Feng, as the pain of having one's family wiped out could not be assuaged with mere words of comfort. He patted Ji Feng's shoulder and handed the small bottle to Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar as he said, "This is a bottle of Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar. Drink it and all the impurities in your body will be purged. Your genetic model will improve, and your body will reach its peak condition. Next, leave the rest to me." Ji Feng's mind did not immediately go to the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar when he saw Lin Yuan holding the bottle of amber fluid. But as the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture, he knew what Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar was. Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar rarely landed in the hands of other factions, and even the Whale Ocean Commerce had to beg for a year to obtain a few drops. The Whale Ocean Commerce would have to beg for 20 years to obtain this small bottle of Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar. As touched as Ji Feng was that Lin Yuan was giving him something so precious, he also started to guess the relationship between Lin Yuan and the Radiant Moon Palace. In the decade that he had been tortured by this parasite, Ji Feng had not kept up with any news. Hence, he did not know that the Moon Empress had accepted a disciple and could not figure out who Lin Yuan was. Ji Feng reached out a trembling hand to receive the shining bottle of Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar. He drank all of it in one gulp as though he was trying to drown all his sorrows. Ji Feng was going to expel a large amount of impurities from his body. As such, Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu in Endless Summer, "Why don't the two of you go to the lounge in the breeding room? The two of you might not be able to handle the smell of the impurities." Since Lin Yuan had drunk the Silver Stamen Gold Luster Cashin Nectar before, he was well aware of the smell of impurities. The smell was akin to mashed up fish guts that had been rotting in a sack for 5 years before being added to fermented pig's intestines and beans. One whiff was enough to bum all the hairs in one's nose. I need to use the power of the Enlightenment world to awaken Ji Feng's mind and spirit, so I think I'll stay here with you. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Endless Summer, you can activate the power of the Enlightenment world from the entrance of the lounge." There were no bathrooms in the breeding room. Even if there was, Lin Yuan could not ask Ji Feng to shower while Lin Yuan cleared the strange plant out of Ji Feng's body. Thus, the best option was still for Lin Yuan to try his luck against the stench of the impurities. Although Lin Yuan was not neurotic about cleanliness, he still placed emphasis on it. Even back in the Xia region when he was at his weakest, Lin Yuan would clean the spirit life form store every day. But this was a do-or-die situation. He could only bite the bullet and soldier on. As time ticked on and Ji Feng's body emptied itself of disgusting black impurities, Lin Yuan took out the cold snow pine resin and mixed it with powdered fire-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. The pure fire-type energy set the cold snow pine resin alight. When he smelled the fragrance, Lin Yuan felt like his soul was becoming lighter and was transported to a state of utter bliss. Lin Yuan said, "Endless Summer, now." Chapter 1066, A Parasite in Lin Yuan. Endless Summer immediately activated its Enlightenment world. The pinkish-purple power from the Enlightenment world enveloped Ji Feng, and he felt his mind and spirit becoming active like never before. Now that everything was ready, Lin Yuan placed his hand over Ji Feng's heart and opened the shrine in his soul. Lin Yuan directed a large amount of faith power into Ji Feng's body. He planned on going in strong and using faith power to suppress the strange plant. Ji Feng had said that the strange plant had sprouted from a seed that smelled like a rotting corpse. It was unknown how many people's energies the seed had absorbed before taking root in Ji Feng's body. This meant that the seed was extremely harmful to the human body. Lin Yuan wanted to end this as soon as possible to protect Ji Feng's body. His method was extremely effective as the strange plant was swiftly forced into Ji Feng's left hand. All the scars concentrated in Ji Feng's left hand and made it look as though Ji Feng's hand had been constructed from thorns. When Lin Yuan realized that faith power could not force the strange plant out of Ji Feng's body, he shook his sleeve. The source sand landed on the ground and formed a 2-meter radius circle of quicksand. Lin Yuan then instructed the source sand to produce a chain blade made of ferromanganese. He swung the chain blade and savagely chopped off Ji Feng's left hand. At that same time, he summoned the jasmine lily and instructed it to use severed limbs growth to regrow Ji Feng's hand. While Lin Yuan was treating Ji Feng, the latter felt like he was being subjected to the cruelest torture in the world. He had to hold on as his soul, flesh, and spirit drowned him in pain that made him wish more than 1,000 times for death to take him. When the chain blade sliced away his left hand, Ji Feng felt unbelievably relieved as that strange plant was finally out of his body. Even if he had to sacrifice his left hand, Ji Feng did not mind in the slightest. Ji Feng did not expect that this masked young man's fey was able to regrow his left hand. His amazement surpassed the happiness of regaining his hand. He did not know of any healing-type fey that could regrow a human's limbs. Could times have changed in the last decade? Ji Feng was about to thank Lin Yuan when all the thorns in Ji Feng's amputated left hand joined together and turned into a dark green seed that stunk like a rotting corpse. The seed shot toward Lin Yuan. The stench of a rotting corpse filled Lin Yuan's nostrils, and he felt pain in his back. The next moment, his spirit, soul, and flesh were all plunged into excruciating pain. Lin Yuan had experienced physical pain when he used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body and soul pain when he cleansed his soul. Those two episodes of pain could not compare to the agony he was currently in. Not even the pain of having his hands reduced to bone by the spatial energy in the water world dimensional rift and having his soul split apart by two sacred source life forms could compare. Now, Lin Yuan could finally say that he knew how Ji Feng felt. Endless Summer and Wen Yu were used to calling Lin Yuan City Lord and Young Master when he was wearing Sky City's mask. But now that something so unexpected occurred, they could not help but call out his real name. When both of them rushed to Lin Yuan, they covered their mouths with their hands. Lin Yuan's body was covered in the same thorny scars that used to be on Ji Feng's body. As worried as Endless Summer was about Lin Yuan, a murderous glint flashed across its gaze. It was a fey and did not have any complicated feelings. The stronger the fey, the more they cherished ties. Endless Summer felt that Ji Feng was the reason Lin Yuan was in such peril now. But, Endless Summer also blamed itself for not insisting on staying in the breeding room as it would have been able to deal with the situation immediately. Lin Yuan had used the sacrificial life form fire to save Endless Summer before and had also given up a chance at glory by saving it during its trial of world creation, not to mention helping its bloodline evolve. After Endless Summer evolved to creation breed, Lin Yuan also gave it a precious sacred source life form and helped find a place to plant the barren river orchid bud. Plant-type feys were not like animal-type feys in that they did not know who their parents were. Most plant-type feys were alone from the moment they were born and were brought up by Mother Nature itself. Besides the sibling relationship Endless Summer had with the mother of Bloodbath, Lin Yuan was the closest person to Endless Summer. Now that Lin Yuan was injured, Endless Summer was in extreme distress. Yet, it was completely helpless in this situation. All it could do was activate its enlightenment world to keep Lin Yuan's mind and spirit awake. Frankly, Lin Yuan was not in as bad of a state as Endless Summer and Wen Yu thought. He would be able to handle the situation using his faith power and had already started using the faith power from the shrine in his power to fight back. He lit up with ember light as he used faith power to cleanse his body and battle the strange plant in his body. Just as he was about to force the strange plant into his left leg and it off with the chain blade, something happened again. Chapter 1067 Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. Lin Yuan felt that a streak of power had traveled from a distance away to land on the strange plant. This power seemed like a command, and it reinvigorated the almost defeated strange plant. Lin Yuan suddenly sensed pressure coming from this new power. However, this pressure also seemed vaguely familiar. It suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan that this was the same pressure that had come from Mystic Moon. However, this strange plant's pressure was more fated than Mystic Moon's. The strange plant started to struggle against Lin Yuan's faith power, and the thorns moved to cover his entire body again. This time, the scars even started to move past his neck and onto his head. Now, even faith power was useless against the strange plant. Lin Yuan could feel the excruciating pain decaying him. Besides the pain, there was also a willpower that was trying to forcefully take over his soul. Slowly, Lin Yuan's will to fight started to weaken. Ji Feng started to circulate his spiritual energy, and two plant-type feys appeared next to him. Endless Summer's rage over Lin Yuan's condition exploded, and it lunged toward Ji Feng's two suzerain/pinnacle myth 2 plant-type feys. Endless Summer's power as a creation/sovereign fey made Ji Feng's face turn white with fear, and he soon fell to one knee. Ji Feng's two plant-type feys were also completely helpless against Endless Summer and dared not move. Endless Summer was not quick to anger, and it blamed itself for Lin Yuan's current situation. Currently, it did not appear as though Lin Yuan could fight back. This was the first time that Endless Summer was meeting Ji Feng, and it could not be certain he did not bear any ill will. Although spirit Qi professionals who swore on their willpower runes and law runes were usually deemed trustworthy, Lin Yuan was in no state to utilize Ji Feng's willpower rune to ensure his loyalty. Some people with one foot in the grave would swear fake loyalty on their willpower runes and law runes only to assassinate others. Swearing on willpowers and laws was only effective on those who wanted to continue living. But once someone wanted to die, they would lose their soul and nothing would matter to them anymore. When Ji Feng saw Endless Summer's alarmed gaze, he quickly waved his hands and said, "I was only able to survive for the past decade because of my two feys. They can protect souls and prevent young master's mind from being controlled by the strange plant's willpower." Endless Summer carefully studied Ji Feng's two feys and only decided to believe Ji Feng after sensing the special law power in the two feys. It dispersed its pressure and flashed itself next to Lin Yuan. Endless Summer turned to Ji Feng and waited for him to use his two feys to protect Lin Yuan. Ji Feng looked at his two feys and thought back to all the effort he had put into painstakingly ensuring his survival. A bitter expression crossed his face, but it quickly turned into determination. This person had given him hope and a new lease of life. Ji Feng was willing to do even more for this person than he had even done for himself. He took a deep breath and rose to his feet. Ji Feng said to the plant-type fey with sword-shaped leaves and black and white flowers, "Karma Sword Lily, use Lily Breath, Karma Snag, and Karma Halt." The Karma Sword Lily's roots tangled together, and a large amount of energy flowed into its body. It then shot a ray of light at Lin Yuan, and a thread with the smell of a rotting corpse emerged from Lin Yuan's body. It was clear that this thread was linked to the seed that had implanted itself in Lin Yuan's body. The Karma Sword Lily's flowers immediately shot out rays of black and white light that trapped the moving thread. At that moment, Lin Yuan's spirit and soul were relieved slightly, and he regained control. Instead of asking how Ji Feng's fey managed to help him or checking on Ji Feng's fey's attributes, Lin Yuan hurriedly used faith power to fight against the strange plant inside him. Unfortunately, faith power no longer had any effect on the strange plant. This meant that Lin Yuan could not use the same method he had used on Ji Feng. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not give up and continued to fight back using his faith power. He stubbornly protected his spirit and mind. Ji Feng observed the situation and said to his other fey, "Prior decree Sleeping Lotus, use Lotus Pollen Soul Cleanse." Before the prior decree Sleeping Lotus flower buds bloomed, green and gold pollen scattered around Lin Yuan's feet. Lotuses bloomed around him and slowly nourished his soul. Ji Feng was still not done, however. Chapter 1068 The red and gold light lit up again. Ji Feng circulated his spiritual power at full speed and ordered the Karma Sword Lily to use reverse karma to reverse the karma of the strange plant inside Lin Yuan. However, it was as though he had suddenly been struck by lightning as Ji Feng immediately collapsed to the ground. It was clear that he had been heavily injured and blood spilled from his lips. Ji Feng looked at Lin Yuan in shock. He had also used reverse karma on the strange plant when it was inside him. At that time, he had also experienced recoil. But, it had not been as severe as it was now. Could it be that the strange plant had suddenly become stronger? Before he could hesitate further or ponder the matter, Ji Feng ordered the Karma Sword Lily to use large fruit cut. Tens of thick strings emerged from Ji Feng's body. As much pain as he had been in for the past decade, Ji Feng could not bring himself to cut one of his karma strings. Whenever two life forms met, karma would form between them. The stronger the two became, the stronger the karma grew. The tens of thick karma strings that had emerged from Ji Feng were that of him and his dead family members. Lin Yuan gave Ji Feng a future and the chance to seek revenge for his family. Ji Feng felt that seeking revenge for his family would be the best way to repay the karma between them. He plucked one of the Karma Sword Lily's sword-shaped leaves and cut the strings of karma. The moment the strings of karma were cut, a single tear rolled down Ji Feng's left cheek. This was his final goodbye to his dead loved ones. A stream of karma power flowed into Ji Feng, and he used reverse karma again. Nonetheless, reverse karma failed again, and Ji Feng became even more seriously injured. Ji Feng mumbled incredulously, "Impossible. Why did reverse karma fail twice?" He sensed the condition of his body and knew that the vitality injected into him by the jasmine lily was the only thing that prevented him from dying from the second karma recoil. However, reverse karma was not Ji Feng's last resort. He ordered the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to use promised prediction. A holy aura appeared around Ji Feng, and it was as though he had fused with the sky. "I predict that Lin Yuan will use his power to suppress the strange plant," announced Ji Feng. At that moment, Ji Feng felt that his own death was imminent. Promised prediction would not affect him if it was accurate. But if it was wrong, he would experience karma recoil. Now that he could sense his impending death, Ji Feng knew that Lin Yuan would not be able to use his own power to suppress the strange plant. Ji Feng hurriedly used the prior decree Sleeping Lotus's sly words prediction to prevent himself from being claimed by death. He would only be able to use sly words prediction once in a blue moon. Ji Feng did have a last resort, but it would likely cause him to lose his life. The possibility of having to give up his life gave Ji Feng pause. Although Lin Yuan had been the one who saved him, he had not sought revenge yet. But eventually, he stopped hesitating. If he did not gamble on this chance, he would never forgive himself if Lin Yuan died. Ji Feng ordered the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to use own truth and staked his soul to force the prediction into reality. He looked at Lin Yuan and declared, "I predict that Lin Yuan won't die." Ji Feng waited for a moment but nothing happened. This astonished and delighted him. Since his soul had not been sacrificed, it meant that his prediction would come true. Lin Yuan would not die. As time went on and Lin Yuan continued to use faith power to fight back against the strange plant, he noticed that another hidden power had been ignited within the strange plant. Even with Ji Feng and Endless Summer's help, Lin Yuan was still outmatched. Just as Lin Yuan's flesh, spirit, and soul's pain reached the point where Lin Yuan was going to fall apart, Morbius' voice appeared in his mind. "Yuan, I'm going to sleep for a very long time now. I look forward to seeing you again." The red and gold bronze bracelet around Lin Yuan's wrist lit up. The red and gold light was even able to suppress the overwhelming pressure that was so similar to mystic moons. All the thorn scars on Lin Yuan's body retreated, and a fingernail-sized seed appeared on Lin Yuan's neck. The seed was dragged toward Lin Yuan's wrist and broke out of it. There was now a person's willpower within the green and black putrid seed. It was as though a person was manipulating the seed to interact with the rest of the world. But soon, the red and gold light from the Morbius bracelet overcame everything about the seed except its stench. Now, the seed looked like any other seed and was no longer poised to attack anyone. After the seed fell into Lin Yuan's hand, the Morbius bracelet stopped glowing. Since Morbius had fallen asleep, Lin Yuan could not communicate with it no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 1069 Heaven's Secret Promise. Lin Yuan knew that Morbius had saved him again just like it did in the evolving water world dimensional rift when the two sacred sword life forms entered his body. But both times, Morbius went to sleep after saving him. Previously, Morbius had only woken up when it evolved to fantasy breed. This time, it was likely that Morbius would only awaken when it evolved its grade. Lin Yuan had not intended on putting much effort into the phase that Morbius had to spirit lock when it was silver grade. But now, it seemed that he needed to decide on those phase quickly. After Lin Yuan forced the strange plant out of his body and regained his health, Endless Summer and Wen Yu hurriedly rushed up to him and checked on his condition. Ji Feng awkwardly stood rooted to the spot as he was unsure whether he should move closer to Lin Yuan as well. He felt guilty that Lin Yuan had landed in such a predicament because of him. Although Lin Yuan had been struggling with the strange plant, he was well aware of what Ji Feng had done for him. Lin Yuan strode over to the jasmine lily and patted Ji Feng's newly regrown hand as he said, "Ji Feng, thank you so much." Ji Feng hastily shook his head and said apologetically, "Young master, you wouldn't have been afflicted by that strange plant if it weren't for me." He thought back to the red and gold glow of Lin Yuan's bracelet. The light had been so powerful that it made Ji Feng shiver at the memory. Lin Yuan looked at Ji Feng's two feys that had helped him. Fey name, Karma Sword Lily. Fey species, Piercing Sword Lily species / Iris species. Fey grade, Suzerain, 8/10. Fey type, Light / Spiritual. Fey quality, Myth 2. Abilities. Lily Leaf Light Blade, as the leaf blades move, they can absorb light type energy and change into light blades. When the light blades are swung, they'll burn the targets. Wild Lily Sword Feather, every sword-shaped leaf will turn into swords that fly everywhere. If one sword is shattered, it will split and turn into more swords. The swords will absorb light type energy from the air and turn into a razor-sharp rain of swords. Karma Snag, extract karma from a target to reduce that person's karmic connection. Karma Halt, for a set time, all karmic influence will be set aside. Reverse Karma, by using spiritual energy and light type energy, one karmic effect can be reversed, and the target will be subjected to reduced karmic impact. Once reverse karma wears off, the contractor's own body will experience recoil. Large fruit cut, by cutting one's own karmic connections, each lost connection and its memories can be used to strengthen the effects of any karmic ability. Exclusive skill. Lily Breath, the roots will grow in advance and be able to draw on stored-up energy. Short-lived happiness. When used, the stronger a couple's initial attraction is, the more likely they are to part on unhappy terms as well. One's own karma needs to be used to sustain short-lived happiness. Karma maze. Use one's own karmic power to create a maze and hide one karma connection within the maze. When the hidden karmic connection leaves the maze, it will have a greatly decreased impact. Fey name, prior decree sleeping lotus. Fey species, wooden lotus species / large-leafed lotus species. Fey grade, suzerain, 10/10. Fey type, soul. Fey quality, myth 2. Abilities. Lily leaf added shelter, the light from the lotus leaf can shield against soul attacks. Lotus pollen cleanse, when the pollen from the flower buds scatter and cover an area with lotuses, the lotuses can nourish an injured soul and heal the soul's injuries. Clean lily, combine the prior decree sleeping lotus soul with a target. When the target's soul is attacked, the prior decree sleeping lotus will implant its pollen in the target's soul to heal it. Promised prediction, make a prediction about what happens next. If the prediction comes true, the person who made the prediction will be fine. If it fails, the person will suffer karmic recoil. Own truth, stake a part of one's own soul to manipulate the truth. The further the prediction is from reality, the more soul will be sacrificed. If the soul is insufficient, it will no longer have any effect on reality. Heaven's care, bless a target with one's own life on the line. Exclusive skill. Peaceful sleep, comfort a target's soul and put it to sleep. The sleeping soul will not be as heavily affected by external damage. Sly words prediction. After making a failed prediction, the prediction can be deemed as mere sly words to reduce the karmic recoil. Heaven's secret promise. Make an automatic prediction every day about oneself and the people in one's life. After Lin Yuan used true data to check on the two suzerain / pinnacle myth il phase, he inhaled sharply. Both the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus were rare prizes. These two phase were already good enough for disciples of the members of royalty like Zhongzi and Gulang. TT was clear how much effort Sea Sky Nurture had put into helping Ji Feng nurture these two phase. Phase that could manipulate karma and utilize predictions were exceedingly rare. Between the two of them, Lin Yuan was more impressed by the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus as its lotus pollen cleanse could heal soul injuries. By taking in Ji Feng, Lin Yuan would essentially gain an endless supply of cold snow pine resin and would never have to worry about the souls of the people in Sky City becoming injured. Ji Feng had only been able to survive with that strange plant within him for so long because of lotus pollen cleanse. Heaven's secret promise was very much to Lin Yuan's liking as well. Chapter 1076 page lashing. Heaven's secret promise would allow Ji Feng to make a prediction every day about someone in his life. Although it would not be able to prevent calamity, warnings were also a type of protection as measures could be made to handle the impending occurrence. Lin Yuan was satisfied with this new member of Sky City. The presence of Ji Feng added more than the power of an emperor-class expert. Ji Feng blanketed himself in the heavy black robe because he did not want his frightful appearance to be exposed and to remain hidden from 10,000 Flags Trading's wrath. Now that he understood Ji Feng's situation and accepted him into Sky City, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to continue staying in the Royal Capital's Creation Master Association. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad and said to Endless Summer, "When you and Ji Feng, store your two phase. The three of you will stay in this instrument for a while. We'll go to a place where the Arma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus can evolve to Myth 3 without the worry of being disturbed." Once the three of them were in the jeweled cave golden toad, Lin Yuan reached out his hand and looked at the seemingly ordinary seed. Even after studying it, Lin Yuan had no clue what the seed could be used for. Onet Helis, he knew that there was something incredible about this seed. There was even the possibility that there was a secret behind it. Since the red and gold light had scrubbed all the strangeness out of the seed, Lin Yuan had no worries about keeping it with him. The Spirit Lock spatial zone was too important for Lin Yuan to risk storing the seed there. Instead, he solemnly stored it in the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. Next, he activated the tentacle nodes and transported himself to the remote area outside the royal capital where Endless Summer had undergone the trial of world creation. Waves crashed on the shores of a tremendous island in the middle of the sea as rainbow light danced on the reflections of sunlight. Peridots, indigo light, emeralds, purple cat's eyes, pink jade, sunstones, and other precious gems littered the shore. The gems reflected light in all directions, staining the entire island in ever-shifting curtains of light. 7 odd towers jutted from the island, and a man dressed in long robes with patterns of the towers stood in front of each tower. These men were tower cannon's lead chanters. 32 chanters were kneeling before each of them and listening intently. There was also an enormous cavity where a tower used to stand. Despite the lack of a tower, there was also a lead chanter and 32 chanters in front of it. Although one tower was missing, the bridges that connected each tower to the floating garden still remained. Strange statues lined the floating garden. Some of the statues lacked limbs, but they all looked more lifelike when they were bathed in a golden fountain. There were also willpowers, laws, and worlds in the statues. As the water from the golden fountain flowed down and crashed on the surface of the pond below, bursts of water sprayed out. There was also an enormous round tail in the middle of the garden with 8 chairs around it. Currently, only 7 of the 8 seats were filled, and 6 of them were in the middle of a fight. All 6 seemed to be evenly matched, and it was clear that none of them wanted to back down. Only one of the 7 people reclined relaxedly on their chair and gazed at the fight as though it was something common. Suddenly, a short-haired woman with empty eyes started to giggle maniacally and screamed, "Second page revival, you're too greedy. You were indeed the one who suggested this plan, but we're all helping you. I can't agree to allow you to take a piece of the harvest before it's complete." The short-haired woman's eyes sparkled as she spoke, and she seemed to know all the sins in the world. A young girl with average looks and spectacle-framed eyes stood up and clasped her hands together as she exclaimed, "Revival wants to make a splash by spilling blood." Besides 8th page apoptosis, no one helped me. I set up everything on my own. 3rd page eternal sin, you're the greedy one. If you continue not to contribute anything, you will lose even the 10% you are currently entitled to. A powerful aura exploded from the young girl and clashed with 3rd page eternal sin's aura. The person in red robes coughed softly. 3rd page eternal sin's expression grew fearsome, but she remained quiet. The cold man who resembled a snake smiled like a lunatic and hissed. "The wax statues I made for the floating garden have been washed clean by the cleansing spring in less than a month. The new batch of wax materials is of much higher quality. How am I supposed to finish using all these creation breed materials? Hence, I would like another 5% of the harvest." A middle-aged man with a righteous appearance sneered. 8th page apoptosis, all you do is some crafts. What gives you the right to make demands? All your materials came from me, so you better watch your mouth. Chapter 1071 Death Decree Angel and Black Mass Cup. No matter what the middle-aged man with a righteous appearance said, it sounded as though it was imbued with honor. Anyone would assume that he was someone good, like a hero of sorts. However, one could never be judged based on their looks but the content of their words. The man spoke as though all life forms were just playthings to him. 8th page apoptosis opened his mouth, and it was as though a monster was going to spring forth from within to attack the middle-aged man. 7th page war frowned and spat, 8th page apoptosis, close your mouth. I can smell that revolting smell coming from your mouth. 7th page war's words seemed to spur 8th page apoptosis on, and he opened his mouth even wider. The middle-aged man started to laugh, and 7th page war said, 6th page lashing, your whip is too slow. 5th page truth has already gone to the startling lines. Continent, and the truth tower was moved there. 6th page lashing slammed his hand on the table and said, "What does how fast or slow I am have anything to do with you? 7th page war, you already have the dark continent in the palm of your hand. But even though your Ashes team surrounds the dark continent with 36 carcinoma feys, someone still managed to slip out. Are you trying to inform the whole world that Tower Cannon is making a move?" 2nd page revival looked troubled as she saw that the situation was getting out of hand. Suddenly, 2nd page revival said morosely, "If we don't dive into the main topic and continue to argue like this, my death decree angel will start to sing." The group finally stopped fighting and discussed the main matter. The figure in red sat up straighter and 2nd page revival suddenly looked startled as she said, "Red and gold. It's all red and gold." 2nd page revival clenched her fist, and her eyes turned grey as she stared toward the southeast direction. "What's wrong? Did the gardener konjac seeds find something?" asked 6th page lashing. Everyone except the figure in red looked anxiously at 2nd page revival. 3rd page eternal sin noticed that the sins on 2nd page revival had increased significantly, and 3rd page eternal sin looked amused by this. 5th page truth came to 3rd page eternal sin's mind. All of the sins on 5th page truth had vanished. Even now, 3rd page eternal sin could not understand why all the sins on 5th page truth had vanished. Third page Eternal Sin had made guesses, but the thought of fifth page Truth's sacred source life form always made the guesses seem unfeasible. But now, third page Eternal Sin could be certain that second page Revival had provoked something that should have been left alone. Third page Eternal Sin was also very interested in learning what this thing could be. Second page Revival said feebly, one of the 3 Gardner Konjac seeds has escaped my control. Second page Revival paused before continuing. Something gold and red erased all my aura from the Gardner Konjac. Everyone was shocked to hear what second page Revival had said. The Gardner Konjac was the disgusting thing that second page Revival had nurtured from that place. How could someone control it, and how was second page Revival's aura removed? The person in red robes finally spoke. Their voice was very lovely and mixed with soothing tenors and pleasant high notes. Hence, it was difficult to ascertain a gender at first. The Azure Federation is sending envoys to the Radiance Federation. Don't know what the reason for the visit is, but the person leading is Lan Xuan. This means that the trip must have some important purpose. Since second page Revival's Gardner Konjac seed ran into trouble in the Radiance Federation and a part of our plan must be completed in the Radiance Federation, why don't 2 of us head to the Radiance Federation to complete the mission and collect the Gardner Konjac seeds? Those things cannot be left out on their own. The person who controls the Gardner Konjac seeds can sense the other people who have the Gardner Konjac seeds inside them. It won't help our plan to leave the seeds out on their own. Second page Revival had recovered, and she pushed up her glasses as she said, since it's one of my seeds that is lost, let me go to the Radiance Federation. The other pages did not volunteer for the mission. The person in red spoke again. Since second page Revival volunteered, sixth page Lashing shall go with you. Your sacred source life form Black Mass Cup can work well with second page Revival's Death Decree Angel. Keep a low profile on this trip and make sure you don't come back in the same pathetic state fifth page Truth did. After this, the red-robed person fell silent as though this was the end of their participation in the meeting. Sixth page Lashing, who never liked second page Revival, did not utter any rebuttal despite his displeasure. Chapter 1072 All Roads Converge at Radiance. The 8 pages council was still ongoing, but the wind was blowing stronger from the southeast. The wind kicked up sand, waves, and leaves, dragging them toward the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and arrived at the area where Endless Summer had undergone the trial of world creation. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him and wondered if he was at the wrong place. This place used to be a barren land. But after Endless Summer underwent the trial of world creation, the place changed completely. Over the course of the last few days, 20-meter-tall trees and grass that reached Lin Yuan's neck had sprouted from the ground. These trees and grass patches were all normal plants and not feys. Yet, by some miracle, they had managed to evolve into elite quality feys. Lin Yuan looked into the distance at the lush greenscape and felt as though he was in the middle of the endless forest. However, the grass growing in the distance was not as verdant as the patches under his feet. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought about the rain of flowers that had fallen during Endless Summer's trial of world creation, and he was certain that was what had breathed new life into this land. Endless Summer's trial of world creation gave thousands of life forms a chance at life. If he opened the jeweled cave Golden Toad to let Endless Summer, Wen Yu, and Ji Feng out so that the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Lotus would be able to undergo the world cleansings, not even the power of Endless Summer's law world would be able to protect all the new life that had sprung in this area. This chance at life had been a miraculous blessing for these ordinary life forms. Lin Yuan summoned the source sand and instructed it to crease wings out of day and night spirit silver. The wings brought Lin Yuan around the area. After close to half an hour, Lin Yuan finally found a barren area with no life living there. Lin Yuan landed and let Endless Summer, Wen Yu, and Ji Feng out of the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Wen Yu and Endless Summer were still worried about Lin Yuan's condition, and they only laid their worries to rest once they ascertained that he was truly fine. Ji Feng was like a whole different person as his face was full of vigor, and his brow was no longer tightly furrowed. Ji Feng could finally live like a normal person. Although he still harbored hate, his future was no longer dark. He planned on doing everything he could to serve and thank Lin Yuan before he went to get his revenge. If he ended up sacrificing his life, at least the matter would be laid to rest. If he succeeded, he would return to Lin Yuan and continue to serve him. Ji Feng was not worried at all about the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus evolution to Myth 3 because the Sovereign/Creation Endless Summer was around. Endless Summer would even be able to handle simultaneous world cleansings. At that moment, Lin Yuan sensed that chaotic wind was rushing toward them from all directions. There were thick clouds in the sky, but they were not rain clouds. Instead, they were clustered together by the wind. This was classic windstorm weather. Lin Yuan immediately summoned Grey out of the spirit lock spatial zone. Endless Summer inhaled sharply when it saw Grey. It started to circulate its enlightenment world and formed a barrier with a 1 kilometer radius to keep everyone out. Even if a stronger life form noticed what was happening here and wanted to break in, Endless Summer would be able to notice immediately. After Grey was summoned, it happily flew a few rounds around Lin Yuan before snuggling into his arms. Lin Yuan knew that Grey was clingy, but he did not expect Grey to become even more affectionate than genius. He sensed that Grey was extremely hungry for the wind. Yet, it continued to snuggle in his arms. Lin Yuan said vexedly, "Grey, go and absorb the windy weather. You'll be able to gain another ability, a new jade accessory, and a jade beast." After witnessing Grey absorbing weather to gain abilities, Lin Yuan had been looking forward to Grey absorbing more types of weather. He had also started to guess what the new jade beasts would look like. Grey reluctantly peeled itself away from Lin Yuan and changed into a 2,000 square meter cloud. The wind was incredibly strong, and Lin Yuan felt as though he was being pushed from all directions. He was only on the ground, and the wind currents in the sky were much stronger. It was clear that Grey was affected by the mighty winds. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this as Grey had only recently hatched. Although Grey was affiliated with weather, it would still be affected by more extreme weather. Grey had no trouble when it was absorbing the clear weather and cloudy weather. But when Grey was absorbing the snowy weather, Lin Yuan had seen it shivering and doing its best to sustain the cold. Chapter 1073 The Happiness of Three People. Just like when Grey was absorbing the snowy weather, Grey was struggling against the unyielding winds, but its cloud form did not disperse. Lin Yuan was not worried about Grey facing the wind as its grade would evolve as it absorbed more weather. Once Grey reached a certain grade, it would no longer be as affected by the royals of weather. Currently, Lin Yuan would not dare to allow Grey to absorb thunderstorms as he was afraid that Grey would be struck by lightning before it could finish absorbing the weather. Lin Yuan sensed that the windy weather would persist for some time and turned to say to Ji Feng, summon your two feys. Although the Karma Sword Lily was injured because of me, it will be fine as the Karma Sword Lily will not have to sustain any damage from the world cleansing. As per our agreement, I will take 10% of each of your feys world grace. The remaining 90% can be used to quickly heal the Karma Sword Lily's injury. Ji Feng summoned the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus and instructed them to remove their camouflage. Once their camouflage was removed, both feys started to grow. The Karma Sword Lily grew into a 5-meter-tall lily with dark green leaves that had blunt and sharp sides just like swords. Light elemental energy continuously spurted out of the Karma Sword Lily's black and white flowers. Lin Yuan watched as the light elemental energy lit up the surroundings, and he could sense the concentrated karmic power emanating from the Karma Sword Lily. The karmic power had a similar aura to law power. Even after removing its camouflage, the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus did not change much. Its flower buds remained closed, and its leaves were ordinary. Upon closer inspection, the only thing to note of the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus was that its leaves were a slightly darker color. The Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus was the most unassuming myth-breed fey that Lin Yuan had ever seen. Nonetheless, appearances were not indicative of anything. The Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus was actually a strong fey that could predict future blessings and disasters. In terms of laws, the Karma Sword Lily used karma laws while the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus used prediction laws. At that moment, the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus burst with powerful spiritual energy. The Karma Sword Lily turned into a black-haired man who looked around 30 years old while the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus turned into a young girl with average features who looked around 20 years old. Although Myth 2 plant-type feys could not change into human form like animal-type feys, they were able to use spiritual energy to create abstract forms. However, the abstract forms could not be separated from their main bodies. Lin Yuan had first seen Endless Summer use this ability. While Lin Yuan was checking on the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus, he saw the black-haired man slowly turn to the girl and say, "Lianji, you seem strange today." The girl looked curiously at the man and replied, "Jianyin, what's wrong? What's so strange about me?" The man smiled shyly and quipped, "Strangely pretty." The Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus looked bashful as joy and love poured forth from the couple. Their words made Endless Summer and Wen Yu cringe in discomfort. Why did they have to launch into a PDA instantly? How old-fashioned! After Lin Yuan found out about Duan He and Purple Demon, his eyes had been opened. He learned that one could also take feys as husbands and wives. Now, Ji Feng allowed Lin Yuan to learn that feys could also be cultivated as a couple. Ji Feng walked over and positioned himself between the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. He placed an arm around each of them, and the three of them were the picture of warm companionship. Lin Yuan looked confused by this as he did not understand why Ji Feng was disturbing the couple. Ji Feng noticed Lin Yuan's expression and said without embarrassment, "The three of us just ended up together naturally." Lin Yuan felt his mind being blown. Ji Feng had once again broadened Lin Yuan's horizons. Apparently, humans could also join a fey couple. Could this be Ji Feng's true happiness? The world of adults was too complicated. After interacting with the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus for a while, Ji Feng said, "Jian Yin, Lian Ji, both of you are going to experience the world cleansings. Endless summer will help defend against the attacks. All you have to do is sit tight and wait to receive the world graces." The Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus tucked their heads in. Clearly, they were still fearful of Endless Summer's aura. Chapter 1074 Flower Tree Execution. But when they heard Ji Feng say that Endless Summer could help them overcome their world cleansings, the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus anxiously thanked Endless Summer. Endless Summer hurriedly waved its hands dismissively and apologized sincerely for losing its temper at Ji Feng, the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus, and Karma Sword Lily. Ji Feng, the Karma Sword Lily, and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus understood Endless Summer's perspective as it was normal for it to be on guard against unfamiliar people. Endless Summer apologized and said, "Both of you can trigger your world cleansings together and leave the rest to me." Endless Summer placed both hands behind its back and waited for the world cleansings to begin. The Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus released their Suzerain/Myth 2 aura. A black and white karma law and a holy and clean prediction law rushed to the sky. Two large holes opened in the sky, and the sky around the two holes turned red. Dark red flames ignited outward from the large holes. Every myth breed phase world cleansing was different. Plant type myth 3 world cleansings always involved fire type attacks, which were the most damaging to plant type phase. Endless Summer's myth 3 world cleansing also involved mainly fire type attacks. Suddenly, Lin Yuan noticed Grey becoming excited by the two large holes in the sky, and it started to fly toward the two holes. Lin Yuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and stopped Grey. Grey was only bronze grade. If it went into the two holes, it would definitely lose its life. Grey dejectedly flew out of the two holes and obediently went back to absorbing the windy weather. Now, Lin Yuan knew that Grey could absorb world cleansings as it was considered a type of weather. This discovery excited Lin Yuan, and he looked forward to seeing Grey's abilities after it absorbed its world cleansing. Soon, the two world cleansings were ready to release their first attacks. Endless Summer remained motionless until the attacks were about to make contact with the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. It was then that Endless Summer cried out, "Flower Tree Execution!" Thick and lively roots sprouted from the ground around Endless Summer. The roots bundled together and shot toward the two pillars of fire that were descending from the sky. Leaf-covered vines rapidly grew out of the roots. Not only were the vines not burnt by the fire, but they even seemed to absorb the energy inside the fire. Pink and purple flower buds sprouted from the nestle of leaves on the vines. The fire attacks from the world cleansing started to weaken as the flower buds continued to hungrily drain the fire elemental energy. A moment later, the flower buds bloomed, and all the fire elemental energy from the world cleansings dissipated. Two fruits quickly grew from the mass of flowers. Finally, the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus world cleansings were empty. Endless Summer's single attack overcame both Myth 3 world cleansings. Lin Yuan now had a better understanding of the canyon between creation breed and myth breed phase. The world cleansings had ended, but Endless Summer's flower tree execution had not ended. The flowers and vines slowly withered until only the two fruits remained. Endless Summer flew up and plucked the two red fruits. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Endless Summer's attributes. He had not checked on Endless Summer's attributes since it evolved to creation breed. Previously, Lin Yuan deemed Endless Summer to be support type. But now, it seemed that its battle prowess was not weak either. Fey name, Endless Mystical Dream Summer. Fey species, Bunched Flower species / Hydrangea species. Fey grade Sovereign, 1/10. Fey type, Wood / Mind. Fey quality, Creation Eye. Abilities. Shooting spears of summer. The flower vines will become shafts while the flowers will become blades. The spears will be able to pierce armor and pierce targets. Flower sleet, every flower petal will be able to cause damage to targets. The flower petals will also be able to absorb blood to replenish energy. 3,000 shooting spears. 3,000 spears will shoot out immediately. When one spear makes contact with a target, the other spears will gather at that spot as well. Midsummer Cage. A cage will be created using flowers and vines. Inside the cage will exist a world of its own that endless summer will be able to control. Mind Halt. Influence a target's mind and cause the target to become instantly confused and prevent the target's mind and soul from working together. Flower Tree Execution. The roots will grow and form a chain around a target. When the roots pierce a target's body, they will continue to grow and drain the target's energy. The drained energy will be stored as fruits. Willow Flower Sky Cover. Release all the energy and vitality inside the body and allow it to grow freely. Willow flowers will grow all over the area. The more flowers that grow, the stronger one will be. The willow flowers will also be able to drain energy from targets. Exclusive skill. Flourishing flowers. As powers increase, the number of flowers will also multiply. The flowers will also be able to cause more damage. 1,000 openings of the mind. The heart will open 1,000 times and increase control over spiritual power. End of summer. Change its body into summer and concentrate all the power of summer into one point before finally releasing the attack. Life form Shrivel. The flower vines will be able to absorb energy from other life forms. When the energy absorbed reaches its limit, it will present itself as a vest that can defend against attacks. Lin Yuan felt himself go numb as he looked at Endless Summer's true data. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly's true data had surprised Lin Yuan significantly. But now, it seemed that Endless Summer with its 3 tree cores and transformed bloodline was much stronger than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Chapter 1075. Lin Yuan underestimated Endless Summer. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had one of the 3 most elite bloodlines amongst butterfly species feys. From true data, it seemed that Endless Summer's bloodline was even stronger than the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's. Moreover, Endless Summer's abilities were too unbelievable. Endless Summer's shooting spears of summer, flower sleet, 3,000 shooting spears, and midsummer cage were considered violent even if they were coming from a combat class fey. Lin Yuan also felt that Endless Summer should not be called Endless Mystical Dream Summer but Endless Mystical Dream Absorption instead. Cover, and Life Form Shrivel were all abilities that absorbed the abilities of targets to benefit oneself. Even Flower Sleet also used flowers to absorb a target's vitality. The longer Lin Yuan pondered over Endless Summer's abilities, the more he felt that it was a blender. Endless Summer would be able to continuously drain the energy of others and the surroundings when it was fighting. As long as the target did not do anything to counter Endless Summer, it would be able to drain as much energy as it wanted. Endless Summer's endurance would only increase with the Barren River Orchid Bud. The Barren River Orchid Bud's leaves were able to increase defense, its flowers were able to heal, and its fruits would be able to heal souls. When the Barren River Orchid Bud settled in the marsh world, it would be able to provide Endless Summer with a well of energy. Lin Yuan finally saw that he had underestimated Endless Summer. He now knew Endless Summer's true strength. Endless Summer walked up to Lin Yuan and happily handed him the 2 persimmon-like fruits as it said, each of these fruits contains a Myth 3 world cleansing fire elemental attack. You can use them as weapons in the future. Lin Yuan's eyelids started to twitch, and he hurriedly received the 2 fruits. Since he had seen Endless Summer's true data, he knew how the 2 fruits came about and felt that they could be used as secret weapons during a battle. However, the Myth 3 world cleansing's attack area was too large, and using the fruits would likely result in innocent beings becoming injured. If he used it in the Divine Wood Federation, it might even start a forest fire. He carefully stored the 2 fruits into the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box before he used Pure Land of Bliss on the ground below the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. The white sand covered the ground below the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. Next came the moment that Lin Yuan had been looking forward to. Lin Yuan could finally use the Myth 3 world graces to obtain a mountain of spirit chi crystals. It was said that the more wealth one had, the more obstinately one would become trapped by wealth. This was the same. Ever since Lin Yuan used the Cold Snow Pines Myth 2 world grace to obtain a high number of spirit chi crystals, he would never be able to forget the feeling of being able to expend spirit chi crystals as he pleased. Radiance dollars were not able to buy everything. However, spirit chi crystals were practically all-powerful. Lin Yuan had used his own special abilities to win the art stage component of the martial arts stage and the sacred sword-wielding queen to win the martial stage component. Although he had also used Blackie's spirit essence explosion, he would not have been able to use the attack without the immunity enabled by the sacred sword-wielding queen's laws. The fighting skills and strategies that had long become obsolete were only able to add a limited amount of power. During the fight with Zhongzi, Lin Yuan did not want to summon his feys for fear of revealing his identity, but also because he could not summon them. The moment he summoned any of his feys, they would all die by Zhongzi's dreamland of fire. Although Lin Yuan had won that fight, he had also identified his biggest issue. His feys grades were lacking too much. Hence, they all seemed weak regardless of how talented they were. As such, Lin Yuan needed to use spirit GI crystals to evolve his feys grade. Lin Yuan was nurturing his feys in the most lavish manner as he was using pure spirit Qi, which not even class 5 creation masters could produce. Not to mention there was also an endless number of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls and other high quality resources. Lin Yuan made sure that his feys only had the best every step of the way. The feys grades were sure to increase significantly and lead to incredible power with these resources. Soon, the 2 holes in the sky produced 2 world graces. The Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus did not immediately leap up to absorb the world graces, as they had already been informed by Ji Feng they needed to give the world graces to Lin Yuan as thanks for helping them overcome the world cleansings. Neither the Karma Sword Lily nor the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus were unhappy. Rather, they were extremely thankful to Lin Yuan and Endless Summer. Chapter 1076 Lin Yuan hit the jackpot. Due to the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus species and laws, both of them were powerful and had combat ability. However, their defensive ability was very weak. Hence, Ji Feng had only told Lin Yuan that the 2 feys could not sustain the slightest damage from the world cleansings just to be safe. Ji Feng would never have been able to help his feys evolve to Myth 3 in his previous state without Lin Yuan. Additionally, Lin Yuan had removed the strange plant that had been torturing him for a decade. Lin Yuan had even been put in danger because of it. Frankly, the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus were even more grateful to Lin Yuan than Ji Feng was. Even if Lin Yuan wanted all of their world graces, the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus would be willing. Nonetheless, they would still feel reluctant as the world grace was extremely important for a myth breed phase evolution. It would be fine to only lose 10% of the world grace, but to lose more would require a long period of nourishment before full recovery. When the world graces descended on the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus, they even avoided the world graces. Normally, Lin Yuan would not have wanted to absorb the world graces of Ji Feng's feys since he was now a part of Sky City. However, Spirit Qi crystals were too important for Lin Yuan to give them up. Moreover, Lin Yuan would not have wanted to help Emperor-class experts' feys overcome their world cleansings if not for his need for Spirit Qi crystals. Thus, he did not hesitate to absorb the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus world graces. The 2 Myth 3 world graces landed on the Pure Land of Bliss, and Spirit Qi crystals started to spawn in an endless stream on the Pure Land of Bliss in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This was a beautiful sight. Lin Yuan could not be certain how many Spirit Qi crystals were produced, but it seemed to be twice the number as compared to before. As he sensed the endlessly incoming Spirit Qi crystals, Lin Yuan beamed brightly. After Morbius evolved to Silver/Fantasy, Spirit Qi condensation's effects also became stronger. Now, Morbius could produce 10 times the number of Spirit Qi crystals than when it was Bronze/Legend. The Spirit Qi crystals produced in the Spirit Lock spatial zone could now evolve the grades of Gold/Fantasy phase. The Mother of Bloodbath's successful transformation to a heavenly family fey was more assured with these Spirit Qi crystals. At this thought, Lin Yuan froze. He remembered how Grey had almost sucked the Spirit Lock spatial zone dry of Spirit Qi when it was transforming to a heavenly family fey. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that these Spirit Qi crystals would not be enough to enable the Mother of Bloodbath to transform into a heavenly family fey. He would have to continue gathering more. This meant that he would have to leave the trade message on Star Web for some time. When about 9% of the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus world graces were absorbed, the Pure Land of Bliss suddenly started to reject the world graces. Lin Yuan knew that the Pure Land of Bliss could not absorb any more of the Myth 3 world graces, and he returned the rest of the world graces to the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus and Karma Sword Lily. After absorbing 90% of its world grace, the girl's abstract body became real. The Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus unassuming plant body shrunk until it became a small hair clip. There was a thick green lotus leaf on the hair clip. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was the clean fragrance of a flower bud coming from the lotus leaf as well. The young girl did not accessorize her hair with the hair clip. Instead, she clipped it under her hair to keep it hidden. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow at how low profile the Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus was. Both its true form and looks were already ordinary. Yet now, it was even choosing to hide its hair accessory within its hair. However, Lin Yuan also came up with another possibility. Perhaps, the prior decree Sleeping Lotus was not just low profile but also an overthinker. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus had already evolved to Myth 3, but the Karma Sword Lily's evolution had only just started. Since the Karma Sword Lily had sustained a previous injury, it was a little slower in absorbing the 90% of world grace. Nonetheless, soon after the prior decree Sleeping Lotus, the Karma Sword Lily's abstract form also became solid. The man started to spin, and the sword-shaped leaves turned into a long dark green sword. The sword was extremely dashing, and it had leaf patterns along the blade, accentuating the sharpness of the sword. The black and white flowers turned into tassels that hung off the sword and continued to spurt karmic power. Lin Yuan felt that the Karma Sword Lily's sword looked good. The happiest person about the Karma Sword Lily and prior decree Sleeping Lotus evolution to Myth 3 was Ji Feng. When he saw the prior decree Sleeping Lotus and Karma Sword Lily change into human form, it seemed that Ji Feng would never stop smiling. Ji Feng went over to the prior decree Sleeping Lotus and Karma Sword Lily, and the three of them put on another display of affection. Lin Yuan quickly turned his head away. The windy weather was now over, and Grey had moved on to absorbing clear weather. Lin Yuan called Grey over, and it immediately dove into his arms. Grey approached with so much force it almost knocked Lin Yuan to the ground. Chapter 1077 New Home. Lin Yuan gently touched the fourth jade accessory on Grey's body and checked on Grey's new ability. Roar of a windy day. In an area covered by clouds or after changing the weather to windy weather, all the life forms in the area will be stamped with a windy weather imprint. Friendly life forms' wind-type abilities will be able to generate more damage while enemies will experience reverse currents, wind pressure, and other negative effects. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he had not contracted any wind-type phase. As such, Roar of a windy day was not useful to him. However, the reverse currents and wind pressure could limit the enemy's movements to a certain extent. The more windy weather Grey absorbed, the stronger Roar of a windy day would become. Moreover, Roar of a windy day would be effective on a large scale. When Grey turned into clouds and covered the floating island whale, it would be able to use Roar of a windy day to form a slow-motion zone using the wind pressure and wind currents. Hence, Roar of a windy day was a decent ability. Lin Yuan instructed Grey to use Jade Contract, and the white jade accessory immediately turned into a horse with gusts of wind swirling around it. This horse resembled Ling Xiao's diamond/fantasy blue jade Pegasus without its wings. The horse immediately released chains of wind that seemed to be able to shackle things. This meant that it could be used as an attack and a form of control. Lin Yuan touched Grey's effervescent feathers and said, "Grey, you're becoming more and more amazing." Grey's cloud morphed into a heart shape and wrapped around Lin Yuan as a show of affection. Once Ji Feng, the Karma Sword Lily, and the prior decree Sleeping Lotus were done being intimate, Lin Yuan brought Grey back into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Endless Summer walked up to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Lin Yuan, make sure you keep your heavenly family Fey from absorbing weather carelessly without supervision." Lin Yuan frowned slightly as he did not understand what Endless Summer meant. Grey needed to absorb natural energy to increase its power. If it did not absorb weather, its power would be stuck where it was. However, Lin Yuan knew that Endless Summer would not say such things without good reason. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Endless Summer to elaborate, Endless Summer said, "All heavenly family Feys absorb natural energy to increase their power. But, different heavenly family Feys might absorb similar types of natural energy. They might be far apart but the absorption of natural energy might draw the attention of other heavenly family Feys. Some powerful heavenly family Feys might even be able to use the changes in natural energy to pinpoint the presence of other heavenly family Feys. By allowing Grey to absorb weather so openly, you might already have caught the attention of the other heavenly family Feys. Once Spirit Chi professionals or Feys reach the Arc class, they will be able to get a sense of the changes in natural energy. If Grey's absorption of weather catches the attention of other Thearch class experts, they will immediately realize that Grey is a heavenly family Fey." Lin Yuan immediately realized he had been too careless as it had completely slipped his mind that Grey would catch the attention of other heavenly family Feys and Thearch class experts while it was absorbing weather. He could not allow Grey to flippantly absorb weather anymore. Otherwise, its identity as a heavenly family Fey would attract trouble. Ji Feng had already returned the Karma Sword Lily and prior decree Sleeping Lotus to the spiritual spatial zone. The Karma Sword Lily and prior decree Sleeping Lotus had evolved to Myth 3 and needed to spend time in the spiritual spatial zone familiarizing themselves with their power and body weaponization. Now, Ji Feng only had his revenge to worry about. But now, he suddenly felt lost. For so many years, his only goal had been survival and struggling against the spiritual, soul, and flesh agony. The days of excruciating pain slowly slipped past. When pain was always present, Ji Feng could not bring himself to think about anything else. But now that everything had been settled, Ji Feng realized that he was homeless. In order to help Lin Yuan, Ji Feng had severed all the karma between him and his family. Although he could no longer remember what his family looked like, the ties of kinship between them were irreversibly engraved onto his soul. Lin Yuan patted Ji Feng's shoulder and asked, "Do you have any plans? If not, why don't you come home with us?" Ji Feng had no plans. When he heard what Lin Yuan said, the word home struck him deeply and yanked him out of the murkiness of his feelings of loss. The home that Lin Yuan mentioned filled Ji Feng with warmth. It was a place for him to start his life anew. Ji Feng looked at Lin Yuan with fervor in his gaze and replied, "Young master, I don't have any plans. I will go home with you." Now that everything was settled, Lin Yuan, Endless Summer, Wen Yu, and Ji Feng had no more reason to remain in the outskirts of the royal capital. Endless Summer, Ji Feng, and Wen Yu returned to the jeweled cave Golden Toad, and Lin Yuan used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport them back to the mansion. It was almost dinner time, and Lu Ji had prepared a spread. Lin Yuan introduced Ji Feng to the rest of the people in the mansion. He had initially intended on holding a welcome reception for Ji Feng. But since Endless Summer was going to guard the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, she could not have dinner with them. Listen and Zhou Luo had been helping to hire more staff for the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to ensure that there would be enough manpower to handle the incoming resources from the Zheng family. Chapter 1078 Those Who Train. Due to various reasons, there was not full attendance during the dinner. Hence, Ji Feng did not manage to become acquainted with every person from the mansion. Since Ji Feng had decided to become a part of the mansion, he would soon get to know everyone. Just as the meal was about to start, Duan He returned to the mansion. He could smell the mouth-watering aroma the moment he stepped through the door. He had missed Lu Ji's cooking every day that he had been at the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Although Listen, Zhou Luo, Lu Ji, and Hu Chuan would bring food for Duan He when they went to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, he missed the feeling of eating together with everyone in the mansion. Duan He had unknowingly become reliant on the mansion. The main purpose for Duan He's return was to bid Lin Yuan goodbye as he was about to take the white-clothed followers out to train and to increase both his and Purple Demon's fighting skills. Duan He walked over to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, I'm all prepared. Tomorrow, I'm going to take the white-clothed followers to the far north and train hard for the next 3 months. I'll ensure that all the white-clothed followers increase their power." Duan He thought of the bronze/epic phase that Lin Yuan had custom-created according to each of the white-clothed followers' willpower runes. These bronze/epic phase transformed the king-class experts who had talent but no resources. Duan He was ready to steel himself during the next 3 months and use the most stringent tests to force the king-class experts to become stronger. Otherwise, they would be wasting all the high-class resources that Lin Yuan had invested in them. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Senior Duan He. I'll leave the white-clothed followers in your hands." Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch that had heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls inside. He intended on giving them to Duan He to use as he saw fit over the next 3 months. Lin Yuan was initially going to allow Duan He to take Grey with him so that Grey could find different types of weather to absorb. However, he decided against this after Endless Summer's warning. Duan He would not be able to protect Grey if the Arc-class experts or other heavenly family phase came after it. Moreover, it would bring danger upon Grey. When Duan He received the brocade pouch, he looked inside and saw 100 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. "Senior Duan He, I should be able to produce a large batch of high-grade fey flesh that Senior Purple Demon requires in a few days. I will send it to you through Ostrich Logistics when it's ready." Lin Yuan had deeper intentions for telling Zhang Kaiwan to come to the Return from Faraway Mansion soon. Once Zhang Kaiwan came to the Return from Faraway Mansion, the blood-packed ultimate fight would be over, and the Zhang family would be no more. At that time, Zhang Kaiwan would have no choice but to live in the Miao family like a stray dog. Zhang Kaiwan would be completely rudderless without the Zhang family, and he would have no one to support him no matter where he went. Zhang Kaiwan had already offended many people from the Miao family who would resent and target him when he eventually turned to them. Hence, Zhang Kaiwan's only hope would be to do his best to butter up Lin Yuan. This was Lin Yuan's goal. Besides the Law Source crystals, Lin Yuan also planned on trading with the Zheng family for a large amount of myth-breed fey flesh for Purple Demon. The more Law Source crystals he possessed, the more pure law crystals he would be able to obtain, and the better he would be able to nurture the return from faraway mansion's myth 3 phase. Duan he was overjoyed as Purple Demon could finally increase its power. However, he wondered if all the suzerain/myth fey flesh that Lin Yuan was going to supply was dark type again. Duan he felt that he would only be free and able to be with his wife when Purple Demon's other heads took over as the main personality. He felt as though he was constantly walking around eggshells due to Purple Demon's dark type head's Yandera personality. He feared that his partner would one day start strangling him as it shrieked, "You're already with me. So why did you go to the Spirit Food Pavilion to cheat on me?" Due to his previous experience as the young leader of Sea Sky Nurture, Ji Feng was very adept at being sociable, and he soon became familiar with everyone in the mansion. After the meal, Wen Yu led Ji Feng to a guest room and changed it into a livable space for him. Hu Chuan had closed himself off to work recently. Thus, Wen Yu asked 3 Class 3 spirit craftsmen to change the interior design of the room as per Ji Feng's requests. Ji Feng had finally made the mansion his home. Wen Yu also prepared 2 conjoining rooms beside Ji Feng's room for the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus. The Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus had both reached Myth 3 and would live freely in the outside world once they familiarized themselves with their power in Ji Feng's spiritual spatial zone. Wen Yu did not know how the 3 of them preferred to live, but she had made sure to provide Ji Feng with enough privacy and space. She allowed the 3 Class 3 spirit craftsmen to take lead on the design of the other 2 rooms. The Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus would be able to change the room as they pleased when they moved in. Wen Yu could not help but smile as she watched the mansion fill up slowly. After dinner, Lin Yuan felt that he could not keep his eyes open any longer. He had sat in the snow the entire night and worked hard for the entire day, not to mention he had also grappled with the 3 types of excruciating pain at the hands of the strange plant. Lin Yuan was well and truly exhausted. He needed to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to see the Moon Empress the next day before he met up with Zhongzi, Gulang, Long Tao and the rest. Thus, he headed to bed despite it only being 8 p.m. He did not even have the energy to go to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to see how many Spirit Chi crystals had been produced. Just as he was about to sink into slumber, his phone started to ring. Chapter 1079 Zhongzi's Concern. This time, it was not a call but a group video call. Lin Yuan groggily picked up the call and saw Zhongzi, Gulang, Gaofeng, Long Tao, Sun Ningxiang and Li Xian's smiling faces. Lu Ji had not been able to participate in the previous video call because he had been using the Insect Queen to control the insect species Carcinoma Fey. But now, he was present in the mansion and in the video call. However, he was wearing the Spirit Guard's standard mask. Lin Yuan perked up and sat up cross-legged on the bed. He shook his head to force himself to wake up. Zhongzi, Gulang, Long Tao, Li Xian and even Lu Ji were stunned to see Lin Yuan in such a state. Even after living with Lin Yuan for so long, this was the first time Lu Ji was seeing Lin Yuan in such a groggy and sluggish state. Lin Yuan currently resembled a cheerful but sleepy boy. He made for a very endearing sight. To the rest of the world, he had a perfect image. As such, seeing him in such a state made the other people in the group feel closer to him. During dinner, Lu Ji had noticed that Lin Yuan seemed listless. Lu Ji rarely saw Lin Yuan so completely wrung out of energy, and he had been worried that something had happened to Lin Yuan's body. Just when Lu Ji was about to ask how Lin Yuan was, he realized that someone had spoken in unison with him. Both Lu Ji and Zhongzi had spoken simultaneously. "Lin Yuan, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Ji and Zhongzi shot each other a look and darted their eyes away. Lin Yuan had chased the waves of sleep away and was rubbing his eyes as he replied, "I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well yesterday and was feeling sleepy after dinner." Gulang studied Zhongzi's expression. He had already sensed that something was odd about Zhongzi during the last video call as he kept speaking in Lin Yuan's favor. Zhongzi had even uncharacteristically offered to use his own creation master resources to take some burden off Lin Yuan's shoulders. Zhongzi was always standoffish with regards to others, yet he was now taking the initiative to ask how Lin Yuan was. This meant that Zhongzi was worried about Lin Yuan. Zhongzi was worried about someone else? How strange! Even when it was against the other disciples of the members of royalty, Zhongzi would flare up at them without hesitation. Gulang was confused because Zhongzi and Lin Yuan had only met a few times. When did they form such a deep friendship? Lu Ji spoke first after Lin Yuan. "Then, let's keep it simple for now and talk more in detail in the daytime. Lin Yuan, I'll go and make a cup of warm milk for you later. You'll be able to sleep better after you drink it." Lin Yuan nodded. Lu Ji had participated in a private auction not long ago and bought 2 light milk tea cows. The light milk tea cows only ate tea leaves, and the milk they produced was not only thick but also had a faint tea flavor. When the milk was cooked and had berries with soothing effects added in, the person who drank it was guaranteed a good night's sleep. Lu Ji and Lin Yuan's words immediately made the rest of the group realize that they lived together. Currently, Lu Ji seemed the most mysterious to the rest of the group. He always wore the spirit guard's mask, and none of them know what he truly looked like. Lin Yuan wanted to chuckle when he saw Lu Ji wearing the spirit guard's mask. Frankly, Lu Ji could have revealed his identity during the Guardia banquet. Yet, he chose not to do so. Lin Yuan wondered whether Lu Ji had become addicted to wearing a mask. Lu Ji had even asked his master to create a mask for him that had 1,000 different mechanisms. Although this mask seemed no different from the regular spirit guard's mask, the mechanisms would change and move with Lu Ji's different facial expressions. Lu Ji could even eat and drink while wearing the mask. Hu Chuan had been utterly amazed when Lu Ji first brought the mask home. After carefully studying the mask for a day, Hu Chuan sadly admitted that he would not be able to replicate it. For the first time in his life, Hu Chuan was frustrated by his skills as a Class 5 spirit craftsman. At the same time, he was motivated to improve his skills again. Perhaps it was due to this setback that Hu Chuan had taken the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls with him and sealed himself off to work. Lin Yuan looked forward to seeing the string of Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls that Hu Chuan would eventually create. Gao Feng said, "Brother, don't burn the midnight oil if you can help it. It's not good for your body. When we meet tomorrow, I'll bring you some deep-sea fish brains that come from platinum fish species feys. They are very effective in alleviating exhaustion from one's body." Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. He remembered Gao Feng saying in a previous call that he always pretended to sleep when his family nagged at him to sleep before secretly using his Star Web card to log into Star Web. Yet, Gao Feng was nagging him to sleep early. This meant that tonight's call was probably meant for discussing tomorrow's gathering. Since this group had formed a faction together to venture into the abyssal world, they had become close. Long Tao already knew that Lin Yuan was black. Hence, Lin Yuan did not hold back when he spoke. Lin Yuan asked, "Gao Feng, you mentioned that you want to find a guild club to participate in the S tournament. Have you found one?" Gao Feng pursed his lips and said with annoyance, "Before I became Master Cicada Song's disciple, I was rejected by many B-level guild clubs. I heard that White Devil Lourdes left Extreme Guild Club and went to try my luck there too. However, even that guild club that's barely B-level anymore was all snobby and demanding. Chapter 1080 Kill as many as possible. Besides veteran and top factions, no one else knows about my identity. However, many veteran and top factions have a B-rank guild club associated with them. These B-level guild clubs have all been inviting me to join them. A few of the guild clubs are even ones that rejected me previously. I want to join a guild club so I can participate in the S tournament. All these guild clubs are after my status instead of my power. What's the point of joining them?" Gao Feng sighed and said, "I don't think I'll be able to join a guild club." Although Gao Feng seemed silly and ignorant, he was actually shrewd and intelligent. He could always see matters for what they truly were. However, Lin Yuan felt that these B-level guild clubs were not only after his status as a disciple of a member of royalty but also because of his power. Even A-level guild clubs would consider adding Gao Feng to their main team due to his yellow spring lily. Lin Yuan grinned and said, "How do you feel about joining my guild club? We can participate in the S tournament together." Gao Feng was immediately overcome with excitement as he clapped his hands and said, "Brother, that sounds perfect. I'll join you immediately. But, I want to be a member of the main team so I'll be able to fight." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "There's definitely a spot for you on the main team. When you have time, come and visit me so I can introduce you to the other members of the main and reserve teams." "I'm also a member of the main team," said Lu Ji. Gao Feng immediately started to laugh. He had formed a good relationship with Lu Ji ever since they participated in the martial stage. Gao Feng could not be happier to join a guild club made up of his good friends. Long Tao and Li Xian were both shocked. They had personally witnessed Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Gao Feng's strength. If the three disciples of members of royalty joined the S tournament together, how could the other teams compete? It seemed that next year's S tournament would be a struggle. After the group chatted for a while, Zhongzi stared at Lin Yuan for a moment before he coughed and said, "I will send the address to the group. You can all come at around 11 AM tomorrow. I've already prepared the ingredients for the 300 dishes." All of you will be able to get a taste of my cooking tomorrow. Lu Ji scoffed softly. No one beats me at cooking. I'll have to properly compare our cooking tomorrow. At this point, the group prepared to end the call. Gao Feng asked, Zhongzi, is there any seafood that you don't like? I plan on bringing you some valuable sea goods tomorrow. Zhongzi shook his head and replied, as a chef, there isn't anything I won't eat. The only thing I'm not fond of is fatty meat. Gao Feng chuckled and said, okay. It seems that I don't have to make any changes to the seafood I already prepared. There was a tradition in the Radiance Federation that guests always had to bring gifts for the host. Lin Yuan had never thought about such matters before, but he was not worried as he had many things that could be given away as gifts. After the video call ended, Zhongzi sent a message to the group. Zhongzi, Royal Capital, North Guest Street, Bronze Crane Lane 18. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he did not expect Zhongzi to choose a place that was so similar to what Lin Yuan himself would have chosen. Zhongzi had not picked a luxurious neighborhood. Instead, it was a quiet place with beautiful scenery. North Guest Street was one of the oldest streets in the royal capital, and Bronze Crane Lane was the only lane that was over a century old. Lin Yuan had also been very interested in the manor at Bronze Crane Lane, but it had been much too small for his taste. Luckily, Lin Yuan had chosen the return from faraway mansion instead. Otherwise, all the people living in the mansion would not have been able to fit in the old manor at Bronze Crane Lane. Shortly after, someone knocked on Lin Yuan's door. Lu Ji opened the door and walked in with a cup of light milk tea. After Lin Yuan downed the milk, Lu Ji asked, Lin Yuan, what would you like to eat tomorrow morning? Would you like honey crepes with apple pie or pork and crab dumplings? Lin Yuan chose the latter without hesitation and said, Big brother Lu. I'm going to Leaning Moon Mountain tomorrow. Prepare more crab dumplings for me to take to Leaning Moon Mountain. The Moon Empress had been especially taken with Lu Ji's crab dumplings when Lin Yuan last brought some food made by Lu Ji up to Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan bid Lu Ji goodbye, and he heard Genius and Chimey communicating with him from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Both of them had been busy as of late. Genius had been busy teaching the 100 Questions Beasts, while Chimey had been busy live streaming to earn more money for the Warm Sun Fund. Now, they wanted to rest with him. Lin Yuan summoned them and soon fell asleep with them in his arms. Lin Yuan had been so tired that he even forgot to pull the blankets over them. Genius and Chimey helped to pull the blankets before they drifted off to sleep in Lin Yuan's arms. They looked just the same as they did back at Xia region when he was a skinny and weak young boy. Genius was a grey cat with dirty fur, and Chimey was a sound bird that only knew one song. Meanwhile, the Miao family's residence was lit up by lamplight. Zhang Kaiwen's mouth had been treated, but his teeth could not be regrown. Without an ability like the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth, Zhang Kaiwen would have no choice but to use false teeth for the rest of his life. An elderly man paced next to Zhang Kaiwen while an elaborately dressed middle-aged woman stroked his mouth sympathetically and said, Let's go, Qian. Let's go see your grandfather. Sky City is too much of a bully. How dare they knock almost all your teeth out? Let Elder Han replace someone from the Zhang family to participate in the Blood Pact ultimate fight with Sky City. Elder Han's main fey has reached Sovereign V/Creation 4. The people that Sky City sends out will definitely drop like flies with Elder Han around. Chapter 1081. Where would he put his pride? The more Miao Ji spoke, the more her heart ached for the toothless Zhang Kaiwen, and fury surged fiercely within her. As her fury rose, it soon morphed into murderous rage toward the city lord of Sky City, who had knocked the teeth out of Zhang Kaiwen's mouth. Miao Ji felt that her son was a gem among stones. He had expressed creation master talent from the age of 11. Even without Miao Ji's recommendation, Zhang Kaiwen's creation master talent had been recognized by Miao Qi, and he was accepted as her disciple. The only reason Zhang Kaiwen had no opportunities was that the Zhang family was a mere veteran faction and not a top faction. Zhang Kaiwen had immediately seized the best opportunity for himself when he attended the Guardia banquet. Miao Zhou and Miao Qi had caused trouble, and they were kicked out of the Guardia banquet. Zhang Kaiwen had stayed behind in the Guardia banquet and brought back news of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opening in the Radiance Federation to the Miao family. Moreover, Zhang Kaiwen had become friends with the Moon Empress disciple and obtained the latter's contact information. An important person's phone number was their most precious secret, and they would never give it away casually. After Miao Ji had married into the Zhang family, she was forbidden from returning to the Miao family. Miao Zhenshan had never picked up the call when she called home to wish him well during New Year's. This had resulted in Miao Ji resenting the Miao family slightly. She had been yearning to return to the Miao family all these years but could never find a way to do so. But now, Miao Zhenshan was personally welcoming her return to the Miao family. Miao Ji knew full well how powerful and merciless her father was. Hence, she had a change of attitude now that she was back in the Miao family. She felt that the Miao family now needed to depend on her son. Previously, she had been courteous even to the servants. But now that she was back, she acted as though she owned the place. Zheng Kaiwen's eyes lit up. If Elder Han could truly represent the Zheng family in the Blood Pact ultimate fight against Sky City, Zheng Kaiwen would not have to be worried at all. Elder Han would even be able to beat some lower-ranked top factions, much less the recently established Sky City. However, Miao Ji's words made the pacing elderly man freeze. The elderly man's expression darkened, and he looked extremely displeased. Zheng Ji was a pinnacle emperor-class expert and the leader of the Zheng family. All he ever thought about was the best way to expand the Zheng family. Zheng Ji had expended a significant amount of effort in the fights with the two veteran factions in Indigo Azure City. He was putting so much effort into expanding the Zheng family to strengthen the Zheng family, as well as gain glory for himself. Zheng Ji had always chosen the steadier path to expand the Zheng family because he was afraid that the other two veteran factions would rebel against them at any moment. He had agreed to Zheng Kaiwen's suggestion of a blood pact ultimate fight against Sky City because he already regarded Zheng Kaiwen as the young leader of the Zheng family. Zheng Ji was still carrying the torch as the Zheng family's leader because his son was too incapable. However, his son had caught a good wife from Connected Beast Park. In the beginning, Zheng Ji had been delighted with his daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, after marrying into the family, she did not help the Zheng family to gain any of the Miao family's resources. Rather, the Miao family had even disowned her. It was only when Zheng Kaiwen was born and was accepted as Miao key disciple that the Miao family started to provide the Zheng family with resources. If Connected Beast Park supported the Zheng family like Coiling Dragon's Valley did with Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, the Zheng family would be in a much better position than they were in now. Indigo Azure City was the least prosperous of the 36 major cities and did not have any top factions. If the Zheng family could use the Miao family's power to conquer the other two families and combine the Indigo Azure City's resources, they would be able to become a top faction within a few years. Zheng Ji sighed. All three of his grandsons were capable. Zheng Kading was part of the Radiance 100 sequence and did not partake in his family's matters. At first, Zheng Ji had chosen his youngest grandson Zheng Qian as his successor. Zheng Qian was born with 6 fingers and a sharp mind. From a young age, he had shown passion and talent for expanding a faction. Unfortunately, ever since that accident that could not even be investigated, Zheng Qian had been bound to a wheelchair, and his personality had warped into an unapproachable and unstable one. To save themselves from humiliation, the Zheng family could not allow a wheelchair-bound person to become the leader of the Zheng family. Finally, all hope was placed on Zheng Kaiwen. However, Zheng Kaiwen had become much closer to the Miao family and had yet to return to the Zheng family ever since the Guardia banquet ended. A large part of the reason Zheng Ji had agreed to the Blood Pact ultimate fight was that the Miao family had 2 Emperor-class experts with Pinnacle Myth 3 feys. Sky City's creation master resources made Zheng Ji uncertain about targeting them. Nonetheless, Zheng Kaiwen was strangely obstinate about the Blood Pact ultimate fight with Sky City. Eventually, Zheng Kaiwen used his connection with the Moon Empress disciple to convince Zheng Ji. It would only be beneficial for the Zheng family if Elder Han could help the Zheng family during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. However, Miao Ji had said to replace someone from the Zheng family with Elder Han. The only person from the Zheng family participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight was Zheng Ji. If he was replaced, all the people participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight would come from the Miao family. The Blood Pact ultimate fight would be spectated by other factions, and it would already attract rumors if he was the only one from the Zheng family who participated. If none from the Zheng family participated, everyone would assume that the Miao family had subsumed the Zheng family. Where would he put his pride? Chapter 1082 Miao Zhenshan's concerns. The Blood Pact ultimate fight was split into 3 different stages. The winner of the previous stage could choose not to take part in the next fight. Miao Ji could suggest swapping out the other 2 Pinnacle Emperor-class experts to people from the Zheng family with Elder Han around. However, it was clear from Miao Ji's words that she did not think on Zheng Ji or the Zheng family's behalf. Despite being a daughter-in-law of the Zheng family, her surname was still Miao. It was fine that she did not think of the Zheng family. But when Zheng Ji saw his prospective successor Zheng Kaiwen's face light up in joy, he knew that Zheng Kaiwen had completely neglected the Zheng family as well. Zheng Ji felt as though he had suddenly aged many years, and all of his intimidating aura faded. He sighed 3 times in concession. Forget it. I'll only be able to continue supporting the Zheng family for a few more years. The future of the Zheng family still lies in the hands of the younger generation. But, is it really okay to hand over the Zheng family's future to these youngsters who don't think of the family at all? Zheng Ji's mind went to Zheng Qian. If it were Zheng Qian, the issue of not supporting the Zheng family despite being a member of the Zheng family would probably not arise. 10. At that moment, Zheng Kaiwen turned to look at his grandfather. He was stunned by the way his grandfather was gazing back at him, as it seemed different than before. However, Zheng Kaiwen did not think much of it and said loudly, "Grandfather, why don't we go and see my other grandfather together to ask him to lend Elder Han to the Zheng family for the Blood Pact ultimate fight?" When he heard what Zheng Kaiwen said, Zheng Ji's heart plunged. The grandson that he had watched grow up wanted him to debase himself to beg someone else. Zheng Ji cocked his head and looked at Zheng Kaiwen serenely, as though he was wondering how Zheng Kaiwen could utter such words. At that moment, Zheng Ji felt that his and the entire Zheng family's future seemed like one big joke. "Forget it. I won't go. The 2 of you can go if you please. But no matter what happens, I have to represent the Zheng family in the Blood Pact ultimate fight." Zheng Ji turned and left the room. Miao Ji frowned and looked very upset. On the other hand, Zheng Kaiwen immediately understood what was going through his grandfather's mind. Normally, Zheng Kaiwen would have chased after his grandfather to explain the situation, but he did not do so this time. He had been treated like a guest of honor in the Miao family, and even the Miao family's eldest young master and Miao He kept their heads low around him due to his connection with the Moon Empress disciple. After being in such an environment for some time, Zheng Kaiwen could not help but look down on the Zheng family. He had also lost some respect for his grandfather. When Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen arrived at the Miao family's residence to see Miao Zhenshan, the latter was guiding Miao He in his creation master homework. Miao Zhenshan had started to personally teach Miao He ever since Miao Zhou had lost all his abilities. He intended for his personal guidance to shape Miao He into someone capable of being the Miao family's eldest young master. Miao Zhenshan frowned when he saw Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen, as he had just treated the Zheng family to a banquet dinner the night before. The person in the Miao family who resented Zheng Kaiwen the most was not Miao Zhou, who had been ridiculed by Zheng Kaiwen, or Miao He, who had been taken advantage of by Zheng Kaiwen. It was actually the leader of Connected Beast Park, Miao Zhenshan. The rest of the Miao family had reported to Miao Zhenshan that Zheng Kaiwen had ridiculed Miao Zhou. The incident at the Spirit Food Pavilion had been extremely serious. Zheng Kaiwen had kept silent about it, but Miao He had quickly reported it to Miao Zhenshan. Miao He had even included the part about how Zheng Kaiwen had pushed the blame onto him. Miao Zhenshan found Zheng Kaiwen's attitude toward Miao He to be unacceptable, and Miao Zhenshan almost decided to draw a line between the Miao family and Zheng Kaiwen. However, Miao He had mentioned that Lin Yuan had invited Zheng Kaiwen to his house. This indicated that Lin Yuan and Zheng Kaiwen were truly as close as Zheng Kaiwen said, or maybe even closer. Thus, Miao Zhenshan had decided to force down his displeasure toward Zheng Kaiwen and brought Miao He with him to greet Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji, who had come to the Miao family residence in the middle of the night. When Miao He saw that his grandfather was headed toward the living room and not the study room, Miao He smirked. For all the weight that Zheng Kaiwen pulled, his grandfather saw him as nothing more than a guest and Miao Ji as a daughter that had left the family. If she had left for better prospects, she might have been able to benefit. If she had left for a poorer environment, no one would want to associate with her. Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji excitedly left the living room once they were done talking to Miao Zhenshan. After Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji left, Miao He asked, "Grandfather, are you really going to let Grandfather Han help with the Zheng family's Blood Pact ultimate fight? The Zheng family is a veteran faction that doesn't deserve Grandfather Han's help. It also seems a little preposterous for the Miao family to send out such a powerful resource to help the Zheng family now." Miao He did not say anything more, as he would eventually mention Miao Qi and Miao Zhou. If he mentioned them, it would come across as he was bad-mouthing his family. Miao Zhenshan's expression darkened. Naturally, he was well aware of this. After the Guardia banquet, many top factions that used to collaborate with the Miao family suddenly changed their attitudes. Many of them no longer wanted to work with the Miao family, resulting in the Miao family suffering significant losses. It would not be smart for the Miao family to make any moves at such a time. However, he still needed to depend on Zheng Kaiwen and his relationship with the Moon Empress disciple. Now that Coiling Dragon's Valley had obtained so many golden lotus brocade pearls, Connected Beast Park was in deep trouble. Connected Beast Park and Coiling Dragon's Valley were on hostile terms to start with. If Connected Beast Park could not obtain any golden lotus brocade pearls, they would be crushed under Coiling Dragon's Valley's foot. Miao Zhenshan felt that going along with Zheng Kaiwen was the best way for the Miao family to become closer with Lin Yuan. The Miao family had already sent many letters to the spirit guards to apologize for what Miao Zhou did at the Midnight Palace. However, it was all futile. Miao Zhenshan would not be able to rest easy until the young leech of the spirit guards sent a reply letter. Chapter 1083 Purple Bamboo Forest's Gratitude and Favor. Moreover, the factions needed the spirit guards' approval before they could venture into the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. How could the Miao family expand into the abyssal world without Chief Guard Yi's disciples' forgiveness? The Miao elders had already discussed the expansion into the abyssal world many times and had already prepared the manpower. If the Miao family did not venture into the abyssal world, all their preparation would be for naught, and they would become the laughingstock of all the veteran and top factions. Even the rising factions would mock the Miao family behind their backs. Although they would still be able to hold on to their existing power, their influence and pride would fall precipitously. At that point, it was likely that no factions would be willing to work with them. Before long, Connected Beast Park would be forgotten. Miao Zhenshan expression turned stormier. The major factions who had the spirit guards' approval would be able to venture into the abyssal world in 2 weeks. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up and stretched. His body felt unbelievably light as though the previous night's sleep had washed all the exhaustion from his body. Lin Yuan felt that sleep was especially more effective the more tired one was. While he was preparing to get up, he noticed that Genius and Chimey had already woken up, but they had remained motionless in his arms for fear of disturbing him. Now that Lin Yuan was awake, Genius and Lin Yuan immediately jumped on him playfully. Genius said in its childlike voice, "Yuan, I want to go to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to teach the 100 Questions Beasts. They should all be able to evolve to Diamond X/Legend in a week." Chimey quickly chimed in, "Yuan, I want to go to the live streaming room to sing. The more I live stream, the more funds I'll earn for the Warm Sun Fund." Lin Yuan was amazed by how these two little ones had matured. They now had goals and things they wanted to achieve. Lin Yuan hugged them and brought them to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Genius had said that the 50 Questions Beasts would all be able to reach Diamond X/Legend in a week. This meant that each of them would be as strong as a Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. Moreover, Genius had taught the 100 Questions Beasts knowledge that surpassed the Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master level. Lin Yuan checked the time and saw that it was 8 am. Normally, Lu Ji started breakfast at around 7:30 am, and Wen Yu would wake everyone up by 7 am. Wen Yu and Lu Ji must have let him sleep in because they had seen he was too exhausted and wanted to let him rest more. When Lin Yuan went downstairs, he saw Wen Yu rapidly flipping through a stack of papers while Lu Ji was packing crab dumplings into a basket. There was a small dish on the dining table with 3 pork and 3 crab dumplings. This was the exact amount of food that Lin Yuan normally consumed. Wen Yu saw Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "Young master, I organized the information on the Dark Federation again to ensure that everything is accurate. I haven't had the chance to ask Ji Feng in detail about what happened with the whale ocean commerce. Hence, I haven't organized the information regarding that yet." Lin Yuan nodded. He felt that he only needed to briefly mention the matter regarding the whale ocean commerce to his master in advance. Although he had taken in Ji Feng and the information about the whale ocean commerce had serious consequences with regards to the whale ocean commerce's internal affairs, this was still their personal matter. However, Lin Yuan felt that he needed to tell the Moon Empress everything regarding Tower Cannon and the Dark Continent. Su Yiren had been one of the Dark Federation's Dark Envoys and knew the Dark Federation's deepest secrets. Although the Dark Federation was no more, Su Yiren's information was very useful to the entire Radiance Federation. Part of the information concerned the 100-year plan, the Sleeper's revival. After eating the dumplings, Lu Ji placed the basket on the table and said, "Lin Yuan, should I wait for you at the bottom of Leaning Moon Mountain to go to Zhongzi's gathering together?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Big brother Lu, you can go over first, and I'll head over later. The question and answer question with master might take a little longer." He handed one of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles to Lu Ji. Lu Ji received the tentacle and said, "I shall place this tentacle at the entrance of Bronze Crane Lane." After exchanging a few more words with Lu Ji and Wen Yu, Lin Yuan stored the information regarding the Dark Federation and Tower Cannon and the crab dumplings into the amber button-shaped Fey storage box before using the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation to transport himself to the Radiant Moon Palace's entrance. Cai Cha and Yin Cha, who were standing guard, anxiously bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Good morning, young lord. The Moon Empress is currently with guests." Lord Xiachen brought Lord Gulang to visit the Moon Empress and thank her for her help. Cai Cha mumbled to herself, the Moon Empress only just returned from the purple bamboo forest, and they're already visiting her. I wonder how big of a favor Lord Bamboo Monarch owes the Moon Empress. Yin Cha hit her lightly on the head and shot her a reproachful look. Cai Cha was already more than 40 years old and should know how to hold her tongue. How could servants discuss the favors between Lord Bamboo Monarch and the Moon Empress? Cai Cha rubbed her head and stuck out her tongue as she said, "The young lord already knows about this. I'm just explaining it to him. I wouldn't talk about it to anyone else." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched, and he thought about the box of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen he had given to the Moon Empress. What the possessed star intelligent dark clouds had done for the Bamboo Monarch far exceeded a mere favor. It had saved the love of his life and turned inevitable doom into a happy ending. Chapter 1084 The Uncontracted Golden Thearch Bamboo. When Lin Yuan entered the lobby of the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw the Moon Empress seated on the throne in the inner palace. Xia Chen was bent over as he presented a white jade box that was about half a meter long. It seemed that he was presenting the Moon Empress with a gift. Gulang was holding a smaller brocade box with a shining golden pavilion embossed on it. He also seemed to be gifting it to the Moon Empress. The item in the box gleamed with a light green light. The color was so pure and outstanding it seemed fit to adorn a king. One look and one would feel that this light green could not be compared to any other green in the world. The golden pavilion embossed on the brocade box was Lanja Pavilion's symbol. Hence, it should be a gift of gratitude from Wang Fuxiang. The Moon Empress sensed Lin Yuan's arrival and waved at him as she said, "Little Yuan, come and sit by me." Mystic Moon brought a seat that was slightly smaller but similar in appearance to the Moon Empress throne. Lin Yuan immediately walked up and greeted the Moon Empress before nodding at Mystic Moon. He gently sat down on the seat while Mystic Moon's eyelids twitched. Mystic Moon could not believe that the Moon Empress had not only prepared a replica of the Moonbeam coronation costume but also of her throne for Lin Yuan. He felt that Lin Yuan had already become the sole apple of the Moon Empress' eye. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he saw Gulang. They had exchanged contact information at the Guardia banquet and started a faction together along with the others. After chatting twice, the group had become much closer. Although Lin Yuan had not known Gulang for long, nor had they met many times, they were definitely considered friends. The group had even chatted the night before, but Gulang had not said anything about coming to the Radiant Moon Palace today. Gulang was not surprised to see Lin Yuan as it was normal for the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace to be here. Gulang had come to the Radiant Moon Palace after being informed by Xia Chen at the last minute. If Gulang had known that he would be coming to the Radiant Moon Palace, he would have let Lin Yuan know in advance so that Lin Yuan would be able to make the introductions. The Moon Empress smiled at Lin Yuan before she said to the slightly surprised Xia Chen, "I remember that the Bamboo Monarch's golden thearch bamboo only bore 2 shoots. I heard that he gave one of the shoots to his disciple many years ago. The thing in the box should be the other uncontracted golden thearch bamboo sprout. The golden thearch bamboo is in high demand for its ability to strengthen the soul. A sacred source life form needs to reach 4 stars before it's certain that the soul will not be injured by the golden thearch bamboo during the contraction. I can't believe the Bamboo Monarch is giving it to me instead of saving it for his descendants." Lin Yuan could not help but let his gaze linger on the purple golden bamboo shoot. The purple golden bamboo shoot glistened with beautiful golden light that seemed to be reflecting off a lake at night. Lin Yuan knew of the golden thearch bamboo. In fact, even those from rising factions knew of the Bamboo Monarch's signature fey. The golden thearch bamboo was not a combat class fey, but a fey with the special ability to aid creation master abilities. The Bamboo Monarch's achievements were at least partially due to the golden thearch bamboo. A decade ago, Gulang had not reached the age to contract a sacred source life form, much less have a 4-star sacred source life form. Hence, the disciple that had received the golden thearch bamboo had to be Xia Chen. The other golden thearch bamboo shoot should have been left to Gulang if not for the box of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen. Gulang lifted his head and looked longingly at the box with the golden thearch bamboo. He had been doing his best to increase his sacred source life form's stars, and his sacred source life form had reached 4 stars before Zhongzi's sacred source life form reached 3 stars. He had been motivated to do all so that the Bamboo Monarch would give him the golden thearch bamboo. However, Gulang did not object to the Bamboo Monarch choosing to give the golden thearch bamboo to the Moon Empress. As much as he longed to own the golden thearch bamboo, he understood the gravity of the favor that the purple bamboo forest owed to the Radiant Moon Palace. As the Bamboo Monarch's youngest disciple, he understood his master well. His master would have been wrenched away from the one he loved without the box of possessed star-intelligent dark clouds. His master would eventually choose to give himself up to save Wang Fuxiang. As such, it was not an exaggeration to say that the pollen had saved his master's life. Even if Gulang was asked to give up his life as a show of gratitude, he would be willing to do so. Still, no matter how much he understood the situation, he could not help but feel reluctant. The loss of the golden thearch bamboo had a great impact on Gulang. Gulang would not be able to inherit the creation master abilities that hinged on the golden thearch bamboo without this sprout. This would make Gulang seem slightly unworthy to call himself the bamboo monarch's disciple. From now on, Gulang would need to forge out a road on his own to continue growing. Chapter 1085 Senior Brother, you can't. It was easy to say that one wanted to forge a path for themselves. Every pinnacle class 4 creation master wanted to do so. Yet, after so many years, none of the pinnacle class 4 creation masters had succeeded. The Moon Empress turned her attention to the brocade box in Gulang's hands. Her expression shifted, and she said, Lanja Pavilion sure has some treasures in their possession. I didn't expect them to have the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. It's even the extremely rare glass species Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. I have much more use for the pure spirit chi in the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite than the golden thearch bamboo. The Moon Empress turned to Mystic Moon and said, Mystic Moon, receive both items on my behalf. Mystic Moon walked up and received the boxes from Xia Chen and Gulang before returning to the Moon Empress side. The Moon Empress peered at the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite before placing the box with the golden thearch bamboo in Lin Yuan's hands. Little Yuan, you take the golden thearch bamboo. Its leaves can increase the purity of spirit chi, and its shoot can reduce the time taken to concoct spirit fluids. Its stem can also increase the homogeneity of spirit fluids when it's used as a stirrer. If you contract it, it'll significantly help your creation master abilities. Lin Yuan glanced at Gulang and immediately noticed his reluctance. Lin Yuan received the golden thearch bamboo from the Moon Empress. However, he did not have any intention of contracting it. Although it was a precious treasure to other creation masters, it was useless to Lin Yuan because he did not use conventional creation master techniques to evolve feys. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not turn it away since it was a gift from the Moon Empress. After all his experiences, Lin Yuan no longer thought of things in a simple manner, and he was not as stubborn as before either. He no longer insisted on relying on himself for everything to the point that he rejected gifts from the Moon Empress. Although he was still self-reliant, he no longer rejected the things that the Moon Empress gave him. The Moon Empress's description of the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite came to Lin Yuan's mind. It seemed that the Moon Empress needed pure spirit chi and that it was very important to her. Lin Yuan had no lack of pure spirit chi. Still, Lin Yuan could not mention the pure spirit chi to the Moon Empress with Gulang and Xia Chen here. Although Lin Yuan regarded Gulang as his good friend, he knew that some things were best kept to one's closest circle. There were some things that he could tell the Moon Empress because she was his master and essentially family. As such, there were things that he could never tell his friends no matter how close they were. Since Lin Yuan had arrived, the Moon Empress was no longer interested in speaking to Gulang and Xia Chen. I appreciate the Bamboo Monarch's intentions. The two of you can go back and tell him that there's no need to send any more treasures to the Radiant Moon Palace. I have no lack of treasures. If I need anything in the future, I will let the Bamboo Monarch know, said the Moon Empress. Gulang and Xia Chen both made hasty sounds of acknowledgement. Moon Empress, I shall leave Leaning Moon Mountain with my junior brother to relay your message to Master, said Xia Chen. Before Gulang left, he turned and waved goodbye to Lin Yuan. Xia Chen's gaze softened once they left the Radiant Moon Palace, and he said to Gulang, Junior brother, do you remember the exclusive ability that my golden thearch bamboo gained when it evolved to myth breed? My golden thearch bamboo has reached pinnacle myth 3 and will evolve to creation breed soon. At that time, it will gain an exclusive ability that allows it to come back to life after the trial of world creation. This means that the revived golden thearch bamboo can erase all links with me. Master gave away your golden thearch bamboo, so I shall give mine to you. Gulang anxiously shook his head and grabbed Xia Chen's sleeve as he shouted, Senior brother, you can't. I won't accept your golden thearch bamboo. If you go ahead with it, I shall quit the creation master profession. As Gulang's senior brother, Xia Chen was considerate toward him. The Bamboo Monarch had been so busy with his significant other that Xia Chen had basically been the one to raise Gulang. Gulang was well aware of how much Xia Chen took care of him. Just because Gulang basked in his senior brother's affection did not mean that he would allow his senior brother to sacrifice himself to help him. Xia Chen sighed softly. Gulang was more talented than him, but he was unable to advance any further as a creation master because he did not have the golden Thearch bamboo. Xia Chen's sigh was brimming with frustration. Cold Moon, who happened to be returning to the Radiant Moon Palace, heard Xia Chen's sigh and pursed her lips. Is the Bamboo Monarch's first disciple sighing because the Bamboo Monarch is always making people worry about him? Cold Moon agreed that the Bamboo Monarch was always a source for worry. He was still wrapped up by romance at his age. It would be better if he remained single like her. Whoever dared to woo Cold Moon would be playing hard and fast with their life. She would break their legs and ensure they were confined to a wheelchair for the rest of their lives. Back at the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, Lin Yuan took the basket out of the diamond fey storage box and said, "Master, here are the crab dumplings that Lu Ji made this morning. They're still warm." The Moon Empress replied with a smile, "This will be perfect as an afternoon snack. I will make honeyed lotus pond carp for you this afternoon. I learned how to make it from Cold Moon." Mystic Moon dared not say what he was thinking. "Moon Empress, is it really the best idea for you to always cook for the young lord? Your cooking is edible, but it's far from delicious. Honeyed lotus pond carp? Are you planning on cooking the spirit siphon goldfish?" Chapter 1086 Master, I have it. In the past, the Moon Empress would only eat for half an hour before setting down her utensils and allowing the food to become cold. Even if the most precious ingredients were used, the Moon Empress would not take another bite. Mystic Moon wondered how many habits the Moon Empress would break for the young lord. While Mystic Moon was mourning the diamond spirit siphon goldfish, Lin Yuan said, "Master, I already have a prior arrangement to have lunch at Zhongzi's place." The Moon Empress was slightly surprised to discover that Lin Yuan was friends with Chef Supreme's youngest disciple. She had seen Zhongzi before and felt that he was a strange child. Nonetheless, she would not object to Lin Yuan having a meal with his friends. In fact, she hoped that he would be able to gain more experience and make more friends. She hoped that the stronger he became, the more peaceful and smooth sailing of a life he would have. The Moon Empress remembered the moving source water she had given to Lin Yuan and asked, "Little Yuan, have you nurtured the moving source water?" Lin Yuan nodded and was about to tell the Moon Empress about dark blue when she said, "It's good that you've nurtured it. Little Yuan, in the future, don't be so quick to expose your main phase or phase with powerful strategic significance. If you have to use your secret weapon against an enemy, make sure to kill that enemy." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. The Moon Empress had told him many times to keep his secret weapons a secret, and he had done as she instructed. He remembered the Moon Empress' interest in the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite's pure spirit chi and said, "Master, do you need pure spirit chi badly?" The Moon Empress smiled at Lin Yuan and stroked the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite as she replied, "Every spirit chi professional needs pure spirit chi. I'm no exception. The spirit chi in the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite is much purer than the spirit chi that Class 5 creation masters are able to concoct. This spirit chi is so pure that it can trigger the genetic model and evolve the bloodline of feys that have a special reaction to spirit chi. Even if it's insufficient to evolve the bloodline, it'll be able to trigger the genetic model." The Moon Empress handed Lin Yuan the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite and said, "Although I can't produce spirit chi as pure as what's within the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite, it's close enough. It'll be better if you hold on to the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite's pure spirit chi." Lin Yuan felt warmth wash over him and tears brimmed in his eyes. Even though this was a treasure that the Moon Empress needed, she still chose to let Lin Yuan have it. Lin Yuan felt that there was no reason to hide his pure spirit chi from this master who was always thinking of him. But as the Moon Empress' disciple, he remembered everything she had ever taught him. Thus, he chose not to tell her about other secrets such as Morbius and the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan chose to use another method to tell the Moon Empress about the pure spirit chi he possessed. "Master, do you need a lot of pure spirit chi?" The Moon Empress seemed confused by why Lin Yuan was asking such a question. Pure spirit chi is only used to trigger a fey's genetic model and even evolve the bloodline of a fey that's sensitive to spirit chi. Hence, I don't need a lot of it. "What about using pure spirit chi to nurture feys and evolve fey grades and qualities?" asked Lin Yuan. The Moon Empress was momentarily at a loss for words. She was silent for a moment before she said, "Naturally, it'll be good to be able to use pure spirit chi to nurture and evolve feys. A fey that is evolved to bronze grade using pure spirit chi will seem to have similar combat power to a fey that is evolved to bronze grade using normal spirit chi. But, the fey that was evolved with pure spirit chi will emerge stronger than the other fey. When Lin Yuan sensed that his fey's grades were too low, he had thought of asking Master Hong Shen to concoct spirit fluids to evolve his fey's grades. But eventually, he decided against it. Now that he had asked the Moon Empress this question, all his other conflicting thoughts disappeared, and he was certain he wanted to use only the best method to evolve his feys to their strongest extent. Lin Yuan said solemnly to the Moon Empress, "Master, I have spirit chi that's even purer than the spirit chi in the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite." The Moon Empress immediately looked shocked. Initially, Lin Yuan had wanted to give the Moon Empress a few spirit chi crystals. He had yet to count the spirit chi crystals that had appeared after the Pure Land of Bliss absorbed the Karma Sword Lily and prior decree Sleeping Lotus World Graces. He could obtain more spirit chi crystals if he wanted to by absorbing world graces. A few offers were waiting on Star Web. But from what the Moon Empress had said, Lin Yuan knew that she did not require a lot of pure spirit chi. Spirit chi crystals had to be used immediately when they were crushed. Otherwise, the spirit chi would dissipate into the environment. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to come up with other ways to provide the Moon Empress with pure spirit chi. He thought of the spirit-mouthed peony which could only be found in the Leaning Moon Mountains garden. "Master, open a breeding room for me and give me a spirit-mouthed peony. I'll be able to produce spirit chi purer than the spirit chi in the spirit-mouthed peony for you in half an hour." Chapter 1087 Who would woo Cold Moon? If these words had come from someone else, the Moon Empress would not have believed them. But since it came from Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress would go along with him even if it was a joke. Moreover, Lin Yuan had given her the golden lotus brocade pearls. As such, she did not think he was bragging. The Moon Empress instructed Cold Moon to prepare the spirit-mouthed peony for Lin Yuan and said to him, "Little Yuan, the breeding room next to mine was built for you. When you're in the Radiant Moon Palace, you can use that breeding room as you please. No one else will be allowed to enter." Shortly later, Cold Moon brought the spirit-mouthed peony back to the Radiant Moon Palace. The spirit-mouthed peony had gold and red large flowers, and the roots were still attached. Lin Yuan could tell from the color of the soil that it came from the marsh world. The Moon Empress's eyelids twitched when she saw the way Cold Moon was holding the spirit-mouthed peony. She always knew that Cold Moon lacked femininity and did not like plants, but did she have to be so brusque? Who would woo Cold Moon now? The Moon Empress explained to Lin Yuan, "I used highly concentrated spirit chi and marsh soil to mutate and create the spirit-mouthed peony. The spirit chi will not dissipate if it's stored in the spirit-mouthed peony." This was the ability that Lin Yuan sought. The spirit-mouthed peony could absorb spirit chi from the environment and store it in its petals. Once the spirit-mouthed peony's flowers were full of spirit chi, they would become fist-sized flower buds. The flower buds would bloom again once all the spirit chi inside was used up. Lin Yuan wanted to use the spirit-mouthed peony to absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and turn all the spirit-mouthed peony's flowers into flower buds so that the Moon Empress would be able to draw from it as she pleased. When Lin Yuan arrived at the breeding room that was built for him, he was immediately stunned. His breeding room was an exact replica of the Moon Empress breeding room, down to the tools that were present. Lin Yuan breathed in deeply and walked in with the spirit-mouthed peony in his hands. He placed the spirit-mouthed peony on the work table. There was still marsh soil clinging to the spirit-mouthed peony. If the spirit-mouthed peony was planted on the Pure Land of Bliss in its current state, it would undoubtedly contaminate the Pure Land of Bliss white sand. However, he had to plant it in the Pure Land of Bliss for its roots to regrow. Otherwise, its flowers would be affected, and it would not be able to absorb as much spirit chi. After Lin Yuan handled the spirit-mouthed peony, it started to absorb spirit chi from the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan smiled. There was a limit to the amount of spirit chi that the spirit-mouthed peony's flowers could absorb, and it could not replace the spirit chi crystals. However, the spirit-mouthed peony was the perfect medium for Lin Yuan to transport the pure spirit chi out of the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan planted the spirit-mouthed peony in the Pure Land of Bliss, and it quickly regained its health. After a few minutes, Lin Yuan realized that the spirit-mouthed peony was not absorbing the pure spirit chi as quickly as he had expected. Even after a few minutes passed, the flowers only started to curl up slightly. Lin Yuan let the spirit-mouthed peony slowly absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone. Genius was using connected tales to impart creation master knowledge to the 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan walked up to Genius and patted its head as he said, "Genius, let me use spirit chi crystals to evolve your grade. This way, you'll have an easier time teaching the 100 questions beasts." As Genius continued to evolve, its tails had increased to its current number of 5 tails. Lin Yuan felt that the number of genius tails would only increase as its grade evolved, allowing genius to become linked to more targets using connected tails. This would essentially increase genius productivity. Genius meowed and said happily, "Yuan, after my grade is evolved, I'll be able to help you even more. I want to help you in more ways." Lin Yuan picked up Genius and stroked its fluffy tails as he thought, Genius is always so considerate. Chimey was currently live streaming on Star Web, and Lin Yuan did not disturb it. Gray immediately charged at Lin Yuan, and the wind speed rapid antelope was not far behind. Lin Yuan's head ached slightly, not because Gray was clingy but because it was unable to absorb weather from the main world. Although there were also weather changes in the dimensional world, Lin Yuan could not rest easy with the thought that Gray was absorbing weather in the dangerous dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan's roots were in the main world, and the Moon Empress was also in the royal capital. If Gray really landed in danger because of its identity as a heavenly family Fey, the Moon Empress might be able to help. However, if Gray absorbed weather from the marsh world and attracted the attention of strong apostles, all of the efforts that Lin Yuan had invested into the marsh would go down the drain. Chapter 1088 Diamond/Fantasy Genius. Lin Yuan was now troubled over how he would increase Gray's power. The wind speed rapid antelope's opportunity was coming soon. From the shedding of the wind speed rapid antelope's cocky color fur and the growth of new light green fur, Lin Yuan could tell that its bloodline would evolve soon. After playing with Gray for a few minutes and feeding it a wind-type heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl, Lin Yuan squatted down and began to count all the spirit chi crystals that had been produced from the Karma Sword Lily and prior decree Sleeping Lotus World Graces. He soon counted a total of 840 spirit chi crystals. Lin Yuan was exhilarated and at ease now that he possessed so many resources. These spirit chi crystals were different from before as each represented 10 of the previous spirit chi crystals. Previously, 19 spirit chi crystals were required to evolve Genius from Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye to Gold grade. But now, only 2 would be required. Lin Yuan took out 211 spirit chi crystals, which he calculated would be enough to evolve Genius to Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye. He had initially intended on evolving Genius to Diamond X. However, it did not seem realistic for 840 spirit chi crystals to be able to evolve Genius to Diamond X/Fantasy Eye. At most, it would only be able to evolve Genius to Diamond 7/Fantasy Eye. Thus, Lin Yuan decided to keep 519 spirit chi crystals to evolve other Feys. There would not be a big difference between Genius evolving to Diamond Eye and Diamond X. Lin Yuan's main goal was to see if Genius would be able to gain the ability to use its soul once it evolved. If Genius was able to use its soul, it would become the equivalent of a pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Genius was already extremely familiar with the Class 4 Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst knowledge. As Lin Yuan crushed the 211 spirit chi crystals one by one, Genius grade climbed. This time, Genius was not in any pain. 2 more tails also grew out of Genius' body, and its fur became even softer than before. However, the biggest change was in Genius' eyes. Previously, Genius' eyes were azure and looked like they contained a sea in each one. But now, Genius' gaze had the aura of a king, and its azure eyes turned glassy. Soul power emanated from Genius. Lin Yuan was delighted when he sensed the soul power and immediately crushed the last few spirit chi crystals. An 8th white tail grew from Genius. Lin Yuan was momentarily lost for words as he gazed at the Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye Genius. It had such a tiny body, but its 8 tails were voluminous and almost twice the length of its body. The 8 tails did not seem engorged but rather charming as each of them seemed to dance elegantly. While Lin Yuan was stunned, Genius leaped into his arms and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, I can do the things that a Class 4 Creation Master can do now. However, you can do them too. I think it's better if I continue to do the job of a Class 3 Creation Master. When I use my soul, I can concoct Class 3 spirit fluids much faster than before." Genius meowed and called the 50-100 questions beasts over. It shot a thread of spiritual energy into each of the bodies of the 100 questions beasts as though it was marking them as its possessions. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on Genius. Fey name, beast that connects everything. Spirit life form species, spirit cat species/intelligent cat species. Fey grade, diamond, 1/10. Fey type, spiritual/soul. Fey quality, fantasy eye. Abilities. Precise memory. When memorizing something, every single detail can be memorized with precision. Knowledge analysis, can conduct a diverse initial analysis of the memory's knowledge and make the most suitable guess based on the detailed information. Spiritual energy expansion, transfer the spiritual energy into an emergency bank for the contractor. Even though the contractor cannot willfully use spiritual energy expansion to increase his own store of spiritual energy, the contractor can use it to defend himself against spiritual energy damage. Intelligent cat spirit. A pioneer intelligent cat species life form can use spiritual energy to form contracts with and control the lives of other intelligent cat species feys. The pioneer intelligent cat species life form has a one-way control over the other intelligent cat species feys spiritual power. Soul permutation use and change different spiritual energies into soul power. Tail trigger. When using soul power, a tail can be sacrificed to increase the soul power. Without any tails, tail trigger cannot be used. Exclusive skill. Tool transformation, capable of transforming into a tool for the contractor to use. Connected tails. According to the number of tails, lives can be connected. The connected lives can share thinking and intention. Lin Yuan realized that genius was no longer only spiritual type but was both spiritual type and soul type. This meant that Lin Yuan's previous problem was perfectly solved by genius' own evolution. He also now knew that what had happened between genius and the other 100 questions beasts was due to intelligent cat spirit. Genius had used spiritual energy to contract and control the lives of the other 100 questions beasts. It now had a one-way control over the other 100 questions beasts' spiritual power. Lin Yuan blinked at the effects of intelligent cat spirit. Chapter 1089 The 100 Questions Beasts' Absolute Loyalty. There were many cat species feys, but the only intelligent cat species fey in existence was the 100 Questions Beast. In the past, the 100 Questions Beast was not known to evolve. Genius was the first 100 Questions Beast to evolve. Hence, it was not wrong to call it a pioneer. Could intelligent cat spirit be connected to the fact that Genius was the first 100 Questions Beast to evolve? Lin Yuan could only guess, but he did not have any way of proving it. Chimey was also a pioneer of the soundbird bloodline. However, the soundbird was already known to evolve to the songstress bird. Hence, Chimey and Genius situations were different. Since Lin Yuan could not prove his hypothesis, he would not waste time thinking about it. Instead, he turned his attention to soul permutation. Apparently, Genius used soul permutation to change spiritual energy into soul power. The description of soul permutation stated that Genius needed to use different spiritual energies to change them into soul power. Intelligent cat spirit would allow Genius to use the other 100 questions beast's spiritual power. This meant that the more 100 questions beast's Genius contracted using intelligent cat spirit, the stronger Genius soul power would become. Lin Yuan decided to buy another batch of 100 questions beasts for Genius to form contracts with. He had considered the issue of the 100 questions beasts' loyalty before. It would shock people if he told them that he evolved the 100 questions beasts and granted them creation master abilities. If the news got out, it would be earth-shattering. Lin Yuan did not want this to happen. Nonetheless, he had a solution to the issue of the 100 questions beasts' loyalty, which was to keep them in the spirit lock spatial zone. Once Genius used intelligent cat spirit to contract the 100 questions beasts, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about their loyalty. However, he frowned slightly at tail trigger. It was an ability that multiplied soul power, but it would require Genius to sacrifice its tails. Lin Yuan had witnessed Genius' painful evolution to the beast that connects everything. He hoped that Genius would never have to use tail trigger. Besides, Lin Yuan did not need Genius to do any Class 4 Creation Master tasks before it became a Class 5 Creation Master. It would not be easy for Genius to become a Class 5 Creation Master as it not only needed to possess the required knowledge but also create its own techniques. Lin Yuan had not taken a long time to evolve Genius to Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye. A few minutes before half an hour was up, Lin Yuan started to think seriously about which phase he would evolve next. There were not many phases that he could evolve using Spirit Chi crystals. Now that Genius had evolved, there were only Chimey, the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, Purple Afterglow, the Source Sand, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee left. Lin Yuan could not evolve the Ethereal Jellyfish's grade even if it wanted to, as it had already reached Diamond X/Legend. It needed to comprehend a willpower rune before it could evolve to Fantasy breed. Lin Yuan immediately thought about the similar situations that the Ethereal Jellyfish and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee were in. It had been some time since Redthorn ate the 2 source seeds and started transforming. Yet, its transformation was still not complete. As a result, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's mood was still low. Lin Yuan immediately summoned the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee perked up when it was called, but it continued to keep its gaze fixed on Redthorn even when it came before Lin Yuan. It seemed to be looking forward to Red Thorn's awakening. Lin Yuan said to the despondent Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, Acid Corrosion Queen Bee, Red Thorn is evolving. This is a good thing. Do you have to be so sad? Once Red Thorn wakes up, you'll have an even bigger house. Lin Yuan remembered that he had to make a decision between 4 different evolution directions before Red Thorn fell asleep. After weighing each option, he had decided to evolve Red Thorn's digestion and consumption ability. Red Thorn's digestion and absorption organ was the mouth of Relinquish. As such, the mouth of Relinquish would become larger after Red Thorn evolved. Despite what Lin Yuan said, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee remained listless. It did not care that its house would become larger. All it wanted was for Red Thorn to wake up sooner. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed by the love between the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee and Red Thorn. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee had been evolved Platinum I. Lin Yuan decided to evolve the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to Diamond X/Legend with the remaining Spirit Chi crystals so that it would be able to comprehend a suitable willpower rune and evolve to Fantasy breed. Since the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was not a Fantasy breed Fey, Lin Yuan needed to use more Spirit Chi crystals to evolve its grade. Lin Yuan needed 109 Spirit Chi crystals to evolve the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to Diamond X. He crushed the 109 Spirit Chi crystals, and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee started to evolve quickly. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's appearance changed significantly. After evolving to Diamond grade, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee still looked bloated as though it was pregnant and ready to give birth anytime. However, horns now grew out of many places on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's body, and the 2 stingers at its anterior turned into 3 chestnut-shaped thorns. When it attacked a target, the 3 stingers would be able to puncture the target perfectly. The 2 stingers at its posterior had also shortened and become thicker. They would be able to pierce a target if the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee maneuvered its abdomen. The 2 posterior stingers were now closer as well so as to enable both stingers to successfully pierce a target together. Previously, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee was dark red with many green spots. But now, perhaps to match Red Thorn's sea of flowers, it had become grayish-green. Chapter 1090 Queen Bee's Premature Death. The Diamond Acid Corrosion Queen Bee now looked much more rustic, and it would be able to blend perfectly with Red Thorn's brutal carnivore vines. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Fey name Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Fey species, Vespidae/Bactrocera. Fey grade Diamond, 10/10. Fey type, Source/Poison. Fey quality, Legend. Abilities. Wing stealth, flaps its wings at high frequency. The fast flapping reflective wings allow the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee to be stealthy. Bone-penetrating stingers, the super hard and impactful rotating stingers rapidly cause deep injuries. Parasitic pupa. The stingers on the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's forelegs can release a fast-hatching parasitic pupa into the target's body while stinging. Acid-swallowing larvae. With sufficient acid, the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee will hatch numerous acid-swallowing larvae that can be used as food for it to rapidly restore its consumed energy and venom reserves. At the same time, the acid-swallowing larvae will replicate part of the acid-swallowing queen bee's mother genes, so that if the latter dies, the former can activate the genes to become the new mother. Acid corpse poison bee. A large amount of acid in the body is consumed to produce an acid corpse poison bee, which will reside in the body of a dead life form or dimensional life form and control the latter's actions. These acid corpse poison bees will turn into poison silkworm pupae again if they are not activated by the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. Queen Bee's Premature Death. After the queen bee dies, the 2 types of venom in its posterior stingers will combine together to explode the queen bee's body. During the explosion, the combined venom will shoot out and the target that comes into contact with the poison will trigger 2-strike kill. Exclusive skill. 2-strike kill. The 2 abdominal stingers contain 2 different kinds of acid corrosion venom. If the abdominal stingers hit the same part of the target, the 2 types of venom will instantly disintegrate the target's part. Lin Yuan could not help but slap his leg and start to laugh when he saw Queen Bee's premature death. Among all his feys, the one that fell furthest from his expectations had been the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee. The Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's main damage-inducing attack came from 2-strike kill. However, it was difficult to puncture the same spot with both stingers so as to activate 2-strike kill. As Lin Yuan's power increased, and he encountered more powerful enemies, his enemies' feys were also more intelligent. Thus, the enemy's feys would be intelligent enough to dodge the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's stingers. But with Queen Bee's premature death, the issue of 2-strike kill being difficult to trigger would be solved, and 2 of the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee's abilities would be linked. Queen Bee's premature death would allow the acid corrosion Queen Bee to activate 2-strike kill when it died. Acid-swallowing larvae would allow the acid corrosion Queen Bee to clone its genetic model and come back to life after it used Queen Bee's premature death. After the acid corrosion Queen Bee came back to life, it would be able to use Queen Bee's premature death to attack again. Parasitic pupa and acid-swallowing larvae would allow the revived acid corrosion Queen Bee to regain its venom and energy. Thus, the acid corrosion Queen Bee would essentially be a nightmare to any fey trapped in the sea of flowers. As for acid corpse poison bee, Lin Yuan had been prepared to use numerous resources to buy some powerful abyss-dimensional life-form corpses from Rare Life-Form Pavilion for the acid corrosion Queen Bee to control as its puppets. Abyss demons were the most powerful at solo combat amongst all the dimensional life forms. However, Lin Yuan gave up the idea due to the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Lin Yuan was going to venture into the abyssal world and start a faction with Zhongzi, Gulang, Longtao, Gaofeng, and the rest. Since Lin Yuan was going to supply the faction with high-class creation master resources, he had first pick of the harvest they reaped. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to choose the best abyss demon corpses to be the acid corpse poison bee's hosts. As such, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about the acid corrosion Queen Bee's acid corpse poison bee. After evolving Genius to Diamond I/Fantasy I and the acid corrosion Queen Bee to Diamond X/Legend, Lin Yuan was left with 510 Spirit Chi crystals. These Spirit Chi crystals were enough for Lin Yuan to evolve his other phase. He checked the time and saw that he had been in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for about half an hour. He did not have enough time to evolve the other phase. Hence, he decided not to evolve the Source Sand for now. The strange plant suddenly came to Lin Yuan's mind, and he took the seed out of the amber button-shaped diamond phase storage box. Before Lin Yuan could investigate the seed, the sleeping red thorn started to stir. Lin Yuan sensed that red thorn had an intense craving for the strange plant seed. This craving was even stronger than its hunger for the two source seeds. This astonished Lin Yuan, but he could not do much about it. Since he could not tell what the strange plant seed was used for, he fed it to the evolving red thorn. Red thorn's intense craving immediately stopped. When Lin Yuan sensed red thorn's situation, a smile spread across his face. Red thorn's evolution had accelerated, and it started to mutate in an unknown direction. Naturally, the mutation still guaranteed that red thorn would retain the original abilities it would gain after evolving. In other words, the mutation provided red thorn with an additional ability. Thanks to this accelerated pace of evolution, red thorn would complete its evolution tomorrow night, and Lin Yuan would be able to see the result of it consuming two source seeds and the strange plant seed. Chapter 1091 The Moon Empress's Shock. After checking on red thorn's condition, Lin Yuan did not immediately check on the spirit-mouthed peony. Instead, he went to the possessed star intelligent dark clouds to collect the second batch of pollen. Gray and the wind-speed rapid antelope were playing, and they brushed across Lin Yuan, scattering some of the pollen on him. Lin Yuan hurriedly closed the box and dusted himself off. The possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen was minuscule, and Lin Yuan could not smell it without being afflicted by bad luck. Hence, he did not know if he had dusted himself clean. After Lin Yuan was done collecting the pollen, he walked over to the spirit-mouthed peony. He noticed that even after half an hour, the flowers had only curled up slightly. Lin Yuan crushed a spirit chi crystal and directed the spirit chi toward the spirit-mouthed peony. Soon, the pure spirit chi enabled the spirit-mouthed peony to curl up into a flower bud. After turning the 5 of the spirit-mouthed peony's flowers into flower buds, there were still around 90% of spirit chi left from the spirit chi crystal. Lin Yuan did not use the rest of the spirit chi on the remaining 9 flowers. He planned to give his master one of the flowers first to see if it would be of help to the Moon Empress. The remaining 9 flowers would be left behind to absorb the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone to reduce the depletion of spirit chi crystals. Moreover, Lin Yuan wanted to try to nurture the spirit-mouthed peony. The pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone could become a precious resource through the spirit-mouthed peony. Lin Yuan had already thought of how he could use this resource. Even if he could trade such a resource, he only planned on supplying it to the Moon Empress so that she could produce other types of value out of it and increase her power and influence as a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan did not waste the remaining 90% of spirit chi from the spirit chi crystal as he used it to evolve the snake species phase he had obtained for Wendy to Bronze X/Legend. Wendy would be able to use Snake Frontier Playground to turn these snake species phase into its snake hair, and the venom in the snake species phase would quickly increase Wendy's power. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered that he had not prepared a gift for Zhongzi. He looked down at the various types of elemental pearls that he had yet to organize and started to look through them. After pushing aside some Cloud Dream Lake and Defined Life Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls, he saw a Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl. He could not believe that he had another one. Lin Yuan scoured through the rest of the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. But besides finding some over-the-rail coral pearls, there were no more Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearls. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan decided to give the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl to Zhongzi as a gift. Zhongzi would definitely find a use for the Fire-type Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearl. However, Lin Yuan was certain that Zhongzi would not be able to bear to allow his face to absorb the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl. The Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl was so rare that Lin Yuan had only found two and both were Fire-type. As such, Lin Yuan did not plan on allowing something so precious to enter the market. He felt that it would be best to give the Heavenly Maiden Sleet as gifts to his friends. Lin Yuan placed the Fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl into a brocade pouch. He picked up the spirit-mouthed peony that had turned into flower buds and the box of Possess Star Intelligent Dark Clouds pollen before leaving the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Once he was back in the breeding room, Lin Yuan immediately left. His breeding room was situated at the back of the Radiant Moon Palace's inner palace, just like the Moon Empress breeding room was. Thus, the moment he opened the breeding room doors, he saw the Moon Empress drinking tea as she waited for him. Mystic Moon and Cold Moon were right behind her and looking up at Lin Yuan with rapt amazement. They had yet to fully digest what Lin Yuan had said, and they did not believe that Lin Yuan had a way to produce spirit chi that was even purer than what was inside the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. Even the spirit chi that was concocted by the Moon Empress was slightly less pure than the spirit chi inside the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. The Moon Empress was a Class 5 creation master, but she had not advanced further only because there were no higher ranks created. The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme all had their own specialties. The Moon Empress was the strongest at concocting pure spirit chi, and the Bamboo Monarch was slightly weaker than her. However, the Bamboo Monarch was the strongest at creating instruments. If Lin Yuan could produce purer spirit chi than the Moon Empress, he would be the strongest in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan walked up to the Moon Empress with a smile and placed the spirit-mouthed peony flower buds in front of her. Master, what do you think of the concentration of the spirit Gi in the spirit-mouthed peony? The Moon Empress gazed at Lin Yuan's bright smile, and she felt as though it was injecting her with warmth and contentment. Chapter 1092 The Moon Empress Next Hope. The only sounds in the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace were the rustling of the lotus leaves. The Moon Empress felt that Lin Yuan looked like a child that was delightedly handing a treasure they picked up to their parents. After a moment's pause, the Moon Empress could not help but reveal a smile that matched Lin Yuan's. When she received the spirit-mouthed peony from Lin Yuan and triggered it to release spirit chi, the shock that crossed her face was so great that it had been decades since it last surfaced. She clenched her fist tightly. Her current demeanor immediately attracted Cold Moon and Mystic Moon's attention. When they saw the expression on the Moon Empress' face, they looked at Lin Yuan as though they were seeing him for the first time. Cold Moon and Mystic Moon could tell from the Moon Empress' expression that the spirit chi Lin Yuan produced truly surpassed that of the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. After her shock passed, a strange feeling arose within the Moon Empress. When she had decided to accept a disciple, she had set a condition. Lin Yuan was the only one to meet the condition of immediately becoming a Class 2 creation master. Later on, as she got to know his background and character, she started to adore him as her disciple. She remembered Lin Yuan saying that the most important thing between a master and disciple was emotions. This had moved the Moon Empress and made her think of her own master. As they continued to interact, the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan's relationship only grew deeper. Despite not being related by blood, this passing on of skills only brought them closer. The Moon Empress wanted to be a good master and pave the way for Lin Yuan to receive all the best things. She wanted him to lead a blissful life. However, she did not expect her disciple to help her in such a large capacity instead. The Moon Empress had only recently broken through that level and almost lost her life in the process. She no longer dared to take another step further. But with this pure spirit chi, she immediately saw hope that she could take that step forward. Moreover, she would not need to take that step in the face of risk. However, she would need more spirit chi than what was inside the spirit-mouthed peony to take that step. She had contracted numerous feys that had strong reactions to pure spirit chi. Even if she did not use the spirit chi to take that step, she could use the spirit chi to evolve the genetic models of her feys and increase her power. The Moon Empress felt that her power would increase by at least 3 times. A little rabbit hopped up onto the table and gently smelled the spirit-mouthed peony flower buds. As The little rabbit no longer looked at Lin Yuan as sadly as it did before. Zixi was no longer that annoying brat. It had turned over a new leaf. Lin Yuan did not know that this little rabbit now felt affection for him. The Moon Empress felt a twinge as she watched Zixi sniff the flower buds. She had broken through that level before Zixi, yet Zixi was still stuck. Now that she had the pure spirit chi, Zixi could break free and move forward. However, there was not enough spirit chi in the 5 flower buds for Zixi to safely break through that level. The amount of pure spirit chi in the 5 flower buds was not little. The amount of pure spirit chi in each flower bud was equal to the amount of spirit chi in the Emperor Melodious Spirit Jadeite. Nonetheless, the Moon Empress could not bring herself to ask her disciple for pure spirit chi. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Master, this is just the first spirit-mouthed peony. I will give you more spirit-mouthed peonies with pure spirit chi in the future. I will prune the remaining 9 spirit-mouthed peony flowers and provide you with 20 spirit-mouthed peonies with 5 flower buds on each every week. You can use them as you please." The Moon Empress looked astonished once again, and she felt that she had been more shocked in the past hour than she had been in the past decade. This meant that she would receive 100 spirit-mouthed peony flower buds every week. She would not have to scrimp and save when she used the pure spirit chi. Over the next few months, the pure spirit chi would help her to take that big step forward and transform Zixi and the rest of her feys. The Moon Empress felt that Lin Yuan had given her an opportunity that would enable her to work hard for the next 30 years. This feeling of being given resources by her disciple was extremely strange yet sad. The Moon Empress suddenly felt as though she had become the dependent party. Not even the Moon Empress knew how to quell feelings that she was experiencing for the first time. She also knew why Lin Yuan told her to use it as she pleased. She was definitely not the only person who needed pure spirit chi. The Moon Empress could concoct pure spirit chi because she was a class 5 creation master. Those who were not would not be able to do so. Hence, she could only imagine how badly other people needed pure spirit chi. The pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan gave her had great strategic significance. Lin Yuan handed a box of possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the Moon Empress and said, "Master, the second batch of pollen is ready. I estimate that 4 or 5 more boxes will be enough to completely remove Wang Fuxiang's bad luck." The Moon Empress nodded. Ever since she had brought the possessed star intelligent dark clouds over to Wang Fuxiang, the bamboo monarch regarded her as their savior. One batch of the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen had already allowed her to gain a huge favor from the bamboo monarch. The bamboo monarch had even been willing to give her the golden thearch bamboo. If she sent more boxes of the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the purple bamboo forest, the bamboo monarch would owe her a debt that he would never be able to repay. It was rare for a member of royalty, especially a class 5 creation master, to owe someone a favor. As a member of royalty and a class 5 creation master herself, the Moon Empress was well aware of this. Chapter 1093 Invisible Demon. Soon, the Moon Empress recovered from her shock. After mulling for a moment, she knew that it was not because Lin Yuan had become a class 5 creation master that he was able to produce such pure spirit chi. One had to forge their own path to become a class 5 creation master, and this was by no means an easy feat. He had to be able to produce such pure spirit chi because of a sacred source life form or some other fey. Since this was her disciple's secret weapon, the Moon Empress did not pry. She felt that Lin Yuan could use this secret weapon to take her place in the future. At that time, she would be able to retire and live the rest of her days in peace just like her predecessors. As the Moon Empress gazed at Lin Yuan, she once again felt that she was not fit to be his master. She had been carefully observing his progress, but it was clear that her observation had been lacking. Unbeknownst to her, her disciple had progressed far beyond her imagination. The Moon Empress gently picked up Lin Yuan's hand and led him to her breeding room. She decided to have a question and answer session with him to answer any concerns he had before he left for his gathering. When they arrived at the breeding room, the Moon Empress thought of the abyssal world and asked Lin Yuan, "Disciple, do you have any plans to venture into the abyssal world?" Lin Yuan told her honestly about the faction he had started with Zhongzi, Gulang, Li Xian, Long Tao, Sun Ningxiang, Gao Feng, and Lu Ji. When the Moon Empress heard that this was Long Tao's idea that Lin Yuan was supporting, she realized how strong he was at networking and leadership. She felt that networking and leadership skills were necessary to become a Radiance envoy. Lin Yuan had embodied these qualities without her guidance. Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, Zhongzi, Gulang, and Gao Feng were all disciples of members of royalty and were vying to become Radiance envoys. There was even a possibility of Long Tao becoming a Radiance knight. If these people became acquainted in advance and had shared benefits, it was likely that they would help each other during the exam. The Moon Empress saw this as a good thing. Since Lin Yuan had the intention and plans to venture into the abyssal world, the Moon Empress did not say anything further about it. Everyone in the abyssal world was only in the beginning stages of venturing into the abyssal world. Lin Yuan would discover some secrets for himself as he ventured into the abyssal world, and there was no need for the Moon Empress to inform Lin Yuan of anything now. Given that Lin Yuan was about to venture into the dangerous abyssal world, the Moon Empress shook her hand and a dark purple metal cage appeared on the ground of the breeding room. A shadow swirled inside the metal cage, and it seemed to be thrashing about. However, the moment the shadow saw the Moon Empress, it started to quiver as it retreated into a corner of the cage. When Lin Yuan sensed the shadow's vitality, he immediately used true data to check on it. This is the class XI/Culpa 8-dimensional life form, Invisible Demon. Alien beast name, Invisible Demon, life form state, dimensional life form. Alien beast class, class XI/Culpa 13. Natural skill. Hidden shadow/killer shadow, inhibit any item through its shadow. In the hidden shadow state, only a target 2 levels above the invisible demon will be able to sense its presence. It can attack other targets' shadows. The target can have a tangible body or not have one. Once the target's shadow is attacked, the damage will be reflected on its body. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply because he never expected the thing inside the cage to be a class XI/Culpa 8 abyss demon. A class XI/Culpa 8-dimensional life form was equivalent to class 18. However, this method of ranking was overly complicated, and it was not convenient to test dimensional life forms and phase combat power. Creation breed phase were about the equivalent of class 11 dimensional life forms. The 8 culpas of creation breed phase were also ranked to the equivalence of dimensional life forms 8 culpas. The invisible demon was about as strong as a sovereign X/creation 8 fey. Additionally, abyss demons were the strongest of the dimensional life forms. It was likely that the invisible demon was stronger than a pinnacle thearch class fey. The drugged snake eagle that Lin Yuan had encountered was a class XI/Culpa apostle. However, the invisible demon was just an ordinary dimensional life form. Hidden shadow/killer shadow enabled the invisible demon to become an assassin as it could hide in a target's shadow to either protect it or secretly hunt an enemy. The Moon Empress looked at the invisible demon and said, "Invisible demon, I originally planned on using you as an ingredient to concoct spirit fluids. But now, I'm giving you an opportunity to live. Use your soul as the paper and your faith as the ink to swear your loyalty to my disciple. I will only allow you to live if you become my disciple's servant." The invisible demon shivered when it heard the Moon Empress' cold voice. Although Lin Yuan did not know what the Moon Empress had done to the invisible demon in the past, it was clear that the invisible demon was terrified. This slightly confused Lin Yuan as abyss demons were usually fearless. Moreover, this was a class XI/Culpa 8 demon. Chapter 1094 The Moon Empress in action for the second time. Despite the invisible demon's deep-set fear of the Moon Empress, an evil current arose from it. Normally, people would see dimensional life forms as losing their freedom when they became an apostle's believer. But to a dimensional life form, becoming a believer was a goal that they were willing to work their entire lives for. To them, it was an unimaginable honor to be able to become an apostle's favored believer. Both believers and favored believers needed to supply faith power to their apostle. If the invisible demon used its soul as the paper and its faith as the ink to swear its loyalty to Lin Yuan, it could no longer become a believer of an apostle, much less a favored believer. As such, the invisible demon would object to this regardless of how much fear it was in. The evil current emanating from the invisible demon seeped out of the dark purple metal cage and gave Lin Yuan a familiar feeling. It was similar to Mystic Moon's aura and the aura that Red Thorn released after consuming the strange plant seed. However, the invisible demon's aura was much fainter. It was practically just a wisp. Upon comparison, Lin Yuan became certain that this was the aura of a creation breed fey. He inhaled sharply as this meant that the whale ocean commerce had creation breed power and above. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling pressured by the invisible demon's aura, he heard a scoff and all the pressure immediately lifted. The invisible demon howled in anguish, and the shadow in the cage vanished. Finally, Lin Yuan saw the true appearance of the class XI/Culpa 8 invisible demon. It stood on 2 legs and was only about a meter tall. Its body was skinny, and its skin was grayish-purple. Long black-purple fingernails grew out of both its hands. As Lin Yuan looked at the sharpness of the fingernails, he felt that it would easily be able to slice radium apart. The evil current emanating from the invisible demon had vanished, and it seemed extremely feeble. Purple-black blood oozed from its 7 orifices. Clearly, it had been seriously injured. This was the second time that Lin Yuan saw the Moon Empress in action. The first time was at the outskirts of the royal capital when they were facing Chengwu. At that time, she had only used Emperor-class power. However, Emperor-class power seemed unbelievable to Lin Yuan at that time. Now, Emperor-class power seemed like nothing much to him. Even the sacred sword form sword skill would be able to hold off Emperor-class power. As Lin Yuan continued to grow, genius continued to gain more knowledge. Lin Yuan had learned from the information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion that the members of royalty had signed an agreement a decade ago. It stated that they could not use power above Emperor class when they were facing people from the same territory. This had to be the reason the Moon Empress had only used Emperor class power at that time. Now that he was seeing the Moon Empress in action for the second time, he could not but be floored, as one scoff was enough to grievously injure the invisible demon with pinnacle Thearch class power. Lin Yuan felt slightly overwhelmed. He knew that his master was powerful but did not expect it to surpass his imagination so greatly. Lin Yuan sighed in amazement. My master is way too powerful. The Moon Empress glared murderously at the invisible demon and sneered. I gave you a chance. But since you are too stupid to make the right decision, I shall. Before the Moon Empress could finish speaking, the invisible demon fell to its knees with its head lowered. Lin Yuan immediately sensed faith power rushing forth from the invisible demon toward him. He had a feeling that he would be in total control of the invisible demon's life the moment he accepted its faith power. He could use the invisible demon's faith power to crush its soul. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan accepted the invisible demon's loyalty. The moment he accepted it, the invisible demon's faith power was stored into the shrine in his soul. Lin Yuan could sense the invisible demon's hesitation in supplying him with faith power, and its eyes flashed continuously. The invisible demon could sense that its faith power was being controlled by Lin Yuan when it entered his body. In the abyssal world, only apostles could control faith power. How could this human control faith power? Could he be an apostle? Neither Lin Yuan nor the Moon Empress knew what the invisible demon was thinking. The Moon Empress said, Little Yuan, go and open the metal cage. You'll have an added level of protection with the invisible demon around. While she was speaking, the Mother of Bloodbath came to her mind. She had chosen the Mother of Bloodbath to be Lin Yuan's path protector because of its background and bloodline. However, she did not expect Lin Yuan to grow so rapidly. The Mother of Bloodbath was rendered useless as his path protector because of his astronomical growth. The Mother of Bloodbath only had Emperor-class power and was insufficient to protect Lin Yuan. Hence, the Moon Empress decided to give the rare invisible demon to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan walked up and opened the cage door. Soon, the invisible demon turned into a ball of shadows and fused with his own shadow. Surprisingly, Lin Yuan could not sense the invisible demon's presence at all. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had the idea of using the source-type power that the sacred sword-wielding queen extracted from law source crystals to cleanse the invisible demon and nurture it into an apostle. However, he could not use the same method of calculating the amount of source-type power needed for Rising Lizard and Wendy's source-type cleansings to calculate the amount required for the invisible demon's source-type cleansing. Chapter 1095 Immortal Nine Forge. It was only after communicating with the sacred sword-wielding queen that Lin Yuan found out that Class 9 and below dimensional life forms required 100 additional units of source-type power for source-type cleansing, while Class 10 and above dimensional life forms with world crystals inside their body required 1000 additional units of source-type power for each higher class. This meant that Lin Yuan needed 9,900 units of source-type power for the invisible demon's source-type cleansing, which was equal to the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbing 9,900 law source crystals. Lin Yuan's heart ached at the high expenditure. 9,900 units of source-type power could allow him to gain a second sword skill. Lin Yuan decided to have a proper chat with the invisible demon at night to judge its value. He thought of the aura that radiated from Mystic Moon, the invisible demon, the strange plant, and the other immortal life forms above creation breed that Endless Summer had mentioned. Lin Yuan asked, Master, is the power above creation breed immortal breed? The Moon Empress nodded. She was not surprised that Lin Yuan knew of the immortal breed because she had heard from Mystic Moon that Lin Yuan had a plant-type fey that had passed the trial of world creation and evolved into creation breed. After the world created by a creation breed fey combines its 8 creation world ley lines, it will form a singular complete law world. In order to become immortal, it will need to fuse with its law world and undergo the Immortal 9 Forge to advance a step further. Lin Yuan now understood what the immortal breed was all about. Since Redthorn had absorbed the strange plant seed, Lin Yuan did not have any tangible items to show the Moon Empress and ask her about it. Hence, Lin Yuan asked instead, Master, do top factions possess immortal power? The Moon Empress raised an eyebrow and was silent for a moment before she said, currently, the strongest power that the top factions have is Thearch class. But the top 3 top factions already had pinnacle Thearch class experts a decade ago. It's not impossible for those pinnacle Thearch class experts to gain immortal power during this time. Frankly, I wouldn't find it strange even if the top 10 top factions suddenly come out and announce that they have immortal power. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. This meant it was not shocking that the strange plant seed that came from the Whale Ocean commerce had immortal aura. Fights between factions were always vicious, and both parties were always willing to pull out all the stops. As such, Lin Yuan did not mention the seed. After a 2-hour question and answer session with the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan had most of his previous questions answered, and his horizons were also broadened. The Moon Empress was able to use a few statements to answer all the questions that had confuddled Lin Yuan. Since time was almost up, the Moon Empress stopped the question and answer session and said, Little Yuan, it's almost time for your gathering. Don't make your friends wait. Also, since you have the ability to concoct pure spirit chi, you probably don't have any need for the golden Thearch bamboo. You can decide how to use the golden Thearch bamboo. Lin Yuan hurriedly checked the time and saw that it was already 11 a.m. There was only half an hour left until the time he was supposed to meet Zhong Ziyi and the rest. He scratched his head as he marveled at how fast the time slipped away. As for the golden Thearch bamboo, he already had a plan for it. He previously felt that since the golden Thearch bamboo was a present from his master, he could not use it flippantly. But now that he heard what the Moon Empress said, he was no longer worried about how cautious he had to be when he used the golden Thearch bamboo. Before he left, he took out the Diamond Fey storage box with the information about 7th Page War, Tower Cannon and the Dark Federation and gave it to the Moon Empress. Master, here is the information I collected with Wen Yu. Take a look at it when you have time. Lin Yuan bade goodbye to the Moon Empress and left Leaning Moon Mountain. He used the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation and arrived at the entrance of Bronze Crane Lane. The Moon Empress looked inside the Diamond Fey storage box to see what the information was. She would definitely take anything that came from Lin Yuan seriously. She took out a portion of the stack of papers and frowned. The longer she looked at the information, the more shocked she felt. She was not shocked that 7th Page War had conquered the Dark Federation as she had known about it for some time. After traces of the Dark Federation had been discovered in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift, the Imperial Court sent people to investigate. During that time, the Imperial Court had gathered information regarding the Dark Federation. However, the sets of information collected by the Imperial Court and the sets of information provided by Lin Yuan were very different. The information collected by the Imperial Court only gave a general description of the situation in the Dark Continent. In contrast, the information provided by Lin Yuan had a detailed report from the standpoint of the 7 States of Darkness, including some of the 7 States of Darkness main secrets. The information from the Imperial Court also partially included these secrets and both accounts matched perfectly. This proved that this set of information was true. At first, the Moon Empress intended on closing herself off to evolve her power due to Lin Yuan's pure spirit chi. But now that she had this detailed information about the 7 States of Darkness, she felt she needed to call for an imperial meeting to analyze the information. The Moon Empress' expression turned strange. There had been 3 imperial meetings in the past few months, and they were all connected to Lin Yuan. Chapter 1096 secretly recorded. Once Lin Yuan arrived at Bronze Crane Lane, he immediately sensed the charm and feelings left behind by time. It was currently early spring, and the tung trees were in the midst of blooming. The vestiges of winter were still present, but the lane looked exceedingly beautiful. The smaller houses in the lane were around 300 square meters while the larger ones were around 800 square meters. None were larger than 1000 square meters. But every house had its own unique design. As one walked through Bronze Crane Lane, he never stopped looking around and admiring the view around. Lin Yuan attracted attention from everyone in the lane as he walked by. He was wearing spirit chi clothes with ginkgo leaves embroidery and had moonstones embedded into them. The spirit chi clothes were made of soft yellow material that matched well to accentuate the gentleness and peace of the ginkgo leaves and moonstones. However, these seemingly elegant spirit chi clothes came together in a prominent way. This made their wearer appear especially full of life. The spirit chi clothes made Lin Yuan stand out even more and gave him a younger countenance. It had not been long since the spirit chi clothes were made, and Wen Yu had put a lot of effort into their design. It was also one of the products of Pinru's home. Lin Yuan did not notice that many people had secretly taken pictures of him as he walked by, and a chubby young girl immediately posted the pictures she took onto Star Web. She wrote the words at the top of the picture she posted. Met a handsome boy on the street. I'm too much of a lady to take a picture of his face, so I only have a picture of his back. I'm not only after his looks. I also want to know which weaver made his clothes and whether it's from a particular brand. I want to buy one for my ex-boyfriend to ask him to get back together with me. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, he had become the view that people were enjoying. This young girl had a steady group of fangirls as she often posted pictures of handsome boys. The picture of Lin Yuan's back soon attracted the attention of all the fangirls. They felt that once they printed the photo out, the handsome boy would be theirs. Lin Yuan's picture had spread like wildfire within a short period. Some of the fangirls were well acquainted with Spirit Chi clothes, and they were equally as interested in the Spirit Chi clothes that Lin Yuan was wearing. After walking for 10 minutes, Lin Yuan checked the address that Zhong Ziyi had sent. He was certain that he would soon arrive at Unit 18. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice shout his name from behind. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan. I thought I would be the last. Let's hurry. If you're here, it means I'm not late. Lin Yuan turned his head to see Gao Feng running toward him with a basket in hand. When he reached Lin Yuan, Gao Feng opened the basket as though it was a treasure chest. Lin Yuan saw 8 small grey and brown fish the size of thumbs. The fish looked ordinary and had dark grey heart-shaped patterns. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he immediately used True Data to check on the 8 fish. Once he was done, he could not help but exclaim, "They're 8 heart-sound fish." Lin Yuan was shocked as the heart-sound fish was very rare. There were even a few creation masters that had not heard of it. Moreover, the heart-sound fish did not look much different from other wild fish found in ponds. Gao Feng did not expect Lin Yuan to recognize them with one look. Lin Yuan's eyes were too sharp. Gao Feng thought about Lin Yuan's performance at the martial arts stage, and everything seemed to click. Lin Yuan looked at Gao Feng and wondered where he had obtained something as precious as the heart-sound fish. The heart-sound fish was a fish species fey that could increase spiritual power and strengthen the mind. It could also be used as a spiritual ingredient. After eating the heart-sound fish, the person's mind would be resistant to negative temptation. Although Lin Yuan had Morbius calm mind and did not have much use for the heart-sound fish, he could not deny the heart-sound fish's value. Gao Feng chuckled and said, "My father sent this to me from Wind Mist City through Owl Logistics. I was on such a tight schedule because of the heart-sound fish. Let's eat one each. When we venture into the abyssal world in the future, we won't be affected by a demon's temptation and allow our minds to become controlled." Lin Yuan could sense Gao Feng's big heart sincerity from his words. Gao Feng had brought over the heart-sound fish because it was beneficial to the group. Previously, Gao Feng would have brought the heart-sound fish to strike up a relationship with Gulang and Zhong Ziyi. But now that he was the disciple of a member of royalty, he did not have to bootlick anyone. This meant that everything that Gao Feng did was purely out of the goodness of his heart. Lin Yuan smiled back at Gao Feng and said, "We aren't late. There's still 10 minutes. That's more than enough time for us to rush over." When Lin Yan arrived at Unit 18, he realized it was not the largest house in the lane, nor did it have the most exquisite decorations. Gourds, bamboo, and grapes were growing in the yard but not tended too well. Some of the leaves had withered and fallen to the ground. However, the way Zhong Ziyi's yard was designed had a cozy feeling. This cozy feeling would make anyone that stepped inside lower their guards. Gulang, Long Tao, Li Xian, and Sun Ningxiang were sitting around a long jade table in the house. Gulang rushed up to help Zhong Ziyi greet Gao Feng and Lin Yuan. Zhong Ziyi was the host and chef. As such, he was cooking the kitchen fragrance palace's 300 dishes non-stop and did not have any time to greet his guests. Chapter 1097 The Feeling of Captivation. Gulang had grown up with Zhong Ziyi and naturally took on the role of greeting guests. While on the way to Zhong Ziyi's house, Gulang had sorted out his thoughts. As reluctant as he was to part with the golden Thearch bamboo, it was no longer his. It now belonged to Lin Yuan, who was his friend. He should not desire something that belonged to Lin Yuan. But regardless, he felt a twinge of reluctance the moment he saw Lin Yuan. Gulang pushed down the ugly feelings and said to Lin Yuan and Gao Feng, "Come. Try the bamboo leaf wine I brought. I used 70 different types of bamboo species feys to make this wine. I didn't do much to it so as to preserve the natural bamboo taste. This bamboo leaf wine has only been fermenting for a few months, so it isn't very alcoholic. You won't get drunk no matter how much you drink. Despite Gulang's cheerful smile, Lin Yuan could tell that something was off. Lin Yuan thought, Gulang must be feeling really sore on the inside. Lin Yuan had already decided to return the golden thearch bamboo to its rightful owner so that Gulang would be able to continue following the bamboo monarch's path. Thus, Lin Yuan did not use the golden thearch bamboo as leverage to obtain anything from Gulang. Since they had become friends, Lin Yuan opened the box with the golden thearch bamboo and gave it to Gulang. Here you go. I'm returning this. Gulang was stunned, and all his feelings of reluctance were as plain as day on his expression. He suddenly felt his eyes well up, and his throat became choked as he was overwhelmed with emotions. Gulang never expected the golden thearch bamboo to return to him. He wondered whether he would do the same thing if he were in Lin Yuan's place. The word return did not seem too appropriate because this belonged to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had only said that he was returning the golden thearch bamboo to its owner to be polite. Lin Yuan was just looking out for Gulang's feelings. Gulang looked deep into Lin Yuan's eyes as though he wanted to burn the memory of what Lin Yuan did into his mind forever. Gulang had always been an introvert, but he could not help but forcefully pat Lin Yuan's shoulder and say, "My good brother, I can't thank you enough." Lin Yuan smiled toothily and replied, "If I didn't return it to you, not only would you be unable to eat comfortably, but I would too." He patted Gulang's shoulder and poured a cup of the bamboo leaf wine. At that moment, Lu Ji walked out of the kitchen holding a tray. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Ji hurriedly placed the tray on the table and said, "Lin Yuan, Zhong Ziyi is actually decent at cooking." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He remembered Lu Ji saying that he wanted to put his cooking skills against Zhong Ziyi's. Lu Ji must have said this because Zhong Ziyi's cooking skills slightly surpassed Lu Ji's. Each plate on the tray was piled with beautiful dishes, and every plate was small enough that one person could finish off the dish with a few bites. Lin Yuan had seen some of the dishes at Spirit Food Pavilion before, but he had not ordered any of them. Now, he could try them all. Lu Ji returned to the kitchen, and Zhong Ziyi soon walked out with another tray. After walking in and out a few times, Lu Ji and Zhong Ziyi finally finished serving all 300 dishes. At that moment, a gust of wind kicked up and billowed Lin Yuan's clothes in Zhong Ziyi's direction. Zhong Ziyi immediately picked up the scent that enraptured his entire soul. The smell had Zhong Ziyi absolutely captivated. Every time he got a whiff of the scent, he could not help but breathe in deeply. Instead of sitting at the head of the table, Zhong Ziyi planted himself right next to Lin Yuan, where Lu Ji was supposed to sit. Lu Ji was completely confused by Zhong Ziyi's actions. But since Zhong Ziyi did not seem to have any intention of getting up, Lu Ji shook his head vexedly and sat at the head of the table. Lin Yuan realized that Zhong Ziyi kept stealing glances at him during the meal. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched, and he instinctively touched the corner of his mouth several times in case there was something stuck there. After a few cups of bamboo leaf wine, the group started to discuss the faction. They could not conduct a proper discussion over a video call, but now they were meeting in real life. The discussion went smoothly and quickly. They had already separated their roles and ownership portions. All they were doing now was going into the details of their individual roles. A thought struck Long Tao, and he asked, "Lin Yuan, when will you be able to bring over the high-class creation master resources? It should be extremely easy to obtain fire-type spiritual ingredients when we venture into the abyssal world." Lin Yuan knew that Long Tao was afraid they would not be able to temper the fire-type spiritual ingredients in time. There was still some time before the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift officially opened. During this time, Lin Yuan's team of 50-100 questions beasts would have been successfully nurtured into pinnacle Class 3 creation masters. Now that Genius had 8 connected tails, it could even nurture another 50-100 questions beasts. As such, Lin Yuan replied, "I will be able to prepare the first month's worth of high-class creation master resources before entering the abyssal world. However, you will need to provide a list of high-class resources you'll need. I'll prepare potions, heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, bronze/epic feys, and other high-class creation master resources according to the list." Long Tao was shocked by the amount of high-class creation master resources that Lin Yuan possessed. But at the same time, he was also set at ease. Zhong Ziyi gazed at Gulang with increasing suspicion throughout the meal. Previously, it was Gulang who was suspicious of why Zhong Ziyi was being so friendly with Lin Yuan. But now, Zhong Ziyi was confused why Gulang and Lin Yuan were so close all of a sudden. They completely settled their collaboration during the meal, and all of them expressed that their own portions would be ready soon. Chapter 1098 Accidental Connection. Lu Ji was the freest person because his contribution had been bundled up with Lin Yuan's. During the meal, Zhong Ziyi brought the 8 heart-sound fishes into the kitchen to make them into dessert for the group. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Gao Feng, Long Tao, Li Xian and Sun Ningxiang all gobbled up the 300 dishes without restraint. Even the picky Lu Ji could not find any issues with the 300 dishes. Although Lu Ji had admitted that Zhong Ziyi's cooking skill was decent, it did not mean that he was admitting defeat. Lu Ji felt that Zhong Ziyi also could not recreate the unique flavor of Lu Ji's dishes. After Zhong Ziyi walked out of the kitchen with the desserts, Lu Ji's phone started to ring. Lu Ji's face darkened when he checked the screen, and he whispered to Lin Yuan, "The other side is making their move." Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. The Zheng family sure was eager to start the blood-pact ultimate fight with Sky City. The Zheng family's family head had to have just reached Indigo Azure City yesterday night. Lin Yuan shook his head at Lu Ji to signal to him not to mention this matter. However, it was clear that Lu Ji had heard some urgent news in the call. Lu Ji forced himself to hold the news in. Zhong Ziyi and Gulang had noticed the changes in Lu Ji's expression. However, Lu Ji did not seem to want to talk about it, and Zhong Ziyi and Gulang did not ask either. Lu Ji's call was just a small interlude. After everyone's bellies were full, every plate was empty. Before they left, everyone gave their gifts to Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and dragged Lu Ji onto Blackie's back before they headed back to the return from faraway mansion. Zhong Ziyi did not immediately open the gifts. Instead, he summoned the fiery sky-ho to feed it. The moment the fiery sky-ho was summoned, it grabbed the brocade box that Lin Yuan had given Zhong Ziyi. Normally, Zhong Ziyi would have given the fiery sky-ho anything it was interested in to play with. But since this item came from Lin Yuan, Zhong Ziyi ordered the fiery sky-ho to bring the brocade box over. The moment he emptied the box, Zhong Ziyi froze. He could not believe that Lin Yuan had given him a heavenly maiden sleet pearl. Not even Chef Supreme could nurture an elemental pearl with this outer layer. The fiery sky-ho had the ability to use the fire elements it had come into contact with to increase the purity of the fire element in its own body. The fire element in the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl was 100%. With the fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl, the fire element in the fiery sky-ho's body could be increased from its current 96% purity to 100%. This would allow the fiery sky-ho's power to skyrocket. Once the fire element in the fiery sky-ho's body reached 100%, it would even be able to use 8 fire refinement to absorb top-grade strange flames. Lin Yuan, who was currently riding on Blackie's back, did not know that the fire-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl had such significance to Zhong Ziyi. If he knew, he would be happy for Zhong Ziyi. In the past, Lin Yuan would have been worried that leaving the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl in Zhong Ziyi's hands would attract Chef Supreme's attention. But now, there was no need for Lin Yuan to worry about this. The Moon Empress now had pure spirit chi that he had fed the spirit-mouthed peonies. In the future, the pure spirit chi in the spirit-mouthed peonies would become another resource to strengthen the Moon Empress. The Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl could be a form of advertisement that he was making on behalf of the Moon Empress. Zhong Ziyi placed the Heavenly Maiden Sleet Pearl into a bell and hung it around the fiery sky-ho's neck. At that moment, Lu Ji said in a low voice, "Lin Yuan, the call was from the spirit guards. They said that there's a Thearch class expert amongst the experts that the Zheng family is sending out for the Blood Pact ultimate fight. They looked into it and found out that the Thearch class expert has been by Miao Genshin's side since they were young. His name is Han Tianhe. Han Tianhe's main fei has reached creation 4. Lin Yuan remained expressionless, but his mind was abuzz with activity. He did not expect the Miao family to provide the Zheng family with a Thearch class expert for the Blood Pact ultimate fight. This piece of news would have left Lin Yuan at a complete loss in the past. But now that he had the invisible demon, which had the power of a sovereign X/creation 8 fei, he was not worried as long as the Zheng family did not send out an immortal class expert. "Lin Yuan, why don't I use my identity as the Midnight Palace's young liege and pay a visit to the Miao family on the day of the Blood Pact ultimate fight? All the Miao family's experts will definitely be there to receive me. This way, Han Tianhe will have to stay at home even if he has already registered his participation," said Lu Ji. Lu Ji's brow remained tightly knit while he spoke, as this was not a foolproof plan. If the Miao family decided not to make Han Tianhe stay at home and allowed him to help the Zheng family, they would be doomed. Lin Yuan shook his head. "Big brother Lu, you don't have to worry. I actually hope that the Miao family will be able to send more Thearch class experts to help with the Zheng family's Blood Pact ultimate fight." At Lu Ji's look of confusion, Lin Yuan looked down at his shadow and said, "Invisible demon, will be depending on you for this blood pact ultimate fight. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, a raspy voice said from his shadow, "Whatever pleases you, master." The invisible demon also released its aura. When Lu Ji sensed the invisible demon's aura, he immediately knew that he had nothing to worry about. Lin Yuan could not help but look forward to facing off against Han Tianhe's sovereign V/creation 4 Fei. Once the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the world source crystal in the creation breed Fei, it might instantly result in a new sword skill. After Lu Ji and Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, Lin Yuan told Wen Yu to accept the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight invitation on behalf of Sky City. Chapter 1099 Crazy Fate Letters. Other people would see it as the Zheng family not taking Sky City seriously during the blood pact ultimate fight. At that moment, Sky City needed to respond. GLY to prove they were not submitting to the Zheng family. This was the first time that a faction was publicly targeting Sky City and the best time for Sky City to bare its fangs. It was only by providing a strong response to the Zheng family and displaying terrifying power during the blood pact ultimate fight that Sky City would be able to crush the hopes of all those that were thinking of targeting them. Condense Fairy Orchard's circumstance was a good example. As a top faction, Condense Fairy Orchard was not lacking in power. However, they always kept their heads low around the Miao family, resulting in some veteran factions harboring thoughts to attack them. Sky City had only ever displayed its creation master resources. However, it was not enough for a faction to only display high-class creation master resources without any martial force. This was a good chance for Sky City to gain solid footing. Moreover, Lin Yuan had assigned Wen Yu to represent Sky City to agitate Zheng Kaiwan. He wanted Zheng Kaiwan to be concerned by Sky City's quick reply and beg the Miao family for more experts. The Thearch class experts from the Miao family were all just shiny world source crystals to Lin Yuan. This was the best way for Lin Yuan to gain more world source crystals, and he wanted to gain as many as he could in one shot. News spread quickly after Wen Yu represented Sky City to accept the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight. This was the first blood pact ultimate fight in the royal capital of the year. There were usually only a few blood pact ultimate fights each year. In the past century, the factions had gained a mutual understanding, and they all knew of each other to some extent. Hence, in order for the weak ones to protect themselves, they would take the initiative to resolve the situation to prevent the matter from escalating to a blood pact ultimate fight. This was the reason the three veteran factions in Indigo Azure City had yet to fight at the ultimate fighting ground despite having been feuding for years. Usually, the blood pact ultimate fights were between rising factions that had recently made a name for themselves and were anxious to expand. They were the only ones who would take such a risk. The S tournament had reached its final stage, and this was the most exciting time of year in the Radiance Federation. Nonetheless, it was considered big news that a veteran faction that did not come from the royal capital and a faction that had not been ranked yet were engaging in a blood pact ultimate fight. There were very few blood pact ultimate fights that involved veteran factions, especially a faction like the Zheng family, which had a source of support and a solid foundation. The Zheng family was not enough to draw so much attention away from the S tournament. The key factor was Sky City. Sky City had been quiet in recent months, and Lin Yuan had not bothered with Sky City's Star Web private faction territory. Wen Yu managed Sky City's private faction territory as per Lin Yuan's instructions. Sky City's collaborations with the Sea Bliss clan, Condense Fairy Orchard, and the guards of the various cities were all done discreetly. Although Sky City's main members had not made any moves, Sky City remained in the top 10 positions in the popularity ranking. Sky City's private faction territory was a common topic. Moreover, Sky City's beginnings had been extremely humble, and they only made a splash after Lin Yuan carefully molded it. Now, Sky City had become a faction that was decorated with hundreds of bronze/epic feys. There was also the bronze/legend Oath Lily on the table. This had resulted in Sky City's bursting popularity. The offer of custom producing a bronze/epic fey every day only added to the popularity. Lin Yuan was very serious about evolving feys. Thus, he was even willing to help evolve fey bloodlines as long as it was not overly tedious. He even chose from one of the 3 exclusive skills when the fey evolved to bronze grade. This resulted in 90% of the customers being delighted with Sky City's services and becoming crazy fans of Sky City. They promoted Sky City whenever they could all over Star Web. They also proudly showed off their custom-produced feys to display how rich and lucky they were. This resulted in many people joining the queue to grab fate letters. The 100 fate letters given out every day were a hot commodity. There were even some merchants who resold the unsuccessful fate letters. Lin Yuan only charged 10,000 radiance dollars for an unsuccessful fate letter, but it could be resold for 50,000 radiance dollars. These unsuccessful fate letters were extremely popular. Additionally, Sky City would not collect the unsuccessful fate letters and allowed them to be sold independently. It could be said that grabbing one of Sky City's fate letters was the road to striking it rich. Everyone on Star Web was going crazy for the fate letters. Most of the people grabbing for one of the fate letters were in Sky City's visitors ranking. As various factors contributed to Sky City's popularity, Sky City became a hot topic on Star Web. Also, Sky City was very open and did not have as many rules as other private faction territories did. Many people knew that even if they could not obtain a fate letter, they still wanted to go to Sky City's private faction territory to admire the view. Countless people were worried for Sky City in the impending Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. They had grown feelings for Sky City after such a long time of grabbing for fate letters, and there was no way that a veteran faction like the Zheng family would be willing to continue custom-making bronze/epic feys if they took over Sky City's resources. This meant that there would be no more fate letters. Chapter 1100 Blue Knight's Visit. This would crush the hopes of all those that wanted to get rich by obtaining one of Sky City's fate letters. As such, posts attacking the Zheng family and expressing concern for Sky City surged on Star Web. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Wen Yu were completely oblivious to this. After Wen Yu accepted the Zheng family's Blood Pact Ultimate Fight on Sky City's behalf, a meeting regarding the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight was held in the mansion. The meeting was extremely simple. Lin Yuan decided to let Endless Summer and Zhou Luo participate. During the fight, the invisible demon would remain hidden in Zhou Luo's shadow. Initially, he intended to send the Kill Food Sky Butterfly to participate. However, when he thought about the unpredictable dangers of the marsh world, he eventually decided not to send the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Lin Yuan had not intended on sending out Zhou Luo, but he had asked for volunteers, and Zhou Luo had unexpectedly suggested that he wanted to search for excitement by fighting. Lin Yuan found this surprising. Was Zhou Luo such an adrenaline junkie? He agreed to Zhou Luo's request. After Lin Yuan finished with their plans, everything returned to normal. The group just needed to show up the day after tomorrow for the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Before the meeting ended, Lin Yuan said to Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, you don't need to go to the Miao family yourself. But I want you to put some pressure on them to make them nervous." Lu Ji immediately knew what Lin Yuan meant. Although Lu Ji was not adept at managing a faction, he was not dumb. Lin Yuan had already started setting up the trap for Zhang Kaiwen the moment he added Zhang Kaiwen to their group at the Guardia banquet and gave his contact details. By placing pressure on the Miao family, he would prove that there was no hope of salvaging their relationship. Without Lu Ji, the anxious Miao family would naturally turn to Lin Yuan. In order to get Lin Yuan on their side, they would need to depend on Zhang Kaiwen. This would give Zhang Kaiwen greater influence within the Miao family. Zhang Kaiwen was undoubtedly triggered by Sky City's quick acceptance of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. After Lu Ji placed pressure on the Miao family, Zhang Kaiwen might even be able to gain more help in the form of another Thearch class expert from the Miao family. The loss of one Thearch class expert would be a serious blow to the Miao family. If they lost two Thearch class experts, the Miao family would have to retreat for 20 years before they could rise again. Lin Yuan, leave it to me. I'll see to it immediately. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Thank you for going to the trouble, big brother Lu." Soon after Lu Ji left, Lin Yuan was about to call Listen to tell him to send Qin Luan and Qin Yu over. But at that moment, Fan Jianyi called. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had exchanged contact details with Fan Hansheng as he would be handling the Golden Lotus Brocade Pearl trade and their partnership with regards to the Warm Sun Fund. It should be Fan Hansheng who was calling him. But since the call was coming from Fan Jianyi, it meant that the matter was beyond Fan Hanshen's authority. The only matters that would be beyond Fan Hanshen's authority would be the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpions. Lin Yuan picked up the call and thought to himself that he had been right. "Lord Lin Yuan, can I bring Blue Knight over to visit you? Blue Knight wants to talk to you face to face and meet the two young boys with the Polar Night Blue Sky Beast patterns. I've also prepared all the items for you. I can bring them over during the visit as well." Lin Yuan happily agreed. The Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion was one of the rare scorpion species feys that looked after their young. This meant that both the father and mother of the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpions cared deeply for their young. This love was encoded in their bloodline and would only become stronger. The Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion treated its young just like how humans cared for their children. Since this matter concerned their children, the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion parents were extremely worried. Although Qin Lun and Qin Yu were not skilled, they did have the polar night blue sky scorpion beast patterns. Thus, it was fine for Blue Night to come and visit for itself. After ending the call with Fan Ling Long, Lin Yuan called Listen and told him to bring Qin Lun and Qin Yu over. Qin Yu had yet to awaken his polar night blue sky scorpion beast pattern officially. Shortly after, Listen personally brought Qin Lun and Qin Yu to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed that Qin Lun had become much stronger than before. Although he still had the same appearance, the darkness in his eyes had disappeared. Rather, Qin Yu had deep dark eye circles. It seemed that Listen had already found someone to tutor Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately delightedly pounced on Lin Yuan and said, "Big brother, thank you for helping my brother recover." Qin Yu spoke with sincere gratitude. After Qin Yu had returned from buying medicine for Qin Lun, he realized that Qin Lun had fully recovered. This had filled Qin Yu with unadulterated joy. Although Qin Yu was young, he had experienced enough of life's obstacles to understand many things. As he had been watching his brother's body become frilier with each passing day, he was constantly terrified that his brother would pass away. Hence, he treasured every day that he was with his brother. When Qin Lun suddenly recovered, Qin Yu knew that he could continue sharing his life with his brother and would not have to be lonely. Ever since then, he had wanted to thank Lin Yuan properly. Although he could not do much, he still wanted to express his gratitude. Lin Yuan gently tousled Qin Yu's hair and gazed down at Qin Yu. He bent down and took out some candies made from the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar and placed them in Qin Yu's hand. "Young master, I helped Qin Lun become familiar with the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and brought him to meet many people. However, Qin Yu seems to have a very adverse reaction to light, so I haven't brought him out much. Instead, I hired a few teachers to tutor him. Qin Yu is very smart and hardworking. He's learning very quickly. He should have a chance of passing the Redbud Beginner Spirit Chi Academy Year 2 entrance exam this year. There's no need to wait for next year," said Listen. Lin Yuan was surprised to hear that Qin Yu was smart and hardworking. Usually, children that had not been exposed to education found it difficult to focus on learning.